The boy lies on the bed, barely covered, allowing various beautiful classmates to come and go from his room. Afterward, he was also asked to drink a bowl of premium tonic soup. Yet he was not only unhappy, but also very fearful. The reason he went through all this absurdity starts with his participation in a completely unscrupulous game. It turns out that just yesterday, a stranger named Hannibal suddenly appeared in the class group, sending a 200 yuan red envelope along with a challenge. I will send a red envelope for everyone to grab, but the person who grabs the most must play a game with me. If they fail to complete it, they must unconditionally accept a punishment. See, the temptation of the red envelope instantly excited the classmates. No one cared about Hannibal's identity, and everyone urged him to send the red envelope quickly. And Hannibal didn't hesitate. He really sent a 200 yuan red envelope. I grabbed 6 yuan, which was decent, while the luckiest one, Zhang Shenma, grabbed over 20. At this moment, Hannibal sent a message stating that the luckiest one was classmate Zhang Shenma, and in the first round of the game, Zhang Shenma had to take off one of Li Piapiao's socks, with a time limit of 1 hour. As soon as the news broke, the entire class nearly burst into laughter. Although Li Piapiao isn't the prettiest girl in class, she knows how to dress herself well, and she has a great figure. I often find myself stealing glances at her. But Zhang Shenma is different. He is just a very introverted boy, and many people haven't spoken to him all semester. I can't help but admire Hannibal. He really knows how to have fun. Li Piapiao sent a string of laughing and crying emojis in the group, saying, "You know I wore stockings today just to mess with me, right?" The boys in the group started to cheer. This isn't a punishment, it's clearly a reward. Piapiao, you're not scared, are you? Under the constant encouragement of their classmates, the two of them moved to the front of the stage. At that moment, someone pushed Zhang Shenma from behind, causing him to buckle and kneel right in front of Li Piapiao, his face turning red all the way to his neck, looking very shy. Someone began to tease Li Piapiao. "Look, Zhang Shenma is kneeling for you. Piapiao, why don't you take the initiative?" Even though Li Piapiao was quite open-minded, she was still a student and felt somewhat embarrassed being heckled by a crowd. However, after a mental struggle, she finally gritted her teeth and placed her leg in front of Zhang Shenma. I thought Zhang Shenma would hesitate, but to my surprise, he was much braver than I expected. Perhaps it was the pressure from the crowd cheering him on, as he raised his hand and reached for Li Piapiao's leg. At that moment, I clearly saw Li Piapiao shudder, her face redder than before. I was almost holding my breath watching the whole thing, and this intense stimulation made the surrounding classmates extremely excited. After taking off Li Piapiao's stockings, Zhang Shenma sat on the ground as if he were exhausted. In the end, it was Li Piapiao who snatched the stockings back from him, which brought him back to his senses. When Zhang Shenma successfully completed the task, Hannibal first congratulated him, then immediately sent out a 200 yuan red envelope. At this moment, everyone's excitement was ignited by this thrilling scene, and they hurriedly opened the red envelopes, eager to become the next Luck King. Unfortunately, this time I only grabbed a few dollars, and the Luck King title went to Zhou Jingji. Immediately, Hannibal sent a message stating that in the second round of the game, Luck King Zhou Jingji had to touch Wang Cici's chest, with a time limit of 1 hour. Wang Cici, as the class sports representative, is a typical tough girl, and everyone is hesitant to provoke her. Faced with such a task, she firmly refused to participate and stated that if Li Ping dared to touch her, she would kill him. In an instant, the previously high spirits cooled down, and classmates began to discuss in the group chat, "Wang Cici, you've opened red envelopes too, just deal with it. Oh, this is so boring, and we encounter someone like this right at the start of the game." However, Zhou Jingji is also an honest person. He didn't want to play such a sleazy game in the first place. Seeing Wang Cici's strong resistance, he lost the desire to complete the task. But at this moment, Hannibal sent a smiley emoji, reminding Zhou Jingji that if he didn't complete the task, he would face a punishment. Seeing Hannibal say this, Wang Cici instantly exploded with anger and sent 5 images of kitchen knives in the group chat, saying, "If I say I'm not playing, I'm not playing. You can play with whoever you want. His punishment has nothing to do with me." After Wang Cici's outburst, everyone fell silent. I thought this matter would pass just like that, but after returning to the dormitory from evening study, Hannibal suddenly sent a message in the group. In the second round, Luck King Zhou Jingji failed the game, and the punishment is a high-altitude drop. This punishment sparked a lot of discussion among the classmates in the group, and they thought it was some exciting project, playfully teasing Zhou Jingji about tomorrow's game experience. However, strangely enough, he hasn't replied to any messages in the group since then. At that moment, Hannibal sent a smiling emoji, indicating that he would continue sending red envelopes tomorrow morning. Everyone should get ready, the game has just begun. I glanced at the messages in the group and then closed it to read my novel. Since there were no red envelopes to grab that night, I didn't care about any punishment like falling from a height. Little did I know, things had escalated to an unmanageable level. During the morning reading class the next day, everyone seemed still immersed in yesterday's red envelope game. Many people quietly sent messages in the group, asking Hannibal when the game would start. However, I found it strange that Zhou Jingji's seat remained empty. I had no idea where he had gone. I thought for a moment and asked in the group, "Zhou Zhang, why aren't you in class yet?" But Zhou Jingji never replied. Suddenly, an ominous premonition filled my mind. Other classmates in the class joked, "Zhou Jingji, you weren't punished by Hannibal with a fall from a height, were you?" Just then, Zhou Jingji suddenly burst in through the door. However, he didn't return to his seat. Instead, he ran up to the podium, staring blankly at me. Everyone was staring at him in unison, unsure of what he was up to. At that moment, Zhou Jingji suddenly grinned, dashed toward the corridor, and jumped off the 5th floor. With a dull thud, Zhou Jingji's twisted body lay in a pool of blood downstairs, leaving the entire class stunned by the incident. The homeroom teacher and school officials quickly arrived at the scene and promptly called the police. However, when the police arrived, they found something strange. They examined Zhou Jingji's body and found no abnormalities before his death. Additionally, the surveillance footage showed that no one had approached him prior, making his death a mystery. Just as we were still in shock, Hannibal sent another message in the group. "The punishment is over, the second round of the game is unfinished, and the next lucky player will continue from the last round until it's completed. Everyone, continue to grab the red envelopes." He then sent another red envelope. This time, everyone was no longer excited. Instead, they were somewhat angry. Many classmates started cursing in the group, saying, "Zhou Jingji just died, do you have any humanity? Enough is enough." I saw Wang Sisi sitting in her seat, trembling. She also sent a message, "I don't know who you are in the class or if we have any grudges, but just because you have money doesn't mean you're great. Can you at least respect the deceased?" But Hannibal seemed completely unconcerned. He simply sent a faint smile and stated that once the game began, it couldn't end. He reminded everyone that since they had agreed and accepted his money, they were obligated to complete the game. Moreover, leaving the group or informing outsiders would also result in punishment. He added that if no one grabbed the red envelopes, he would designate who would play. The hot-tempered classmate exploded in the group chat, "You idiot, do you think you're the king? You can just impose punishments? Zhou Jingji's death was just an accident. Do you dare to admit you killed him?" But Hannibal almost instantly replied, "I killed him." That statement sent a shock through me. My intuition told me he wasn't joking. By this time, some timid classmates had started claiming their red envelopes. With someone leading the way, no one wanted to fall behind, and soon the envelopes were all snatched up. I let out a long sigh, relieved that I wasn't the lucky one this time. This time, the lucky one was Sun Chinho. After class, I went to the restroom, and when I returned, I saw a fight breaking out in the classroom. I quickly asked Luifa, who was watching the commotion, "What's going on?" Luifa shrugged and said that Sun Chinho was cowardly. He probably believed Hannibal's words in the group chat and was afraid of punishment. So, after class, he secretly groped Wang Sisi when she wasn't paying attention. At this point, Wang Sisi's eyes were already red from crying. She furiously pointed at Sun Chinho and shouted, "You better return my clean bowl. Do you think someone like you can touch me? Just wait and see if I don't beat you to death." Sun Chinho, probably fed up himself, shook off Wang Sisi's hand and started shouting back, "You've hit me enough already. You killed Zhou Jingji and now you want to kill me too? If it weren't for you not letting him touch you, would he have jumped off the building?" Wang Sisi was momentarily speechless after being yelled at by Sun Shin's beast. She buried her face on the table and started crying. However, no one came forward to comfort her. Some laughed at the spectacle, while others analyzed who in the class was playing the role of this Hannibal. At that moment, Hannibal sent a new message in the group, "Sun Shin's beast, the game is complete, and the red envelope amount has been upgraded to 300 yuan. The third round of the game begins, and the luckiest player must kiss Lu Ruyan for 30 seconds, with 1 hour to complete it." When I saw the content of the third round, I couldn't hold back and directly questioned Hannibal, "Do you dare to reveal who you are? It's just a game, but can we have some boundaries?" Other classmates began to echo my sentiments, saying, "Yeah, Lu Ruyan is my goddess. Can we stop playing these dirty games? It's really frustrating." Yet, human nature is hard to predict. Some quietly snatched the red envelope, just like last time. As long as someone leads, the rest follow quickly. Thinking about how Lu Ruyan would be kissed by someone soon made me anxious, so I hurriedly opened the red envelope. To my disappointment, the luckiest player turned out to be the one giving away their head. Although the one giving away their head was a bit of a slacker, they had a sense of loyalty and started cursing in the group chat using voice messages, "Do you dare to let me know who you are? Do you really think I'm just messing around? I'm not playing this game today, let's see what you do to me. It was clear that the one giving away their head was genuinely angry. They already had a short temper, and with connections to the outside world, I believe Hannibal would definitely face consequences if he got caught by them. Lu Ruyan is the class beauty, sweet-looking, and with an amazing figure. The line of admirers stretches from our class to the school gate, but she has turned them all down to focus on her studies. I've liked her for a long time too, but I've never had the courage to confess. When Lu Ruyan saw Hannibal's message, she quickly sent an awkward emoji. Everyone, stop playing around and focus on class. Throughout it all, Hannibal didn't reply at all, and everyone seemed to take it lightly. Meanwhile, I kept thinking that with just an hour left, that's only 1.5 classes. If giving away a kill means not playing the game, would there be a punishment? I silently hoped that Zhou Jingji's death was just a coincidence. If giving away a kill turns out to be fine after an hour, I would immediately leave the group. But as time passed, for some reason, I started to feel more and more anxious. I noticed Lu Ruyan sitting in front of me. Her expression was starting to become anxious as she occasionally looked back at the person giving away kills. The one giving away kills also seemed restless, looking around nervously. I knew that although everyone talked tough, deep down, they were just as scared as I was. Just halfway through the class, Hannibal suddenly sent a message in the group. There are 5 minutes left until the end of the third game. I quickly looked around the classroom to see who was on their phone, but I couldn't find any clues. No one responded. First, we were in class, and second, no one knew what would happen in 5 minutes. Time flew by, and when the 5 minutes were up, Hannibal sent a message in the group right on time. Game time is up. The one giving away kills didn't finish the game, and the punishment is chilling. Like the other classmates, I gasped in surprise, and everyone turned to look at the one who was going to be punished. After all, punishment was inevitable. However, the one being punished remained indifferent, shaking his body and showing a disdainful expression. The math teacher slammed the desk and shouted, "What are you all staring at? What nonsense are you up to? Stand up." Hearing the teacher's words, the one being punished awkwardly stood up, and at that moment, he didn't forget to reply to a silly message in the group chat on his phone. But just as he stood up, he tripped over something and suddenly lurched forward. On his desk stood a pen with the tip facing up. I had seen him stick it there himself. I only heard him grunt, and then he fell completely still. At that moment, the classmate sitting next to him screamed that someone was dead, and the classroom instantly erupted into chaos. The math teacher rushed over, calling for an ambulance while checking the condition of the one being punished. Then, trembling, he quickly instructed everyone to gather on the playground. The police would arrive soon to handle the situation. Seeing the terrible state of the one being punished, I felt my legs go weak. Is this the feeling of sheer terror? I was afraid not only of his condition but also that Hannibal's words seemed to be true. Once everyone had evacuated to the playground, Hannibal sent another message in the group, "Punishment completed. Now let's continue grabbing red envelopes. The luckiest one gets to kiss Lu Ruyan for 30 seconds. If anyone fails to grab a red envelope, they will take the place of the punished and face the penalty." Hearing Hannibal's insane rules, everyone was on the brink of collapse, staring at their phones in confusion. Many female classmates began to cry, trembling as they said, "I don't want to die. I'm just an ordinary student, not particularly clever. I just hope this is really just a game." For now, all I can do is carefully observe everyone in the class to catch this Hannibal. At that moment, I saw Lu Ruyan standing alone on the side, her eyes seemingly filled with tears. I wanted to go comfort her, but her friends got to her first. A terrifying atmosphere instantly spread in everyone's hearts. To avoid punishment, some classmates had already started grabbing the red envelopes. Reluctantly, I picked up my phone and opened the red envelope. The moment I saw the amount, my scalp went numb. It was 4 yuan. Upon learning that I was the luckiest one, my classmates began to murmur. Some expressed sympathy while others reveled in my misfortune. I sighed bitterly. Now that I was the luckiest one, what should I do? Did I really have to accept Hannibal's punishment? I had seen Zhou Jingji's fate firsthand, and just thinking about it made my heart race. I frowned and turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was gazing back at me with a complicated expression. Lu Ruyan is the goddess in my heart, as well as in many boys' hearts. If she kissed me, she probably wouldn't want to at all. Just as we locked eyes, several police cars drove into the school. I remembered what Hannibal said in the group, looked around at my classmates who seemed a bit numb with fear, and quickly shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. Do you remember Hannibal's words? 2 classmates have already died, and I don't want anyone else to die. We must take the initiative, but until we find out who Hannibal is, we still need to keep his request for secrecy. We can't share this information with others. I hope everyone can adjust their mindset and not let anything slip." I had a decent standing in class, and many people nodded in agreement since no one wanted to be punished. My good friend Louis swore he would stand by me right away. However, some boys looked at me with disdain, saying, "What about your game with Lu Ruyan? Are you prepared to make a sacrifice? Don't think that by saying a few noble words, we'll let you get close to Lu Ruyan." The two speaking were Wu Yunqing and Zhang Bin, who had been pursuing Lu Ruyan for half a year. They weren't good students to begin with, but after being repeatedly rejected by her, they surprisingly became good brothers. I turned my head in silence, perhaps in their minds. My life is worth more than just a kiss from Lu Ruyan. Louis was infuriated and shouted at them, "Do you even know what's happening right now? What's wrong with a kiss? Is it more important than a life? Besides, even if you stop them from kissing, you two idiots still won't be able to catch up with Lu Ruyan." Louis's words instantly made the two of them furious. "You say that one more time, and I swear I'll take you down right here." Seeing that they were about to fight, I quickly grabbed Louis Fa. This is not the time for a brawl. Just then, a few police officers happened to walk over together. The leading fat police officer kept frowning. He glanced at us and then sat down several meters away, starting to question us one by one. In fact, after I warned them, I wasn't worried they would slip up, as no one would joke about their own life. It was me who was anxious. It was only half an hour left when it was finally my turn. Taking a deep breath, I walked over to the fat police officer. He first asked me to describe the scene of the death, while the young officer next to him took notes. But just as I was halfway through my account, the fat police officer waved his hand to stop me, saying there was no need to take notes. Everyone's statements were the same. Frustrated by the unanimous testimonies, he felt very irritable. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly called me back seriously. "You're the last one in your group to give a statement. I need to tell you something. What happened in your group is not just a simple coincidence. A case happened here 7 years ago too. If you know anything, you must tell me. Remember, you must tell me." He emphasized the last two sentences deliberately. I was torn inside about whether to trust this officer, but Hannibal's words kept swirling in my mind, so I could only grit my teeth and shake my head. The chubby police officer lowered his head in disappointment, forced a smile, patted my shoulder, and signaled his men to leave. I watched him go with a sense of relief. Perhaps this person could really help us in the end. Also, what was that case from 7 years ago he mentioned? Suddenly, I realized I didn't have much time left. I glanced at my phone. There were about 10 minutes remaining. At the same time, I saw an unread message. It was a text from Lu Ruyan. "I'm waiting for you in the cafeteria. Hurry over." I was a bit excited to receive a message from Lu Ruyan. I gripped my phone tightly but forced myself to calm down, then quickly ran toward the cafeteria. Soon, I spotted Lu Ruyan standing in the corner. When he saw me approaching, he blushed and lowered his head a bit. I pretended to walk over calmly, but the closer I got, the faster my heart raced. I stammered, "Lu Ruyan, did you want to see me?" Lu Ruyan shyly looked at me, bit his lip, and softly asked, "Natsum, have you always liked me?" His question was so straightforward that I was momentarily taken aback. In the end, I nodded. Thinking about it, I felt a bit cowardly. As I spoke, Lu Ruyan actually took a step closer to me, and I could smell a faint fragrance. At that moment, Lu Ruyan said, "What you just said in front of your classmates is what I hope for too. I don't want to see any more classmates die. Since you like me, I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend. But there's a condition: you must rank in the top 20 of the class by the end of the term. This kiss will be a wager. If you can't do it, you'll never get another chance in your life." After saying that, Lu Ruyan suddenly reached out with both hands and wrapped them around my neck. I felt dizzy. It was my first time being close to a girl, and I believed it was her first kiss too. In that moment, I seemed to forget everything until my phone in my pocket vibrated. Lu Ruyan and I both shuddered and let go of each other. She bit her lip and quietly asked if the 30 seconds were up. If it was, we should hurry back. I nodded, took a deep breath, and then looked at Lu Ruyan with determination in my eyes. "I won't let you down at the end of the term. I will definitely be your boyfriend and protect you well." Lu Ruyan just pursed her lips to suppress a laugh, swayed her body, and muttered, "Who cares?" Then she walked ahead of me toward the classroom. When we returned to the classroom, I noticed that everyone's gaze toward us had changed, especially Wu Yunqing and Zhang Bin, whose eyes seemed like they wanted to kill me. I knew that from now on, my relationship with them would be strained. However, what puzzled me was whether they had seen me kissing Lu Ruyan in the cafeteria just now. After sitting down, I casually took out my phone and discovered that Hannibal had sent a message in the group earlier. "Natsum has completed the game, and the red envelope amount has increased to 400 yuan. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned red. I have to admit, I felt a little smug inside. After all, not everyone gets to kiss the goddess. At that moment, Hannibal sent another message: "Classmates, continue to grab the red envelopes. The game is about to start. Wang will play poker with Wu Lily, starting now." As soon as Hannibal sent that message, many classmates started yelling, "That's too much. You're forcing her to get punished. Wu Lily has a boyfriend, you know." I have been ignoring the messages in the group chat because I feel that saying anything there is pointless and will only attract Hannibal's attention. We still don't know who Hannibal is, we have no suspects, and the most important thing is to find a way to crack the game, not to complain in the group chat. Jin Xiaofeng slammed the table fiercely, raging at us, "None of you better lay a finger on my woman. It's best if you don't even think about it. Whoever gets lucky, be prepared to face the consequences, or don't blame me for being rude." Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lily are in a romantic relationship. They often show affection publicly, and everyone in the class knows about it. Jin Xiaofeng is notorious for being petty and taking advantage of being a second-generation rich kid. He often causes a scene over trivial matters in class, and no one can stop him. I suspect Zhao Lily is with him just for his money. After Jin Xiaofeng spoke, everyone fell silent. Then Hannibal sent a message, "To increase the fun of the game, if it remains unfinished, both parties will be punished." Jin Xiaofeng exploded, saying in the group chat, "Damn it, Zhao Lily is my woman. I order you to cancel this game. I'll pay you. What's your price?" I know that many in the class don't like Jin Xiaofeng. They enjoy the drama and feel relieved seeing his woman being targeted by someone else. Some try to flatter him, saying in the chat, "Yeah, let's change the game. This one is getting too serious. Jingu already offered you money. Don't push it. Let it go." Hannibal remained silent throughout. It was Friday, and after school, everyone hurried home. I wanted to wait for Lu Ruyan, but her father picked her up, so I had to take the bus alone. On the bus, I took out my phone and saw that many in the group were already grabbing red envelopes. I chuckled. Despite what they say, with so many people in the class, there are always some bold ones who take the lead. The red envelopes were quickly grabbed, and this time, Yi Jin was the lucky one. Yi Jin sent an expression of speechlessness, and then Jin Xiaofeng started cursing in the group chat. I couldn't be bothered to watch him act like a mad dog, so I turned off my phone, closed my eyes, and pondered over the events of the past few days. Luckily, we had 2 days for this game, so I could calm down and think things through. Yi Jin used to be Wang Rui's follower. When Wang Rui died, he lost his support. Jin Xiaofeng would never allow Yi Jin to touch Zhao Lily. If we don't find a way to crack the game this time, both he and Zhao Lily will be punished. I remembered what the chubby policeman told me. The case from 7 years ago? What really happened 7 years ago, and why has no one ever mentioned it? Time flies when you're lost in thought. When I got home, I quickly ate dinner, poured a glass of water, and told my mom I needed to study. I locked my room, turned on the computer, and searched for information. Our school didn't have much history, mostly news about school leaders. However, when I searched for keywords, I found a piece of news about our county. It mentioned a small village in our county where over 60 people had died in a row, with blood flowing like a river in the village. Only livestock and one survivor remained. The survivor was sent to a mental hospital that same day, and the case was classified as a red case by the country, with no results to this day. This news was like an announcement, with no pictures or real names, not even the name of the village. I specifically looked up the definition of a red case. Most of the time, a red case refers to a supernatural event, a case that cannot be solved by human means and is marked as red. Just thinking about it made me shiver, and I suddenly felt the temperature around me drop significantly. Hannibal's appearance has led to the deaths of 2 people in our class, and the way they died was exactly as Hannibal specified. This is not just a simple coincidence. In other words, if Hannibal is a malevolent spirit, then we are almost waiting to be played to death. Shaking my head, the more I thought about it, the more terrified I became, so I quickly closed the web page. At that moment, I received a message on my phone from Lu Ruyan. She sent a crying cat emoji and asked, "Xiangnan, what are you doing?" I replied with a mischievous expression, "Nothing, just missing you, hee hee." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at me and then asked, "Seriously, what should we do about Yi Jin and Zhao Lily? I'm so scared that when Monday comes, they will face punishment." Actually, Lu Ruyan's question stumped me. I also wanted to know how to save them because if it's them this time, it could easily be me or Lu Ruyan next. But right now, I really have no way to help. I could only reluctantly say, "It's okay, there's always a solution to things. Jin Xiaofeng is so rich, maybe he will find someone to help." Well, I'm still very scared. I'm afraid it will be my turn next. I dare not even open the WeChat group now. Don't worry, I will protect you. Lu Ruyan and I chatted on, saying that I would protect her, but in reality, I had no confidence at all. I could only do my best, sometimes feeling that I was really too insignificant. With only 1 day of vacation, we had to attend makeup classes on Sunday. We arrived at school early in the morning. Just as we reached the school gate, I received a message from Hannibal. Yi Jin and Zhao Lily's mission completed, red envelope upgraded to 500. Damn! Did they really do it? People in the group were as shocked as I was, all clamoring and forgetting about the previous punishments for the deaths. I noticed that Jin Xiaofeng had not said a word throughout, which was unlike him. I knew this was the calm before the storm. I turned off my phone and hurried to the classroom. When I entered, I saw that many people had already arrived. Yi Jin was surrounded by several boys bombarding him with questions, and he looked embarrassed, answering absent-mindedly. Zhao Lily sat alone at her desk, looking somewhat uneasy. Where was Jin Xiaofeng? Just as I thought about it, someone suddenly burst in through the door holding a watermelon knife, startling me. Damn it! Jin Xiaofeng rushed in and headed straight for Yi Jin, cursing nonstop and mercilessly slashing at him with the knife. Luckily, Yi Jin was quick to dodge, or he would have lost half his face. Do you have the guts to mess with people but not the guts to face me? Today, you won't walk out of here alive. Jin Xiaofeng chased after Yi Jin like a mad dog, clearly caring a lot about Zhao Lily. Everyone was too busy dodging to help. If this continued, something bad would happen sooner or later. I had thought that both Yi Jin and Zhao Lily would die, but the current situation seemed different. If Yi Jin was killed by Jin Xiaofeng, it wouldn't be worth it. Yi Jin was so scared that he could only run around his seat. Accidentally tripping over a chair, he fell right in front of me, looking panicked. Seeing Jin Xiaofeng running past me, I gathered my courage and grabbed his knife-wielding hand from behind. If he had reached Yi Jin, it could have been the end for him. Let go, you idiot. I couldn't subdue the crazed Jin Xiaofeng on my own. Seeing everyone numbly watching the scene, I shouted, "Are you all blind? Do you want more deaths? Come help me hold him down." A few boys around me finally reacted and helped restrain Jin Xiaofeng, but he still held onto Yi Jin with his other hand. Yi Jin couldn't break free, probably scared by Jin Xiaofeng's red eyes. Trembling, he said, I didn't approach her on my own. Although his voice was low, it stunned Jin Xiaofeng, causing the knife in his hand to fall to the ground, and we let go of him. Jin Xiaofeng turned around in disbelief and looked at Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily couldn't bear the gaze of the whole class, her emotions instantly collapsed, crying out, "Yes, it's me. It's me! Who made me unlucky to be arranged for this game?" Yes, I contacted him first, arranged the time to book the room. Xiaofeng, you only care about your own reputation. Have you ever thought that if he and I didn't go, it would be us who end up dead, not you? I was closest to Jin Xiaofeng. I could see the muscles at the corners of his mouth trembling with anger. He spat on the ground, fiercely cursing Zhao Lily, "Damn bitch. It's my damn bad luck." Although Jin Xiaofeng stopped, the atmosphere suddenly became even more tense, as I saw Zhao Lily clenching her fists, seemingly holding back something, and her best friend Zhangya standing beside her, also looking at Jin Xiaofeng with a complicated expression. I always felt that there was something wrong with all of them. At this moment, Yi Jin also quietly stood up, about to slip away, but was kicked down by Jin Xiaofeng. Even if this bitch took the initiative, don't you know how to refuse? This matter is not over between us. Jin Xiaofeng pointed at Yi Jin, then glared at Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at Jin Xiaofeng, "Enough! Jin Xiaofeng, what right do you have to call me a bitch? Do you think I don't know about your conversations with Zhangya on WeChat? You call each other husband and wife so affectionately, and deliberately left me out. Was that necessary? Isn't it just that you, Jin Xiaofeng, enjoy the thrill of cheating? My God!" Hearing Zhao Lily's words, I just felt incredulous, considering we were only in high school. Most of the classmates around me, like me, were very surprised and started discussing. Jin Xiaofeng, being exposed by Zhao Lily like this, looked at her in surprise, then his expression turned angry. For these wealthy young men, face was more important than anything else, and Zhao Lily exposing him undoubtedly made him lose face in public. Now that Zhao Lily had spoken out, it didn't matter anymore, but Zhangya, who was standing on the side, was embarrassed. Most of the classmates didn't discuss Jin Xiaofeng much, they talked more about Zhangya, as in their eyes, Zhangya was like a third party in the adult world. Zhangya is indeed so despicable, usually so promiscuous, never thought she would secretly flirt with brother Feng. This Zhangya probably will end up being kept by someone in the future. Sigh. People were talking one after another, some gossipers deliberately raised their voices, clearly for Zhangya to hear. Zhangya's face turned red to the base of her neck. I noticed she discreetly glanced at Jin Xiaofeng, but Jin Xiaofeng just turned his head, completely ignoring her. Although we were all classmates, this kind of scandal spreading around was uncomfortable for anyone, especially for a girl. I thought this matter would just pass, but Zhangya probably didn't want to bear this burden alone, so she bit her lip and stood up. I admit to what happened between Xiaofeng and me, but, Zhao Lily? Are you willing to admit what's going on with you? Zhao Lili never expected Zhang Ye to suddenly come out and speak about her. After all, they were good friends. Zhang Ye? Zhao Lili obviously knew what Zhang Ye was talking about, frowned and called out. Zhang Ye smiled slyly, raised her voice and said, "Remember the last time we went to the pedestrian street, a handsome college student approached you, have you forgotten?" After being exposed by Zhang Ye, Zhao Lili shook her head uncomfortably, seemingly not intending to explain. Everyone was once again stunned by these two girls. Even Jin Xiaofeng seemed unaware of this incident, watching Zhao Lili shaking her head continuously. After the two girls finished speaking, they fell silent, truly the most venomous creatures, terrifying. At that moment, the bell for class rang. I finally came to my senses. The stories of these three classmates were indeed too sensational. I could hardly imagine this happening in a high school class, especially between two girls. I knew that their relationship would never be repaired. Everyone gradually returned to their seats, except for Jin Xiaofeng, who couldn't be persuaded. When the teacher came in and saw Jin Xiaofeng standing in front of the desk, she asked him, "What's wrong? Hurry back to your seat, it's time for class." Jin Xiaofeng clenched his fists and suddenly shouted, then rushed out of the classroom. I was shocked, thinking he might do something drastic like Pang did, so I quickly followed him outside, relieved to see him just running downstairs. When he came back, despite being scolded by the teacher, I felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the WeChat group, which had been quiet for so long, finally showed some activity. Hannibal still had a smiley face, then said, "A new round of the game has begun, let's continue grabbing red packets. This time, the Luck King can release the game on my behalf, any game will do." After that, he instantly sent a red packet of 500. This game seems safe, anyway, no matter how we grab, we are all in this together. Yeah, Hannibal seems back to normal. As long as the Luck King plays a game casually, we are all safe. Seeing Hannibal's words, I also felt reassured, thinking that the previous gloom could be over, but little did I know, this game was just the beginning. I grabbed over 50 this time, too bad I'm not the Luck King. Damn, I only got $10. Who is the Luck King? I suddenly noticed a pattern. It seemed that once a classmate became the Luck King, they wouldn't continue to grab, maybe because there were too many people in our class. Everyone was curious about who the Luck King was, discussing eagerly. After a few minutes, someone in the group shouted, "The Luck King is Jin Xiaofeng." Jin Xiaofeng. Did he also participate in grabbing the red packets this time? I thought he was upset and wouldn't join, but after running out of the classroom, he was secretly grabbing, with good luck. However, something felt off. Why did I feel uneasy when he was the Luck King? I glanced at Eugene sitting in his seat, trembling all over, and suddenly understood. If Jin Xiaofeng was the Luck King, he could choose someone to play a game, and if he wanted to retaliate, he could choose someone to play an extreme game, which Eugene seemed to have realized. Hannibal sent a smiley face, as if everything was under his control, then said, "Luck King, please choose a game." Jin Xiaofeng quickly replied with a few words, "I want Eugene dead. I want him dead. He must die today. Oh no." I quickly typed, "Jin Xiaofeng, calm down, this isn't right, we are all classmates." Jin Xiaofeng didn't respond to me, but Zhao Lili also started to message, "Xiaofeng, I know it's my fault, please take back your words, what Shangnan said is right, we are all classmates, let's not cause any more trouble." Except for a few individuals, most of the class was united, urging Jin Xiaofeng to retract his command in the group chat. However, Jin Xiaofeng remained silent. When everyone quieted down, Hannibal typed a line, "In this game, Eugene must die within 8 hours. Die? So direct? Is this game just Eugene playing a death game alone? I was speechless. Originally everyone could have been safe, but Jin Xiaofeng had once again caused a stir. Eugene sat nervously at his desk, head down. I knew, deep down, he was the most innocent one. Glancing at the time, 8 hours later would be midnight. As long as we made it past midnight, the time limit would expire, proving that Hannibal's game could be broken. I felt we couldn't just wait and see, we had to actively find a way to save him. After class, I gathered my courage and ran to the platform, asking everyone to be quiet. I spoke earnestly, "Dear classmates, our class has experienced too much because of Hannibal's game. As I mentioned before, I don't want to lose any more classmates. So, we must unite and not sit idly by. We need to actively find a way to break this game. Since the game is about making Yi die within 8 hours, we must do our best to protect Yi. As long as we pass the 8 hours without Yi dying, it proves that Hannibal's game can be cracked. Starting now, I will protect Yi throughout. I hope everyone can help." I thought that after my speech, there would be warm applause, but to my surprise, everyone looked at me numbly. No one echoed me except for Yi, who looked grateful. Others seemed uninterested in my words. Of course, Lu Ruyan always supported me, but she was timid and didn't dare to speak up. At that moment, the class monitor, Qin Yong, stood up. He had strong influence in the class, usually not taking the lead, including this game where he had been silent. But this time, he took the initiative to speak up. I think Shangnan makes sense. Instead of being at the mercy of others, we should fight back. Think about it, this game has no end. What if the next one is you? I will protect ye along with Shangnan. As the class monitor, with him taking the lead, everyone enthusiastically raised their hands. Without further ado, we voluntarily placed Yi in the middle of the classroom, surrounded by the monitor and a few other trustworthy classmates. We collected all sharp objects like knives and pens. Even going to the restroom, he had 2 people protecting him. As time passed by, we didn't return to the dormitory after evening self-study because there were too many things there. We felt safer staying in the classroom. Once it passed midnight, it would mean we succeeded. I asked Lu Ruyan to go back to the dormitory to rest first, and I would inform her if anything happened. Thus, about 10 students voluntarily stayed in the classroom. Yi still sat in the center, surrounded by others. It was late at night, so we turned off the lights to avoid being noticed. The classroom was dim, with only faint light seeping in from outside. Yi hadn't eaten in the afternoon, so I handed him a piece of bread. He was so grateful that he almost cried, smiling at me. Thank you, Xiangnan. Without you, I don't know what I would do. It's nothing, don't think too. Before I could finish, there was a loud bang. The ceiling fan in the classroom suddenly fell without warning, hitting Yi on the head. He was still holding the bread in his mouth, eyes wide open as he slumped on the table, blood and flesh scattered on his head. The warm blood splattered on my face. We stood in silence in the classroom. In the dim room, with Yi already dead, the bloodstains on the faces of my classmates and me made it seem like we had collectively killed him. I could hardly catch my breath. The warm and sticky blood on my face kept sliding down my neck. I quickly wiped my face, gritted my teeth, and reluctantly reached out to check Ye's nose, confirming that he was already dead. Quick, call the police. I trembled and looked at the class monitor, Qin Yong, who was also visibly shaken, nodding before fumbling for his phone. Just as Qin Yong took out his phone, all our phones rang simultaneously, startling everyone. I checked my phone and saw a message in the group chat. Hannibal had sent a smiling emoji, which to me, looked like the face of a devil. Yi completed the task without punishment. Tomorrow morning, more red envelopes will be sent. Enjoy the game, classmates. The smell of Ye's blood lingered in the air. Even though he was the 3rd classmate to die, I still found it hard to accept. Hannibal could control our life and death at will, and the condition for survival was each game he designated. I glanced at the time, it was just midnight now, we were so close. Obviously, none of my classmates had slept yet. They were all very concerned about the situation here upon seeing Hannibal's message. We looked at each other, the monitor and a few other classmates seemed very guilty. I had to pick up my phone and say, I'm sorry, we couldn't protect Yi Jin, he's dead. Everyone was curious about Yi Jin's cause of death, and discussions started buzzing. Ah, dead? Oh my god. Couldn't the 10 of you stop him from dying? Was it that you didn't protect him properly, or did Hannibal kill him? After sending the message, Qin Yong slammed his fist on the table in frustration. I was angry too. I didn't even know how to respond to my classmates. Should I say that Yi Jin died under the protection of more than 10 of us, killed by a fan? Who exactly is this Hannibal? The police and teachers arrived quickly. To protect the scene, we didn't leave. Luckily, there were surveillance cameras in the school, so our every move was recorded. Otherwise, the blood on us would have been hard to explain. Yi Jin's death was once again ruled as accidental, and we were just criticized by the teachers. After cooperating with the police to finish recording our statements, it was almost dawn. Qin Yong called me to go out for steamed buns. On the way, Qin Yong suddenly whispered, Xiang Nan, I think you are the most rational in our class. Do you think these incidents in our class are just coincidences? His question hit me hard. I wished it was a coincidence, but how likely was that? 3 lives had already been lost. I could only shake my head and say I didn't know. Qin Yong sighed and after a few steps, he suddenly said, I don't know if you believe it, but I think our class has encountered a ghost this time. A ghost? A ghost was just a term from movies. I had thought about it, but in real life, I was a bit skeptical. Qin Yong nodded, furrowing his brows. Yes, a ghost. My grandfather is an old man. He told me that when a person dies with resentment, it turns into a ghost, invisible, and can possess others to harm people. To get rid of it, you have to find out why it holds a grudge. I nodded vaguely, pondering Qin Yong's words. Suddenly, I remembered the information I had found on the computer at home on Saturday. The village where many people had died was in our county. If our class was really being targeted by some ghost, could Hannibal be from that village? I asked Qin Yong, can you ask your grandfather to help us? Qin Yong seemed hesitant, sighed, and said, my grandfather is not in good health. His condition has worsened in recent years. I'm worried about his health, but if more people in our class die, I will have to ask him to come. Okay. In that moment, my impression of Chin Young improved significantly. No wonder he was so popular and even the teachers liked him. At a time like this, he could still put others before himself. Chin Young and I had some steamed buns together, and he insisted on treating me. I couldn't refuse, and that's how Chin Young and I became good buddies, which was quite interesting. The police were handling Yi Jin's death in the classroom, so in the morning, our class was asked to study in the dormitory. Since I hadn't slept all night, I just freshened up a bit and prepared to rest. I answered the questions from my dorm mates casually because I really didn't want to bring up last night's scene. Just as I lay down, Hannibal sent a message in the WeChat group. A new red envelope game has started. This time, the Luck King will face punishment. After saying that, he sent a 500 yuan red envelope. The Luck King will be punished? Who would want to grab that? Is it this direct now? Yesterday, Yi Jin died directly. Today the Luck King will die directly. Why not just let us all die together? I'm not grabbing it. The Luck King will still face punishment. What's there to grab? Damn! Don't fight over it. If you have the guts, let's die together. Right. Exactly. Stop being impulsive. Don't fight. My eyes lit up. Yes. This time, everyone spontaneously refrained from grabbing the red envelopes, and it seemed to be effective. If no one grabbed the red envelopes, I don't believe Hannibal could make us all die at once. That's right. This time, everyone unexpectedly united and not a single person touched the red envelopes. I really wonder what Hannibal is thinking right now. Would he be furious? Anyway, after waiting for a while, Hannibal remained silent. Hopefully he compromised. As I kept watching, I fell asleep. After all, I was too tired from last night. I slept until noon, only to be awakened by messages in the WeChat group. I groggily picked up my phone, and Hannibal had replied, "Since no one wants to grab the red envelopes, that's fine. From now on, you don't have to fight for them. I'll just send them directly." I always felt there was more to Hannibal's words, and indeed, he continued. "So, the new game is this, Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lily, you guys vote for one person. The one with more votes will receive a 500 yuan red envelope from me. The one with fewer votes will face punishment. If you don't vote, both of them will be punished. 24 hours limit, game on." Hannibal came up with a new twist again, and I finally understood. His goal was to have someone die in every game, and the ones who died always had conflicts. Each game instruction of his was meant to tear apart our emotions, first destroying the relationships between us classmates, turning us against each other, and then killing one person. How despicable. I couldn't help but send a message in the group. It was truly heartfelt. Unexpectedly, Hannibal replied to me, "Very good, Shangnan is very active, so you will be the referee. You will be responsible for counting the votes." I slapped myself hard. None of the classmates dared to speak in the WeChat group anymore, but a few guys in the dormitory started discussing. With this kind of game, we will be played to death sooner or later. Damn! It's all because I couldn't resist the red envelopes. I wonder who this Hannibal really is, so sinister. Is he a ghost? I didn't join their discussion. Instead, I quietly put on my clothes because their words reminded me of what Chin Young said. If Hannibal was really a vengeful spirit, then he must have grievances, and I needed to find out what they were. The school wasn't that big. As long as I asked around, I would surely find some clues. I first went to the cafeteria because I remembered there was an older man working there. The cafeteria was empty at that time. As I slowly walked towards the place where they boiled water, a man in his 30s stopped me and asked what I was doing. After thinking for a moment, I asked, "Uncle, I want to ask, is the oldest master in the cafeteria here?" The man, smoking a cigarette, looked me up and down and said, "You're from class 9 of the 12th grade, right? I heard 3 people from your class died recently." I nodded quickly, thinking I finally met someone who understood. The man spat out smoke and smiled, saying, "You kids all want to play the hero like Renjie. You're the 4th one to ask me. Let me tell you, this matter of the dead is no small thing. If you can figure it out, why would the police be needed, right? Also, let me tell you again, the only old man who worked here for over 7 years in the cafeteria passed away at home last week, so now there are only new employees here, got it?" After hearing his words, I nodded, somewhat disappointed. But I did get some information. First of all, I should be glad that I wasn't the only one investigating this matter now. There were 3 people ahead of me. As I walked out of the cafeteria's back door, I kept thinking, which 3 people in the class started investigating early? I had to team up with them. My own strength alone wouldn't be enough. Not long after I walked out, I saw Lu Ruyan at the cafeteria entrance, holding a lunchbox. I walked over with a smile and said, "Chunxiao, why are you standing here? Are you waiting for me?" Lu Ruyan blushed as soon as I teased her, and she gave me a white look, saying, "Who's waiting for you? I just finished eating and stood here to get some fresh air." I noticed her lunchbox was full of food. Regardless of whether it was for me or not, I shamelessly grabbed it and said, "Well, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll help myself, hee." Chunchao rolled her eyes but didn't refuse. I guessed she might actually be waiting for me but was too shy to admit it. Since all the students had finished eating, the cafeteria was empty. I found a seat by the window, started eating hungrily. These days, even though I hadn't been doing much, I always felt low on energy, so I ate a lot. The key thing was that Lu Ruyan had prepared the meal for me. Chunchao rested her face on her hand, sitting across from me, and said thoughtfully, "Xiangnan, who is this Hannibal in the WeChat group? We didn't provoke him, why won't he leave us alone? And this voting, designating Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lili, who are in a relationship, how can they vote?" Xuanxiao's question mirrored my own concerns. I sighed and said, "The biggest problem now is that we can't resist Hannibal's punishment. Whoever he wants to die will die. All we can do is protect ourselves." I paused, put down my chopsticks, and looked at Chunchao, saying, "Chunchao, I really hope nothing happens to you." Chunchao smiled and pursed her lips. I wasn't just saying sweet words, it was genuinely what I felt. Just then, someone ran past the cafeteria outside. I looked up and saw it was Jin Xiaofeng. What was Jin Xiaofeng doing back at school now? I lost my appetite and returned to the classroom with Lu Ruyan. Inside the classroom, everyone was discussing, but now they were cautious, each on their guard. When Jin Xiaofeng entered, no one paid him any attention. He sat quietly at his desk, which surprised me. Soon, the bell for afternoon classes rang, and the teacher began the lesson. I kept thinking about how to handle today's vote. Our class originally had 54 students, 3 had died, leaving 51, a perfect number for a vote. No one dared to speak in the WeChat group now. My phone vibrated, and I received a text message. I noticed that my deskmate, Xiaoming's phone also vibrated. I opened the message, "I'm Jin Xiaofeng. Vote for Zhao Lili tonight, and I'll give you 600 yuan. I frowned, finally understanding why Jin Xiaofeng had returned to school. His impulsiveness had caused Yijin's death, and now he must fully believe Hannibal's words, so he had to campaign in class to ensure his survival. But Zhao Lili was his ex-girlfriend. What kind of man was he? Xiaoming glanced at my phone and shook his head, saying, "Jin Xiaofeng is really something. Mass texting like this, but he does have the power. His dad is in real estate, loaded with money. I heard he gets over 10,000 yuan for pocket money every month, never runs out. Looks like Zhao Lili is in trouble." I had heard about what Xiaoming mentioned, but I couldn't respect Jin Xiaofeng's actions. I decided to do my best to help Zhao Lili. I quietly gathered a group with Chunchao, Xiaoming, and others I had a good relationship with, and we began discussing strategies in the group. At this moment, the bell for the end of class rang. As soon as the teacher left, Jin Xiaofeng strode aggressively to the lectern and loudly declared, "You all read the message I just sent, right? I, Jin Xiaofeng, keep my word. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee you benefits with my integrity." Integrity? Do you even have any integrity? I chuckled to myself, not wanting to pay attention to this coward. I kept observing Zhao Lili, who sat calmly with her head down, appearing unusually composed. I couldn't tell if she was confident or simply indifferent. Time flew by, and today we were supposed to vote for a classmate, so everyone was deep in thought, causing an unusually quiet atmosphere in the classroom. The teacher thought we were still shaken by the events of the past few days and even thought some of us were psychologically affected. He called Qin Yong out to inquire, but Qin Yong naturally remained silent. Along the way, I noticed a suspicious point. Whenever Zhao Lili had a break, she would frequently leave the classroom, and each time she did, a male classmate would follow her. When Zhao Lili returned, she remained calm, but the male student who accompanied her back seemed furtive, as if he had done something deceitful. During the last class in the afternoon, I received another text from Jin Xiaofeng. "I'm Jin Xiaofeng. Remember to vote for Zhao Lili tonight. I'll add another 200 yuan. Those who vote for Zhao Lili will receive 800 yuan from me personally." Damn! This was truly outrageous. During this time, the private group I had set up had gradually grown to include over a dozen people, all brought in by Xiaoming, Qin Yong, and Chunchao, all of whom were trustworthy. The first to reach 26 votes between Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lili would lose. Therefore, these 10+ votes were crucial. In the evening after class, Hannibal sent a message in the WeChat group, 1 hour left until the game ends. Remember to vote. I sighed. What had to happen would happen. I stood up and walked to the lectern, feeling extremely nervous. As I passed by Chunchao, she whispered words of encouragement, which eased my mind a bit. No one was surprised when I stepped onto the platform because Hannibal had previously stated in the group that I would be the referee and tally the votes. I placed a paper tube I had prepared earlier on the lectern and said, "Dear classmates, write the name you want to vote for on a piece of paper, put it in the tube, and I will count the votes one by one. After tossing the first paper with a vote into the tube, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was strange. In theory, our class should have united against Hannibal, but now everyone seemed to be on their own, and I found myself helping Zhao Lily against Jin Xiaofeng. I truly didn't know if what I was doing was right. Xin Yong, as the class monitor, still took the lead, and then everyone began to come up one by one to vote. It was self-study time in the evening, and the teacher usually wouldn't come. Even when the bell rang, our class was still voting. After everyone had voted, I asked, "Has everyone voted? I will start counting now." I swallowed hard, my heart pounding wildly, as every vote in the box was crucial. 1 vote for Jin Xiaofeng. 1 vote for Zhao Lily. 2 votes for Zhao Lily. 3 votes for Zhao Lily. 15 votes for Jin Xiaofeng. 18 votes for Zhao Lily. 25 votes for Jin Xiaofeng. 25 votes for Zhao Lily. Unexpectedly, I thought I might have missed a vote, but after carefully checking the box and recounting the votes, it was still a tie, which meant that one person had not voted yet. Everyone started to get restless. Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lily, the protagonists of the day. Jin Xiaofeng clenched his fists, his face fierce and veins bulging, his expression twisted and terrifying. On the other hand, Zhao Lily remained calm in her seat. Hannibal seemed to be closely watching our voting process and said in the group, 5 minutes left until the voting ends. Everyone tensed up instantly, whispering and discussing among themselves. Jin Xiaofeng suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed loudly, "If anyone hasn't voted yet, give your vote to Zhao Lily, I'll pay $1,000. I nervously scanned the crowd, trying to figure out who hadn't voted. With just 1 vote difference, if Hannibal made the loser die, then this vote would be like a guillotine. Despite everyone discussing and asking each other, no one came forward to vote. The more this went on, the more anxious Jin Xiaofeng became. His breathing grew heavier, and he shouted frantically, $1,500, how about it? No, $2,000. $2,000. Just vote to kill Zhao Lily. I'll pay right away. He even took out his wallet, scattering a stack of money on the floor. The classmates in the room sighed in unison, envious and greedy, but no one dared to pick up the money. I kept observing Zhao Lily, and just then, I saw her suddenly smirk, shake her head, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Sure enough, Zhao Lily slowly stood up, her eyes slightly red, and she raised the piece of paper in her hand, hoarsely saying, "Jin Xiaofeng, you never expected that it was me who didn't vote, right?" Zhao Lily was truly full of surprises. Almost everyone gasped in amazement. I couldn't help but wonder how cunning she was to hold on to her vote until now. Did she predict that it would end in a tie? Jin Xiaofeng was instantly dumbfounded, sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth twitching as if he wanted to curse but then closed it. After all, the outcome was basically decided. Everyone fell silent, all eyes on Jin Xiaofeng, who remained silent. His notorious temper made everyone reluctant to offend him, but Jin Xiaofeng was still unwilling to accept it. Unexpectedly, he forced a smile and said softly to Zhao Lily, "Lily, it was my fault before, I'm sorry. Can we make up? Don't vote for me, I still love you. I'll buy you anything you want, okay?" Honestly, I've seen disgusting people, but never someone this repulsive. Many couldn't bear it anymore, and Xiao Ming beside me cursed, "Zhao Lily, don't believe him, quickly cast your vote, don't waste time with this scum." Yeah, he's a scumbag. I couldn't understand how Jin Xiaofeng had become like this. Surprisingly, everyone's words seemed to have no effect on him now. He shamelessly continued to smile and said to Zhao Lily, "Lily, I know you love me. Don't be angry, be good. I still love you the most. Zhangya is nothing compared to you, everything I said is true." Jin Xiaofeng. Damn it! Zhangya exploded upon hearing this, pointing at Jin Xiaofeng and cursing. She was already despised by everyone, and now with Jin Xiaofeng's words, she couldn't hold back her anger. "Zhao Lily, why hesitate to vote for this scumbag? What are you waiting for?" Indeed, I didn't understand why Zhao Lily was hesitating at this moment. Just vote for Jin Xiaofeng, he's now like a rat in the street, nobody likes him anymore. Money can't change that. Besides, I felt like Jin Xiaofeng might have some mental issues. Zhao Lily's calmness made me a bit scared. This girl, who used to be lively and cheerful, was now unusually calm, smiling even when everyone said something. Jin Xiaofeng was losing his mind, rushing towards Zhao Lily, grabbing her shoulders and shouting, "Lily, Lily, look at me, can you give me another chance?" Seeing Jin Xiaofeng like that, I was afraid he might do something to Zhao Lily, so I quickly pulled him away with Xiao Ming. As we pulled Jin Xiaofeng away, I could feel his arms trembling violently. At that moment, Zhao Lily finally lifted her head, staring at Jin Xiaofeng, and hoarsely asked, "You say you love me, but what if I lose and die, what then?" Jin Xiaofeng hurriedly replied with a serious expression, "Lily, I know everything you said, but I can't lose. I am the only son in my family. If I die, my old man's inheritance will have no one to inherit. It's different for you. You live in the countryside. If something happens to you, your family's matters will become my responsibility, Jin Xiaofeng's responsibility. I guarantee they will never worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Damn it! I couldn't bear it anymore. I rushed up and punched Jin Xiaofeng hard in the face, making his nose bleed instantly. I grabbed his collar and said, Jin Xiaofeng, do you still have any humanity left? After knocking Jin Xiaofeng down, he surprisingly didn't fight back. He completely ignored me, knelt in front of Zhao Lily, his face covered in blood, smiling at her like a dog. I reluctantly let go of him. I knew Jin Xiaofeng had truly gone mad. Xin Yong pulled me away, shaking his head, signaling me to stop. I took a few steps back, and at the same time, Zhao Lily stood up. She didn't pay attention to Jin Xiaofeng but walked alone to the window. Everyone instinctively made way for her. From the side, I saw that she was already crying. I glanced at Xin Yong, who shrugged, indicating he didn't know what she was going to do. Suddenly, Zhao Lily climbed onto the window and jumped out. Ah, no, don't. I rushed to the window at the fastest speed, but all that awaited me was the sound of bones shattering as she fell. At the same time, a piece of paper floated in through the window. I picked it up and saw 3 words written on it, Zhao Lily. Jin Xiaofeng, like a mad dog, rushed to me, snatched the paper, and then laughed wildly with a ferocious expression. See that? See that? You bunch of trash. Zhao Lily, that idiot, didn't choose me in the end. Ha ha, do you dare to challenge me? I clenched my fists, ready to go over and hit him. At that moment, a message came from the WeChat group, voting completed. Zhao Lily received the most votes. Zhao Lily's punishment is to stand on the platform and sing A Little Luck for Everyone, my favorite. What? Is that the only punishment? Hannibal, are you deliberately doing this? Zhao Lily died because of this game, are you crazy? Hannibal rarely replied. Zhao Lily's death was her choice. What does it have to do with me? So, this was the so-called punishment. Punishment wasn't death but just singing a song. We had all misunderstood. I regretted it, holding my head in my hands, thinking I could save everyone, but I was still being toyed with by Hannibal, helpless. Lu Ruyan came over, patted my shoulder, and whispered, "Don't be sad. It's not your fault. You did your best." Jin Xiaofeng, feeling smug, stood in his place, not bothering to wipe the blood I had caused on his face. What surprised me even more was that there were still a few people around him. I couldn't bear to see Jin Xiaofeng anymore, so I just ran out and sat on the empty playground, smoking. The deserted playground helped me calm down. After thinking it over, I realized I needed to investigate Hannibal's actions more closely. Soon, Xiaoming came over and said, "After you left just now, that scumbag Jin Xiaofeng was handing out money to everyone, saying that as long as they followed him, they wouldn't be short of money." Many couldn't resist the temptation. Xiaoming lit a cigarette and continued, "Jin Xiaofeng openly made you his enemy. I reckon he'll come after you in the future. Be careful." I shook my head because I knew that more enemies would come in the future. It wasn't just me. Our once united group had long been divided because of Hannibal's appearance. Many former good friends had turned against each other because of the red envelope game. Oh, there's one more thing. I don't know if you've heard about it. Xiaoming was one of my few good buddies, and I was truly grateful that he shared so much information with me. I gestured for him to continue. "Do you know how Zhao Lily got the votes?" "I don't know. All I know is that whenever she goes out today, there will be a guy following her." "Yes. Just this, Zhao Lily privately messaged all the guys who are interested in her today, asking them to vote for Jin Xiaofeng, and the reward is to let them kiss him." Oh my god. I can only feel my scalp tingling. The heart of the already deceased Zhao Lily is truly ruthless. It's a pity that she still made the choice of death in the end. I wonder if she will think it's worth it after knowing the consequences. I asked Xiaoming how he knew about it. Xiaoming bit his cheek, looking quite angry. Jin Xiaofeng has turned into a mad dog now, biting everyone he sees. With his few lackeys, no one can control him for the time being. He interrogated 2 people, and anyone who went out with Zhao Lily got beaten by him. He even publicly talked about it. He wants to ruin Zhao Lily's reputation. This bastard. I thought to myself, Jin Xiaofeng is truly despicable. I must find a way to deal with him. Xiaoming and I chatted for a while and then returned to the dorm. When I got back to the dorm, I saw my roommate Li Yang's face full of injuries, obviously beaten by Jin Xiaofeng. Because I remember he also went out with Zhao Lily. Li Yang noticed me looking at him, his eyes somewhat evasive. I didn't speak to him and just went to wash the basin. At that moment, Li Yang came over and whispered, "Xiangnan, are you investigating Hannibal's case?" I glanced at him, feeling a bit nervous. I didn't know why he was asking this. After all, investigating Hannibal is not a good thing. If Hannibal finds out, he will definitely try to stop it. Li Yang took me outside the dorm and said, "I'll be direct. 3 of us are investigating this matter." Originally, Zhao Lily was one of them, but unfortunately, she's dead. I saw you going to the back door of the cafeteria that day, and I guessed you must be investigating this too. Now everyone is going crazy, this investigation must be done quietly. So, I want to invite you to join us. I was surprised and put down the plate in my hand, looking at the wound on Li Yang's face, and asked, "You went out with Zhao Lily?" Seeing me looking at his wound, Li Yang felt a bit embarrassed, covered it up, and quickly explained, "Don't listen to Jin Xiaofeng's nonsense. I went out with Zhao Lily just to discuss the night's plan, we didn't do anything." I swear to God, Jin Xiaofeng is talking nonsense. Zhao Lily invited others out to join in and uncover the truth together, to get rid of this Hannibal WeChat group sooner. But these guys were unwilling to investigate, all afraid of being targeted by Hannibal, so there was nothing we could do. Unexpectedly, Jin Xiaofeng caught a handle. I nodded, understanding now. I felt somewhat relieved. This world isn't as dark as I imagined. The scum is just Jin Xiaofeng, Zhao Lily isn't that bad. I asked, "Who's the other person?" Li Wan. Her? Li Wan had been heavily criticized a couple of days ago for refusing to play the red envelope game. She had been silent all along, but unexpectedly, she took the initiative to investigate. She really kept her abilities hidden. As I spoke, my interest grew, feeling like I had found a new organization. I hurriedly asked, "You mentioned tonight's plan? What is it?" Li Yang glanced around, made sure no one was listening, and whispered, "Zhao Lily's original plan was to go to the abandoned building in the backyard tonight." The abandoned teaching building. I was shocked, recalling many things instantly. It was said that the building was abandoned due to a big fire, the cause of which was never fully investigated. It seemed like someone had intentionally set the fire, and it was also due to the love-hate relationships among the students. Many people died back then, but the exact number was never counted, and it didn't even make it to the news. I had heard about it from others chatting, but I never took it seriously. Why hadn't I thought about this before? If someone had told me about the teaching building before, I would have thought they were just bragging, but now so many things have happened in our class that I feel this place might be a crucial breakthrough point. If what Qin Yang said is true, that Hannibal is just a shadow spirit, then maybe this shadow spirit is hidden in this building. I asked Li Yang, "Are we going to take action tonight? Do we have a plan?" Li Yang looked interested and happy, nodding. "We will sneak out around midnight tonight, meet at the playground first, then head straight to the teaching building. Is that your plan?" Li Yang said, "Yes, any problem?" I shook my head speechlessly, organized my thoughts, and said, "First of all, if we really go to the teaching building tonight, what are we looking for? Just to take a look? What's the point of that? Secondly, that place is rumored to be so eerie. What if we encounter some shadow spirit? Are we going to fight it barehanded? In other words, we should at least have a self-defense weapon." Li Yang was stunned by my questions, especially when I mentioned the shadow spirit. He shivered directly. I patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll add you and Li Wan to my group later. I have a few trustworthy people, strength in numbers, we'll discuss in the group later." After that, I quickly washed up, then lay down on the bed, hiding under the covers. I first added Li Yang and Li Wan to the WeChat group, then briefly mentioned Zhao Lily and their situation. Qin Yang always took the lead, he was the first to reply, "Good. I agree, the WeChat group issue should have been resolved long ago, but tonight is definitely not possible. How about tomorrow night? I'll go home tomorrow, I'll take care of the weapon matter." Seeing Qin Yang so proactive, I happily sent a thumbs up in the group. Then Lu Ruyan said, "Shangnan, I also want to go, but I'm a little scared." I said, "Chunxiao, you better not go, what if it's dangerous?" At this time, Xiao Ming suddenly popped up, first sending an evil expression, then said, "Encounter danger? Don't we have you, the young master, what's there to be afraid of?" Finally, Lu Ruyan sent a shy expression, "Oh, I know it's dangerous, but I'm really curious, I really want to go." I sighed helplessly and replied, "Alright, but you have to stick close to me tomorrow." Okay. Everyone discussed tomorrow night's plan in the group. With Qin Yang preparing weapons, I felt there wouldn't be any major problems, it all depended on courage. That night the 6 of us chatted until 3 in the morning before sleeping. What puzzled me was that Hannibal hadn't sent any messages since he asked Zhao Lily to sing A Little Luck. I didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing, but in my heart, I had a foreboding feeling. During the day in class, I was very listless, almost falling asleep in every class. Of course, when it was time to finish class, I would force myself not to fall asleep, always on guard against Jin Xiaofeng. This scum was capable of anything. I was worried he would come after me. Several times, when I woke up, I happened to see Wu Yunqing and Zhang Bin walking behind me, hands in their pockets, smiles on their faces, and when they saw me wake up, they hurriedly left. These two had a grudge against Lu Ruyan since the last time she kissed someone. Now they were following Jin Xiaofeng, eager to get back at me. Xiaoming nudged me and said, "It seems like Jin Xiaofeng is determined to get you. Should we take the initiative to deal with him?" Xiaoming's real name was Li Shiming. Despite his lazy nature, he was a skilled fighter, and Wang Rui, who dared to provoke him in class, was already dead. But to be honest, Xiaoming's words struck a chord with me. Last time punching Jin Xiaofeng was not satisfying at all, but it wasn't the time for fighting recently. I pointed to the police outside the door and said, "Let's not cause any trouble during this time. So many people in our class have died in the past few days. Those police officers are almost stationed outside our classroom, just waiting to catch someone and close the case." Xiaoming looked up and glanced outside the door. Indeed, there was a police car parked there. I couldn't focus on sleeping anymore. My mind was preoccupied with many things now. On one hand, I had to watch out for Jin Xiaofeng in the classroom, and on the other hand, I had to investigate the abandoned teaching building tonight. No one knew how Jin Xiaofeng would target me, and no one knew what we would encounter in the abandoned teaching building. While I was lost in thought, my phone suddenly vibrated several times. It was Hannibal. Everyone has rested for a day and should be energized. So, let's continue playing games. Considering that no one likes snatching red envelopes now, for future games, I will directly give out rewards. Whoever wins in the game will receive a personal red envelope of 600 yuan from me. Alright, let's start a new game. Game rules: only male students in the class can participate. All male students must prepare 100 pieces of paper, write numbers from 1 to 100 on each piece in order, and then the male students will draw in sequence starting from number 1. Each male student can choose to draw 1 to 3 pieces of paper each time, taking turns until all papers are drawn. The person who draws the last piece, that is, number 100, will receive a punishment. The game will take place during tomorrow's lunch break, still hosted by Xiang Nan. I sighed helplessly. I was wondering why there was no news from Hannibal yesterday, and today he came up with such a big game where all male students had to participate. Luckily, we girls don't have to participate. Thank goodness. Don't jinx it. This time it's the boys, next time it might be us girls. Damn, do you girls have no conscience? Haven't we boys helped you before? I don't care what you say. I hope you draw number 100 tomorrow. F***CK. The students in the class became unusually irritable, no longer as united as before, becoming selfish and often arguing over trivial matters. This game was indeed more brutal than before. Fortunately, all male students were participating, without the girls, so at least half of the people would be spared. Xiaoming muttered to himself on the side, "I hope the punishment this time will be as simple as last time." Let's hope so. Perhaps because we had been tricked by Hannibal too many times and had experienced a lot, we suddenly became calm. It was a relief that the game was not starting tonight but tomorrow afternoon, so we could investigate the abandoned teaching building at night, hoping for some results. After the last class in the afternoon, Xin Yong asked for leave from the teacher to go home, saying he was going to prepare weapons for us. Honestly, I was quite looking forward to what kind of weapons he would prepare for us. Time passed quickly, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Li Yang and I were dressed and waiting in the dormitory. I had already informed the other guys in the dormitory in advance, lying to them that we were sneaking out to go online. At midnight, Xin Yong finally sent a message in the group chat. "I'm here, everyone come to the playground." And so, Li Yang and I sneaked out of the dormitory quietly at midnight. The campus was eerily quiet in the dead of night, with the old-fashioned searchlights on the rooftop casting a dim yellow light on the ground, creating eerie shadows that kept moving. The cool breeze made me shiver. To avoid being noticed, Li Yang and I quickly ran towards the playground. By this time, 4 people were already standing in the center of the playground. Without a doubt, Xin Yong and the others had arrived earlier. From a distance, their 4 figures stood on the empty playground, giving off an indescribable sense of eeriness. Li Yang probably felt the same as me and asked quietly, "Is it them?" I took a deep breath, feeling a bit flustered by his question. After all, it was the wee hours of the morning. I pretended to be calm and said, "Don't scare yourself. It's late at night, who else could it be if not them?" With that, I adjusted my collar and headed towards them. As I got closer, the figures of the few of them became clearer, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I could hear Lu Ruyan saying they had arrived from afar, followed by Qin Yong waving at us. Tonight, Lu Ruyan had tied up her hair and was wearing sportswear, looking quite heroic. I nodded at them and then asked, "Squad leader, are we ready?" Lu Ruyan smirked, then suddenly pulled out a wooden stick from behind and pretended to hit me. I knew she was joking and smoothly took the stick from her. It seemed that Qin Yong had prepared these sticks for us. They were about half a meter long, looking handy, and I noticed that one end of the stick was wrapped in yellow talisman paper. Xin Yong threw one to me and one to Li Yang from his backpack, saying seriously, "You've all heard the rumors about this abandoned teaching building. Whether they're true or not, it's better to be safe than sorry. This stick can deal with ordinary people as well as spirits." Li Yang, surprised, tightened his grip on the stick and asked, "Are there really spirits?" Xin Yong shook his head, holding up the stick. "No one said there are. It's just that recent events in our class have led people to think of spirits. Like Xiangnan speculated, if Hannibal is really a spirit hiding in the teaching building, we won't stand a chance without weapons." Everyone nodded, and I curiously asked, "Xin Yong, where did you get these from?" Xin Yong didn't hide anything and said boldly, "I stole them from my grandpa." These sticks were originally flagpoles made of peachwood branches, and the talismans were pressed from my grandpa's incense altar. He's been sick in bed these days, so I quietly took them. He probably won't notice, and if he does, I'll just get scolded. I patted Xin Yong's shoulder and said, "Thank you, squad leader." Xin Yong just shook his head, and then we prepared to set off. Since there were 2 girls this time, we had previously agreed to split into 2 teams, walking in a staggered formation. Xin Yong, Li Yang, and Li Wan formed one team, while I, Xiaoming, and Lu Ruyan formed the other. The reason for this arrangement was that we were a total of 6 people. If the front and back encountered danger, we wouldn't panic together. Splitting into 2 teams was like having 2 people in each group, allowing us to react promptly in case of danger from any direction. This method was inspired by a military novel I had read before, where special forces often divided into groups like this for missions. The abandoned teaching building was located in the school's backyard and had only 4 floors. When we arrived, we realized that the entire garden was pitch black due to the school's searchlights not reaching there, making it impossible to see beyond 5 meters. At that moment, Xin Yong took out 2 small flashlights from his bag and handed one to me, saying, "I only brought 2 flashlights. Each team will use one. Stick together and don't get lost." Xin Yong took the lead, and we all raised our flashlights, shining them towards the distant teaching building. Some might wonder why we didn't bring our phones. This was Xin Yong's suggestion, as he believed that in such haunted buildings, phones could create a magnetic field attracting spirits. Additionally, phones could make unnecessary noises, giving away our position. Our school wasn't large, so after this building was abandoned, the school had no plans to demolish and rebuild it, resulting in it being deserted for years. The entire building was covered in ivy and moss, with several broken windows swaying in the wind. Just looking at it from a distance made me uneasy. Xin Yong nodded at me and then we all headed towards the abandoned building together. At the huge entrance, resembling a monster's mouth ready to swallow us into darkness, we were hit by a blast of icy wind as soon as we stepped inside. The wind carried a musty, moldy smell, prompting us to cover our noses quickly. Xin Yong and I scanned our surroundings with flashlights, only to find a mess of tables and chairs, nothing else in sight. Ahead was the staircase, and Xin Yong and I silently agreed to head upstairs. The stairs were covered in thick dust, the handrails dark and charred, with several sections broken off. We hugged the edge of the staircase to avoid slipping accidentally. Behind me, Lu Ruyan clung tightly to my sleeve, clearly frightened. After a moment's thought, I gathered my courage and gently held her hand. Feeling no resistance, I held it firmly, sensing the slight sweat in her palm. Li Wan had been silent until then, but she suddenly whispered, "I asked the seniors before. They said the accident happened on the 3rd floor of this abandoned building, so why does the 1st floor look burnt?" She finished speaking and pointed to the wall ahead. Following her gaze, I gasped in shock. I had been so focused on Spring Dawn that I hadn't noticed the corner of the staircase, where an entire wall was charred black, emitting a strong burnt smell, with visible handprints. Xin Yong glanced at it briefly, furrowing his brow before continuing upstairs. On the 2nd floor, we found classrooms lining both sides of the corridor. The doors were either open or closed, books scattered on the floor. A chilling breeze made the pages of the books flip on their own, creating an eerie sound. I squeezed Spring Dawn's hand, signaling her not to be afraid, then whispered to Xin Yong, "I think we should hurry up. How about splitting into 2 teams to search? We can stay close on the same corridor, 1 team on each side. If anything happens, we can shout out loud, otherwise, we continue upstairs. What do you think?" Xin Yong rubbed his chin and thought and finally nodded, "That works, but everyone must prioritize safety and hold onto their sticks." We all nodded in agreement before splitting into 2 teams to search. Li Yang stayed close to my right side, almost clinging to me if it weren't for me holding Spring Dawn. As I scanned each classroom with my flashlight, I nudged him and asked, "What are you so jittery about?" Li Yang, pushed back by my nudge, came closer and whispered, raising his stick, "Damn, this place is too eerie. I feel like we might encounter something." "Damn jinx," I retorted, but before I could finish, Lu Ruyan suddenly yanked my hand forcefully, almost causing my flashlight to fall. Alarmed, I turned to look at her, only to see her wide-eyed with fear, staring ahead, hand covering her mouth as if afraid to make a sound. I quickly shone my flashlight in the direction she was looking, revealing an open classroom with a plastic bag fluttering in the wind at the doorway. In this moment, I couldn't be sure if Spring Dawn was mistaken, and I hesitated to move forward. When I turned back, I noticed a problem. We had been so focused on moving forward that we couldn't see anything behind us in the darkness. When I looked back at Spring Dawn, visibility was barely a meter, and without flashlights, we wouldn't be able to take a step. Most concerning was that I couldn't see the flashlight beams of Chin Yong and the others on the opposite end, just darkness. I knew I had to stay calm and not panic, even though my heart was racing. I leaned Spring Dawn against the wall and asked Li Yang to do the same, saying, "Li Yang, keep an eye on our back, let's pause here for a moment." Li Yang obediently leaned against the wall, staring in the direction behind us. I used the flashlight to illuminate in front and then behind. The flashlight was small, so it didn't reach far, but at least it confirmed that our surroundings were safe. It was only then that I slowly lowered Lu Ruyan's hand and made a hushing gesture to her. In just that moment, tears were welling up in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she held them back. I shone the flashlight ahead and asked Chunxiao, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "What did you just see?" Chunxiao's body trembled slightly, and I kept patting her shoulder. Finally, Chunxiao managed to squeeze out a few words. I just saw Zhao Lily. She was wearing white." "What? Zhao Lily?" I felt a chill run down my spine. Why would Zhao Lily appear here? Even if Zhao Lily had turned into a vengeful spirit after her suicide, shouldn't she be seeking revenge on Jin Xiaofeng? Why would she be here? There were only 4 or 5 classrooms left ahead, all tightly shut except for the one with plastic bags on the door. The flashlight shone ahead, causing the classroom windows to reflect light, giving me the illusion that someone was watching us from behind the windows. Li Yang naturally heard my conversation with Lu Ruyan and was quite frightened. He said to me, "Xiangnan, let's go back. Let's not investigate today. I can't see Qin Yong and the others." The issue Li Yang noticed, I had noticed long before. I didn't mention it to avoid scaring him and Lu Ruyan. In truth, I was scared too, my entire back was drenched in sweat. I had to pretend to be calm and said, "Let's wait for 2 more minutes. Maybe Qin Yong and the others went into the classrooms to check. If there's still no light from their side in a while, we'll turn back and find them." Li Yang sniffed and nodded in agreement. After comforting Li Yang, I placed the flashlight on the ground to keep it shining ahead. With one hand free, I took off the jade pendant from my neck. This purple jade was left to me by my grandmother before she passed away. She said my grandfather had saved a tomb raider in his youth, and in gratitude, the man gave him this jade, claiming it could ward off evil and disasters. I prayed in my heart, hoping that my grandparents in heaven would protect us. I patted Chunxiao's shoulder, then hung the jade pendant around her neck. Chunxiao gratefully glanced at me and tightly held my hand, unwilling to let go. Whether it was because of the jade pendant or my comfort, Chunxiao seemed to feel much better. But just then, Li Yang beside us suddenly shouted, the sound echoing through the entire abandoned building. He waved a stick and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who is it? Who the hell pulled my hair?" I quickly pulled up Chunxiao, picked up the flashlight from the ground, and tightly gripped the stick as I walked to Li Yang's side. When people are scared, they tend to raise their voices to disguise their fear. Li Yang must have truly encountered something. He had just shouted about someone pulling his hair, and it definitely wasn't me or Lu Ruyan playing a prank. The only possibility was that a vengeful spirit had truly appeared. I walked to Li Yang's side and shone the flashlight in the direction he was looking. There was nothing ahead, and Qin Yong and the others still hadn't appeared. The entire corridor seemed to have only the 3 of us throughout. I asked Li Yang, "What just happened to you?" Li Yang kept sniffing, and I wasn't sure if he had a cold or was crying, but his voice was trembling. "Damn it, just now when I turned back to talk to you guys, someone suddenly pulled my hair. Damn it, let's go back quickly." He was on the verge of tears. I shone the flashlight on his face and was startled because there was a prominent black handprint on Li Yang's forehead, appearing out of nowhere. Li Yang was already panicking, and seeing me react like that, he became even more anxious, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? What's wrong with me?" I quickly shook my head, forced a smile, and said, "It's nothing, I was just saying you cry like a girl." After speaking, I smiled and patted his head, casually wiping off the black handprint on it. At this point, we could only backtrack. The evil spirits must have appeared. Zhao Lily seen by Lu Ruyan, the black handprint on Li Yang's forehead, all proved they were nearby. I didn't know how to deal with evil spirits, but one thing I was sure of was that they didn't want to kill us yet, because if they did, Li Yang would have died earlier. I led with a flashlight, Li Yang following behind, slowly retracing our steps. I prayed in my heart, hoping to see Qin Yong's flashlight ahead. The cool breeze around us became more frequent. Papers kept floating on the ground, and it felt like someone was breathing on my neck and ears constantly. I didn't know if it was an illusion or the evil spirits playing tricks. Since they hadn't attacked, it meant I wasn't in danger. All I could do was grit my teeth and disguise my panic. After walking for more than 10 meters, a classroom not far ahead suddenly had a flashlight flicker, followed by a scream. Startled, I quickly grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and rushed forward, fearing that Qin Yong and the others had been attacked. The flashlight ahead flickered past, and I had to rely on memory to keep running, our footsteps echoing in the corridor. Lu Ruyan, being pulled by me, was gasping for breath, and it seemed like she was calling out to me. But I didn't look back. I had to reach Qin Yong quickly for support. It was probably the 5th classroom ahead, not far away. When I arrived, I was already sweating profusely. Standing at the back door of the classroom, I didn't make any sudden moves but cautiously peered inside. The classroom was dark, nothing visible, but there were clear footsteps, indicating someone was indeed inside. I clenched my teeth, preparing to move forward slowly. At that moment, Lu Ruyan softly called out behind me, and I quickly gestured for silence. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw several legs appearing down the corridor. I swiftly stood up, ready to strike with my stick. At the same time, a beam of light shone on my face, blinding me. Xiannan? Chun Xiao? Weren't you at the other end? Lower the flashlight. Qin Yong finally realized and awkwardly gestured, lowering the flashlight. I looked at them, feeling relieved. It was them all along. Just as I was about to ask what had happened, Li Wan spoke first. Where's Li Yang? I chuckled, about to tease the kid for being scared, but when I turned around, only Lu Ruyan was there. I was stunned in place. I asked Lu Ruyan in confusion, where did Li Yang go? She innocently looked behind her and said, I noticed Li Yan was missing the first time I called you, just as you pulled me forward. Li Wan instantly got angry upon hearing this. It seemed she had a good relationship with Li Yang. She pointed at me and scolded, you only care about dragging the one you like, never minding others, do you? Useless. Xiaoming, not as patient as me, stepped forward, frowning sternly, you, lady, have no manners in speaking? Wasn't Shangnan in a hurry to find us? Your voice was pretty loud just now. As the leader this time, Qin Yong interrupted Li Wan, who was about to argue further, and looking in our direction, he said, alright, stop arguing. This floor isn't that big. The priority now is to quickly search. Indeed, that was the most important thing. I felt guilty. If I had turned back earlier to agree with Lu Ruyan, maybe we wouldn't have had so much trouble now. As we walked, we recounted the recent events to each other. Originally, Qin Yong and the other two felt that holding a flashlight was a bit like alerting the enemy unnecessarily. Qin Yong and Xiaoming believed that even if evil spirits appeared, they could handle it, so they chose to turn off the flashlight, making us think they had disappeared. Just now, when Li Wan screamed, it wasn't because they encountered evil spirits, but because a wild cat startled her. Qin Yong just turned on the flashlight to check and then turned it off. That was their situation, but things were more complicated on our side. I don't know why Lu Ruyan saw Zhao Lily in white clothes, or why something pulled Li Yang's hair, leaving a black handprint on his head. What did all this mean? When I told Qin Yong and the others about it, they also found it unbelievable, but their conclusion was that both Lu Ruyan and Li Yan were having hallucinations. Lu Ruyan didn't want to explain further, and I believed her. As for Li Yang's recent appearance and the black handprint on his face, I saw it with my own eyes, and I still smell burnt coal on my hands. So, although I didn't argue with them on the surface, I remained cautious. With Qin Yong and Xiaoming joining us, I felt more confident. One was optimistic and didn't believe in ghosts, and the other had a Taoist grandfather. However, even after searching for a long time, we still couldn't find Li Yang. I grew more anxious, and as Lu Ruyan returned to this place, my hands started shaking again. Ahead was the classroom with the open door, the plastic bags on the floor no longer fluttered, and the wind had stopped. I cautiously took steps forward, while also keeping an eye on any movements behind us. Qin Yong took the lead, shining his flashlight and rushing in, with the three of us following closely, each of us holding a flashlight. But before we could adapt to the environment, I noticed someone standing by the window along the wall. The old-style windows were large for better lighting, but in this abandoned building, the window railings had fallen off, leaving them empty. The person stood with their back to us, as if ready to jump out the window at any moment. I closed the door and let Su Xiao lean against the wall, releasing her hand as I held a flashlight and a wooden stick, forming a triangle with Qin Yong and Xiaoming, cautiously moving forward step by step. The closer we got, the clearer I saw his shoes, which seemed similar to Li Yang's. I softly called out, Li Yang? Is that you? Stop fooling around and come down, we're ready to go back. However, the person ignored me and kept muttering to themselves. I gestured to Qin Yong and Xiaoming to rush over and bring him down. They understood my signal and prepared to rush forward. As I counted to 3, the person suddenly shouted, "I'm sorry," and decisively jumped downstairs. We couldn't catch up no matter how fast we were, but luckily, it was only the second floor, and if I remembered correctly, there should be a lawn below. I immediately turned to go downstairs, but as I did, I saw that the door next to Lu Ruyan had opened. My scalp tingled, and I shouted in alarm, "Lu Ruyan, be careful!" At the same time, a pale hand, only skin and bones, reached out from outside the door towards Lu Ruyan, dragging a pile of hair on the ground. After shouting, I rushed over at the fastest speed, raising the stick in my hand and smashing it towards the arm. The hand had already grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair, but fortunately, my quick reaction caused the hand to retract instantly after I hit it. I heard a crisp bone-breaking sound, followed by a sizzling smoke echoing down the corridor. I pulled Lu Ruyan behind me, and by then, Xiao Ming and Qin Yong had already rushed over. After checking that Lu Ruyan was fine, I lifted the stick. The talisman on the stick had already blurred, indicating that the talisman had just taken effect. Qin Yong patted me and said, "Let's go down quickly. This is not a place we can handle. Talismans can only be used once, it's dangerous to delay further." I nodded, threw away the stick in my hand, picked up the one Su Xiao dropped on the ground, and we continued towards the exit. With a goal in mind, we walked faster. The second floor alone was so dangerous, we hadn't even been to the third or fourth floors. Fortunately, we reached the ground floor safely. We rushed to where the person had jumped down earlier. A person was lying on the lawn. When we checked, it was indeed Li Yang. Luckily, he was still breathing and seemed fine. Without delay, we carried Li Yang away. As we left the abandoned building, I glanced back at the classroom on the second floor and vaguely saw a figure standing at the window. Then the window slammed shut. I dared not think further and hurried back to the dormitory. Li Yang woke up halfway, saying he had forgotten everything and surprisingly had no injuries. After comforting Lu Ruyan back to the dorm, I finally returned to my room. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, I felt a sense of rebirth, with the recent events vivid in my mind. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. It was already 3 in the morning, and I thought it was Lu Ruyan, but to my surprise, it was Hannibal. Hannibal sent a smiling emoji in the group chat, then tagged all 6 of us. Xiangnan, Lu Ruyan, Qin Yong, Li Shiming, Li Yang, Li Wan. I've changed my mind for tomorrow. I'll have you 6 play a game. I'll tell you the details tomorrow at noon. Good night. Seeing Hannibal's message, I instantly lost my sleepiness. By naming all 6 of us, it meant he knew about our visit to the abandoned building tonight. But I wasn't sure if someone had informed him or if, as I suspected, it was a malevolent spirit lurking in the abandoned building. Thinking carefully, the 6 of us had several close calls tonight, including Li Yang jumping from the second floor window. He was clearly possessed by a malevolent spirit, causing him to wake up not remembering anything. I seemed to have figured something out. Hannibal's goal wasn't to deal with us in the abandoned building but to keep us in the class, to make all the classmates participate together, watching as we turned against each other and killed each other. It was 3 in the morning, and the other classmates were already asleep, so no one replied in the group chat. I didn't even know what time I fell asleep. When I woke up, the group chat was exploding. Did he change the game? Does that mean this game has nothing to do with us except for those 6 people? Thank goodness, we narrowly escaped a disaster. What is the game about? I'm a bit curious. I looked at the replies in the group chat speechlessly, feeling a mix of emotions. These classmates had completely changed, revealing their selfish sides. The game had shifted to us, and they could distance themselves, but what about the next time? And the time after that? We were named to play the game, and they were not only unconcerned but also gloating. None of us 6 replied in Hannibal's group chat. At that moment, Jin Xiaofeng appeared. He first sent a thumbs-up emoji and then said, "Hannibal has a good eye. My classmates are all very capable. It must be exciting to watch them play the game. Ha ha ha. Exactly, it's like a gathering of rats, a pile of stinky poop. Ha ha. Today, I'll sit back and enjoy watching them play the game." Jin Xiaofeng spoke, and his 2 lackeys, Zhang Bin and Wu Yunqing, quickly chimed in, but I couldn't be bothered with them. In the group I created, I said, "Let's not panic for now, let's not chat in the group. It seems that Hannibal has set his sights on us." Lu Ruyan sent a crying emoji and said, "What's wrong with our classmates? We're all in the same class, but when we were called out, they still mock us. It's really infuriating." I quickly sent a hug and then comforted her, saying, "This is exactly what Hannibal wants. It wants us to hurt each other. The more our emotions are torn apart, the happier it is." Qin Yong also replied at this time, "Xiangnan is right. Hannibal's punishment is just a means. What it really wants is for us to fight each other. Xiaoming rarely speaks and usually just sends calm emojis. I actually admire him for that. Maybe it's because of his optimistic attitude that he hasn't been targeted by Hannibal to play the game before. I sat up and glanced at Liang, who was still sleeping, and said in the group, let's not check Hannibal's group for now. The few of us must unite and not let Hannibal outsmart us. Since the 6 of us are playing the game, we should at least discuss a way to minimize the losses. Let's see what Hannibal wants to play now. They all agreed, so I got dressed and quickly went to wake up Liang. Liang seemed like he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. It took many calls before he turned over. I brushed my teeth and said to him, hurry up and get ready. We're almost late. Today, the homeroom teacher has the first class. Liang responded lazily and came over to brush his teeth. There was a mirror where we were washing up. I unintentionally looked up and was instantly stunned. There was a palm-sized black mist on Liang's forehead, almost covering his eyes, with a few strands of black smoke rising occasionally. Afraid I was seeing things, I quickly rubbed my eyes and looked at Liang again. My goodness, how could this be? Liang also noticed my reaction. He was timid and quickly looked behind him, nervously asking, Xiangnan, don't scare me. What do you see? Is there something behind me? I furrowed my brows, pointing at the reflection of Liang in the mirror, and asked, can't you see it? Liang earnestly looked at the mirror for a few seconds and then shook his head helplessly. I thought for a moment and asked Liang, do you feel uncomfortable? Or heavy-headed, in pain, or something? Liang scratched his head, looking sad, and said, no, I was a bit sleepy before, but now you've made me wide awake. I pondered in my mind. Could it be that only I could see the black mist on his head, and he couldn't? But what exactly was this black mist? Thinking about it, I didn't continue the topic and urged Liang to hurry up and get ready for class. On the way, I kept glancing at Liang to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, but the black mist on his head persisted, continuously emitting black smoke into the sky. As we neared the classroom, Xiaoming leisurely approached, greeting us with a smile. I quickly pulled Xiaoming over and said, Xiaoming, look at Liang. Xiaoming stared at Liang in confusion for a while and then asked me, look at what? I started to get anxious and pointed at Liang's forehead, saying, here, did you see it? Xiaoming, seeing my urgency, stopped smiling, leaned into Liang's face, stared at his forehead intently for a few seconds, and then said, yeah, I see it. I was relieved and excitedly said to Xiaoming, damn, I'm glad you can see it too. I thought I was the only one who could see this thing. But what on earth is it? Xiaoming looked at me seriously and said, it's acne. Everyone gets it. I almost rolled my eyes and fainted. The bell for class rang, and the 3 of us hurried back to the classroom. Recently, our class has been having a lot of incidents, so our homeroom teacher always has a stern face. As a result, everyone behaves well in class, but my attention is always on Liang's forehead. Liang sits in the middle, and the black mist above his head is so conspicuous, like an incense burner emitting black smoke continuously. The homeroom teacher never glances towards Liang, and his classmates beside him don't look at him either. Can't they really see it? I feel my scalp tingling, always unable to figure out what this black mist is. Could it be a malevolent spirit brought back from the abandoned building we visited last night? But why does the black mist still exist under the bright sun in broad daylight? Countless questions fill my mind, but no one can answer me. I can only keep an eye on Liang because I believe that this black mist is definitely not something good. Time passes quickly, and the WeChat group is lively today. I open it and see that it's all about Jin Xiaofeng pushing the pace, urging Hannibal to talk about the game content. It's almost noon, could Hannibal have forgotten? Oh, today, 6 people are going to play the game, and we still don't know the game content. If they play the game, can we get red envelopes? I couldn't help but reply in the group, you guys are really quick to forget the pain once the scar is healed. Have you all forgotten about the classmates who died playing games a few days ago? This time it's us, and next time it could be any of you. As soon as I finished speaking, Hannibal actually replied, Xiangnan seems very excited, good, I'll reward everyone with a red envelope. This red envelope doesn't have a lucky draw, just grab it, because someone is playing games today. After that, he instantly sent a 500 yuan red envelope. Everyone clamored for it, and I was so angry that I gritted my teeth and said in the group, Hannibal, don't let me catch you. Hannibal sent a smiling emoji and said, oh, looking forward to it. I clenched my fists, trying to restrain myself, telling myself to stay calm and not engage in pointless arguments in the group. After everyone grabbed the red envelopes, Hannibal sent a message. New game, the 6 of you, rock paper scissors, 2 people compete, and when it comes down to the last 2, the loser will face a punishment, 1 round to determine the winner. Start at 12 o'clock sharp, with a time limit of 10 minutes. As soon as Hannibal announced the game, the group erupted into excitement once again, with Jin Xiaofeng leading the way, gleefully reveling in the group. Of course, some students still had a conscience and asked about the punishments. After class, Shin Yong called us to the playground, frowning and saying, "Let me make one thing clear first, regardless of how this game goes, after it's over, I'll find a way to deal with Jin Xiaofeng." Alright, I've been fed up with him for a long time. Xiao Ming seemed to enjoy this kind of thing. Shin Yong is an upright person who detests evil. He already had issues with Jin Xiaofeng during the incident with Zhao Lily last time, so this time he must have really provoked him, otherwise, as the class monitor, he wouldn't say such things. I patted his shoulder and said, "Jin Xiaofeng is definitely going to get it. I'm the first one to support you. For now, let's discuss how to handle the game at 12 o'clock. I glanced at everyone, and it seemed like no one had a good solution. I also noticed that the black mist on Li Yang's forehead was getting thicker, covering half of his eye. There was no time to tell everyone about this now, so after thinking for a while, I said, "How about this? First of all, we definitely exclude the girls. Is everyone okay with that? Among the 6 of us, there are only 2 girls, so ensuring their safety is unquestionable. Next, it's just the 4 of us boys left. Since it's rock paper scissors, deciding who stays until the end becomes the issue." Li Yang timidly spoke up first. I agree to exclude the girls, but I definitely can't be the one to stay until the end. You know, I'm scared." Xiao Ming smiled and patted him on the back, jokingly calling him a waste. Since Li Yang took the initiative to withdraw, we didn't force him, so with him out, there were only 3 of us left. Xiao Ming always had a lazy look, as if he wasn't afraid of anything, even if the sky fell. Seeing me in a dilemma, he patted my shoulder and said, "Stop hesitating, leave me till the end. This little demon, I've never been afraid of." Honestly, at that moment, I understood that true strength comes from within. Xiao Ming's actions undoubtedly woke me up. Whatever happens, overthinking and hesitating will most likely lead to failure. On the contrary, sometimes following your instincts can yield miraculous results. I smiled at Xiao Ming without saying a word, knowing what to do. At that moment, Lu Ruyan came over and held my hand, staring at me with big eyes, whispering in a voice only I could hear, "Don't stand out, got it? Don't be foolish." A woman's intuition is truly accurate. I could only nod and reassure her. Shin Yong, being a straightforward person, was touched by Xiao Ming's gesture of leaving him for last. He boldly said, "Li Shiming, from now on, we are brothers. I'm older than you, so let me stay last this time." Glancing at the time, it was 11:40. I interrupted their conversation and said, "Alright, it's almost time." Seeing everyone so united warms my heart. Let's head back to the classroom first. Lu Ruyan kept holding my hand as if she could see through me. When we returned to the classroom, Jin Xiaofeng, that scumbag, actually moved the desks to create a circle for everyone to watch the show. Jin Xiaofeng stood on his desk recklessly, clapping when he saw us coming in, saying, "Oh, the warriors have arrived." I gritted my teeth, ignored him, and thought about making him pay after this was over. With the space left in the middle of the classroom, we had no choice but to reluctantly step in. At 12 o'clock, Hannibal sent a message in the group, "Time's up, the game begins, remember, you only have 10 minutes. Jin Xiaofeng led the noise in the class, making it lively instantly. I sighed, knowing that what had to happen would happen. As planned earlier, we divided into 3 groups, me and Lu Ruyan, Li Yang and Li Wan, Xiao Ming and Qin Yong. In the first round, I deliberately lost to Lu Ruyan, Li Yang lost to Li Wan on purpose, and surprisingly, Qin Yong lost to Xiao Ming. Damn it! Qin Yong, you're not following the script. Qin Yong smiled and pointed at Xiao Ming, saying, "You always want to be a hero, but I won't let you have your way, huh?" Perhaps the classmates in the class couldn't understand what friendship meant anymore. Their malicious transformation was evident as they questioned, "What's wrong with these two? They lost a game and are still so happy. Could they be crazy? Even the class monitor has gone mad? If you lose, you should be punished, a bunch of idiots." Of course, their lack of understanding was their own issue. Time would reveal the answer to them, what truly mattered. In the end, it was just me, Li Yang, and Qin Yong left. Li Yang seemed very afraid, constantly wiping sweat, with a thick black mist forming above his head, while the surrounding students mocked him. I didn't know what this meant, but I knew one thing for sure: he couldn't lose this time. Qin Yong, having just lost to Xiao Ming, seemed excited and came over to me saying, "Let me go first against Li Yang." I nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Yang, who was standing aside, suddenly changed his expression. He stared at me and Qin Yong, trembling hands but a furious expression. He shouted at us, "What are you discussing?" Qin Yong and I exchanged a glance, both of us spreading our hands in silence, looking innocent. Li Yang sneered coldly, his voice trembling more and more, I know. You guys must think I'm the easiest to bully, so you've teamed up to keep me for last, huh?" Qin Yong slapped him directly, his eyes red as he said, "What the hell are you thinking? Are we such despicable people? Come on, let me prove it to you. I choose paper. You choose scissors, okay? He was about to start with Li Yang, while Jin Xiaofeng on the side sneered and muttered, whether we are despicable or not, you'll know too late. Li Yang, influenced by Jin Xiaofeng's words, hesitated with his hand that was about to move. He was trembling all over, veins bulging, sweat on his face already wetting his neck, grinding his teeth one moment and panting heavily the next, clearly losing his composure. Qin Yong shouted at Li Yang in urgency, come on. As long as you choose scissors, we'll see if we are despicable or not. Then, Li Yang and Qin Yong both reached out their hands. Just as Qin Yong had said, he chose paper. But Li Yang unexpectedly chose rock. Li Yang lost. Jin Xiaofeng and the others burst into laughter, cursing Li Yang as a fool and scolding him for making a mistake. In fact, I knew that Li Yang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He must have struggled in his mind just now, thinking that Qin Yong was provoking him to make him lose. Coupled with Jin Xiaofeng's instigation, Li Yang lost this round. Li Yang was now having trouble standing steadily, his legs shaking, breathing heavily. At that moment, Han and I suddenly said, there's 1 minute left for the game. I quickly walked over, staring at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, look into my eyes, you have to trust me, I won't harm you, understand? I will still choose paper later, you just need to choose scissors. The game will end, I promise you, I won't let you lose, got it? Time was running out, no time for more words. Li Yang still seemed a bit confused, but he looked into my eyes as if he believed me. I smiled sincerely at him, then raised the paper above my head and said, let's begin. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Most villains like to put on a smiling face. Li Yang, my brother. 3. As I raised my hand with the paper, I was stunned because Li Yang once again chose rock. In this game, the final loser turned out to be Li Yang. Ha ha ha, what a fool. Jin Xiaofeng laughed uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. Just when I counted to 2, he said something to Li Yang, which likely changed Li Yang's judgment again. Damn it! I lifted the chair under my feet and smashed it towards Jin Xiaofeng. He jumped off the table to dodge, and I rushed towards him with my fist, but his lackeys swarmed around me, pushing me back before I could reach Jin Xiaofeng. I was about to continue chasing Jin Xiaofeng when Qin Yong stopped me. Xiang Nan, calm down. I took a deep breath, looking around for Li Yang, but he was nowhere to be seen. Oh no! I hurried outside the classroom. Li Yang was already on the emotional edge just now, and now that he lost the game again, his mind was probably shattered. This was the most terrifying situation, as those who did extreme things were often due to a mental breakdown. As I ran outside the classroom, I saw Li Yang standing on the corridor railing, pacing back and forth, looking unsettling. 2 teachers had noticed him and were trying to persuade him, but he seemed to be not listening, muttering incessantly. The dark mist on his forehead had thickened, almost enveloping half of his body. I ran over quickly, shouting to Li Yang, the result isn't out yet, don't be impulsive. Upon hearing my words, Li Yang shuddered, tilted his head forward, and then jumped from the 5th floor. Another student jumped from here, and during this period, I had witnessed 3 classmates committing suicide by jumping off the building. In my opinion, except for Yi Peng, both Zhao Lili and Li Yang can still be saved. Besides Hannibal, another culprit for their deaths is Jin Xiaofeng. The 2 teachers who were trying to persuade Li Yang just now looked pale with fear. They stretched their necks to look downstairs, then quickly retracted, and one of them criticized me. What were you shouting about just now? He is clearly emotionally unstable, and you are provoking him. To be honest, I was speechless. How could they know the truth or what our class had been through? I silently lowered my head. Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong came over, patted my shoulder, and said, it's not your fault, stop overthinking. Li Yang had already lost his sanity in the classroom. It was his choice not to believe us. It's not anyone's fault. In the end, he chose to commit suicide because of his poor mental resilience. Honestly, after Hannibal called our names, I had a foreboding feeling. I had planned to lose the game, but plans never kept up with changes. And finally, I understood what the dark mist on Li Yang's forehead represented: death. I stood by the corridor, taking a long time to regain my composure. The homeroom teacher rushed to the classroom, sweating profusely, instructing us to stay put and not go anywhere. I sat in my seat, the despairing expression on Li Yang's face kept replaying in my mind. At that moment, Hannibal sent a message: the game is over, Li Yang lost, and he will be punished. The punishment is to tell a story to everyone at the podium. I could only smile helplessly. This was probably what Hannibal wanted the most, to manipulate us, watch us kill each other, and torment others to the point of suicide without even giving orders. For the first time, I felt fear from Hannibal, a fear that came from deep within. Some in the group couldn't hold back, cursing, here we go again. People are dead, what's the point of saying anything now? Exactly, If you had revealed this punishment earlier, I don't think Li Yang would have committed suicide. I looked at the people in the group, feeling like I was watching clowns. People are dead, what's the use of saying these things now? When the 6 of us were named to play the game, what did you say then? Now that people are dead, everyone is acting like saints. You're all a bunch of Monday morning quarterbacks. Damn it! After typing this, I closed the WeChat group, leaned on my seat, not wanting to speak anymore. Due to Li Yang's suicide, there were no teachers for our afternoon classes, just self-study. In the second class, I saw a familiar face entering our classroom. I squinted, it was the mustached man who had questioned us last time. He was wearing a police uniform, walking briskly towards the classroom, his eyes scanning each of us fiercely, making us uneasy. I didn't know what he was going to ask in our classroom, but one thing was certain, he wouldn't get any answers. First, the school had surveillance cameras, and 2 teachers witnessed that Li Yang did commit suicide. Second, after everything that happened in our class, no one would be foolish enough to expose Hannibal's involvement unless they wanted to risk their lives. The mustached man paced back and forth on the podium, with the homeroom teacher and some other teachers outside the door. He sighed, stopped, leaned on the podium, and said, "Several people in your class have died in a row. I don't need to say more. I just want to emphasize one thing, you must trust my abilities. If you have any clues or know anything, you must tell me. I guarantee your safety with my life, as long as the information is crucial." The mustached man's words were well spoken, even emotional, to the point that I almost believed him. But reason told me that Hannibal was not someone a small police officer could handle. Moreover, when it comes to ensuring safety, I really won't believe it anymore. After experiencing Yi Jin's death, I no longer believe that anyone can guarantee anyone's safety. After Xiao Wuzi finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads, each lost in their own thoughts. At this moment, the class teacher interjected, saying, "Students, you must trust the police. Never hide anything, as things will only get worse. You are still young and don't understand the seriousness of the situation." Xiao Wuzi continued after the class teacher, "I'm not asking you to trust the police. I always feel that you all have secrets in your hearts. If you still want to handle things on your own, have you thought about when it will end? Will it be like 7 years ago, ending in a clean death?" After Xiao Wuzi finished speaking, a police officer at the door coughed twice hastily, signaling him not to say too much. However, his words had already reached our ears. The phrase "ending in a clean death" exploded in my mind like a bomb. I had thought about this issue long ago. If Hannibal kept playing games, our class would eventually be played out. At that time, I believed that as long as I investigated diligently, I would surely find Hannibal. But now, the reality proves that Hannibal is much more powerful than we imagined. However, even so, I still wouldn't take the risk of telling Xiao Wuzi about this. Just then, Li Wan suddenly stood up. My scalp tingled instantly, and I shouted at him, "Li Wan, sit down." At the same time, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong had been calling out to him. Li Wan seemed to have made up his mind, completely ignoring us and taking a deep breath. Xiao Wuzi's face darkened, giving us a fierce look and shouting, "What are you doing? Quiet." After Li Wan prepared herself, she raised her head and said to Xiao Wuzi, "Everything was done by someone named Hannibal. He added us to a WeChat group, deceiving us by saying it was for sending red packets, but in reality, it was to play a game with him. Everyone who lost had to accept his punishment. The classmates who died these days were all punished by Hannibal." Xiao Wuzi took off his hat, quickly ran up to Li Wan, and stared at her, asking, "Who is Hannibal?" Li Wan chuckled and said, "Hannibal is a ghost, he is a devil. No one knows who he is, and no one can find him. We can't find him, and neither can you." Xiao Wuzi seemed somewhat skeptical of Li Wan's words, his expression shifting from serious to doubtful. He whispered, "Do you have chat records? Can you show me this WeChat group?" Li Wan nodded. She then took out her phone from her pocket and started searching. I was worried about how Hannibal would punish Li Wan when she suddenly panicked and exclaimed, Where's my group? Where's my red packet group? What about the money I grabbed? It's all gone?" I quickly opened my phone, and Hannibal's WeChat group was still there, but Li Wan was no longer in it. I knew Li Wan was in danger this time. Xiao Wuzi looked disappointedly at Li Wan, then turned and walked back to the podium. Li Wan anxiously shouted, "What I said is true, everything I said is true. After I speak out, Hannibal will definitely punish me. You have to believe me. If you don't, check other students' phones. They also have this WeChat group." Xiao Wuzi frowned, shook his head, and said to all of us, "Does anyone else have important information? If not, I'll leave first and not delay your studies." Damn it! These so-called police officers are so irresponsible. They trick Li Wan into telling the truth, only to deny it based on their own judgment. Li Wan rushed towards the door, shouting, "You said we could trust you police. Will you send police to protect us?" Xiao Wuzi smiled, then returned to the classroom, confidently telling Li Wan, "You said you spoke the truth. That so-called Hannibal will punish you. I'm standing here now. Let Hannibal punish you and see." Li Wan was suddenly speechless by Xiao Wuzi's words. She helplessly squatted on the ground, starting to cry softly. Xiao Wuzi shook his head and muttered, "Stop making a scene." I couldn't bear to watch anymore and wanted to help her up, but as I was about to stand up, another female teacher helped Li Wan up. The teacher comforted Li Wan softly and asked her to return to her seat. Li Wan had to wipe her tears and walk back to her seat. Perhaps by coincidence, Li Wan suddenly staggered, as if she had stepped on something, and her body lunged towards the podium. Xiao Wuzi, standing by, didn't react in time. Li Wan's head hit sharply on the edge of the podium, with a loud bang. At the same time, a large box of chalk fell to the ground. After hitting the podium, Li Wan instantly lost consciousness, falling face down directly onto the fallen chalk box. I stared in shock as all of this unfolded. Xiao Wuzi covered his mouth, just as shocked as the other teachers, his face filled with horror. I rushed to the front, looking at Li Wan lying on the ground. By now, Li Wan was motionless, her face on the ground, blood flowing continuously. Xiao Wuzi, being a policeman, slowly turned Li Wan over, and he trembled in fear. Not just him, almost all of us gasped in shock, covering our mouths. I pointed at Li Wan's body and said to Xiao Wuzi, "Do you believe it now? Are you satisfied with Hannibal's punishment? A policeman? Are you even worthy?" With that, gritting my teeth, I stormed out of the classroom. I just didn't want anyone to see my vulnerable side because I couldn't hold back anymore. I hid in a corner of the playground and burst into tears. The experiences during this period were the most I had ever gone through in all my years, and also the most terrifying. Just like everyone else, I was just an ordinary person. I couldn't understand why our class was being dragged into Hannibal's game. Li Wan spoke the truth, just seeking protection. If Xiao Wuzi took his role as a policeman seriously, would the outcome be different? I hated my own lack of ability, unable to even protect my friends. In just one day, our team of 6 instantly became 4. At that moment, my phone rang. I checked and saw it was Hannibal. He sent a smiley face as usual, followed by saying, "Li Wan didn't follow the rules of the game. Punishment, death." My hands trembled uncontrollably. Why was Hannibal treating me like this? I asked him, "What have we done? Why are you doing this to us? Is there no other way besides death?" Hannibal seemed to reply every time. As soon as I finished typing, he replied, "Once the game starts, it cannot end. I remember you were the first to agree to play the game. Forgotten?" I clenched my phone tightly, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Lu Ruyan sent a message, "Shangnan, please come back. We are very worried about you." I kept encouraging myself in my heart. Hannibal was always alone. I couldn't give up. I still had friends, I still had Lu Ruyan. Even if I died, I had to protect Lu Ruyan. I refused to believe that Hannibal could act with impunity. Wiping away my tears, I stood up again and walked back to the classroom. When I returned, the police and teachers had already left. Our class now seemed like a flock of scattered sheep. Lu Ruyan, Qin Yon, and Xiaoming were waiting for me at the door. As soon as I returned, Lu Ruyan came over and said, "You're back. I thought you." Her eyes turned red as she spoke, and I was moved to hug her tightly. "Don't worry, I won't die so easily. I promised to protect you." To be honest, when I said those words, "to protect you," I didn't even believe it myself. What ability do I have to protect Lu Ruyan? The few of us returned to the classroom at the same time. Jin Xiaofeng arrogantly sat at his desk, surrounded by a few lackeys, like a bandit. I called Xiaoming and Qinyong and said, "Since we can't deal with Hannibal, let's teach Jin Xiaofeng a lesson today." Xiaoming and Qinyong's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. The classroom was crowded with Jin Xiaofeng's lackeys, so we decided to settle things outside. After school in the afternoon, everyone went to the cafeteria to eat. I asked Lu Ruyan to go back to the dormitory first and then went to the cafeteria alone. Jin Xiaofeng's 2 most trusted men were Zhang Bin and Wu Yunqing, and they always ate together. Today was no exception. They had already occupied a table at the entrance, chatting happily. I bought a bowl of soup and glanced at Jin Xiaofeng. He saw me and disdainfully gestured with his middle finger. I turned my head without saying a word. The 3 of them burst into laughter instantly, calling me a coward. I walked slowly past them with my head down. Jin Xiaofeng, arrogantly smoking a cigarette, said, "What's wrong, Xiangnan? Your 2 dogs, Qinyong and Li Shiming, are not here, scared?" After he finished speaking, Zhang Bin and Wu Yunqing burst into laughter. With many students around, discussions started. "Looks like he won't be able to eat today. Isn't that Jin Xiaofeng from class 9? I heard his family is very wealthy and he's quite ruthless. This kid is in trouble with Jin Xiaofeng. It's going to be tough." Heh, I think this kid is just too cowardly. Jin Xiaofeng became even more arrogant after hearing others' words. He deliberately raised his voice and said to me, "How about this, you call me daddy, and I'll let you go, deal?" The surrounding crowd burst into laughter again, creating a lively scene. "Call him. Hurry up." I glanced at the people around me, then calmly looked at Jin Xiaofeng and said, "Okay." The people around me exploded, abandoning their meals to come closer and watch the commotion. "Did you hear that? This idiot is going to call someone daddy, huh? Hurry up and call, huh? This is really interesting." Jin Xiaofeng tilted his head, ears perked, looking excited, urging me to call him quickly. I'll call you mom." I lifted the scalding soup in my hand and smashed it down on Jin Xiaofeng's head. The lunchbox hit his head with a bang, splashing soup everywhere. Many people couldn't dodge and got splashed. After hitting him, I ran without looking back. A hero doesn't stay to wait for retaliation after a fight, that's just being foolish. I didn't even bother to take the lunchbox, I ran out of the cafeteria quickly. I could hear Jin Xiaofeng shouting from behind, "Chow! Catch him, hurry!" I deliberately slowed down my pace, and Jin Xiaofeng, Zhang Bin, and Wu Yunqing caught up. I smirked, then sped up again. They were too angry to care about the direction I was running in. My destination was the backyard, the abandoned building. As I reached the abandoned building, I stopped and waited for the three of them to catch up. It was daytime, so the abandoned building wasn't as eerie as at night, but the advantage here was that there was no one around. Jin Xiaofeng and his two companions quickly caught up. Seeing me standing still, they slowed down, walking menacingly while searching for something on the ground. Jin Xiaofeng panted and cursed, "Damn it, dare to hit me. Last time you punched me, I haven't settled the score yet. This time you've come to me yourself, and you've picked such a good place. I'll see you try to run again." I smiled and lit a cigarette, watching Jin Xiaofeng. Slowly, the three of them approached me, with Qin Yong and Xiaoming already surrounding us from behind. Walking at the back, Wu Yunqing was instantly knocked down by Xiaoming. Just a few punches and he was lying on the ground in pain, unable to move. It was then that I started pinching my fingers and walked towards Jin Xiaofeng. Seeing the situation turning against him, Jin Xiaofeng tried to escape but was kicked down by Qin Yong and dared not move. Xiaoming grinned as he chewed gum and tossed me a stick, the same peachwood stick we used that night. Jin Xiaofeng realized he had fallen into a trap, quickly changed his demeanor, and said with a smile, "Nangu, it's all a misunderstanding, let's be brothers from now on." He then took out his wallet, handed me a stack of money, and said, "This money is for Nanji's mental distress, if it's not enough, I'll give more tomorrow." I spat directly on his face, and seeing my angry expression, Jin Xiaofeng quickly begged for mercy. "Please, please." I raised the peachwood stick and struck his head, causing him to fall to the ground instantly, his head bruised, screaming in pain. "This one is for Zhao Lily." I then aimed the stick at his back and struck him hard, making Jin Xiaofeng writhe in pain on the ground. "This one is for Li Yang." I then lifted his leg, and Jin Xiaofeng panicked, pleading in fear, "Please, Nangu, I'll listen to you in the future, I won't dare anymore, I won't dare." Without hesitation, I smashed his knee with the stick, a crisp sound of bone breaking, even Qin Yong turned away, unable to watch. "This one is for me, Xian Nan." I didn't know why I suddenly became so cruel, perhaps it was the accumulation of pent-up emotions over time, coupled with Jin Xiaofeng's despicable actions. In a way, Jin Xiaofeng had at least 2 lives on his hands, so what did my actions matter? In fact, when I held Lu Ruyan earlier, I had made up my mind that I couldn't afford to be merciful anymore. As the saying goes in movies, kindness to enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. After 3 strikes, Xiaoming grabbed my arm and shook his head. I understood the need to stop, and after those 3 strikes, I felt much better. Before leaving, I glanced at the now terrified Zhang Bin and said, "Take them to the hospital." "Yes, yes." Zhang Bin quickly agreed, helping Jin Xiaofeng up. Qin Yong collected our sticks, advising to hide them to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I knew that Jin Xiaofeng's matter wouldn't end so easily. With his personality, he would surely seek revenge once he recovered from his injuries. While Hannibal hadn't announced any games in the group, we had a rare moment of leisure. The 3 of us, still heated from the confrontation, went to the basketball court to play for a while, then sneaked out for a drink. We even skipped the evening self-study session since there were no teachers in our class anyway. Our bond was growing stronger, and we returned around 11 at night. Qin Yong lived close by and went home directly. Xiaoming was on the 3rd floor, I was on the 4th. After bidding Xiaoming farewell, I staggered upstairs alone. Surprisingly, the dormitory building was pitch black at night. Last time, I had Li Yang with me when we went out, but now I was alone. The thought of Li Yang's suicide sent shivers down my spine as a cold wind blew. Fueled by alcohol, I walked briskly. My dorm room was at the end of the corridor, and as I looked inside, all I could see were clothes hanging, resembling a row of people, giving off an eerie vibe. Shaking my head, I took a deep breath to clear my mind and walked in. The further I walked, the more uneasy I felt because it seemed like there was someone standing in front of me. Startled, I quickly stopped, but due to the alcohol, my footing was unsteady, almost causing me to fall. I held my breath nervously, squinting as I looked ahead. There was indeed someone standing in front of my dormitory door. This person was not tall, very thin, and their face was unclear. It was impossible for me to go downstairs now, and I had nowhere to go in the dead of night. In my mind, I thought, I could just wake up my classmates loudly. After all, this was the boys' dormitory. Despite my thoughts, I gathered my courage and asked softly as I walked forward, "Who are you?" The person must have heard me as they turned around and walked towards me. I instantly stopped in my tracks, feeling even more afraid. The alcohol buzz from a few bottles earlier dissipated in an instant. "You should come back earlier in the future, it's not safe at night," the person said. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall who it was. Nonetheless, I felt relieved that it was a person and not a spirit. As he approached, I realized it was the dormitory supervisor. Speaking of the supervisor, we rarely saw him. In my memory, he was responsible for turning off and on the lights, opening and closing doors, tasks we were either still asleep for or already in bed. The few times we interacted were when we tried sneaking out to go online and got caught by him. However, the supervisor was easy to talk to, always with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, masking his expression. Knowing he was familiar, I quickly took out a cigarette from my pocket, handed it to him, lit it, and said, "It must be tough for you to stay up so late, supervisor." The supervisor was thin, always dressed in old-fashioned Zhongshan suit that seemed too big for him. Half of his face was scarred, reportedly from a burn. He still had a stoic expression as he said, "There have been incidents at the school these days, and the authorities instructed to be more vigilant. I saw you and another guy going upstairs while I was on patrol, so I waited here for you. Did I scare you?" I quickly shook my head with a smile. "Not at all, supervisor, you're just doing your job." It seemed like the supervisor wanted to chat, not in a hurry to leave. After finishing one cigarette, I reluctantly offered him another, feeling too tired to keep my eyes open. Sigh. What's the use of being responsible? This school is a mess, always having incidents, and the authorities are unwilling to spend money on improvements. I've been at this school for so many years, really. The supervisor hesitated, and I was struggling to stay awake, yawning incessantly. Finally, seeing my condition, the supervisor nodded, "It's late, go rest." Relieved to hear that, I agreed, and as the supervisor left, he kept muttering something. Just as I was about to enter the dormitory, a sudden thought struck me. I hurriedly called out to the supervisor, handed him a cigarette, and asked earnestly, "Supervisor, how many years have you been at this school?" The supervisor lit the cigarette, giving me the impression that he hadn't smoked in months. He looked at me and said, "Aren't you tired now?" I awkwardly scratched my head. The supervisor was perceptive and straightforward, using his fingers to indicate 7. I felt a surge of excitement but contained it, knowing that as long as I was diligent, there would be clues. Seeing my expression change, the supervisor remained silent, seemingly waiting for me to ask him something. Seizing the opportunity, I asked seriously, "Supervisor, do you remember what happened at the school 7 years ago?" The supervisor suddenly stopped smoking, his dim eyes staring at me, making my scalp tingle. After a while, he managed to say, "You mean, the incident with the dead person?" I nodded repeatedly. It seemed true, something did happen at the school 7 years ago. Little Beard wasn't lying, and the incident of a dead person in the abandoned building was real. However, to my disappointment, the supervisor's expression changed instantly. Frowning, he threw the cigarette away and turned to leave. I hurried to stop the building manager, looking sincere as I said, "Manager, please tell me some information. What our class has recently encountered is very likely similar to what happened 7 years ago. I must investigate it thoroughly, or I'm afraid all my classmates will end up dead." Reluctantly, the manager closed his eyes as I stopped him. He bit his strong cheekbone and the half of his face that had been burned looked striking under the moonlight. Finally, as if making a significant decision, the manager said, "Wanhu Village." After that, he forcefully pushed my hand away and quickly left downstairs. Wanhu Village? What does that mean? It's a place name, a village. Could this incident be related to that village? But with this clue, at least there's a direction. I decided to search Wanhu Village online. Gratefully watching the manager's back, his pace was quick, as if he was afraid I would catch up. Lost in thought for a moment, I saw that the manager had already run downstairs in the corridor. Was there an emergency? I didn't understand the reason, so I shrugged and quickly returned to the dorm to freshen up. Today was particularly tiring, but at least there was progress. Lying in bed, I felt myself falling asleep instantly. The next morning, my alarm woke me up feeling weak all over and a pounding headache. After a quick tidy up, I went downstairs. On the second floor, I noticed many students crowding the stairs, discussing something, blocking the way. Who did the manager offend? Yeah, he was a good person, such a pity. The manager? My scalp tingled, and I hurriedly squeezed through the crowd downstairs. When I reached the first floor, my mouth dropped open in shock, goosebumps covering my body. In front of the dormitory building, the manager was entangled by an electric wire around his neck, hanging at the entrance with his legs stretched straight. His eyes were wide open, showing fear, helplessness, regret. At first glance, it seemed like he was staring at me. I vividly remembered that the manager had run out of the dormitory last night, and I thought he had something to attend to. Did he come back in the middle of the night, only to be killed? Pushed into the crowd, feeling uneasy, I wondered if the manager's disclosure of the incident from 7 years ago led to his tragic death. Could it be Hannibal again who killed him? This reminded me of a few days ago at the cafeteria when the middle-aged man mentioned that the only senior craftsman who had worked for 7 years died after returning home. Could this also be related to what happened 7 years ago? Recalling every detail from last night, the manager was initially reluctant to tell me about Wanhu village. It was solely due to my persistence that he uttered those 3 words and lost his life. With no other options now, the entire school no longer had staff from 7 years ago, making this lead almost impossible to find within the school. The only hope was to find Wanhu village. Despite a series of homicides at the school, which should have been a sensational event, I found it strange that apart from the police and doctors handling the bodies, the school tightened security, and the whole incident seemed to have occurred without any exposure or news coverage. Even a murder case could be suppressed. It's not hard to imagine that the school's top management must wield significant power. Of course, this wasn't something I could consider at the moment. The urgent matter was to investigate Wanhu village before Hannibal made any new moves. After school on Friday, I bid farewell to Lu Ruyan and hurried to the internet cafe. Last time, I found news about a village in our county where everyone died except one person, but the news had no byline or location information. Now with the clue of Wanhu village, I felt I could dig a little deeper. But what disappointed me was that there were at least over 1,000 Wanhu village across the country, yet our county didn't have a single one. I guessed it might be because the village was too small and not recorded on the internet. Disappointed, I randomly clicked through web pages, hoping to find some clues. As I browsed, I unexpectedly entered our county's online forum and suddenly had an idea. I searched in the forum, Village of the Dead. The purpose was to narrow down the search scope, and indeed, I found over 100 posts about people dying in villages in our county. I carefully went through each post, mostly about accidental deaths or someone killing another and going to jail. Just as I was about to give up, I suddenly saw a post, Mysterious Village Cursed by Ghosts for 1,000 Years. I quickly clicked on it, and the forum owner wrote, "There is a village with a long history in our county, where people are cursed to die unexpectedly for generations. However, new villagers continue to move in even after deaths, creating a cycle. From a curse every 700 years, to every 70 years, and then every 7 years, this village has finally disappeared from our site. But it will exist in another form, known as Wanhu village." So, there really was a Wanhu village, with a history of 1,000 years. I scrolled down to read other users' replies, but they were mostly dismissive or unbelieving. Just nonsense. Opie, go to bed, another useless post. Garbage, writing fiction. There were only a few replies to this post, and it was from last year, so it quickly sank due to the lack of responses. Unwilling to give up, I clicked on the forum owner's profile. It was a new account with no information, not even a profile picture. I thought for a moment, then followed the user and sent a message, "Hello, can we talk about Wanhu village? Can you share some information with me?" After sending the message, I waited for half an hour, but the forum owner still didn't reply. Probably offline, I thought. It was reassuring that someone knew about Wanhu village. As long as the poster was alive, finding them was just a matter of time. When I got home, my parents had already prepared dinner and asked me reproachfully, "Where did you go? Why are you back so late?" I made up a random excuse to appease them, sat down at the table, and started eating. Halfway through the meal, my father suddenly said seriously, "Xiangnan, there have been a lot of incidents at your school recently. Be careful, and if necessary, take a few days off and stay at home. Don't go to school for now." Honestly, in the past, I would have gladly agreed to stay away from school if given the chance. But things were different now. It seemed like our whole class's fate was tied to Hannibal. Whenever he released a game, we had to find a way to complete it. I believed that no one would doubt Hannibal's methods now. There was another reason, though, Lu Ruyan. I had promised to protect her. I put down my chopsticks and said to my father earnestly, "Dad, the incidents at school are just accidents, nothing serious. Besides, it's almost the end of term, and I need to study." I blushed at my own words, but my mother seemed pleased and handed me a piece of meat, saying, "Well done, son, you're becoming more sensible." That night, as I lay in bed, I kept a close eye on my phone, chatting with Lu Ruyan on one side and checking Hannibal's messages on the other. With deaths becoming more frequent, I was truly worried about how we would handle the upcoming game. As if on cue, Hannibal always started with a smiley face and said, "Everyone had a good rest on Saturday, right? So, let's go to school tomorrow. We have a new game to play, starting with grabbing red envelopes." After that, Hannibal sent a 600 yuan red envelope. I stared at the red envelope, hesitant to grab it. I believed my classmates were probably feeling the same, looking at the red envelope but not daring to take it. I thought for a moment and said in the group, "Hannibal, can you tell us what game it is first?" "Yeah. Is it some damn death game where whoever dares to grab cries? We all dare to play a game with you, why don't you dare to tell us the game first?" Since I took the lead, everyone started to become enthusiastic, urging Hannibal to reveal the game's content. After a while, Hannibal smiled. Everyone stopped talking. His expression was indeed quite intimidating. Hannibal said, "Alright, the new game is that the Luck King has to touch Hannibal's hair in class, and as long as they touch it, the game is considered a success." "What? Touch Hannibal's hair?" I instantly sat up straight, wondering if Hannibal had slipped up or if this was another trap. His intention was clear, Hannibal was in the class, and if the Luck King touched him, the game would end. Did this mean that the game was all about finding Hannibal? Others in the group had the same thought as me, asking, "Touch you? So Hannibal is really in class, finally couldn't resist showing up? Hey, aren't you afraid we'll find you and kill you? Stop talking nonsense." Many were afraid Hannibal might change his mind and stop those mocking classmates. However, Hannibal remained silent throughout. Someone in the group shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab the red packets. Once the red packets are grabbed, Hannibal shouldn't be able to back out, right?" "Yes, grab the red packets. It's been so long, finally feeling like grabbing the Luck King, huh?" Everyone seemed happy about Hannibal's new game. After all, if Hannibal kept his word, Sunday would be the day Hannibal showed up, and with the current state of the classmates, it wouldn't be surprising if they beat him on the spot. However, I couldn't help but wonder, was Hannibal really that foolish? Was this another one of Hannibal's traps, or a way to cheat, not actually being in class but wanting to punish the Luck King? I leaned towards the latter, thinking Hannibal was just playing dirty. Everyone grabbed the red packets, and I had to do the same. Fortunately, none of us in our group of 4 grabbed the Luck King, so at least this time we were safe. Didn't grab the Luck King, missed the chance to find Hannibal in person. I didn't grab it either. Oh, the Luck King is Luonan. The Luck King finally emerged, it was Luonan. Luonan was an average student in class, average in academics, looks, and physique, a very ordinary classmate. If she hadn't drawn the Luck King this time, she might have been forgotten after graduation. But I remembered her. I had asked to borrow a mystery novel from her at the beginning of the school year. She said she was a detective enthusiast and wanted to be a police officer in the future. I guess seeing the performance of the mustache detective had changed her aspirations. Luonan posted a cool emoji in the group and said, "Is it fate? Let me break this boring game. Ha ha ha, is Luonan going to become a female Conan? Ha ha." Tonight's WeChat group was unexpectedly harmonious, no arguments, everyone joking around, laughing and having fun, probably thinking the game should be over. I also thought that if the game ended like this, it would be great. But as it turned out, we were all too naive. On Sunday, I arrived at the classroom very early. My classmates always arrived earlier than me. Everyone was chatting excitedly, jokingly asking each other if they were Hannibal. I noticed that Jean Xiaofeng and the others had also returned to school. It seemed their injuries were not serious as they were quietly lying on their seats. After greeting Lu Ruyan, I returned to my seat. Xiaoming lazily lay on the table reading a novel. I asked, "Xiaoming, do you think we can trust Hannibal's words?" Xiaoming didn't even look at me, completely absorbed in his phone as he said, "Once he shows up today, I'll be the first one to take him down." I rolled my eyes in silence, scanning every classmate in the room, trying to figure out who Hannibal was. But alas, I didn't have superpowers, and after a while of looking, I found nothing. Moreover, this time, there was no black mist appearing around anyone in the class. Does that mean no one will die in this game? Just then, a message from Hannibal popped up in the group chat. "The game starts now, and the lucky one, Luonan, will touch Hannibal's hair." Wow! Is it finally starting? So excited, Hannibal is finally going to show up. I felt there was a loophole in this whole thing. Pondering for a moment, I asked, if someone touches Hannibal, how will we know it's him? Hannibal replied with a smiley face and said, "Once you touch Hannibal, I will give a hint in the group chat, and the game will be over." I nodded, realizing that the answer seemed flawless. As long as Luanen went one by one, we would eventually find Hannibal. But deep down, I still felt uneasy, unable to pinpoint the issue, sensing it might be Hannibal's trap. Luanen was very excited today, even wearing white gloves, tilting her head up as if to tell us she was about to become a hero. It was self-study time, no teacher in the classroom. A classmate closed the door and said, "Luanen, start from the first one." Luanen nodded confidently and walked to the first classmate, one hand holding a phone and the other, wearing a white glove, gently placed on the student's head. With no notification in the WeChat group, she moved on to the second classmate. Everyone stared at her without blinking. We had dozens of classmates, so it would probably take around 10 minutes for everyone to be checked. At that moment, as my seatmate Xiaoming moved his chair, a shiny knife fell out of his sleeve with a loud clang on the floor. I looked at Xiaoming in surprise and asked, "Why do you have a knife?" Xiaoming shrugged it off, pushed it back into his sleeve, and said with a smile, "Once Hannibal is found, I'll make sure to stab him." His casual remark sent shivers down my spine, but I couldn't argue. If it really was Hannibal, maybe killing him wouldn't be too extreme, but were we really going to kill someone today? We were just high school students. I felt nervous instantly, lowering my head to observe those classmates who were usually a bit bolder. What a shock! I noticed that many of them had weapons hidden in their desks or pockets, from iron rods to knives like Xiaoming's. This ominous feeling grew stronger. Something was definitely wrong. Hannibal wouldn't be foolish enough to let us, with deep grievances against him, catch him. He had caused the deaths of so many of our classmates. That would be suicidal. By now, Luanen had reached my side, giving me a cold smirk, leaving me puzzled. She confidently whispered, "Based on my deduction, Xiang Nan, you are highly suspicious." Suspicious? Is she out of her mind? I couldn't be bothered with her, waiting for her to touch my head. She pinched my hair, waited for over 10 seconds, but there was still no message in the group chat. Luanen's expression turned slightly disappointed. "It's not you, what a pity. What a pity. Are you crazy? Do you want me to be Hannibal?" Her words ignited my anger, and I lashed out, but Luanen ignored me, confidently moving on to the next classmate. I gritted my teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about her. After about 7 or 8 minutes, most of the classmates had their hair touched by Luanen, leaving only 3, Yu Xiaoping, Chao Xiang, and Liao Ji. As Luanen walked up to them, the atmosphere in the class instantly froze. If Hannibal's words held true, then Hannibal was among them. These 3 students were not good at studying, always placed at the back by the teacher, sleeping in class all day, except for Liao Ji. Liao Ji was a poor student in the class. His parents died in an accident, and he was raised by his grandfather. Originally, there was no money for books at home, and it was the county that sponsored his education. Don't think that students sponsored by the county receive special treatment. Liao Ji, due to his timidity and low self-esteem, couldn't keep up with his studies. As anyone who has been to school knows, no parent would want their child to sit at the back. Students seated at the back are either troublemakers disliked by teachers and ignored by parents, or students like Liao Ji, who inherently carry the label of poverty. Yu Xiaoping playfully extended his head and said, "Come on, little detective, feel a bit more, enjoy it." Yu Xiaoping was not the one, so it was left to Chao Xiang and Liao Ji. At this moment, the classmates in the class involuntarily quieted down. Everyone's eyes seemed to be ablaze, glaring fiercely at the 2 of them, with many starting to grab things under the desks. A group of people surrounded the 2, creating pressure on whoever it was. Chao Xiang, who was originally very arrogant, now seemed a bit flustered, urging Luanen to touch him first, while Liao Ji kept his head down, too scared to speak. But truth be told, since I joined the class, this Liao Ji has never lifted his head. Luanen, on the other hand, lowered his hand now, turning confidently to look at everyone, his acne-ridden face standing out. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for an outcome. When Luanen stopped, impatience arose, and they started clamoring, "What's taking so long? Hurry up. Stop dilly-dallying, quickly expose Hannibal, I'll beat him to a pulp." Between those 2, hurry up. I calmly observed the 2, and honestly, I didn't think either of them fit the bill. What surprised me was that many students had taken out weapons from their desks, all sorts of them, even many girls had them. Suddenly, I felt scared, finding these classmates very unfamiliar. Was this still the school I knew? Luanen smiled confidently and said, "Based on my deduction, criminals usually have extreme psychological states. These people are mostly stimulated in life, dissatisfied with life, and this dissatisfaction accumulates over time, such as being bullied for a long time, lacking love for a long time, or being poor for a long time. When a person can't feel love from the world, they start to hate the world, hate its people, and begin to plan, to seek revenge frantically. So, I think Xiao Xiang doesn't need to be touched at all. Hannibal is Liao Ji. Almost everyone in the class gasped in disbelief, staring at Liao Ji. Xiao Xiang, sitting next to him, was so scared that he stood up and ran away, shouting, "Damn, so Hannibal is you." I kept my eyes on Liao Ji, who remained with his head down, trembling all over. It couldn't be, Liao Ji couldn't be Hannibal. At that moment, Luonan seemed like a witch from ancient times, enchanting everyone. He confidently pinched a strand of Liao Ji's hair. I clearly saw Liao Ji visibly tremble in fear. At the same time, a message came in on the WeChat group, "Mission accomplished." I couldn't believe the message from Hannibal on my phone. What did this mean? Was Liao Ji really Hannibal? It couldn't be, absolutely impossible. However, the classmates in the class, as if injected with chicken blood, angrily raised their weapons, shouting at Liao Ji, "Chow, damn Hannibal, we finally found you. Today, you won't walk out of this classroom alive. You've tortured us for so long, even if I have to go to jail, I'll kill you. Yes, we won't let you off. Let's kill him together, so there won't be any more red envelope WeChat groups in the future." As everyone's emotions escalated, Liao Ji became increasingly afraid. He kept sitting in the corner, not daring to lift his head, trembling all over, tears of grievance on the verge of falling. Someone from behind threw a bottle at Liao Ji, igniting the situation like a fuse, with the classmates in the class acting as explosives, ready to explode. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" Yu Xiaoping, who was originally sitting next to Liao Ji, raised his leg and kicked Liao Ji without hesitation. Liao Ji, tears in his eyes, wanted to explain, but the surrounding classmates were too fierce. Before he could speak, he was hit on the head with a stick, so he could only hold his head and cry. The crowd rushed forward like a swarm of bees, one after another, leaving me standing still in shock. Xiaoming chewed gum, his mouth curved into a sneer as he pulled out a knife from his pocket and walked past me. Seeing the gleaming knife in Xiaoming's hand, I snapped back to reality, grabbed him and shouted, "Xiaoming, what the hell are you doing?" Xiaoming looked at me puzzled, innocently asking, "I'm going to cut him, what's wrong?" I snatched the knife from his hand and said quickly, "Are you out of your mind? Is Liao Ji Hannibal Lecter?" With that, I ignored Xiaoming and quickly squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, Liao Ji's face was covered in blood, curled up on the ground holding his head, with numerous wounds on his arms and legs. Fortunately, most of those near him were unarmed, and the narrow space could only accommodate 3 or 4 people at most. Yet, even with just these few people attacking him, Liao Ji was in such a state. I couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if there was more space. Liao Ji would probably be dead by now. I saw Zhang Bin squeezing in from the side, holding a decorative knife with a fierce look on his face. I quickly shouted at them, "Stop it, all of you." I knew that my shout alone wouldn't stop them, so I grabbed a cup from my seat and smashed it against the window next to me. Bang! "Stop it, are you all brainless?" With the sound of shattering glass and my yelling, the irrational classmates finally stopped. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed past Yu Xiaoping, who was in front of Liao Ji, and stood in front of him. Yu Xiaoping, pushed aside by me, was definitely not happy and pointed at me, cursing, "Xiang Nan, are you out of your mind? The one lying behind you is Hannibal Lecter. Only when he dies can we be safe. Don't you understand this logic? Yeah, Xiang Nan, don't stick your nose in. If Hannibal doesn't die, we die. We must kill him today. Xiang Nan, move aside." The classmates around me, one after another, didn't buy my argument, raising their weapons to charge again. I had to raise my hands and shout loudly, "Do you think Liao Ji is Hannibal Lecter? Does he look like one to you? Hannibal Lecter wouldn't casually let someone die, yet you're willing to beat and kill him? Also, if Liao Ji is Hannibal, then who sent the task in the WeChat group when Luonan touched his hair and Liao Ji didn't have his phone in hand?" I felt my eyes burning red, almost tearing my throat to say these words. The classmates around me seemed either scared by me or thought I made sense, as some of them lowered their weapons, pondering. However, no one could bear to let Liao Ji off the hook, surrounding him without backing off. In reality, I knew that everyone just couldn't bear to be fooled by Hannibal Lecter again. Seizing the moment, I quickly took out my phone and shouted in the WeChat group, "Hannibal Lecter, I thought you were despicable, but I didn't expect you to be this despicable, framing others in such a way. If you have the ability, be more ruthless, playing like this. I, Xiang Nan, am the first to look down on you." After saying that, I gasped for breath, sweating profusely as I faced the many classmates. I just wanted to do my best to save someone from Hannibal Lecter's clutches, sticking to my original intentions. Sure, Hannibal soon smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. Shangnan, I appreciate you more and more. But I didn't frame anyone. In this game, the person I designated was Liao Ji. Is there a problem with me designating him as Hannibal? I don't think I ever said I'm just a member of your class, right? Besides, I just wanted you to find the Hannibal I designated, not to harm him. What does it have to do with me if your classmates are so stupid? I gritted my teeth, holding up my phone and shouted at the group of classmates who were bowing their heads, See? The surrounding classmates looked guilty, glanced at Liao Ji, then hid their weapons and slowly returned to their seats. When I shouted at them like that, they didn't retort. The most embarrassed was Luanan, standing on the side with a red face, looking around, no longer arrogant and complacent. Finally, she had no choice but to come over and say to me and Liao Ji, Xiangnan, I'm sorry. Get out of here. I didn't want to be polite to such people at all. If I hadn't rushed in at risk just now, she would have instigated the classmates to harm Liao Ji long ago, with her damn reasoning and analysis. Seeing everyone dispersing, I turned back to help Liao Ji up. In just a moment, Liao Ji had been beaten to the point of not being able to stand up, with several cuts on his legs. I angrily propped him up on my shoulders and shouted at the dazed Xiaoming on the side, What are you looking at? Come and help. Xiaoming then reacted, threw away the knife in his hand, and lifted Liao Ji up. The classmates in the class watched as I carried Liao Ji out. In fact, besides anger, I also felt some joy because this time, it was the only time I rescued someone from Hannibal. Just as I reached the classroom door, I saw a mustached policeman smoking at the door. He smiled awkwardly when he saw me coming out. I instantly got angry and questioned him, You just watched us fighting inside? Why didn't you come in to stop it? The mustached policeman smiled awkwardly, spat out smoke, and said, Young man, we police are not almighty. In that situation just now, even if I had gone in, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. Also, I came to say sorry for what happened to Li Wan last time. I shook my head, smiled, and asked, What can I do about it? And besides, the person is already dead. What's the use of your apology? After that, I didn't want to talk to him anymore, so I propped up Liao Ji and was about to leave. At this moment, Qin Yong walked over, took my hand, and said, You should talk to him, I and Xiaoming will go. Since Qin Yong said so, I couldn't refuse. After all, he was a policeman, and I was just a student. The mustached policeman led me to sit on the steps of the playground and handed me a cigarette. I thought he was trying to get information from me, so I asked, Just say what you want to ask. The mustached policeman took off his hat, sighed, and said with a somewhat helpless expression, I know you think I didn't fulfill my duty as a policeman, and I admit that. But the thing is, there are many things that I can't do, not because I don't want to, but because I'm powerless. I believe you have also experienced this feeling recently. I've figured out the situation in your class. Maybe I really don't have the ability to intervene, and I don't plan to inquire about your affairs anymore. The building manager who died yesterday had no fingerprints on him. I can't figure out who hung him up. Since you want to handle it yourselves, I won't interfere in the future. The mustached policeman looked at me with a complex expression. His words made sense, as if he already knew or guessed that what Hannibal did was true, so he didn't question me to protect me. Then, he handed me a transparent bag. This is a newspaper found in the pocket of your building manager. I don't know if it can help you. After that, the mustached policeman put on his hat and left. I took the transparent bag left by Xiao Huzi, feeling a heavy weight in my heart. This was a relic of Lu Chang, and I once felt that Lu Chang's death had a great deal to do with me. Sitting alone on the playground, it took me a long time to compose myself before opening the bag. As Xiao Huzi had said, it was a newspaper. I carefully pulled it out because the newspaper seemed to be quite old, with a yellowed surface and many words barely legible. Why would Lu Chang have an old newspaper on him before he died? Slowly unfolding the newspaper, I saw some striking headlines as soon as I turned the page. Campus fire, 50 people dead. I was shocked, quickly laying out the entire newspaper cautiously. The main text read, a high school campus teaching building caught fire, resulting in the death of over 50 people. According to police investigations, all these 50 people were from the same class, with one survivor. The police believe that this survivor is likely the culprit. After several days of investigation, the police found in the campus records that the culprit lived in Wanhu village, and the police have initiated an investigation. So, this was the case that happened in the abandoned building 7 years ago, where an entire class perished in the fire, leaving only one suspect, who lived in Wanhu village. Carefully calculating in my mind, Lu Chang hinted at Wanhu village to tell me that a culprit was hidden there, and this culprit had committed the crime of killing a whole class 7 years ago. Therefore, with over 50 of us also starting to die one by one, could it be that Lu Chang's implication was that Hannibal was the culprit from 7 years ago, and to find Hannibal, we must first find Wanhu village? But why, after so many years, hadn't the police found out the truth? Could it be that the police hadn't found Wanhu village? Glancing at the date on the newspaper, March 27, 2009, indeed it was 7 years ago. So, the most important thing now was to find Wanhu village. This cursed ancient village. After pondering all these thoughts, I felt relieved, at least having a direction, no longer lost. At that moment, Hannibal sent a message. Alright, a new game is about to begin, everyone get ready. I sighed as I held my phone, knowing about Wanhu village but still needing to deal with the present first. I got up and returned to the classroom. As I entered, everyone was quietly looking at me, knowing that my recent act of saving Liao Ji had impressed them. Under everyone's gaze, I sat down at my desk. Xiaoming nudged my arm and said with a smile, "You were pretty cool today. Get lost." Hannibal then sent another message. "I don't know if you all remember, but we had a game we didn't finish before, let's play it this afternoon." "What game?" "Always plotting some conspiracy, damn it." Hannibal sent a smiling emoji and continued, "Since you all don't remember, let me remind you. New game, limited to male participants, every male must participate. Prepare 100 pieces of paper, write numbers from 1 to 100 in order on each piece, then males will draw in order starting from number 1. Each male can choose to draw 1 to 3 pieces of paper each time, taking turns until all are drawn, and whoever draws the last piece, that is, number 100, will face a punishment. Clear, right? We'll start after school, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Hosted by Xiang Nan. There were constant complaints in the group chat, with some enjoying the chaos. "Wasn't this game over? Why are you changing the game again and bringing it back? Yeah, why only let the guys play, not the girls? That's unfair. Damn it, are you even a man?" I kept calculating in my mind that this game seemed to lead to someone receiving punishment no matter how it was played, with the most crucial part being the person who drew the last 10 pieces. So far, I hadn't come up with a better solution, and the only comfort was that Lu Ruyan didn't have to participate in this game. After class, Xiaoming conscientiously walked away to smoke. Lu Ruyan came over and sat beside me, helping me cut paper strips while saying, "You've already been in trouble several times. Please don't get into trouble this time. Do you hear me? Do you think you're Sun Wukong?" Lu Ruyan made me laugh and I replied, "If I were Sun Wukong, I would have turned Hannibal into minced meat long ago. Why would I be here cutting paper for him?" Lu Ruyan said seriously, "So, since you're not Sun Wukong, don't go looking for trouble. Take care of yourself so you can take care of me, you know?" Her words struck a chord with me, and I touched Lu Ruyan's hand as she cut the paper, looking at her soft pink lips. "Shangnan, you're cutting paper. Sorry, carry on." Just at that crucial moment, Xin Yong entered from outside the classroom, causing both Lu Ruyan and me to blush. Seeing him about to leave, I quickly called out, "Come back, let it out." Xin Yong came over with a mischievous smile, and Lu Ruyan, feeling shy, dropped the paper, said she needed to use the restroom, and ran off. "How are we going to play this game later?" I saw Jin Xiaofeng trying to recruit people again, but he's doing it secretly. I asked him, but he wouldn't admit it. I rubbed my throbbing temples and replied, "Let's not worry about him for now. There are 100 numbers in this game, even if he recruits more people, we only have around 20 male students." Xin Yong nodded in agreement and then helped me organize the paper strips. With 100 numbered paper strips ready, it was time for the school day to end. I held the paper strips in my hand, feeling uneasy, unsure how to handle this game. Jin Xiaofeng's leg was still injured, and he was talking to people privately, probably offering money, but when I looked at him, he seemed afraid and avoided my gaze. After school, I walked up to the platform and addressed my classmates, "Let's not waste time. Let's begin. Stay calm, maybe this punishment will be simple. You have only 20 minutes. Everyone draw a number in order of your seats." Ever since I saved Liaoji last time, everyone inexplicably followed my lead, and there was no more mischief. Under my guidance, they obediently drew their numbers. Zhang Yang drew number 01. Chen Feng drew numbers February 3rd, 04. Wang Yu drew numbers 05-06. Zheng Dong drew numbers 23-24-25. Jin Xiaofeng drew numbers 56-57-58. Xiaoming drew numbers 87-88-89. After 4 rounds, only the last 10 numbers remained. I saw Jin Xiaofeng starting to act, whispering to people with a sinister look on his face. I knew he was up to something. Xin Yang drew 3 numbers, 90-91-92, and then another person drew 3, leaving only 5 paper strips. Following the order, the next were Zhang Bin, Jin Xiaofeng, Liao Ji, and me. Jin Xiaofeng then revealed his true colors, touching his injured leg and sarcastically saying, "Looks like Liao Ji won't make it. It's just the 3 of us left. Let's hurry up and draw." After giving Zhang Bin a signal, he drew only 1 strip, leaving 4. Jin Xiaofeng limped over to me with a smile, saying, "Surprised, Nan, I've tricked you again. Don't blame me, There are winners and losers in games, right? He reached out to take the paper strips from my hand. If he drew 3, then I would be the one punished today. Shin Yong had warned me before, but I had a headache at the time and didn't take it seriously. I sighed with closed eyes, feeling a bit resentful but realizing it was my own carelessness. Just as Jin Xiaofeng was about to take the paper strips, Lu Ruyan suddenly stood up, tears in her eyes, and pleaded with Jin Xiaofeng. Jin Xiaofeng, I beg you, please don't draw 3, okay? Jin Xiaofeng looked at Lu Ruyan with interest and asked, oh, beg me, what do you want to beg from me? Crystal tears kept falling from Lu Ruyan's eyes. Standing frail and lonely in front of Jin Xiaofeng, looking at her slender figure, my heart ached. I walked over and hugged her, saying, don't beg him, I will be fine, trust me. Lu Ruyan cried and pounded on my back, repeatedly shouting, I don't believe you, I don't believe. I don't believe. Xiangnan, you liar. Jin Xiaofeng stood by watching the scene, saying, hey, Lu Ruyan, if you undress in front of me, I'll agree to just draw 1 card for you, how about that? Damn it. I turned around and punched Jin Xiaofeng in the face. With his leg already injured, he was easily knocked down by me. I kept punching him, almost wanting to kill him on the spot. Suddenly, Jin Xiaofeng, at some point, pulled out a gun from his pocket. Pointing it at my head, he viciously said, hit me, keep hitting me. Damn it, keep hitting me. I gasped for air, dared not lay a hand on him again. Faced with someone holding a gun, I had no means to resist. Everyone backed away in fear, afraid of being accidentally shot by Jin Xiaofeng. Jin Xiaofeng stood up, pressing the gun against my head, saying, today, I'll draw cards 97-98-99. Helplessly, I closed my eyes. Lu Ruyan's crying echoed behind me. Suddenly, the closed door opened, and Liao Ji, wrapped in bandages, walked in. Everyone instinctively made way for him. He walked slowly towards us with his head down. Jin Xiaofeng became agitated and shouted at Liao Ji, get lost, or I'll shoot you dead. Did you hear me? Liao Ji didn't even look at Jin Xiaofeng, walked straight to our side, bent down, picked up a piece of paper on the ground with 100 written on it. He raised his head slightly, smiled at me, and said, in all my life, you're the only one who stood up for me. Thank you. I choose 100. I stared in astonishment at Liao Ji, unsure whether to feel worried or relieved. After Liao Ji made his choice, he lowered his head again and silently returned to his seat. Meanwhile, a message came from Hannibal in the WeChat group. Game over, Liao Ji drew 100, punishment, stop heartbeat. Stop heartbeat, wasn't that death? At that moment, Liao Ji, after glancing at his phone, smiled calmly, as if he had long anticipated his own fate. No. I was so nervous I couldn't speak. I hurried towards Liao Ji, knowing that the number 100 should have been mine. The classmates in the room were stunned, staring at Liao Ji. I didn't know what they were thinking, as if they were waiting for his death. I rushed to Liao Ji's side, feeling somewhat at a loss facing him. I didn't know when Hannibal's punishment would take effect, so I sat in front of him, trying to appear calm, and said, Liao Ji, thank you for choosing 100 for me. Don't give up, let's figure this out together. Before I could finish my sentence, Liao Ji suddenly clutched his neck, his expression pained, grabbing his chest, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. I truly didn't know what to do, so I quickly grabbed his shoulder and turned to seek help from other classmates. But their response was cold and indifferent. No one offered any advice, except for Lu Ruyan, Xiaoming, and Qin Yong, who walked over. Call the police, get a doctor, quickly. I said to Qin Yong, then helplessly patted Liao Ji's shoulder. In just a moment, Liao Ji's eyes had turned bloodshot. He gasped for air but couldn't breathe, finally mustering all his strength to stare at me, his words barely audible, live on. After the last word, Liao Ji's hand loosened, and he fell onto the table, motionless. Live on, live on. His words echoed in my ears. My hand still rested on his shoulder, I could still feel his warmth, but I knew he would never get up again. I held my head in helplessness and regret as your classmates died one by one in front of you. The torment was truly indescribable in words. Liao Ji actually died for me. Watching him in agony, I couldn't help but wonder what I would do if it were me instead. At that moment, Qin Yong patted my shoulder and whispered, get up, the police are here. Gritting my teeth, I glanced at Liao Ji one last time and slowly stood up. Incidents had been frequent in our class recently, so the school already had police stationed there, led by Xiao Huzi. In just a few minutes, Xiao Huzi and his men rushed in. He ran to the front and despite the chaos in the classroom, he immediately noticed Liao Ji lying on the desk. Xiao Huzi frowned at me, then reached out to check Liao Ji's pulse, sighed, and signaled his men to handle it. Helplessly, I looked at Xiao Huzi, really wanting to tell him everything and desperately needing a helper. Hannibal was almost omnipotent, while we were just ordinary unarmed students. Mortals fighting evil spirits, isn't that a huge joke? But the thought of Li Wan's horrifying fate made me grit my teeth and endure. Since the last conversation with Xiao Huzi, it seemed like he understood everything about our situation. Without asking me a single question, he just turned and left. As he walked past Jin Xiaofeng, he suddenly executed a restraining move, tripped him, and subdued Jin Xiaofeng in just 2 seconds. Jin Xiaofeng cried out, "What are you doing? It's got nothing to do with me that idiot died. Instead of questioning those close to him, you're laying hands on me? Do you want to get in trouble at the police station?" Xiao Huzi raised his hand and slapped Jin Xiaofeng's head, took the gun from him, and sternly reprimanded, "Shut up! You're illegally carrying a gun. Come with me to the station." After handcuffing Jin Xiaofeng, he left the classroom. Xiao Huzi's subordinates took care of the aftermath of Liao Ji. After a brief statement was recorded, the video footage was removed as usual, and Liao Ji was declared to have died of a sudden heart attack. Another student died in our class, and finally, our class was isolated by the school. To avoid affecting other students, our class had its class times staggered by 20 minutes from the other classes. Essentially, it was the only measure the school had taken so far. In my opinion, it was utterly ineffective. During this period, teachers would come for 5 minutes after class, assign tasks and homework, then quickly leave. The students in the class kept to themselves, forming more and more small cliques, intensifying the phenomena of indifference and selfishness. As soon as class ended, the dozen or so small groups in the class would whisper among themselves, discussing something. There was no communication between them, turning classmates into strangers in a hostile relationship. Occasionally, 2 groups would engage in verbal fights over trivial matters, escalating to physical fights. Luonan belonged to this category. It seemed that Liao Ji's death had a significant impact on her. I had thought that after she apologized to us last time, she would have a complete awakening, but I was wrong. Since analyzing Liao Ji's words last time, Luonan unexpectedly gained many supporters who saw her as a wise and reliable ally. If Jin Xiaofeng was the troublemaker among the boys, then Luonan was the trash among the girls. Liao Ji's death was deserved. Such people should die. Living is painful, death is a relief. Luonan loudly commented on Liao Ji's death, and almost everyone in the class heard it. I wanted to confront her several times but was stopped by Lu Ruyan. It wasn't just me, there was a group of girls who had long been displeased with Luonan, led by Xia Lu. Xia Lu is the entertainment committee member of the class, talented in singing and dancing, fairly good-looking, with a good figure. Every time there is a small or large party, she is the one representing our class. However, her popularity in the class is not good because she is too arrogant, always looking down on her classmates, which is why very few boys pursue her. The girls around her are slightly artistic and introverted. To Xia Lu, Luonan's words are like a thorn in her side. Stop judging others all the time. What kind of person are you? Look at yourself in the mirror, so full of venom. Disgusting. Why do you care about my business, Luonan? Don't think you're so great. Hannibal's game is not about singing and dancing. You will need me one day. Need you? I need you to analyze how to get rid of acne? You. Xia Lu, feeling superior with her good skin and looks compared to Luonan, ruthlessly picks on her acne, making Luonan momentarily unable to retaliate. The tension between the two groups is palpable, feeling like a conflict is imminent. Previously, Qin Yong intervened, but now no one cares about the class monitor, and Qin Yong is no longer bothered. The only comforting thing is that Hannibal has been quiet for 3 days since Liao Ji's death. Until now, some in the class still believe that Liao Ji is Hannibal, and with his death, Hannibal is also gone. I can only smile at such remarks, knowing that calm precedes a storm. As expected, on Friday, the quiet group finally stirred again. Hannibal sent a smiling emoji and said, "After resting for so long, you should be full of energy, right? So, let's start a new round of games. The new game will be between Luonan and Xia Lu, competing to eat bread. Whoever eats the most wins the game. Game time, 3 hours. Let the game begin." After saying this, Hannibal directly sent a 500 yuan red envelope in the group, mentioning Luonan and Xia Lu, saying, "This is the game fund, go buy bread to your heart's content." Despite the 500 yuan red envelope in the group, no one dared to grab it. I felt a chill in my heart. This seemingly calm game of eating bread could turn terrifying with punishments and competition. Luonan and Xia Lu had a simmering conflict, and Hannibal clearly arranged it intentionally. At this point, no one in the group dared to speak up, all silently staring at their phones. Luonan couldn't hold back and said in the group, "Why is it me and Xia Lu? Hannibal, if you want to play games, you should be fair." Hannibal responded with a smile, "In this group, I am the rule." This simple sentence instantly silenced Luonan. Yes, in this WeChat group filled with despair, when has there ever been any rules? Our lives are in the hands of this stranger, Hannibal. I still can't be sure if he is a human or a ghost. Seeing Luanen's message in the group, Xiaolu, her adversary, seemed unwilling to back down and started speaking in the group as well. Hannibal, I agree to play this game with you, but can I have a different opponent? I find her disgusting. Do you think I want to compete with you? Are you afraid of losing to me, Luanen? In terms of eating, this lady indeed can't beat you, Luanen. Yes, you are good at showing off. Why don't you drop out and go sell yourself? Even if I go sell myself, someone will want me. If you go, you might have to pay them. Sitting in my seat, I watched Luanen and Xiaolu argue in the group for over half an hour, with many classmates snickering and even applauding. It seemed like everyone had forgotten that the game time was only 3 hours. I saw them almost done with their mutual scolding, so I took the opportunity during their ceasefire to interject. Luanen, Xiaolu, this game only lasts for 3 hours, so keep an eye on the time. I suggest you not compete in a hostile manner. After all, it's just a simple game of eating bread, and perhaps the punishment is also simple. I kindly reminded and advised them, but to my surprise, Xiaolu directly replied in the group, simple? If you dare, why don't you play for me? Scared? You coward, don't talk big here. Today, Xiaolu will defeat Luanen. Let's see who wins and who loses. I shook my head speechlessly, not continuing to persuade. I couldn't imagine what the situation would be like in 3 hours. I only knew that in this bread-eating game of Hannibal, if they didn't cooperate with each other, they would fall into Hannibal's trap again. Xiaoming nudged my arm on the side and whispered, don't bother with these two idiots, none of them are good. If they really get messed up by Hannibal, they deserve it. I glanced at Xiaoming without saying a word, wondering when our class had turned into a slaughterhouse. As time passed by, both sides of Luanen and Xiaolu sat facing each other in their seats, neither willing to be the first to buy bread, afraid of losing face. With 1 hour left of the 3-hour game, Luanen finally calmed down and whispered a few words to her follower beside her. After her follower nodded, she quickly ran outside the classroom, apparently to buy bread. Xiaolu tilted her head back, smirked disdainfully, and waved for a girl next to her to go out as well. The first round between these two girls undoubtedly ended with Xiaolu's victory. Luanen sat in her seat, clenching her fists, silent. It was Huang Pei, next to Xiaolu, who spoke up, oh, Detective Lu is afraid of losing to our Lulu, that's why she ran so fast, right? What's it to you if I compete with Xiaolu? You. As they spoke, both sides stood up, looking like they were about to fight. I really didn't expect these two groups of girls to become so irritable, no different from the troublemakers in the class. Fortunately, both of their followers rushed in at the same time, each carrying 10 loaves of bread in their arms, placing them on Luanen and Xiaolu's desks. Normally, everyone knew that bread fills you up quickly. Even normal guys would feel bloated after eating too, let alone girls. The onlookers in the class all stood up to watch the show, and Xiaoming and I also joined in. As Luanen opened a bag of bread and started eating, Xiaolu followed suit. At first, they were eating quickly, exchanging glances and eating in a competitive manner. But as they reached the second and third loaves, their eating speed noticeably slowed down, and they were too focused on eating to pay attention to each other, burying their heads in their food. At this moment, Hannibal suddenly spoke in the group. There's half an hour left in the game, remember, the loser will be punished. With their small appetites and concern for appearance, 3 loaves of bread were already their limit. When they picked up the 4th loaf, even I felt uncomfortable and swallowed hard, feeling queasy. With Hannibal's reminder, Xiaolu put down her phone and started devouring the bread frantically, distorting her mouth with the amount of bread she was stuffing in. Luanen, on the other hand, closed her eyes and stuffed the bread into her mouth. As time passed, I couldn't believe that these two girls had unconsciously eaten 8 loaves of bread each. Luanen patted her stomach like a guy, burped, slowly stood up, took off her belt, and then stared at Xiaolu as she picked up the 9th loaf. Xiaolu was also struggling at this point, trying to spit out the bread in her mouth but refusing to give up, only able to cover her mouth with her hand, looking uncomfortable. Let it go, Lulu, you'll get into trouble if you keep eating like this. Her best friend beside her finally couldn't bear it anymore, with a face full of concern, persuading Xiaolu. Xiaolu was already at her limit, but being urged by the people around her, she angrily pushed her friend away and stubbornly picked up the 9th piece of bread, stuffing it into her mouth. At this moment, Xiaolu and Luanen were lying on their seats, almost unable to move, their bellies round and swollen, looking like they were pregnant, their faces flushed, mechanically chewing on the bread. Finally reaching the last piece of bread, Luanen glanced at Xiaolu, seeing that she didn't stop, decisively stuffing it into her own mouth. In the group, Hannibal spoke again, 10 minutes left until the game ends, the loser will face my punishment. I felt Xiaolu was almost out of breath, tilting her head back trying not to spit out the bread in her mouth too weak to chew, only able to swallow hard. I finally saw through Hannibal's true intentions. What seemed like a simple bread-eating game was actually using their competitive psychology to put their lives at stake. "Stop eating, you'll die if you eat more," but my words had no effect on them at all. Luanen pointed at the table that was already empty of bread, struggling to say to her friend, "Go buy more." Although both sides of friends felt sorry, time was running out, with a few minutes left until the game ended, and they had not determined the winner. The convenience store was not far, and soon they bought another pile of bread. Looking at these bread, I felt nauseous, but I couldn't do anything. I had already warned them, but they didn't take me seriously. 1 minute left in the game. As Hannibal's message came through the group, Luanen and Xiaolu, as if gone mad, suddenly grabbed the bread on the table and stuffed it into their mouths. However, they had already eaten too much. I felt their bellies could burst at any moment. After all, each girl had eaten more than 15 pieces of bread. With Hannibal's final reminder, Xiaolu, on the side, couldn't hold on anymore. Trying to stuff the bread into her mouth, it wouldn't go in, her mouth already stuffed like a ball. I stared closely at Xiaolu's throat. She seemed to be struggling to swallow, but couldn't, her face getting redder, her belly so swollen she couldn't even lift her hands. Seeing Xiaolu's eyes starting to lose focus, I pushed through the crowd, shouting loudly, "Get the bread out of her mouth, she can't breathe." Xiaolu's friends were terrified, only reacting after my shout, frantically trying to remove the bread from Xiaolu's wide-open mouth. The scene was too disgusting, many classmates walked away to vomit. It may sound unbelievable, but Xiaolu's friend managed to pull out almost a whole piece of bread from her mouth, but her throat was completely blocked by the bread, unable to get it out. Xiaolu's eyes of unwillingness froze like that. I held my breath and reached out to touch her nose. There was no breath left. Her friends trembled, staring at Xiaolu's basketball-like swollen belly in a daze. I quickly turned to look at Luanen. She was doing much better than I had imagined. Although she couldn't move with her swollen belly, she managed to swallow all the bread in her mouth. Luanen gasped, glanced at the now-deceased Xiaolu, burped, muttering, "Serves her right, that despicable person." Luanen's entourage, seeing Xiaolu motionless and Luanen fine, instantly cheered, praising Luanen's prowess while sarcastically mocking the others. "Mayanen is amazing, ha ha ha. Wasn't Xiaolu very arrogant before? Why isn't she moving now? Hannibal, punish the Xiaolu quickly, ha ha ha." Xiaolu had been swollen to death. These people didn't even have a shred of sympathy. Faced with Xiaolu's death, I now found it surprisingly unsurprising. She was alive, she was a living person. What had I become? I didn't feel like continuing to watch, nor did I want to call the police or anything, because it was useless. In the end, it was found that Xiaolu was inflated to death by her own 15 loaves of bread. Who could be blamed for this? At this moment, Hannibal posted a smiling emoji in the group. Then he said, "Game over, Luanen wins, and the loser will perform a little luck as a punishment. Here we go again." I stared speechlessly at Hannibal's profile picture, wishing I could smash my phone, but what difference would it make? Hannibal was playing us like puppets. I was sure that if Xiaolu hadn't died, the punishment would definitely be death-related, so no matter what, the loser would die. Luanen's followers in the group had lost their humanity, saying, "Oh, Hannibal, you always give such simple punishments, it's so boring." Yeah, look at Arenin, she worked so hard to win the game, and didn't even get a reward. Anyway, that bitch Xiaolu was already dead. You can't punish a dead person, why not reward Arenin instead? I couldn't help but curse in the group. Are you guys even human? Xiaolu is still one of you, a person. Her body is still lying in the classroom, and you're already talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid she'll turn into a vengeful ghost and come after you at night? Afraid of what? I'm not afraid either. Exactly, with Arenin here, who's afraid of a ghost like her? Ah ha ha ha. I didn't continue speaking. Most of the people in this class had lost their minds, undoubtedly. This was exactly what Hannibal wanted to achieve the most. Arguing with them would only make me angrier. Unexpectedly, Hannibal replied at this moment, "Alright, since you want to reward the winner, this time I'll make an exception and reward Luanen." Reward? This was the first time I heard that Hannibal would give rewards for playing games with us. Looking at Hannibal's smiling expression, I felt uneasy, something was off. Wow! Hannibal is going to reward Anan. Quick, what reward will Anan get? Yeah, my Anan is so amazing, even if it's a red envelope, it should be a big one, hee hee. These irrational people had already forgotten about our deceased classmates and were now chatting happily with Hannibal. Had they forgotten that we were all puppets in Hannibal's hands? Hannibal posted a smiling emoji and said, "Then let's reward Luanen with a bottle of mineral water, within 2 minutes. If she can't finish it, she will face a death penalty." Ah, it's not a reward, why is it just a bottle of mineral water? Be content, it's already good that Hannibal is rewarding us. Drinking mineral water, facing a death penalty. I knew things weren't that simple. Hannibal, are you trying to kill Luanen? I directly questioned Hannibal in the group, but he didn't reply. Luanen's friends clearly didn't realize the danger of the situation and voluntarily handed her a bottle of mineral water. And then, this is the reward I fought for you. Even though it's just a bottle of mineral water, it's still Hannibal's first time rewarding someone else. Yeah, and then, drink quickly, you have 2 minutes to finish it, or you'll face a death penalty. Luanen, this fool, didn't realize the danger at all, and confidently took the mineral water. I hurried over and shouted at Luanen, do you not care about your life? If you drink this bottle of water, will you still have a life? Luanen was stunned. I thought she had come to her senses, but I was wrong. She took a break and then, holding the bottle of mineral water, said to me, Xiang Nan, do you think I didn't see Hannibal's mention of the death penalty? If I don't drink it, I'll face a death penalty. Are you trying to make me die on purpose? I'm sorry, I won't let you succeed. With that, Luanen raised the bottle of mineral water and started pouring it into her mouth. I don't know if you have ever eaten bread. When you eat bread alone, it's not too bad. Eating one piece doesn't make you feel full, but after drinking a glass of water, your stomach will feel very full and bloated because the bread expands in your stomach when soaked with water. Luanen had eaten 16 pieces of bread, her stomach already swollen like a ball. Now, adding a bottle of water would undoubtedly be fatal. I wanted to stop her, but her entourage blocked me. I watched Luanen drink the bottle of water, closed my eyes, and returned to my seat. Her friends cheered, but Luanen's face grew paler, unable to speak. Finally, she collapsed from her seat, her belly bursting out of her short sleeves, crying out in pain, her face contorted and deformed, losing control of her bowels and emitting a foul stench. I covered my ears, not wanting to hear her screams like a slaughtered pig. I tried to save her, but she was ungrateful. I knew she wouldn't last long, just about 3 minutes, and then she lay motionless. Luanen, who could have survived, ended up killing herself. Hannibal posted a smiling emoji in the group chat, saying, Luanen completed the game reward. Sending a red envelope to celebrate with you all. After that, he sent a red envelope of 500 yuan. As mentioned before, many in the class had lost their sanity and now, like puppets of Hannibal, they immediately scrambled for the red envelope. I cautiously asked, what game will the Luck King play this time? Hannibal replied with a smile, no game this time. Rest well on Saturday, and we'll continue on Sunday. I turned off my phone, feeling increasingly anxious as time was running out. The deaths of 2 classmates in our class and the quiet handling by the police terrified me. After taking away the bodies, they didn't even ask us anything, just continued with classes as usual. I began to wonder how they managed the parents of the deceased students. After a brief farewell to Lu Ruyan, I quietly slipped out of the school gate in the afternoon since there were no classes. I couldn't climb over the wall alone, so I had to forge a sick leave note. Watching the students playing on the playground, I envied them. When would I be able to go to school like them? After a deep sigh, I headed towards the school gate. I handed the forged sick leave note to the guardroom, keeping my head down out of habit, afraid of being recognized. The one who took the note had calloused hands. Wasn't it a middle-aged chubby man before? Why was there a change? I curiously stole a glance and found him looking at me too. Indeed, a new guard, an old man. I instantly felt relieved and nodded with a smile. The new elderly guard was quite unique, around 50 years old, with a shaved head and dressed in plain clothes. If he wasn't sitting in the guard room, I would have mistaken him for a monk. He smiled at me and asked, heading south? I nodded honestly and asked what was wrong. He raised his eyebrows, stopped talking, waved at me, indicating I could leave. Finding it strange, I glanced at him a few more times and noticed that the guard room had been tidied up. The previous chubby guard was messy, but now everything was neatly arranged. I vaguely saw an incense burner with smoke curling up. I glanced back, not dwelling on it, and headed to the internet cafe alone. I didn't go to the internet cafe to play games. If we didn't find a solution to Hannibal's matter soon, we would never have peace. As long as Hannibal was pleased, tomorrow could be my deadline. And now my only clue was Wanhu Village, the fire incident in the abandoned school building 7 years ago. The only survivor lives in Wanhu Village, a place that cannot be found on the map. The building supervisor gave me a hint before he died, wanting to tell me that Hannibal is very likely the survivor from Wanhu Village. To find him, I must first find Wanhu Village, so I need more clues. Last week, I found a post about Wanhu Village. The owner of the post might also know something. I left him a message, not knowing if he replied. With a lot of questions in my mind, I hurried to the internet cafe. After turning on the computer, I immediately checked the forum, and to my surprise, there was an unread message in my inbox, which made me exclaim in astonishment. I quickly opened the message, and indeed it was a reply from the post owner. The owner didn't agree to add me as a friend but replied with 3 words, Siedishing. I sat in front of the computer, somewhat puzzled. I wanted to talk to him about Wanhu village. Why did he reply with a person's name? Could it be that Xiedishing is the survivor living in Wanhu village? But the question is, how does this post owner know that I am looking for this survivor? Despite my doubts, I still searched on Baidu, trying to look up this name, but there were too many results with that name. The only certainty was that this person is male. I carefully noted down Xiedishing in the small notebook I had prepared in advance, which also contained some information about Wanhu village and the abandoned building fire incident. Time passed quickly. Even though I skipped class early, in the blink of an eye, it was getting dark again, so I had to pack up and get ready to go home, or else my parents would surely worry. Before leaving, I added the post owner as a friend again and left another message saying, "Thank you for the information you provided. If it's not convenient to meet, could you tell me more about Wanhu village?" Then I prepared to go home alone, feeling quite happy actually, because I had another piece of information. Although not enough to find Hannibal, it was still a glimmer of hope. As long as this post owner is willing to tell me more, I believe it won't be long before I find Hannibal. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Just the thought of my classmates no longer being tormented by Hannibal made me ecstatic. As I walked, I felt the surroundings getting colder, fewer pedestrians on the road. The dim streetlights seemed like they could go out at any moment. I couldn't help but shiver, realizing it was already evening. I checked the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock. But something felt off. I clearly left the internet cafe at 6, and it would take me at most half an hour to walk home. How did I lose 2 hours? I quickly stopped and looked around, and to my horror, I realized where I was: a funeral parlor. In front of me stood an old 2-story building, with the words "funeral parlor" written prominently on the door. The surrounding houses were dark as if no one lived there. Only 4 old-fashioned dim streetlights illuminated the road, casting a long shadow of my lonely figure. While I was still in shock, a car swiftly passed by me, carrying a body wrapped in white cloth, which was quickly taken into the funeral parlor. The whole process took only 10 seconds. This place was a 2-hour journey from my home, already in the outskirts. How did I end up here? What did I do in those 2 hours? Why can't I remember anything? I swallowed hard. The more I looked at the funeral parlor in front of me, the more terrifying it seemed, so I quickly turned around and ran back, calling my dad on the phone as I ran. My dad answered quickly, "Hello, Xiangnan, what's up?" I froze in place instantly. I hadn't returned home so late, yet my dad didn't question me. His tone was so relaxed. What on earth had happened? I brought my phone up to my eyes, confirming once again that it was my dad's number. Then I said, "Dad, I think it'll take me another hour or so to get home. I got lost." My dad responded with a simple his tone still calm. "Weren't you just out for a few minutes? How did you get lost? Be careful, call me if it gets too late. I'll come pick you up." Just a few minutes? My scalp tingled, fear almost making me drop my phone. Cold sweat ran down my back. I hadn't returned yet. What was my dad talking about? I remained silent, making my dad anxious. He asked, "What's wrong, Xiangnan? Did something happen to you?" To ease my dad's worry, I forced myself to regulate my breathing and said, "It's nothing, Dad. I'll be home soon." Then, I quickly hung up, afraid my dad would notice my current state. The cold wind around me felt piercing. Shaking, I hurried towards a crowded place. Who was going to replace me on my way home today? Luckily, not far ahead was a bus stop. I vaguely saw a few people waiting there. 3 men and 2 women, strangely motionless, like architectural statues. The dim light made it hard to see their faces. I didn't dare approach them. I checked the bus route and sat down to wait, my mind still on what my dad had said. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was a message from the Hannibal group chat. Before I could open it, I caught sight of a pair of legs. Due to the dim light, I couldn't see clearly, but as soon as I turned on my phone, I saw the legs of the woman closest to me. Surprisingly, she was wearing canvas shoes and thick pants on a hot day. Curious, I discreetly glanced at the others and was terrified. All 4 of them wore black canvas shoes and thick pants. Suddenly, a term came to my mind: burial clothes. Holding my breath, I slowly raised my head to look at their upper bodies. At that moment, a bus whooshed by, its headlights sweeping over us like a train. It stopped precisely at the bus stop. The bus door creaked open, releasing a chilling air like a refrigerator. Even if I was foolish, I knew what I had encountered. I stood still by the bus stop, not daring to move or breathe. As the door opened, the 3 men and 2 women finally moved, mechanically walking towards the bus. They wore thick black cotton coats, never looking back. Meanwhile, I noticed several people already seated on the bus, expressionless with pale skin, some even wearing top hats. Fortunately, the driver seemed not to notice me. After the 5 individuals boarded, the door slammed shut, and the bus vanished into the night, leaving behind the lingering cold air. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I collapsed on the ground. What had happened to me today? Was I cursed? Was that bus the legendary hearse? Why did I encounter such unusual events? I wiped my sweat with my clothes, and as I lowered my head, a light suddenly shone on my face. Startled, I stood up again. Could it be that the hearse had spotted me and was coming back for me? The light was blinding, making it hard to keep my eyes open. Soon, a man spoke. "Young man, need a ride? It's late, and the buses have stopped." I didn't seem to have any problem with my accent, so I cautiously leaned over to look at the driver. He was a middle-aged man with small eyes. Afraid of any issues, I tentatively asked, "How much to the county town?" "It's late, so just give me 50, how about that?" "I'm not overcharging, you know it's not easy for us in this line of work, charging you 50. Watching the driver smoothly negotiate the price with me, I knew he must be an ordinary person. If he were a spirit, why bother talking to me? I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got into the car. Once inside the taxi, I instantly felt much warmer, even though I was already sweating profusely. It was a cold sweat brought on by fear. In fact, I had been standing by the roadside with a cold wind blowing. There was a Buddha statue placed on the dashboard of the taxi. I figured this driver could safely come and go here, and it was probably related to this Buddha statue. The driver was chatty and familiar. He must have noticed my pale face and asked with a smile, "You're still a student, right? What are you doing out in the suburbs so late?" I thought for a moment, not planning to tell him the inexplicable truth about why I had come here, so I lied. I'm in high school, came here to hang out with a classmate, lost track of time." The driver shook his head and chuckled, "You students have no sense of danger. This place is very dangerous at night. Other taxi drivers don't want to pick up passengers here. It's just that I have a strong life force, huh?" I was taken aback by the driver's words, feeling nervous again. I thought of the funeral home just now, the 5 dead people in front of the bus stop sign, and the hurried hearse. If it weren't for this taxi, I really wouldn't know what to do tonight. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel grateful to the driver and sincerely said, "Thank you so much tonight, uncle." The driver, pleased with my gratitude, couldn't stop talking, and at first, I just listened casually. But when he mentioned the strange events in this area, I couldn't help but perk up my ears. "Young man, let me tell you, that street you were standing on just now used to be a famous village. My dad told me that this village was said to have had a population of 10,000 at its peak, with a history of thousands of years, but it's a pity." The driver hesitated when he reached this point, and I hurriedly asked, "What's a pity?" Just as I asked, the taxi suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped. I almost hit my head on the windshield. Confused, I turned to see what was happening in front, only to realize that the car had already reached the entrance of my residential area. My dad and mom were standing there, looking worried. I was in a panic. On one hand, the things the driver mentioned were likely related to the Wanhu village I had been investigating, but he stopped halfway. On the other hand, there were my parents, concerned about me, about to open the car door. If I insisted on staying in the car to ask the driver, my parents would find out about my secret investigation, and I didn't want to involve them in this matter. Feeling torn, I reluctantly sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the friendly middle-aged man beside me. At the same time, my dad had already opened the car door. "Shangnan, why don't you get out? Your mom is so worried, hurry up." I had no choice but to compose myself and get out of the car. My parents bombarded me with questions, saying they were about to call the police if I didn't come back soon. I wondered, how did my parents know I was taking a taxi back? And why were they waiting for me at the entrance? I didn't ask further because if someone could replace me to come home, they could also pretend to be me and inform my parents. I nervously glanced at the house behind my parents and clenched my fists. At that moment, the taxi driver beside me chuckled and said, "The kid is safely back with you all. Please settle the fare quickly, I still have to run more trips." My dad finally realized what had happened and quickly thanked the driver sincerely for a long time. Then he took out $100 and handed it to me, saying I should personally give it to the driver. This suited me just fine. I was still thinking about asking for his business card, planning to find some time to chat with him about the village. I bent down and handed the money through the passenger window, smiling as I said, "Uncle, here's the money, you." I was about to mention exchanging contact information when I saw the driver's face and froze on the spot. Because, to my surprise, there was a black mist hovering over his forehead, just like Li Yang's. The same symbol of death had appeared again. The driver noticed my change in expression and asked, "Young man, what's wrong? Do you need to say something?" I snapped out of it and shook my head. With my parents present, I couldn't bring up the topic of the black mist, so I advised him, "Uncle, it's late today, be careful not to encounter any danger, you better head home and rest early." The driver chuckled twice, didn't pay much attention to what I said, handed me $50, and said, "I mentioned 50 in advance, I won't take more, here." "No need, uncle, you keep it, just make sure to stay safe." As we both hesitated in the car, my arm accidentally bumped into the Buddha statue on the dashboard, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud thud. Despite the soft carpeting in the car, the statue still broke into several pieces. Was this all predestined by fate? I stared in disbelief at the shattered Buddha statue, then at the driver whose forehead was now covered in an increasingly dense black mist, feeling guilty and helpless. The driver looked at the broken statue in a daze, then laughed twice and said, This thing is really cheap and worthless. Alright, I'm off, young man." With that, he turned the car around, and in the blink of an eye, the vehicle disappeared as if swallowed by the night, out of my sight. I only managed to note down his license plate number, 1422. My parents thought I was sick, showering me with concern and care. Unable to handle it, I made up an excuse about catching a cold and wanting to rest, then locked myself in my room. Today's events once again proved one thing: I was being haunted by an evil spirit, and this evil spirit might not necessarily be Hannibal. This spirit first led me to the vicinity of the funeral parlor, then replaced me at home and informed my parents of my whereabouts. Through the driver's account of the area near the funeral parlor, it seemed very much like the ruins of Wanhu village. These fragmented pieces of information told me that this evil spirit wanted me to go somewhere, perhaps to Wanhu village, replacing me at home as a warning, constantly threatening my family. Anyone who reveals information about Wanhu village is in danger of losing their life. Of course, this is just my speculation. Besides the driver with the black mist on his forehead, there's also the mysterious Baidu Tieba post owner. I sincerely hope they are both safe. With so much going on, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, my mom called me to have breakfast, and my dad switched the TV to the morning news channel. As soon as the channel changed, the three of us almost simultaneously stopped eating. The announcer said crisply, "Breaking news today, last night in the early hours, a taxi driver with license plate number 1422 had a rollover accident on the overpass. The driver, aged 38, despite efforts by the hospital, could not be saved, and the police are currently investigating and contacting the driver's family." My mom pointed at the TV and asked me, "Xiaonan, wasn't this the car that took you home yesterday?" I sighed, nodded without saying a word. My parents lamented the fragility of life and the loss of a good person. As someone who knew in advance when others would die, I really didn't know what to say. This helpless pain, perhaps only I could understand. After finishing the meal, I suddenly remembered that there was a message in Hannibal's WeChat group last night. Yesterday, I was too tired and fell asleep without checking my phone. Today, when I opened it, I saw many unread messages, including a private message from Lu Ruyan. I opened her message first. She said, "Shangnan, are you asleep? What should I do?" This time it's Qin Yong's turn. I really want to help him, but I'm so scared of everyone in the class. Seeing Lu Ruyan's message, I guessed what was going on. It must be that Hannibal called out Qin Yong. I quickly opened the WeChat group, skipped through the chatter, and went straight to Hannibal's message. After searching for a while, I finally found it. Hannibal said, "For Sunday's game, I will randomly select someone to complete a task. After completing it, I will send an 800 yuan red envelope. This time, the game is for Qin Yong. The game is, lose the most important thing in your heart. Deadline, Sunday night at 12. Hannibal's game content was indeed strange. Making Qin Yong lose the most important thing in his heart. Does Hannibal know what everyone is thinking? Qin Yong is one of my few good friends in the class. When he was called out by Hannibal, I was more anxious than anyone else. I didn't bother reading the irrelevant messages in the WeChat group. Instead, I called Lu Ruyan. As soon as she answered, her worried voice came through. "You finally remembered to call me. Why didn't you reply to my messages yesterday? I waited for so long." I didn't know how to explain to Lu Ruyan. Indeed, these days I had been too preoccupied with finding out about Hannibal's situation and neglected her. Although I felt guilty, now was not the time to discuss this. I quickly changed the subject. I was just too tired yesterday and fell asleep early. By the way, did anything happen in the class after I left? Su Xiao responded, "After you left yesterday, Jin Xiaofeng came back. As soon as he returned, he picked on two innocent classmates. If that little mustached policeman hadn't come in to warn him later, who knows what he would have done. I feel like he's become even more vicious this time he's back. And then there's Qin Yong's situation. I guess you've already seen it. Jin Xiaofeng must be from a wealthy family. After being taken away by the police, he returned to class unscathed. This troublemaker was indeed a big threat in the class. After comforting Lu Ruyan, I arranged to meet them in the group this afternoon to discuss a plan. That afternoon, I even made a detour to the internet cafe I visited yesterday. First, I checked if the forum owner had replied to me, but to my disappointment, there were no unread messages when I opened the forum. This reminded me of the helpful taxi driver from yesterday who disclosed information about one who village to me before his unexpected death. Similarly, the forum owner had shared some information with me. All I could do was pray silently that this mysterious forum owner was safe. Secondly, as I walked home from there yesterday, I inexplicably ended up at the funeral parlor and unknowingly spent 2 hours there. I wanted to figure out what was wrong with that place. Despite carefully examining every suspicious spot along the way in broad daylight, I found no clues and soon arrived at the school gate. I sighed helplessly, realizing my own incompetence. I had no ability to resist these supernatural events. Shin Yong, Xiaoming, and Lu Ruyan arrived before me, and we met at a bookstore near the school. It was quiet and not many students came in. When I saw Shin Yong, I went over and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "It's okay, we'll find a way to solve this." In reality, every time I said these words, even I didn't believe them. What could we do to face Hannibal? Shin Yong, on the other hand, remained calm. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Better late than never. No one has ever escaped from Hannibal's game class. Since he called my name, I want to give it a try and see how formidable this Hannibal really is." Xiaoming, always optimistic, leaned back in his chair, chewing gum lazily, and said, "Exactly. What's there to be afraid of? Why didn't he call my name? I've long seen through Hannibal's tricks. Look at the previous times, it's all about sowing discord or provoking emotions to make us lose our rationality and harm ourselves. I won't do such foolish things." Seeing Shin Yong and Xiaoming's attitudes, I felt relieved but also worried. I worried that Hannibal would seize upon their mindset and turn the tables. Lu Ruyan remained silent, anxiously gripping my hand. Her eyes kept telling me, "Don't act impulsively, don't get involved again." After some thought, I asked Shin Yong a straightforward question. "Shin Yong, tell me honestly, do you know what is most important to you?" After I asked, both Xiaoming and Lu Ruyan looked at Shin Yong simultaneously, and this question truly stumped him. In fact, I had thought before, do we really know what is most important to us? Most of the time, the important things only become clear after we lose them. Even if you are asked to say what is most important to you, can you say it? Friendship, love, family, memories, time, a pen, a stone. Among these, any could be the most important to you. Hannibal's seemingly simple game was actually posing a great challenge to Shin Yong. We chatted aimlessly all afternoon without making any sense. The next day, Sunday, I arrived early in the classroom. Jin Xiaofeng's leg, which I had injured, seemed to have healed. When he saw me enter the classroom, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. As class time approached, I noticed something. Shin Yong still hadn't shown up at school. Seeing his empty seat, fear crept up on me. Both Xiaoming and I, unlike before, were no longer relaxed, constantly staring outside the classroom. Had something happened to Shin Yong? But Hannibal's game was supposed to end at midnight tonight, so Shin Yong should still have time. I quickly asked in the WeChat group, "Shin Yong, why haven't you come to school yet?" After I asked, Lu Ruyan and Xiaoming also anxiously repeated the question, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no response on my phone. With so many deaths around me recently, I tried not to dwell on thoughts of death. I pretended to be calm and called Shin Yong. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." My hand started trembling. Xiaoming kept asking if I got through, but I couldn't utter a word, gripping the phone tightly. Jin Xiaofeng in the front row had been observing us all along. Seeing my state, he smirked and suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't it the time for the class monitor to play games today? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he chickening out, getting cold feet?" Ha ha, Jin Gu is right. Shin Yong is just good at pretending usually. If Hannibal really comes for him, he won't be so cocky. Exactly, why do I feel like Shin Yong might have already? I couldn't contain my emotions any longer. Disregarding any sense of reason, I grabbed a chair from under my seat and charged towards Jin Xiaofeng. Shin Yong is my brother from the south. I may not have the ability to protect him, but at least I can shut you animals up. Xiaoming, in the moment I acted, also jumped onto the table. With red eyes, he stomped on the table and charged at Jin Xiaofeng. Jin Xiaofeng had many underlings, and before we could reach him, we were stopped by his lackeys. I didn't care about my classmates anymore. I grabbed a stool and started smashing it forward, regardless of who it hit, just feeling that my inner anger had to erupt. Just as we were in the midst of a fierce fight, I heard Lu Ruyan shout loudly, "Xiangnan, stop fighting, Shin Yong is here." I didn't pay attention at first, but when he mentioned Shin Yong, I was instantly stunned. At the same time, Jin Xiaofeng and his group also stopped, all curiously looking outside the classroom. I pushed aside the two people in front of me and rushed to the front to look outside the classroom. I saw Shin Yong walking calmly towards the classroom, dressed in plain clothes today, with a hemp bag slung over his back, looking smug and even winking at me. I knew what Qin Yong meant because there was an old man walking in front of him. This old man had silver hair, tied up in a bun with a hairpin, slightly hunched back, wearing a yellow Taoist robe with the 8 trigrams symbol on the chest, and carrying a peachwood sword slung across his back, exuding a powerful aura as he walked. Undoubtedly, this was Qin Yong's grandfather. Not just me, many classmates in the class exclaimed, saying that a master had finally arrived and we were saved. Qin Yong's grandfather walked to our classroom, not rushing in, but squinting his eyes to scan around, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Then he stroked his white beard on his chin and hoarsely said, "Dare to touch my grandson, this old man will deal with you today." I had heard Qin Yong mention that his grandfather was an old Taoist with some skills, and the talismanic wooden stick he stole from the abandoned building last time was proof enough. Now, seeing his grandfather's imposing manner, I believed even more. The classmates were excitedly discussing, "We are finally saved this time. This old man looks really tough." Of course, this is Qin Yong's grandfather. I live in the same village as Qin Yong. It is said that his grandfather used to drive away corpses in Xiangxi when he was young. Really awesome. To be honest, I was genuinely happy to see Qin Yong's grandfather come to help him. After all, his grandfather had dealt with evil spirits before, maybe he could really deal with Hannibal. But then again, we had experienced Hannibal's methods, and I felt it was different from ordinary evil spirits. Despite my thoughts, I took the initiative to go out, first greeted Qin Yong, then respectfully said to the old man, "I've heard Qin Yong talk about you, I'll rely on you this time." The old man glanced at me sideways, nodded slightly but didn't say anything. I felt awkward, so Qin Yong came over and whispered, "My grandfather is aloof, he looks down on everyone. If he nods to you, it means he has a good impression of you." At this time, Lu Ruyan and Xiaoming also followed out. Since everyone knew that the 4 of us were close, no other classmates came over to join in. They all watched from a distance to see what kind of skills the old man would use. Lu Ruyan also politely greeted the old man with a smile, "Grandpa Qin, hello." The old man had originally ignored Chun Xiao, but when he glanced over, he suddenly turned back to stare at Lu Ruyan intently, his eyes shining with excitement. Lu Ruyan blushed instantly and quickly hid behind me. I glanced awkwardly at Qin Yong and whispered, "You didn't tell me your grandfather is a tricky old man." Qin Yong also scratched his head awkwardly, obviously unaware, and the old man's action made the boys in the class burst into laughter. The old man didn't care at all. He strode towards me, his expression serious as he said to Lu Ruyan behind me, "Little girl, the amethyst on you, who gave it to you?" Qin Yong and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was looking at the amethyst. This amethyst was the one I gave to Chun Xiao last time in the abandoned building. Seeing Lu Ruyan still a bit shy, I took the initiative to answer, "Grandpa Qin, this is the one I gave to Chun Xiao." The old man frowned, his dim eyes sharp and piercing, staring at me uncomfortably, and continued to ask, "The owner of this amethyst, is it your father?" I quickly shook my head, then straightforwardly explained the origin of the amethyst to the old man. After listening, the old man sighed deeply and said, "What a pity." He patted my shoulder, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and said, "This amethyst is a good thing, little girl, you must take good care of it." Seeing Lu Ruyan nod obediently, the old man then turned and walked towards the classroom. I held on to Lu Ruyan as we followed, hearing the old man lightly instruct the people in the classroom, "Except for my grandson and this couple, everyone else, leave the classroom." The couple the old man mentioned naturally referred to me and Lu Ruyan. Qin Yong also began organizing everyone to quickly leave the classroom, but at this moment, Jin Xiaofeng decided to cause trouble. He sat with 4 or 5 followers at the classroom door, arrogantly saying, "I've seen Taoists before. Just because you're old, you think you can command people at will? Here's $1,000. I command you to perform an exorcism in front of me. I want to see a live show. If I'm pleased, I'll reward you more." Jin Xiaofeng took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Qin Yong and I were about to intervene, but the old man raised his hand and slapped Jin Xiaofeng hard across the face. Jin Xiaofeng, along with the money, was sent flying and knocked unconscious against the door. "Take this brat away." Seeing the old man's action, Jin Xiaofeng's followers hurriedly carried him away. As a result, only I, Qin Yong, Lu Ruyan, and the old man were left in the classroom. The old man stood at the door without moving, his eyes scanning every corner of the classroom. After looking around, he slammed the door shut. As soon as the door closed, a gust of wind blew in from somewhere, scattering papers around the classroom. I quickly pulled Lu Ruyan to a corner to hide, while Qin Yong stood behind the old man to assist him. Frowning at the flying papers, the old man suddenly drew a peachwood sword from his back and slashed towards the teacher's desk. Strangely, the wind in the classroom stopped instantly, and the papers slowly descended, enveloping the room in silence once again. The peachwood sword, which had only revealed its hilt moments ago, now appeared stained with a dark red color, looking inexplicably eerie. Xiaoyun, take out the 7-star command flags and place one in each of the southeast, northwest, and center of the classroom, as well as one at the front and back doors. Xingyong acknowledged and took out 7 command flags from his bag, nodding at me and tossing 3 for me to help. After arranging them as instructed by the old man, Xingyong and I stepped aside. The old man had been chanting since we placed the flags, presumably reciting a spell. In a moment, he shouted, 7 stars command, no entry on the Yang path, no exit on the Yin path, begone. Simultaneously, he flicked several talismans from his sleeve, which ignited on their own. Before they hit the ground, the old man lifted them with the peachwood sword, setting them ablaze. The fire on the sword seemed endless, as the old man raised the sword to his mouth, bit his finger, and spat blood onto it, causing the flames to intensify. Evil creature, perish! As if seeing something, the old man suddenly rushed forward with the flaming sword, leaping onto the table and stopping in the middle of the classroom, continuously swinging and dodging as if engaged in a battle. I rubbed my eyes repeatedly, trying to see what the old man was fighting, but I couldn't see anything at all. I asked Chunxiao and Xingyong, but they were in the same situation. The old man, being alone and elderly, seemed to be hit several times, bending in pain. The light on his sword gradually dimmed, and many talismans had turned to ashes. I wanted to help but felt powerless, only able to stand by helplessly. I approached Xingyong quietly and asked, "Can we help?" Xingyong shook his head, looking pained, and said, "My grandfather told me that if he needs help, he will ask for it. If he doesn't ask, it means he doesn't need it. If I were to offer help now, it would only cause more trouble." Seeing Xingyong's response, I had no choice but to return to Chunxiao's side. Chunxiao was looking very serious. Suddenly, she pointed in the direction of the classroom's back door and said to me in a frightened voice, "There seems to be someone at the back door." Someone? Why didn't I see it? I saw the old man still struggling with the thing on the central table. Obviously, they were evenly matched. I looked in the direction Chunxiao pointed to, and at first glance, there was nothing. But upon closer inspection, I was startled. I saw a chair at the back door, floating in the air, slowly moving towards the old man's back. It was clear that this thing was about to ambush the old man. It seemed that there was more than one evil spirit in the classroom, which explained why the old man was having such a hard time. As I watched the chair get closer to the old man, I quickly shouted, "Grandpa Chin, be careful, there's another one behind you." The old man trembled, swiftly threw a talisman backwards, hitting the chair accurately. There was a wail in the classroom, and the talisman on the chair started crackling and smoking, before falling to the ground. Seeing the old man defeat one, both I and Lu Ruyan clapped happily, feeling like we had finally been of help. But our joy was short-lived. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the classroom again, and papers began flying towards the old man. At the same time, chairs started floating around him, more than 10 in total. This time, the old man noticed without my reminder. Xingyong worriedly shouted, "Grandpa!" The old man didn't speak, but bit his fingertip again, spitting on the peachwood sword, making the fire talisman burn brighter. However, it only lasted for 2 seconds. The papers flying around seemed to be controlled by someone, crazily rushing towards the peachwood sword in the old man's hand. The papers in the classroom formed a huge tornado, enclosing the old man's lonely figure in no time. Witnessing this scene, the students peeking from outside gasped. Xingyong shouted "Grandpa" again and rushed over regardless. I knew that if Xingyong rushed over at this moment, it would be certain death. I was sure the old man wouldn't want him to go now. I quickly grabbed Xingyong, but he was too fast. As he rushed forward, I pulled him down, and we both fell to the ground. I took the opportunity to press him down, shouting loudly, "Don't act impulsively, going over now is certain death." "But my grandfather!" Xingyong looked at his grandfather, surrounded by countless papers, his fists clenched, eyes turning red. At that moment, I saw a faint fire in the center of the papers. Xingyong seemed to notice it too, staring hopefully at the center of the papers, momentarily frozen. With a loud boom, the tornado of papers surrounding the old man exploded, all the papers catching fire and falling to the ground like a shower of blossoms. In the center of the table, the old man stood holding the sword with one hand, his other hand covered in blood, his Taoist robe torn to shreds, barely managing to stand. "Grandpa! Xin Grandpa, if it's not working, let's leave here first, don't fight them head-on, it's not worth it." I restrained the now irrational Xingyong and quickly persuaded the old man. The old man glanced back at Xingyong, his silver hair disheveled, tears in his old eyes, a face full of reluctance, blood finally spilling from his mouth. I knew the old man was no match for Hannibal anymore and urged, "Xin Grandpa, don't hesitate, let's retreat quickly." As I spoke, I glanced back at Lu Ruyan, signaling her to open the classroom door. Lu Ruyan understood my intention instantly and hurried to the door. However, when she reached the classroom door, she found it wouldn't budge no matter how hard she tried. Frustrated, she even tried smashing it with a chair, but it was all in vain. Clearly Hannibal had tampered with it. In those few moments, the floating chairs around us gathered once again, menacingly surrounding the old man. The malevolent spirits in the classroom seemed to only target the old man, completely ignoring the three of us, which was somewhat fortunate in our misfortune. The old man stood tall once more, raising the peachwood sword despite being covered in blood, still holding his head high with pride. A chilling wind swept through, and over a dozen chairs suddenly flew towards the old man at incredible speed. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to react in time, but the old man skillfully dodged and countered with his sword, despite the overwhelming numbers. Soon, a chair struck the old man's chest, and paper scraps fluttered around like flying knives, tearing his Taoist robe. "Grandpa, let's stop fighting, let's go home." Seeing Qin Yong getting increasingly agitated, I picked up a chair from the ground and knocked him out cold, then exerted all my strength to drag him towards the classroom door. Lu Ruyan was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, but the door still wouldn't open. I tried to force it open several times to no avail. I turned to the old man, witnessing the gruesome scene unfolding before me. He was like a lamb struggling before slaughter, gradually being drained of his energy by the paper knives and chairs surrounding him, the central area of the classroom now a pool of blood. As I stood there in shock, the old man suddenly turned around, raising his peachwood sword high and hurling it towards me with great force. The sword flew swiftly like an arrow released from a bow, and I instinctively ducked as it pierced the classroom door, creating a large hole. It dawned on me that the old man was clearing a path for us. I quickly urged Lu Ruyan to go through the hole first, then drag the unconscious Qin Yong out. After ensuring their safety, I realized a problem. The old man had only held on for so long because of the peachwood sword, and now that it was gone, he was doomed. As I searched for the sword, I shouted to the old man, "Grandpa Qin, please leave, we are all safe now." The old man glanced at me, his bloodied face filled with relief. After dodging a paper knife, he shouted back at me, "I can't leave today, you and Qin Yong are now sworn brothers." Before he could finish his sentence, a paper knife lightly grazed his neck, blood gushing out. In an instant, he lay motionless on the ground as countless paper knives flew back and forth towards him, his towering figure finally collapsing with a loud thud. Trembling, I clutched the peachwood sword I had found, witnessing the old man's demise, unsure of how to break the news to Qin Yong. Wiping away my tears, I carried the only memento left by the old man and crawled out through the door. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, blinding me as classmates whispered and pointed at us. Some were still discussing the old man's fierce battle. I glanced back at the now peaceful classroom, lifted Qin Yong, and left. All we could do now was take Qin Yong to the hospital. The image of the old man in his final moments left me feeling aggrieved. Why should Hannibal, with such formidable powers, target us unarmed students? In the hospital corridor, we sat in silence, pondering the recent events. Xiao Ming arrived and, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's brief account, fell into silence as well. At that moment, our three phones simultaneously rang. Undoubtedly, it was Hannibal's WeChat group. "Congratulations to Qin Yong for completing the game content, you have lost something important. Well, I'll follow the game and send an 800 yuan red envelope immediately." Soon, an 800 yuan red envelope was sent out. The other students in the group started madly grabbing, with many saying in the group, "Wow, 800 yuan, I grabbed 20, what bad luck. I did pretty well, grabbed over 90 this time, huh? We need more of these red envelopes, huh? Soon I'll be able to make a fortune. I plan to use the money I've grabbed these days to buy a phone." Watching these people, I didn't know what to say. I've said everything that needed to be said many times. Almost every one of these red envelopes was built on the basis of a life, yet after the game ended, no one cared about the safety of the players. By now, I even started to resent these ignorant classmates. Hannibal said Qin Yong had lost the most important thing. Undoubtedly, in Qin Yong's heart, his grandfather should be the most important to him, and it was precisely because of his grandfather's arrival that Qin Yong's life was spared. I turned off my phone and noticed Lu Ruyan sitting beside me, her face full of sadness. I put my arm around her shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, one day I will avenge Grandpa Qin." Lu Ruyan, who had red eyes, couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears in my arms. I understood it all. It was just that she, who barely knew Grandpa Qin, would not have such a strong reaction. The key was the invisible pressure she had been under for so many days. She was just an ordinary girl who wanted to study hard, but after being involved, she had to participate in things she had never imagined before, facing responsibilities that she could only bear on her own, and she couldn't even tell her parents. Any girl would not be able to bear it, let alone the fact that she had chosen to be with me now, which meant she had drawn a clear line with the girls in the class, and there were hardly any people she talked to on a regular basis. I let Lu Ruyan cry in my arms because crying was also a way to release stress, something I had tried many times. After about half an hour, the doctor told us that Shin Young had woken up, so the three of us quickly composed ourselves and entered the ward. Shin Young's head was bandaged, and I felt guilty. Seeing him wake up looking anxious, I didn't know what to say. I couldn't look at him, and Shin Young burst into tears instantly, choked up, saying, "What did Grandpa say when he left?" I sighed softly and handed him the last relic left by the old man, the peachwood sword, recalling the scene before the old man died, and firmly said, he said, "From now on, we are blood brothers." Shin Young covered his head with the blanket, crying in sorrow. Hannibal was right after all. In Shin Young's heart, his grandfather was the most important person. The old man's words before he died meant that I would take care of Shin Young in his place, like a brother. Shin Young was injured after all and needed rest, so we stayed with him for a while until he stabilized emotionally before leaving. Xiaoming walked in the opposite direction alone, and I walked with Lu Ruyan on the street. Since she cried in my arms, her mood had clearly improved a lot, and she even bought an ice cream cone, eating it herself while occasionally trying to feed me. Looking at Lu Ruyan's clean smile, I couldn't help but think, if it weren't for Hannibal, we would just spend a day wandering the streets, sitting down to eat when tired, continuing to find places to play after eating. How wonderful those times would be. Lu Ruyan licked the ice cream with her tongue, leaning on my shoulder and said, "Xiangnan, what would you do if one day Hannibal called my name?" I was slightly stunned. I had thought about this question countless times, but when Lu Ruyan asked me in person, I found it difficult to answer. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Then I will help Miss Su complete the mission. Even if we fail, I will always protect Miss Su, unwaveringly." Lu Ruyan burst into laughter at my response, patting me on the back and saying, "Miss Su orders you to protect me, but only if you are not in danger." Yes. Lu Ruyan looked at me with happiness in her eyes, tears glistening, and I noticed a bit of cream on the corner of her mouth, so I reached out to wipe it clean. Standing so close to Lu Ruyan, her face slightly flushed as she gazed at me, her eyes like crescent moons with long eyelashes, her soft lips making me reluctant to move my hand away. I could feel her breath on my nose and the warmth of her cheeks. We stood on the street, lost in a passionate kiss, oblivious to the passers-by taking pictures of us, as a light drizzle began to fall. Since we were still students, we couldn't skip class for too long. We returned to school only after the afternoon classes. The school was the same as usual, except for our class. When I reached the classroom door, I was surprised to see that in just one afternoon, the classroom had been cleaned spotlessly, with no trace of the old man left. The floor was scrubbed clean, the damaged desks and chairs replaced, even the door pierced by the peachwood sword had been changed. My classmates chatted and laughed in the classroom, as if nothing had happened, except for a few who sat quietly with heavy hearts. As I sat down, our class teacher, who rarely entered the classroom, stood at the podium with a heavy heart, as if he wanted to say something. Everyone watched him in silence, but after catching his breath for a while, he remained silent and finally shook his head, saying, "Self-study." Then he turned and left without daring to look at us. His behavior made me feel that he must know something about the situation, why our class had repeatedly encountered such incidents, and why the school and the police handled it so simply. There must be someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. I also noticed that in the past few days, even the group of policemen with the little mustache had been withdrawn. This meant that our class had been completely abandoned. With so many classes in the school, weren't they afraid of implicating other students or classes? It was hard to imagine that a wise old Taoist had once been in this bright and clean classroom. At that moment, a message popped up in Hannibal's WeChat group. Hannibal, as consistent as ever, sent a smiling emoji first, followed by a message, "The time for grabbing red packets is over. Those who didn't grab one will participate in the game. We are starting a new round of the game. Participants are Xiangnan, Qin Yang, Li Shiming, Lu Ruyan, Jin Xiaofeng, Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Su Fei. The game rules are as follows. Tonight at midnight, you 8 must find the name tag with your own name in the abandoned teaching building of the school. The person who finds their name tag must stay in place without moving until I give the order, otherwise, they will die on the spot." My goodness! It turned out that those who didn't grab a red packet would play the game. This cunning Hannibal had really caught all 4 of us, and among the participants were Jin Xiaofeng and others, clearly divided into 2 camps by Hannibal on purpose. The game rules would separate us, making it difficult for me to protect Lu Ruyan. Other classmates in the group started chatting instantly. Wow, luckily I grabbed the red packet right away, or I would be in trouble now. These people are trying to be clever, but now they've been caught. The abandoned teaching building of the school is said to be haunted. This game is really dangerous. I was unwilling to let the 4 of us be trapped by Hannibal. I typed in the group chat, "Hannibal, Shin Young didn't grab a red packet because he was injured before. He is currently in the hospital receiving treatment. Can we make a substitution?" Hannibal smiled and said, "Why don't you ask our classmates if they're willing? As soon as Hannibal spoke, it caused an uproar, and of course, no one was willing. Damn! Why don't you go yourself? Who's to blame for not grabbing the red envelopes? Xiangnan, stop whining. Take care of yourself first. You might not come back tonight. There was a unanimous opposition in the group chat. I looked up at my classmates in the classroom with some disappointment. I couldn't blame them. I had been to the abandoned building before, and I knew better than these classmates about the dangers inside. Playing games in the abandoned building this time would be extremely dangerous. Who would joke about their own life? After some thought, I asked, since Qin Yang is seriously ill and definitely can't come, can't we reduce one person? Hannibal said, he can skip it, the punishment is direct death. I looked at my phone in silence, feeling helpless. Lu Rian glanced back at me, and I quickly gave her a reassuring smile to ease her worries. After class, Jin Xiaofeng glared at me fiercely and called the other 4 people together for a meeting. It seemed like they were planning to retaliate against me. Xiao Ming nudged my arm and whispered, should we bring some weapons? With scum like Jin Xiaofeng inside this time, we can't be unprepared. Xiao Ming made a valid point, but the thought of Xiao Ming wielding a knife last time made me uncomfortable. This wasn't something a high school student should do, but considering our safety, it was better to be safe than sorry. I agreed with Xiao Ming's suggestion and sent a WeChat message to Qin Yong. Qin Yong, Hannibal has issued a new task again. Make sure to get to school before midnight tonight. Just as I sent the message, the classroom door was kicked open, and I saw Qin Yong entering with bandages on his head, carrying a large bag and his eyes slightly red. He threw the bag at me and then walked to the middle of the classroom, asking the students sitting there to move. Some students hesitated, and he directly raised his fist to strike. Once the area was cleared, he kicked aside the desks on both sides and stood there with his head tilted back and eyes closed. After half a minute, he slowly knelt down and earnestly kowtowed 3 times. Watching Qin Yong like this made me feel sad. I knew he was doing this out of respect for his grandfather. After completing these actions, he slowly stood up and returned to his seat without saying a word. I opened the bag Qin Yong handed me, and inside were familiar items, 4 peachwood sticks with newly pasted talismans and some spare talismans. I put away the bag, glanced at Xiao Ming, and firmly said, besides these, we still need to bring your weapons. These peachwood sticks were effective against evil spirits, but not against the cunning Jin Xiaofeng. I had a feeling that there would be a threat to our lives tonight, so I had to make sure Xiao Ming brought his knives. After evening self-study, the 4 of us didn't return to the dormitory at all. Instead, we made final preparations on the school playground. Tonight, Qin Yong was different from before. Although he still led us, there was a coldness and fierceness in his eyes. I knew his grandfather's death had deeply affected him. Now, I was most worried about him. I was afraid that when we entered the abandoned building later, he might impulsively do something unnecessary. After some thought, I said to Qin Yong, this time Hannibal has put us and Jin Xiaofeng together, wanting us to kill each other. If we encounter danger later, I hope you will stay calm. Grandpa Qin said before he died that we are now blood brothers, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Do you understand? After hearing my words, Qin Yong stopped what he was doing, looked up at me, and forced a smile, saying, don't worry, brother. I know what to do. Seeing Qin Yong say this, I didn't know what else to say. After all, he had just lost his most important family member, and it was impossible to expect him to suddenly snap out of his grief. Moreover, I had never heard Qin Yong mention it before. It was a classmate who later told me that Qin Yong's parents had passed away early, and his grandfather had raised him single-handedly. Now that Grandpa Qin had tragically died, he had become a helpless orphan. I believe that when a person has nothing to lose, they are capable of anything. Speaking of which, this time Hannibal asked us to go to the abandoned building at midnight. It was definitely another trap. Although he only said for us to go up and find our name tags, without mentioning any other competitive items, I believe that with Hannibal's temperament, he wouldn't just let us off that easily. Qin Yong carefully checked the 4 peachwood sticks in his bag, then handed one to each of us. I hadn't paid much attention before, but now I noticed that Qin Yong had inscribed talismans on both ends of the peachwood sticks. When he saw me observing the talismans, he casually remarked, last time I brought peachwood sticks, I only wrapped one spiritual talisman around them, so they could only be used once. This time, for safety, I've wrapped talismans on both ends. After encountering danger, you can use one end once, then flip it to use the other end. If both ends have been used, I also prepared spare talismans that you can use when it's safe to do so. After he finished speaking, he took out a stack of talismans from his bag and gave each of us 4. These talismans were drawn by Grandpa Qin when he was alive, so they could be considered his legacy. I clearly saw Qin Yong's hands trembling slightly when he took out the talismans, and his eyes were a bit moist. After we all stored the talismans safely, Qin Yong lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "Remember, we don't have much power right now, so the talismans can only be used when attached to the peachwood sticks. Peachwood belongs to yin, while talismans are extremely yang. When the two meet, the power of the talisman will be triggered automatically." The three of us nodded simultaneously, knowing that this was no joking matter. If outsiders saw us like this, they would surely mock us as lunatics, but the four of us had been to the abandoned building before and understood the importance of these peachwood sticks to us. Xiaoming inserted the peachwood stick into his waist and then looked at me, pulling out 2 daggers from behind. "I only have 2, who wants one?" Upon seeing Xiaoming take out the daggers, Lu Ruyan was instantly shocked and exclaimed, "Xiaoming, why do you have knives? This is so dangerous." Xiaoming chuckled twice without saying a word, so I had to explain, "Shunxiao, I asked Xiaoming to bring them. Tonight, we will not only face the spirits in the abandoned building but also Jin Xiaofeng's group. These peachwood sticks are effective against spirits, but they might fall short against Jin Xiaofeng. I believe they must have more weapons than us. The most terrifying thing is not the spirits but human nature." But I pulled Lu Ruyan's head into my chest and hugged her, whispering, "Don't worry, tonight we will all be fine." Lu Ruyan nodded silently, but her face remained worried. I carefully observed the foreheads of Lu Ruyan, Xinyong, and Xiaoming. There was no sign of black mist, indicating that at least for today, we were safe. Just then, 4 people walked over from the other side of the playground, and it was indeed Jin Xiaofeng's group. Jin Xiaofeng was a wealthy man, and tonight he was dressed in a Marine Corps uniform, stepping in leather boots, looking quite the part. I wondered where he got it from. Not only him, but behind him were Zhang Bin, Su Fei, and Lu Jichao, all dressed similarly. If outsiders didn't know and just looked at their faces, they would probably mistake them for 4 Special Forces soldiers. Jin Xiaofeng didn't bring a gun this time, as it wasn't something you could just buy. The gun from last time had surely been confiscated by Xiao Huazi. However, he had plenty of other equipment on him, a Nepalese military knife on his waist, short spikes on his boots, and a military shoulder bag slung across his back, each item a deadly weapon. As they approached aggressively, the 4 of them, I quickly pulled Lu Ruyan behind me, wary of them. Jin Xiaofeng swaggered with big steps, hands on his waist, teasingly looking at me and said, "Nangu, what a coincidence, we meet again." Seeing Jin Xiaofeng's smug expression, I wanted to rush up and give him a beating on the spot, but thinking that we would have to play Hannibal's game later, I held back and said, "Indeed, fate brings us together again. How's your leg?" When Jin Xiaofeng heard me mention his leg, he gritted his teeth in anger. I knew that he had been holding a grudge since I injured his leg last time. This time, when I brought it up again, he surprisingly didn't react as impulsively as before. Instead, he grinned, glanced at the 4 of us, and said, "Het, are you planning to win the game tonight with these sticks?" Before I could reply, Jin Xiaofeng suddenly drew a Nepalese knife from his waist. The blade gleamed, and I thought he was going to attack. I exclaimed and quickly raised the peachwood stick in front of the other 3. However, after Jin Xiaofeng drew the knife, he just twirled it in his hand, looking at me as if I were an idiot, and said, "Don't be nervous, Nangu. Ha ha ha." With that, he sheathed the knife at his waist and left with the other 3. I clenched the peachwood stick, gritting my teeth fiercely, wondering if I was being too weak. Lu Ruyan held my hand from behind, shaking her head at me, and I slowly lowered the peachwood stick. Xiaoming chewed gum lazily and said to me, "No need to rush with him, we'll have plenty of time to deal with him later." Xin Yong, on the other hand, was silently organizing his belongings, never once looking at Jin Xiaofeng. He strapped a long belt around his back and then pulled out Qin Laoya's blood-red peachwood sword, inserting it behind him in one smooth motion. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's gear and then at our simple equipment, I realized we were indeed lacking, but they didn't know that the abandoned building wasn't just ours, and spirits couldn't be dealt with by mere blades. Time ticked away, nearing midnight. Qin Yong checked his watch and said to us, "It's about time, let's head to the abandoned building." Although we weren't as well equipped as Jin Xiaofeng and his group, we had what we needed, like flashlights. Each of us strapped one to our left arm for convenience without hindering movement. When we arrived, there were already 4 beams of light in front of the abandoned building, where Jin Xiaofeng and his group were standing smoking. At the same time, our phones rang in unison. "Excellent, all 8 of you arrived on time. Now, let's begin the game." The onlookers in the group chat started commenting, "Did you really arrive at the abandoned school building at midnight? Wow, impressive, is it starting now? Is there a live stream on site, a haunted building? Oh my goodness, tonight will definitely be a sleepless night. I'm not going to bed, I'll watch the live stream in the group chat." I couldn't be bothered with the messages in the group chat. I looked around, searching for any suspicious individuals because as soon as the 8 of us arrived, Hannibal would know. I guessed Hannibal must be watching us from somewhere. However, every time I thought my judgment was correct, I couldn't find anything. It was too dark around us, except for the areas illuminated by our 8 flashlights. Everything else was pitch black. Disappointed, I turned back, checked the time, and as soon as it struck midnight, Hannibal announced in the group chat, "The game begins. You 8 must find your name tags within an hour, stick them on your backs, stand still in place, and wait for my command. No one is allowed to move their name tag privately, or else the punishment is death. Anyone who moves before my command will be punished with death. Anyone who fails to find their name tag will be punished with death." I glanced at Chin Yong, who remained calm. Hannibal's game rule was meant to separate us, forcing us to fight alone without the help of friends. Apart from Chin Yong, I was most worried about Lu Ruyan, the only girl among the 8 of us. I feared that Jin Xiaofeng and the others might target her first. The classmates in the group chat were just bystanders, commenting, "Wow, this game rule seems quite strict. I would be scared to go alone to the abandoned teaching building to find something. Yeah, Lu Ruyan is really pitiful." I turned off my phone and put it in my pocket. At that moment, Jin Xiaofeng and his group hadn't moved. When they noticed me looking at them, Jin Xiaofeng made a mocking gesture, clearly not wanting to take the lead. With Lu Ruyan by my side, time was crucial for us. I didn't care about the others and said to Qin Yong and Xiaoming, "Let's go in first. You guys find your name tags and then share your location in the group chat." After that, I took Lu Ruyan's hand and rushed towards the dark abandoned building. The abandoned building was as cold and damp as ever, with a strong burnt smell in the air. I knew there was nothing on the first floor, so I took Lu Ruyan directly to the second floor, followed closely by Qin Yong and Xiaoming. As we stepped into the corridor on the second floor, the 4 of us simultaneously drew out our wooden sticks. A cold wind suddenly blew through the corridor, causing papers on the floor to flutter. Lu Ruyan was sweating as she held my hand tightly. I thought for a moment and said to Qin Yong and Xiaoming, "Lu Ruyan and I will search the second floor, while you guys search the third floor. If anyone finds someone else's name tag, report it in the group chat. It will save us a lot of time." Qin Yong and Xiaoming nodded, then quickly rushed to the third floor. I wasn't worried about them at all. Not only were they both combative, but Qin Yong also had the wooden sword that his grandfather had used, enough for self-defense. It was certain that each person's name tag was in a classroom. I ignored the spirits around me. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I believed that since Hannibal had invited us to play the game, the spirits wouldn't harm us now. Otherwise, why gather us here with such effort? But it might be a different story once we found the name tags. Disappointed, I left the classroom and wrote in our group chat, "Second floor, class 2 to 5, Zhangbin." As time passed, we found more and more name tags. "Third floor, class 3 to 9, Su Fei." I found mine. I'm in class 3 to 5. Xiaoming was the first to find his name tag, meaning he was now in the classroom of class 3 to 5 and couldn't move for the time being. Second floor, class 2 to 7, Lu Jichao. I found another name tag. Half an hour had passed, and Lu Ruyan's and my name tags were still missing. I was sweating profusely, and we picked up the pace. As we searched, Jin Xiaofeng and his group also went upstairs one by one. But by then, everyone understood that finding the name tags was crucial, and no one was in a hurry to act. "Third floor, class 3 to 9, I found mine too," Qin Yong messaged. I was getting more anxious. I pulled Lu Ruyan along quickly. She was trembling as I held her hand. She whispered, "There are only 10 minutes left. Go find your own name tag quickly. I can search on my own." I glanced back at Lu Ruyan, her face full of worry. I didn't reply but didn't hesitate either. I continued to lead her forward. Finally, in the last classroom on the second floor, we found Lu Ruyan's name tag. I quickly stuck it on her back and said, "Quickly share your location in the group chat. I'll come find you first thing." Liu Ruyan nodded cleverly, trembling with fear but still managed to squeeze out a smile towards me. The classroom she was in was the darkest one, at the end of the corridor, with no view of the school outside the window, blocked by a large tree whose branches reached into the room like a demon's hand. I walked to the door, glanced back at the slender and delicate Liu Ruyan, then turned back. I knew how scared a girl must be to be alone in a dark classroom. As I left, Liu Ruyan was on the verge of tears, but she held back, afraid of causing me trouble. She forced out, her voice strained, "What are you waiting for? Hurry, time is running out." I picked up the amethyst pendant hanging on her chest and looked into Liu Ruyan's eyes earnestly. "Xuanxiao, hold on to this amethyst tightly. It has protected me for over 10 years and it will protect you too. Trust me, if there's any danger, I will be by your side in no time." With that, I placed the amethyst in Liu Ruyan's hand and left. Time was indeed short. I checked my phone, only 8 minutes left, and I started running. I had searched the second floor, now only the third floor remained. Qin Yong said he was in class 9 of grade 3, which meant he and Xiaoming had checked the classrooms before class 9, so I only needed to look for classrooms after class 9. The third floor was much brighter than the second, with no litter in the corridor, but a flickering old yellow light. Honestly, I would rather it be dark here than have this annoying old yellow light flashing. With no time to admire the view on the third floor, I quickly headed towards Class 9 of Grade 3. Passing by Class 6 of Grade 3, I saw a familiar figure, Jin Xiaofeng. He was standing in the classroom, having turned off the flashlight. If my beam hadn't caught him, it would have been hard to notice. I realized he had drawn his knife when he saw me looking at him. With a wicked smile, he said, "Time is running out. Nange, haven't found the name tag yet?" I just saw him and had no intention of engaging with him, but I noted his position in my mind. There was no time to send a message now, I had to find my own position first. Class 9 of Grade 3 had light. As I rushed over, Xin Yong looked at me with concern and said, "Xiang Nan, there are 3 more classes behind, I checked the others, hurry." I nodded, wiped the sweat off my nose, and hurried towards Class 10 of Grade 3. After searching around and confirming there was no name tag, I quickly moved to the next classroom. Along the way, I had a foreboding feeling, but I couldn't pinpoint it. Class 11 of Grade 3 was also empty, leaving only the last classroom. Anxiously, I rushed into the final classroom. At the same time, Xin Yang shouted loudly from his classroom, "Xiang Nan," Hannibal reminded, 2 minutes left, hurry. My breathing became more rapid, sweat pouring down my head. It was down to the last classroom, and if I didn't find it, it would be dangerous. However, when I entered Class 12 of Grade 3, it was empty, not even a desk or chair, let alone a name tag. I stood there, trying to stay calm, but sometimes, the more you try to calm down, the harder it becomes. Fuming, I ran out of Class 12 of Grade 3, I was sure Jin Xiaofeng was behind this. I raised the peachwood stick and quickly ran to Class 6 of Grade 3, shouting at Jin Xiaofeng, "Where the hell did you put my name tag?" Jin Xiaofeng was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Call me Daddy, Nange, and I'll tell you, how about that?" At the same time, Xin Yang was yelling in the classroom of Class 9 of Grade 3, "Xiang Nan, 1 minute left, why did you run out?" I heard Xin Yang's voice hoarse from shouting, I kept biting my teeth, and the sweat on my head dripped like rain. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's expression, I couldn't hold back anymore. I raised the stick and charged forward. Jin Xiaofeng kept smiling wickedly, slowly raising the knife as I approached. Halfway through my charge, the dim corridor suddenly lit up, and my peripheral vision caught something. It was the staircase in the middle of the corridor. My heart skipped a beat, yes. I remembered reading in the information that the abandoned building had 4 floors, and there was a small room on the 4th floor. Hannibal had mentioned before that no one could move the name tags unless Jin Xiaofeng wanted to exchange lives with me or he was intentionally delaying me. Without time to do anything, I turned and ran. I couldn't afford to lose the game like this. Lu Ruyan was still waiting for me downstairs. I pushed myself with all my strength, charging up to the 4th floor. Indeed, there was a room on the 4th floor. I kicked the door open, revealing a name tag that read Shangnan, quietly placed on the table. Without examining the room, I rushed to the table and swiftly stuck the name tag on my back. In that instant, my phone rang. I checked the message, it was indeed from Hannibal. "Game time's up. Excellent, everyone has found their name tag positions. After a 5-minute break, we will level up the game." I breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat. I wiped my face and messaged our group, "I'm in the small room on the 4th floor, everything's fine." "Xiangnan, you scared me." "It's all good. You really surprised me when you ran out of Class 32. So thrilling." Xiaoming wasn't much of a texter, so he sent a cool emoji. Feeling the warmth from everyone's concern, I was grateful. It was indeed a close call. If I hadn't noticed the staircase in the corridor in time, Jin Xiaofeng would have outsmarted me. He must not have known my name tag was on the 4th floor. If he did and deliberately misled me by saying it was on the 2nd floor, even with all my skills, I wouldn't have found it. The classmates in our group were all wide awake. Zheng Bin sent out a few short videos, instantly elevating the group's excitement. "Wow! Such an atmosphere, Bin, take more videos. Is this the legendary abandoned building? It's scarier than I imagined. Aren't you guys afraid? Did you see any ghosts in the building? Looks terrifying." I shook my head helplessly at my classmates' comments, closed the group chat, and messaged Lu Ruyan privately, "Chunxiao, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" Lu Ruyan replied with a hug emoji and said, "I'm much better now following your advice. Hurry over here later." "Got it, I'll be there soon. Love you. Hee hee." I chuckled, put away my phone, relieved to see Lu Ruyan in good spirits. I had been so engrossed in my phone that I forgot to observe my own room. I raised the flashlight and scanned the room. It seemed to be a storage room filled with old basketballs, soccer balls, sports shoes, and equipment. As I looked around, I turned back and was petrified to the point of almost collapsing on the floor. I screamed, wanting to run, but Hannibal's rules forbade movement. The sweat I had just wiped off started pouring down again. In front of me stood a woman, draped in a long red robe that seemed to float rather than drag on the ground. Her face was deathly pale, long hair cascading down, phoenix-like eyes and red lips, her body tilted at a 45-degree angle, just half a meter away from me, her pupil-less eyes fixed straight on me. I was so scared that I didn't know what to say, holding the peachwood stick in my hand, tremblingly said, Who are you? The room was spacious, and my words echoed as I spoke. I could clearly hear my heartbeat, almost jumping to my throat. I saw that the female ghost didn't move, but still stared at me. I swallowed and said, I was called by Hannibal. Hannibal, your leader. I didn't know if what I said was right, but I believed that since Hannibal asked us to come to the abandoned building to play a game, I believed that the spirits here must all be under its control. I just hoped that this red-robed female ghost would let me go after hearing Hannibal's name. But the red-robed female ghost still stared at me motionless. I wondered what this red-robed female ghost was up to, not speaking, not attacking me. Could it be wanting to marry me in the afterlife? After all, that's how it's written in novels. I stood there holding the peachwood stick, lost in thought, but my eyes never left the red-robed female ghost's every move. Just then, I suddenly noticed a rope behind the red-robed female ghost. Could someone have tied her up? I pretended to casually move my arm, and at the same time, the flashlight swept across the body of the red-robed female ghost. I found that her body was transparent. The red robe was penetrated by the flashlight, becoming transparent. I couldn't see her body. I found it very strange, so I cautiously leaned to the side. I wanted to see the rope behind the red-robed female ghost, but to my surprise, she didn't even have a neck. On closer inspection, I realized that her entire face was actually a mask. To be safe, I boldly swept the flashlight across her face again, then waved my finger in front of the mask's eyes, poked her nose, and when I was sure she wouldn't move, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! I scared myself. It turned out to be fake. But in this abandoned building, suddenly seeing such a masked figure, anyone else would have been scared to death. After some thought, I climbed onto the table, took off the entire mask. The mask was just an empty head, connected to a long red robe below, looking very realistic. The reason why the body was at a 45-degree angle just now was because the mask was hanging from a rope here. After removing the mask, as I looked at the face on the mask, I felt a sense of unease, as if the mask was a real face, staring at me. But I couldn't bear to throw it away. I felt that in this abandoned building, this lifelike mask might have an unexpected effect. I found a bag, put the mask in it, and then hung it on my belt. At that moment, Hannibal spoke in the group chat. Rest time is over, now the game is upgraded. The game is upgraded to tier card. The 8 of you need to fight in this teaching building. 3 people must die before dawn. Tear off the name tag on the back, that person will die, or you can directly kill each other to win the game. If by dawn, 3 people have not died, all 8 of you will die. Okay, the game begins. Tier card. Looking at Hannibal's words in the group chat, I stood up in a hurry. I never expected that Hannibal would blatantly make us kill 3 people. I had only guessed that we would maybe just tear off name tags, but the current situation was much more complicated than I had imagined. Since killing others directly counted, this was exactly what Jin Xiaofeng wanted. And now I was on the 4th floor, while Lu Ruyan was in the last classroom on the 2nd floor, with Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao on the 2nd floor. Lu Ruyan was in extreme danger. My heart was pounding nonstop, anxiously typing quickly in my group chat. Chunchao, hide in the corner of the classroom, set your phone to silent, turn off the flashlight, don't make any noise, I'll be there soon. Xin Yong, Xiaoming, go to the 3rd floor to distract Jin Xiaofeng and the others. They don't know where Chunchao and I are. I have to get to the 2nd floor. After saying these words, I knew I didn't have much time to prepare. I turned off the flashlight and tiptoed downstairs. The 3rd floor was eerily quiet at this moment, with only the sound of the wind echoing through the corridor, and the dim, flickering old lights. Bang! Just then, there was a crisp sound, as someone suddenly smashed the light, plunging the entire 3rd floor into pitch darkness. It seemed like everyone, just like me, had turned off their flashlights. Turning on the lights now would undoubtedly expose us, a sure way to invite trouble. I could only hear the eerie wind blowing past as I crouched at the stairwell, not daring to make a sound, my hand gripping the peachwood stick, sweating profusely. Currently, I was alone on the 4th floor, so I didn't have to worry about anyone behind me. My position now was that of overlooking, but the surroundings were too dark to see clearly, almost pitch black. I remembered the location of the dim yellow light on the right side of the corridor, closest to Jin Xiaofeng. Therefore, it was likely Jin Xiaofeng who had just smashed the light. After Jin Xiaofeng smashed the light, the footsteps disappeared, indicating that he was still standing in the corridor. I stayed in the dark corner of the 4th floor corridor, my mind racing. I needed to find a breakthrough and rendezvous with Lu Ruyan first. I didn't dare to take out my phone to check our chat history, so I had to rely on my memory to analyze the current situation. When Lu Ruyan and I were looking for the name tags earlier, I found Zhang Bin's first, then Lu Jichao's, and Lu Ruyan's name tag was in the last classroom at the end of the corridor on the second floor. This meant that there were 2 Jin Xiaofeng's people on each of the second and third floors. If that was the case, Jin Xiaofeng and Su Fei were on the third floor, while Xiaoming, Qin Yang, and I could team up to take down Jin Xiaofeng and Su Fei. However, this was only possible if Lu Ruyan hadn't been found by the 2 people downstairs. The thought made me even more anxious. I started to hold my breath and take cautious steps downstairs. I couldn't stay here for too long. Every second was crucial for Lu Ruyan's safety. However, as soon as I took a step, I heard footsteps on the stairs. I instantly froze, pressed myself against the stairwell, and listened. The footsteps were coming up from the second floor. Despite the person's caution, I could still hear them in the silent environment. Having been in the dark for too long, I had gradually adapted to the darkness around me. There was a faint moonlight reflecting through a small window at the stairwell, allowing me to see some things on the corridor vaguely. The staircase wasn't long, and soon the person reached the top. They were hunched over, extremely cautious, looking around with a gleaming knife hidden behind their back, exuding a murderous intent. I kept a tight grip on the peachwood stick, not out of fear but because I didn't want to start a fight. I needed to find an opportunity to slip to the second floor to save Lu Ruyan. Just then, the person stopped under the moonlight, turned around, and looked in my direction. I gritted my teeth, sweat beading on my forehead, feeling tense. Slowly, I raised the peachwood stick, reminding myself to stay calm. After glancing at me, the person continued towards Jin Xiaofeng's location. I breathed a sigh of relief quietly. I was in a corner of the stairwell, shrouded in darkness where the light didn't reach. I couldn't see who had just passed by, but after evading them, my confidence grew. Jin Xiaofeng had clearly planned in advance, sending someone from downstairs to help. The smashed light was their signal to gather, and the darkness provided cover. Now, there was only one person left on the second floor, making it the perfect opportunity. I held the peachwood stick and started moving downstairs little by little. The staircases on the third and second floors were the most dangerous spots because once exposed in the corridor, it would be easy for them to spot me. I had already made up my mind that if caught, I would run without caring about anything, sprint first and meet Lu Ruyan later. Just as I reached the staircase, I heard someone shouting from the other end of the corridor, "Damn you! Die for me! Damn!" Both sides started cursing fiercely at each other, followed by the sounds of a physical fight. One voice was clearly Jin Xiaofeng's, but the other one was unclear. I felt extremely anxious, wanting to rush over to help, but the thought of Lu Ruyan still being downstairs made me grit my teeth and turn back. The fight on the third floor was intense, with various collisions and muffled sounds of impacts reaching my ears. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and had reached the corridor of the second floor. Jin Xiaofeng had already taken on 3 people on the third floor, leaving only Qin Yang and Xiaoming to deal with. I needed to speed up to find Lu Ruyan and then go upstairs to help. I clicked open the flashlight because I knew there was only one person left on the second floor, and I was confident to face him alone. I scanned the corridor back and forth, finding it empty. A shock ran through me. Could it be that person had already found Lu Ruyan? I dashed towards Lu Ruyan's location, with the cool breeze slapping my face. Passing each classroom, I remained vigilant, fearing an ambush. Finally, I reached the last classroom in the corridor, raised the peachwood stick, and rushed in without hesitation. "Chun Xiao!" I held the peachwood stick and the flashlight, calling out. But there was only my echo in the classroom. I shone the flashlight around the corners, feeling increasingly anxious. The classroom was cluttered with desks and chairs, and although it was dark outside, I could faintly see the silhouette of our school. This wasn't the classroom where Lu Ruyan had been. I cursed myself for running in the wrong direction. I slapped myself in frustration and scolded myself for being an idiot. I quickly turned off the flashlight, preparing to run to the other end of the corridor. However, as I reached the classroom door, I saw 3 beams of light shining in, casting shadows on the floor, each person holding a knife. It was over. I suddenly realized that Jin Xiaofeng had deliberately misled me to the second floor to surround me first. That's why the second floor was so empty, not a single soul in sight. Seeing their figures approaching closer, I anxiously glanced at the peachwood stick in my hand. Did I have to fight them with this? I couldn't die like this. I looked around, trying to find a way to survive. Jin Xiaofeng outside started shouting, "Nango, why hide? Today, I will definitely kill you first, ha." I glanced at the classroom wall, touched the bag at my waist, and a plan formed in my mind. Time was running out. I quickly jumped onto the table, pulled down the wires from the wall, then moved to the middle table, wrapped the wires around the electric fan. After finishing these tasks, I took out the female ghost mask from my waist bag. The mask had been crumpled into the bag but instantly regained its shape when taken out, looking extremely lifelike. The quality of the mask was impressive, explaining why it hadn't faded despite hanging in the abandoned building for so long, vividly red. However, the face on the mask looked too real, making me uneasy after just a glance. I hurriedly hung the mask on the ceiling fan wire and jumped off the table. That thing looked too real. The mask, draped in a vivid red robe, floated in the air without wind, making me nervous even though I knew it was fake. I swallowed hard, clasped my hands together, and whispered to the mask, "Sister Mask, you have to help me. My survival tonight depends on you." After doing all this, I pulled out the belt around my waist, wrapped it around the window frame, held the peachwood stick in my mouth, and carefully turned out the window. I vaguely seemed to see the red-robed mask nodding at me, but when I looked back at her, she was motionless again. I thought it was probably just the wind blowing, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. Seeing Jin Xiaofeng about to enter the classroom, I quickly tightened the belt and ducked my head. The cool breeze outside the window kept blowing on me, like knives cutting into my ears, making my neck shrink and my heart ache. Fortunately, there was a small pipe on the wall outside the window, only as thick as a thumb, but enough to keep me steady and save me a lot of effort. In my calculations, according to Hannibal's game rules, jumping out of the window of a derelict building would definitely be considered a violation, so I couldn't jump out of the window. Now Jin Xiaofeng and the others have gathered on the second floor and are heading towards my classroom, which is in the opposite direction of where Lu Ruyan is, proving that Lu Ruyan is safe on the other side. Thinking of this, I tried to grab onto the windowsill with one hand, slowly move towards the adjacent classroom, stabilize at each point, carefully pull out the belt, and hang it on the window frame of this window. After a successful attempt, I was overjoyed. Just as I was about to continue moving forward, I heard a sudden scream from the classroom I had just left. "Oh my god! Ghost! Holy crap! Run!" Hearing the voices, I chuckled to myself and almost lost my grip and fell. Obviously, the ghostly mask I set up had scared Jin Xiaofeng and the others. But their screams were a bit too loud. Were they really that cowardly? I didn't have time to deal with Jin Xiaofeng and his gang. Although I hadn't been discovered by them, my situation wasn't any better. The cold wind outside the window kept sweeping past, and in no time, my arms and legs were sore and cold. I had to find a safe classroom to climb into as soon as possible, or I would fall sooner or later. I gritted my teeth and moved forward step by step, stopping at the 5th classroom. There was an iron box on the wall outside here, where I could rest my feet. After catching my breath, I cautiously peeked out towards this classroom. At this moment, this classroom was only filled with scattered tables and chairs, no one else was there. After waiting for another 10 seconds, I cautiously climbed in. As soon as I jumped into the classroom, I became alert, taking the peachwood stick out of my mouth, fearing I might have made a mistake. Strangely, there was no sound in the second-floor corridor now. I slowly approached the classroom door, listened for a while to confirm there was no noise, then cautiously peeked out. The second-floor corridor was still filled with chilly winds, both sides were pitch black, with no sign of anyone. Puzzled, I withdrew my head, feeling strange. Had Jin Xiaofeng and his group really been scared off by the red-robed mask? It didn't seem likely. Thinking about it, staying in this classroom was not a solution. I didn't know how Qin Yong and Xiao Ming were doing on the 3rd floor, so I slowly walked out of the classroom. It was too dark around. As long as no one turned on the lights, we could only see each other within 1 or 2 meters. I walked cautiously along the wall towards the other end of the corridor, hoping that Lu Ruyan was still safe in the classroom. With no lights and no knowledge of others' locations, I had to be very careful, entering each classroom along the way to ensure everything was in order. After walking for about 10 minutes, I hadn't encountered anyone. Had Jin Xiaofeng and his group all gone to the 3rd floor? With only 3 classrooms left, I became increasingly anxious, that familiar ominous feeling creeping back into my heart. As I continued searching ahead and staying alert to my surroundings, my feet didn't stop, and when I turned back, I was suddenly startled. At the entrance of this classroom stood a person alive and well, so close to her that I didn't even react. Startled, I quickly took a step back and raised the peachwood stick in my hand as if to strike. But when I focused my gaze, it turned out to be Lu Ruyan. She stood at the doorway, looking at me without moving, her face appearing somewhat pale under the moonlight streaming in from the window. Hastily, I lowered the peachwood stick in my hand and exclaimed softly, "Chunxiao, I finally found you." Lu Ruyan seemed to be frightened, her tone becoming somewhat stiff as she said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing her words, I immediately felt guilty and embraced her tightly. Her body was already freezing cold, and I kept rubbing her shoulders, whispering, "It's okay, I'm here now, I won't leave you again." Lu Ruyan remained silent, gently raising her hand to hold me, her hand moving upward as if to touch my head. At the same time, a shout came from the third floor, Li Shiming is here, kill him. Xiao Ming? The voice from upstairs was clear, definitely Zhang Bin calling out. I cursed inwardly, realizing the situation was dire. I pushed Lu Ruyan away and said, Shen Xiao, I need to go upstairs to help. Jin Xiaofeng has 4 people, while upstairs only has Qin Yang and Xiao Ming. Will you stay here or come with me? Reluctantly pushed aside by me, Lu Ruyan buried her head and said, didn't you just say you wouldn't leave me? I grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and said with a smile, alright, let's go upstairs together. I will do everything to protect you. With that, I rushed towards the staircase. Her hand felt icy cold, like a block of ice, and I squeezed her thumb tenderly, not stopping my pace. Running too fast in the darkness, as I reached the corner of the stairs, a chill ran down my spine. This time, not just me, but Lu Ruyan was even more terrified, cowering by the wall, trembling all over. I turned on the flashlight, relieved to see a woman in a red robe with long hair, red lips, and a white face, vividly floating at the corner of the stairs. Cursing silently, I was sure it was Jin Xiaofeng, scaring himself and then trying to scare others with the same trick by hanging the red robe mask there. Seeing Lu Ruyan so frightened, I quickly squatted down to comfort her, saying, it's okay, it's just a scary toy, not real. Come and see. I tried to pull Lu Ruyan over, but she refused to move, shaking even more violently, as if she was terrified of the mask. The sounds of the fight upstairs grew more intense, making me anxious. I decided to go to the staircase, yanked off the red robe mask, crumpled it, and put it in the bag around my waist. As I did so, I noticed the mask seemed to be smiling at Lu Ruyan, but when I looked closely, it returned to normal. Rubbing my eyes, I felt that staying in this dark abandoned building for too long was causing hallucinations. Finally, I walked over to Lu Ruyan and said, look, it's gone, I put it away. I didn't lie to you, right? Trembling, Lu Ruyan weakly raised her head and followed behind me. Normally, even if she was scared, Lu Ruyan would pretend to be strong, but tonight, what was happening to her? The fight on the third floor continued, and I quickly led Lu Ruyan upstairs. As soon as we reached the corridor at the staircase, I drew out the peachwood stick. With the night growing darker, the corridor became increasingly dim. Although I could clearly hear them fighting, they hadn't turned on the lights, so I could only rely on the sounds to estimate their approximate positions. Just then, I felt a strand of hair brushing against my ear, cold and ticklish. Startled, I raised the peachwood stick and turned around, almost bumping into Lu Ruyan behind me. I breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Shenxiao, don't get too close to me. It could be dangerous when the fight starts. Liu Ruyan nodded quickly, and only then did I turn around again and grope forward. At that moment, I spotted a familiar figure. He was coming out of a classroom, barely visible under the dim moonlight. I saw him, but he didn't see us. It was Su Fei. Among Jin Xiaofeng's group, Su Fei was the weakest. We had discussed earlier that if a fight broke out, it would be wisest to target him first. Now, Su Fei was alone, presenting a good opportunity. Su Fei held a knife in his hand, seemingly feeling his way to the end of the corridor. He was cautious like me, checking each classroom as he passed. I raised the peachwood stick and quickened my pace. Seizing the moment when he entered a classroom to check, I rushed forward. Just as I reached the classroom door, he was coming out. When he saw me, his pupils shrank in fear. He was so startled that he forgot to scream. I covered his mouth, swept his feet from under him, and raised the stick to strike his head. Su Fei was not a ghost, so the blow would hurt but not be fatal. I gestured for him to be quiet, took the knife from his hand, and asked in a low voice, where are Jin Xiaofeng and the others? Su Fei, probably terrified by my sudden attack, gasped heavily, staring at the knife in my hand with fear in his eyes. Stammering, he replied, Xiaofeng told me to go to class 32 of grade 3. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, I took the bag from his waist, found a rope inside, tied his hands and feet, removed his shoes and socks, and stuffed the socks into his mouth. After doing all this, I reached behind him without hesitation and tore off his name tag. Looking into his terrified eyes, I felt no pity. If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. We were both forced into this situation by Hannibal. I didn't care how Hannibal would punish him. Once I tore off 2 more people, the game would be over. Glancing back at Liu Ruyan, who had been following me all along, she showed no mercy in her eyes as she calmly smiled at me. Although Su Fei had told me that Jin Xiaofeng was in class 32 of grade 3, I suddenly remembered that he had a phone on him. I needed to check if they had sent any important messages. I whispered to Liu Ruyan, Xiao, keep an eye on the door for me while I check the phone. Liu Ruyan looked reluctant but obediently stood by the classroom door. I quickly shielded the phone's light with my hand and found several messages, including some junk from classmates in the WeChat group and a few important ones. The most crucial was a private message from Liu Ruyan. I glanced at Liu Ruyan standing at the door and opened the message. Head south. I quietly ran to the 4th floor to wait for you. Be safe. The 4th floor. I felt as if I had been hit by a blast of cold air, with sweat breaking out on my back. After staring at the phone for a few seconds, I was so scared that I quickly looked up. As soon as I did, Liu Ruyan's face was right in front of me, just a palm's distance away, exhaling cold air as she asked, "What did you see, little brother?" Startled, I took a big step back, raising the peachwood stick and asking, "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I've been waiting for you for a long time." After saying this, her body floated in the air, her face transforming into that of another stranger, surprisingly beautiful. Then she suddenly rushed towards me. Caught off guard, I dodged to the side, accidentally tripping over a chair and falling down. The female ghost grabbed my neck with her hands, as cold as ice tongs, her mouth revealing sharp teeth as she exhaled cold air, ready to bite me. It was my first time seeing such a thing. If she hadn't been choking me, I would have been dumbfounded. Seeing her about to bite, I raised the peachwood stick in my hand and struck her back. I heard a sharp sound, and the female ghost screamed in pain, her back emitting black smoke. At the same time, the pincer-like hands released my throat. I quickly kicked her away, rolled to a corner, and gasped for air. The tip of the peachwood stick in my hand was already charred, so I quickly switched sides, staying alert. After hitting her with the stick, she became even angrier, her hands turned into claws, her once beautiful face now rotten and repulsive. Lacking combat experience, my fight with Su Fei was just a stroke of luck. I swallowed hard, looking at Su Fei lying unconscious on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. So, I said to her, "Miss, there's a delicious meal lying on the ground. Why are you after me?" I pointed to Su Fei on the ground. Unexpectedly, she was not buying it and charged at me again, even more ferocious than before. I couldn't dodge this time. As she came at me, I squatted down, feeling a chilling sensation above me. 2 hands instantly grabbed my shoulders, lifting and throwing me against the wall, breaking several of my bones. Realizing that fighting head-on meant certain death, I endured the pain, picked up a chair and threw it, then ran for my life. While running, I turned on my flashlight. Su Fei mentioned that Jin Xiaofeng was in class 32 of Senior 3, so if I had to die, I would take you down with me. A cold wind blew behind me, indicating the ghost was following. I was puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be an 8-person game? How come I only encountered 1 person? I sprinted to the end of the corridor with all my might, feeling the ghost getting closer. Luckily, I was fast. Seeing the door of class 32, I rushed in without hesitation, quickly scanning the classroom with my flashlight. To my surprise, there was no Jin Xiaofeng in class 32, not a single ghost. Su Fei, even in death, was still trying to harm me, quite loyal indeed. I clenched my teeth in silence, slowly moving towards the corner with my peachwood stick, while the ghost floated near the door. She stared at me coldly, as if holding a deep grudge. I took out the spare talisman Qin Yon had given me and emptied my pockets, preparing for a final showdown with the ghost. "Come on, you monster!" The ghost, who had disguised herself as Liu Ruyan, had been hesitant to attack me, probably wary of my peachwood stick. Looking back, I realized how foolish I had been. As soon as I shouted, the ghost lunged at me. I swung my stick, but she dodged cleverly, grabbing my wrist like a vice. The pain was excruciating, causing me to release the stick. I thought it was over. She then grabbed my neck, lifting me up slowly. I kicked wildly on the ground, trying to find leverage, but her strength was overwhelming. I managed to kick a bag, but couldn't reach anything else. The suffocation was unbearable, all my blood seemed to rush to my head, making me dizzy and weak. Everything turned dark, and as I closed my eyes, I heard a muffled sound. The grip around my neck loosened, but I was too weak to open my eyes due to lack of oxygen. I faintly heard the ghost wailing in agony, as if severely injured. There was no more fighting, just a few sizzling sounds, then silence. I lay on the ground, replenishing my strength, unaware of how much time had passed, until I could finally open my eyes again. There were no female ghosts around me anymore. Instead, my red-robed mask was floating in the air, motionless. I was puzzled. Why was the mask floating like a helium balloon? I glanced at the bag on the ground. When the female ghost lifted me up earlier, I must have kicked the bag in my frenzy, causing the mask to float on its own. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 a.m. I wondered about Liu Ruyan, Qin Yon, and Xiao Ming. I struggled to get up and noticed a puddle of water at the door. I stared at the red-robed mask for a few seconds. The horrifying woman's face remained expressionless. I peered inside the red robe but found nothing. After coming out of the robe, I kicked it hard a few times, but my kicks landed in thin air. Puzzled, I picked up the peachwood stick wrapped in talismans and lightly tapped its head, but there was no response. What was going on? This red-robed mask was neither human nor a spirit. Why did it save me just now? Was it not this red-robed mask that killed the female ghost, or was I overthinking? I walked to the classroom door and peeked into the corridor. It was still pitch black, with no sound, as if the entire building was deserted except for me. I took out my phone and sent a message to the group. I'm in class 12 on the 3rd floor. Where are you all? Is Chunchao still on the 4th floor? After waiting for 2 minutes with no response, I looked at the eerie red-robed mask floating in the middle of the classroom. I decided to fold it and put it in the bag hanging from my waist. Ready to go, I left the classroom again. I guess that at this moment, everyone was probably too scared to check their phones, not knowing how many people had died by now. My destination was simple: go to the 4th floor to find Lu Ruyan. The recent encounter with the female ghost was still fresh in my mind. Although her death was somewhat inexplicable, I still felt a shiver down my spine. Walking in the dark corridor, I felt a chill down my back. As I approached the staircase at the end of the corridor, I tightened my grip on the peachwood stick. The cold wind was still blowing in the corridor. Slowly turning the corner at the staircase, a figure suddenly lunged at me. Before I could react, I was tackled to the ground, and the person raised a stick to strike. Panicked, I grabbed his hand and said, "I'm Xiangnan." "Xiangnan?" Seeing the peachwood stick in his hand, I knew he was an ally. Hearing his voice, I felt relieved. It was Xiaoming without a doubt. Xiaoming quickly let go of my hand and helped me up, excitedly asking, "Where did you all go? I haven't seen anyone all night." Rubbing my sore buttocks, I sighed and said, "I just dealt with Su Fei. 2 more to go, and the game will be over." Xiaoming seemed nonchalant, patting my arm and saying, "You're awesome." I sighed in silence. If I told him I had encountered a female ghost, he would think I was bragging. Knowing it was not the time to talk, I signaled Xiaoming to go to the 4th floor with me. I had to find Lu Ruyan. With Xiaoming by my side, I felt safer instantly. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Xiaoming was fearless when it came to action. The staircase was not long. I remained vigilant, checking behind me as we ascended. When we reached the corner of the staircase, I looked up at a small room on the 4th floor and noticed the door was closed. I distinctly remembered leaving it open when I went downstairs, indicating that someone had been here. However, I couldn't be sure if it was Lu Ruyan. With Jin Xiaofeng's group still missing, apart from Su Fei, there were 3 others left. In reality, if we had to fight, we were not afraid of them, as long as the 3 of us were together. But Qin Yong had not provided any updates so far. I didn't think too much about it. After glancing at Xiaoming, I took the lead and walked towards the 4th floor. When we reached the door, I counted to 3 with my fingers to Xiaoming. When I reached 3, I kicked the room door open fiercely, and at the same time, Xiaoming and I rushed in one after the other. In the moment we entered the room, we both turned on our flashlights and looked around. After scanning the room, I noticed that there seemed to be a person hiding near the corner shelf. The person was sitting on the floor and quickly retracted their feet when my flashlight swept over. I cautiously approached step by step with a peachwood stick in hand, extremely vigilant. However, the person showed no intention of resisting, only trembling legs revealed that it was a girl. I put down the peachwood stick excitedly and whispered, "Chunchao, is that you?" As I asked, the girl cautiously peeked out, her bright eyes filled with tears, her teeth chattering. When she saw me, tears streamed down uncontrollably. I dropped the peachwood stick and rushed over, embracing her. Her slender body trembled in my arms, clearly terrified. "I'm sorry." I pressed Lu Ruyan's head against my chest, feeling extremely guilty. Lu Ruyan kept sobbing, clutching my sleeve tightly, as if afraid I would leave again. She mumbled incoherently, "I thought I would die here tonight." I patted Lu Ruyan's head, relieved to have found her. The worst fear was being alone. Now that we were together, we could face any danger united, rather than being alone. Thinking of this, I started to worry about Qin Yong. The abandoned building only had 4 floors, and the 8 of us were scattered by Hannibal on the 2nd and 3rd floors. I had searched the 2nd and 3rd floors, except for Su Fei. Everyone else was nowhere to be found, including the discovery of Xiaoming that I heard from Zhang Bin, which was likely a bluff or encountering a spirit impersonating someone else like me. I boldly speculated, could Qin Yong be hiding on the 1st floor? Xiaoming had closed the room door, and the 3 of us sat on the floor communicating for a while, helping Lu Ruyan calm down, as the danger of tonight had not passed. Even if Jin Xiaofeng didn't come looking for us, we had to find them proactively and eliminate the 2 of them to complete Hannibal's game without punishment. Seeing everyone almost ready, I checked the time, stood up, and said, "It's almost 4 o'clock. Before dawn, we must go downstairs to find Qin Yong and then take down Jin Xiaofeng and the other person." Naturally, everyone agreed. After reaching a consensus, I held Lu Ruyan's hand, pushed open the room door, and walked out. It was comfortable in the small room just now, but stepping outside, the cold wind felt like a knife cutting through. Xiaoming led the way, and I followed with Lu Ruyan. Before going downstairs, I leaned against the stair railing for a while to ensure there was no movement before we quietly descended. The abandoned building was still pitch black, and we couldn't see our hands in front of our faces. When we were on the 4th floor just now, the positions of the others might have changed, so we were unsure if there was anyone on the 3rd floor. Just as we were about to descend the stairs to the corridor, a person suddenly ran from the 3rd floor corridor, swiftly shining a flashlight at us, blinding us with the bright light. But in just a second, the person turned off the flashlight, turned around, and ran to the end of the corridor. In that split second when he turned off the flashlight, I had already recognized who it was. I softly called out, "It's Lu Jichao." "Damn! Don't run, you bastard!" Xiaoming cursed as the person tried to escape, then instantly leaped down the corridor, swiftly chasing after him. The corridor was pitch black, with classrooms on both sides, unknown dangers lurking. Seeing Xiaoming getting farther away, I felt worried and had to pull Lu Ruyan along to follow, shouting, "Xiaoming, don't be impulsive, be careful, it might be a trap." I never thought it would be a trap, just a casual remark that slipped out of my mouth. But when I chased after it, my words turned into reality. I saw Xiaoming swiftly chasing ahead with a flashlight. I clearly saw Lu Jichao suddenly jump, but Xiaoming didn't. As Xiaoming ran past, his speed caused him to trip over a wire. Bang! He fell to the ground, his flashlight thrown away. Seeing the flashlight flying, I felt a sense of impending danger and quickly turned on my own flashlight, hastening my steps. Lu Jichao, after Xiaoming fell, decisively stopped and turned around, pulling out a long knife with a fierce expression. Running and shouting, "Lu Jichao, if you value your life, don't move." Xiaoming quickly got up, rubbed his arms, and confidently said to Lu Jichao, "Oh, setting traps now, ha." As Xiaoming stood up, I felt a bit relieved, but an ominous feeling filled my mind. I shone my flashlight on Xiaoming's head and saw a black mist hovering above it, glaring under the light. Holding my breath, I signaled Li Ruoyan to stay put and rushed forward with a wooden stick, shouting, "Xiaoming, be careful." Before I could finish, 2 people rushed out of the classrooms on both sides, brandishing knives at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, caught off guard, could only grab one person's wrist, but Lu Jichao had already stabbed him in the chest. It was a fatal blow, and Xiaoming knelt down, while the other 2 mercilessly attacked him. All I heard was the dull sound of the knives hitting his body. Xiaoming didn't even cry out. Lu Jichao led us into their ambush intentionally. It was indeed a trap, and I could clearly see the faces of the 2 men, Jin Xiaofeng and Zhang Bin. "Xiaoming." I stared in disbelief at the scene ahead, slowly backing away. I admit I was scared. These were just students. Anyone would be afraid, but not lose their courage. Gritting my teeth, sweat mixed with tears on my forehead, I emptied my bag, tied the wooden stick to my hand, and shouted to Li Ruoyan, "Chunxiao, hide until dawn." As Jin Xiaofeng and his gang approached, their knives stained with Xiaoming's blood, Li Ruoyan sobbed behind me, calling my name. "Xiangnan." I yelled at her to run, "Don't let us die in vain." When I heard Li Ruoyan's footsteps fade, I faced Jin Xiaofeng and his gang, determined not to let them pass. "Catch that woman, Li Ruoyan." Jin Xiaofeng pointed at me, and Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao swiftly charged towards me. As they neared, I stood in the middle of the corridor, swung the wooden stick at Zhang Bin, who dodged, and felt Lu Jichao's knife cut into me. The pain was excruciating as I kicked him away, leaning against the wall, raising the stick again. But I was just an ordinary person. Facing 2 knife-wielding attackers with a stick was like a fool's dream. Despite my courage and determination, I soon received 4 or 5 cuts, not fatal but agonizing. On the other side of the corridor, Jin Xiaofeng simply sat on Xiaoming's body, lit a cigarette, and watched the commotion. I lifted my knee and hit Lu Jichao's stomach, then struck his head with a stick, but my back was stabbed by Zhang Bin again. The entire corridor was filled with the sounds of our 3 fighting. I was already covered in injuries, bloodstains on my body smeared all over the walls. The scene was extremely bloody. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao's eyes were full of malice, probably forgetting that we were classmates and still just high school students. After kicking Zhang Bin away, I leaned against the wall gasping for air, knowing deep down that if this continued, I would eventually be stabbed to death by them. Instead of being played to death by them, I'd rather have someone to blame before I die. The time we fought was enough for Lu Ruyan to find a place to hide. I stared at Jin Xiaofeng in the distance, grabbed Zhang Bin's wrist, took the knife from his hand, but paid the price as Lu Jichao stabbed me 3 times in the back. I was almost fainting, the tearing pain all over my body, my legs starting to weaken. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's face, I mustered all my strength and charged forward, but I only managed to run less than 2 meters before being kicked from behind, falling to the ground with my last bit of strength drained. I lay on the ground, limbs numb, head throbbing, feeling like I was truly about to die for the first time. Jin Xiaofeng flicked away his cigarette but grabbed my hair and dragged me to Xiaoming's body. Xiaoming's face covered in blood was right in front of me, his eyes wide open but devoid of color. Unwillingly, I closed my eyes, unable to look anymore. Jin Xiaofeng lifted his foot and stepped on my head, mockingly saying, "Nan, take a good look at your brotherly shimming, because you will suffer a worse fate than him later." Just then, I suddenly heard Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao tremblingly shouting in the corridor, "Feng! Brother Feng! Ghost! The ghost is back again! What? What do we do, Brother Feng?" Jin Xiaofeng released my foot, slowly walked forward, and shouted at them, "Go on, kill her, she's alone, what are you afraid of?" I was not sure of the situation, but with all my strength, I turned around, gritting my teeth in pain. When I looked up, I was instantly stunned. I didn't know when, my red robe mask floated up again. The bright red robe dragged on the ground, rustling in the wind, along with her waist-length hair fluttering in the wind, looking quite imposing. Her pale face now looked exceptionally eerie, almost smiling at me. I began to doubt whether she was a mask or a sinister spirit. Since I took her out of the small room on the 4th floor, she seemed to have been helping me. I was now certain that the female ghost disguised as Lu Ruyan was the one helping me get rid of them. But if she was so powerful, why did she help me, and why did she let me crumple her up and stuff her into a bag? Meanwhile, Lu Jichao gathered his courage and rushed towards her, holding a shiny knife and thrusting it at her chest, but this red robe mask had no body. Lu Jichao's stab missed as she dodged, and he fell hard to the ground as the robe swept past him. I couldn't tell if Lu Jichao fell on his own or if the red robe mask had a hand in it. At this moment, Zhang Bin followed closely, raising his knife and aiming straight at her face. This time, I finally saw clearly as the face under the red robe mask suddenly darkened, eyebrows slanting, eyes glaring, the robe billowing as if an invisible hand lifted Zhang Bin into the air. As Zhang Bin's feet gradually left the ground, his hands kept clutching his neck, his eyes rolling back. I thought she would kill him then, but to my surprise, when Zhang Bin was gasping for breath, she let go of him. Zhang Bin fell to the ground coughing and gasping heavily, clearly losing his ability to move. At this moment, the mask smiled at me again and drifted slowly towards me. I couldn't describe my feelings at this moment, nor did I understand what this red-robed mask intended to do. I could only barely prop myself up and look towards her. As the mask drifted halfway towards me, a sharp knife suddenly pressed against my neck. Jin Xiaofeng hid behind me, seeming very afraid, but still said fiercely, "Get out of the way, or I'll kill him now." I looked at the red-robed mask in front of me, a familiar feeling flashed through my mind. I felt like I had seen her before, but couldn't remember. The red-robed mask floated in the middle of the corridor, the robe and long hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing Jin Xiaofeng holding a knife against me, the mask actually stopped. Jin Xiaofeng, seeing that both the mask and I were motionless, became anxious. With the knife against my neck, a cut instantly appeared, not fatal but blood flowed. "Does this mask ghost only obey your commands? Make her move aside, let me pass, and I'll let you go." I was truly at a loss at this moment because I had no idea if the red-robed mask would listen to me. I only knew she would save me, but whether she would listen to me, I had no clue. But with Jin Xiaofeng threatening me, I had no choice but to stare at the red-robed mask and try to nod. To my surprise, as I attempted, the red-robed mask obediently moved to the side against the wall, creating a path. Jin Xiaofeng laughed happily, lifted me up, and I felt like my body was falling apart, but with the knife against me, I had to endure the pain and move forward. Jin Xiaofeng was very careful, walking slowly, especially when passing by the red-robed mask, the tip of his knife almost piercing my neck. The red-robed mask kept staring at us, even though she let Jin Xiaofeng pass, she still followed us. Just as we passed by the red-robed mask, I looked into her pupil-less eyes and felt a sense of worry. Her long hair brushed against my face in the air, carrying a faint scent, nothing like a toy mask, she seemed like a living person. Jin Xiaofeng was very scared, his hand trembling non-stop. He pushed me in front of the red-robed mask and slowly backed away. The red-robed mask followed us, and when we reached the stairs, Jin Xiaofeng suddenly shouted ferociously, "Go to hell, you fools!" Ha ha ha. My pupils contracted instantly. Was he going to kill us? I felt a sharp pain in my neck, but the knife suddenly lost its strength. Then, I heard a puff sound. A large splash of hot blood sprayed onto my face, and at the same time, Jin Xiaofeng's hand went limp, collapsing like a boneless body into the dark stairwell. I turned around in shock, only to see Qin Yong frowning, holding a knife covered in Jin Xiaofeng's blood, with Lu Ruyan trembling behind him. "Are you okay?" I gasped for air, looked at Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong, too weak to speak, just shook my head in relief. Having lost too much blood, my legs kept trembling, unable to stand steadily. Just as I was about to collapse, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong each supported me. I suddenly remembered the red-robed mask that had been following me. I pushed them away and looked down the corridor, but there was no sign of her in the corridor. As I walked to the door of a classroom, I seemed to kick something on the ground. Stepping back, I looked down and saw a crumpled mask lying on the floor, but her face was no longer as vivid, and her robe had become very old. I didn't tell Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan the truth. Instead, I carefully put away the mask, packed it into a bag, and had Qin Yong carry Xiaoming's body, preparing to leave the abandoned building. Before long, Hannibal's message came through on WeChat: game over. Su Fei, Li Shiming, Jin Xiaofeng are the failed group. Xiang Nan, Qin Yong, Lu Ruyan, Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao are the winners. Congratulations! At the same time, the first rays of morning sunlight entered the abandoned building. Hearing Hannibal's words, dividing us into winners and losers, indicated that the game was not over yet. I glanced at Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan behind me, both looking exhausted and filled with despair. And who could blame them? Facing Hannibal's cruel games, no one could bear it. Earlier, I had told Lu Ruyan to run first. Instead of hiding, she remained calm, knowing she couldn't help but also aware that Qin Yong was alive. Since Jin Xiaofeng and the others were in front of me, it meant the building was safe. So, she searched the building for Qin Yong and found him unconscious on the first floor. She then went upstairs with him and coincidentally encountered Jin Xiaofeng with his back turned. Qin Yong still didn't know who knocked him out. Fortunately, the three of us survived this game, but at the cost of Xiaoming's death, which was probably exactly what Hannibal wanted. Let's go, let's get out first. There are more challenges waiting for us ahead, I said, supporting Lu Ruyan as we slowly descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao also began to wake up, looking at us in terror, backing away without Jin Xiaofeng's guidance. I shook my head at Qin Yong, ignoring them completely, and walked away. Technically, they were also partly responsible for Xiaoming's death, but how long would this endless cycle of killing each other continue? If we went over now and killed them because of Xiaoming, how would we be any different from the butcher? How would we be any different from Hannibal? The sunlight outside had already reached into the abandoned building, revealing bloodstains on the corridors and stairs, resembling a slaughterhouse. Jin Xiaofeng's body lay mangled at the foot of the stairs, blood still oozing from the gaping hole in his head. The biggest rival in our class had now died, but was this truly the outcome I desired? With various thoughts swirling in my mind, I descended the stairs step by step, the physical pain far less agonizing than the turmoil within. Just as we exited the abandoned building, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye in the woods to the right. I quickly turned to look, but the figure had already vanished. I racked my brain, feeling like I had seen that person before, but couldn't place them. Sighing, I realized my mind was too preoccupied with everything that had happened, and we all needed to rest. I turned to Qin Yong, who was carrying Xiaoming, and said, "Qin Yong, let's leave Xiaoming's body here for now. The police will take care of it." Qin Yong furrowed his brows, glaring at me, his eyes red with anger. "Leave him here? He's my brother." I patted Qin Yong's shoulder, feeling a pang in my heart, and said, "I know he's your brother, he's mine too. But if we carry him out like this now, what will the other classmates think? What will the police think when they see him? What will we say when they ask? Are we going to tell them we played a game and killed each other? Are you going to tell them about Hannibal's involvement and then end up dead yourself?" Qin Yong clenched his teeth as I spoke, eventually closing his eyes and shedding tears. Suppressing my own grief, I held onto his shoulder and continued, "I've already lost one brother, I don't want to lose another one." Qin Yong wiped his tears and nodded at me. After we took care of Xiaoming's body, we walked back with heavy faces. It was still early, and there were hardly any people at school. After I dropped Lu Ruyan off at the dormitory building, I also felt exhausted, my head spinning. Finally, after a few sways, I felt the world spinning around me, and everything went black as I collapsed. Time kept passing. I only felt my mouth was dry, my body weak and sore, my head buzzing. Various images flashed through my mind, some recent encounters, others completely unfamiliar, modern and ancient, like a slideshow, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. I tried to open my eyes and sit up, but I had no strength in my body. In my most painful moment, I felt something soft pressing against my lips, cold but comforting. I didn't know how long it lasted, but it slowly left my lips. I longed to lift my head to ask for more, but my body wouldn't move, my eyes wouldn't open. I could only sense her presence. I didn't know who it was. Was it Lu Ruyan? Suddenly, a voice came, "Xiangnan, Xiangnan." I sat up abruptly, sweating all over, realizing I was in a hospital room. A young female doctor approached, tall with slightly curly hair pinned back with a clip, wearing black high heels. Behind her were Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong. I looked around in confusion. Was it all a dream? But my feelings were so vivid. I glanced at Lu Ruyan, who looked worried. She couldn't have been the one who kissed me. Who was it then? The female doctor smiled at me, showing dimples, gently touching my forehead, asking, "How do you feel?" Lu Ruyan anxiously explained to the doctor, "We were here with Qin Yong looking after him. He seemed in pain and restless. I don't know what's wrong, so I called for you. Please help. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, I blushed instantly, unable to look at them. The doctor listened attentively, her expression changing as if she understood instantly. She glanced meaningfully at me. Embarrassed, I nodded in agreement, avoiding her gaze, thinking the doctor was quite mischievous. Seeing my shyness, the doctor changed the subject. Alright, rest well, it's just minor injuries. Don't get into fights at school again. I'm Bai Jing, call me if you need anything. With that, she smiled at me, leaving a lingering fragrance as she exited the room. Lu Ruyan finally relaxed, holding my hand, telling me to rest and even peeling an apple for me. From their conversation, I learned that I had slept for a whole day and night. As I ate the apple and chatted with them, Jin Yong approached me and said, Xiangnan, when did you take this thing out? Wasn't I pretending it was in your backpack? Jin Yong pointed to the side of my pillow. I quickly turned to look and saw the red mask. The mask was lying face down under my pillow, making my scalp tingle. Could it be that the one who did that to me was this red mask? I vividly remembered her intimidating presence in the abandoned building, her long hair and red robe fluttering. However, I only knew her as a powerful mask and wasn't sure if she could take human form. The kiss felt so real, but looking at the worn-out mask in front of me, it was hard to imagine. Lu Ruyan, looking worried, asked, Xiangnan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? As I was talking about studying to become a female doctor, she reached out and touched my forehead, then placed her hand on her own forehead. You're not running a fever. If you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell me. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Lu Ruyan's question, I quickly drew my legs up, hugged the blanket to my chest, and smiled, saying, I'm fine, just had a dream. A nightmare, that's all. Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong were standing beside me. Afraid they would ask about the mask, I quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, after I fainted, you helped me out of the school. Wasn't anyone stopping you? Qin Yong found a chair to sit down, smiling as he said, we were lucky that day. When I reached the guard room, I found it empty. The three of us slipped out without anyone noticing. As for our class, no one is in charge now. No one has asked about us these past few days. It's the classmates spreading rumors, saying the three of us were killed by the evil spirits in the abandoned building. At this point, the three of us laughed together. The classmates in our class had indeed become quite interesting. Being controlled by Hannibal to play games was one thing, but whenever someone died, there was no concern at all. Instead, they were keen on spreading rumors and nonsense. As for the empty guard room, I suddenly remembered seeing a figure in the woods next to the abandoned building when we came out. I felt like I had seen that figure before. Could it be the new security guard? But why would he be at the abandoned building so early? I thought for a moment and continued. I slept for a whole day and night. Did Hannibal not start the red envelope game? Qin Yong shook his head, saying, during the time you were unconscious, I was most afraid that Hannibal would suddenly announce a game. But it seems like our luck has turned. Hannibal hasn't done anything these past 2 days. Lu Ruyan also chimed in, yes, I see many bored classmates in our class purposely mentioning Hannibal, asking it to start a game. In the past, Hannibal would have granted their wish, but these days, Hannibal completely ignores them. Well, that's quite strange. Could it be waiting for me to wake up? I don't think I'm that important. After chatting for a while, the topic finally shifted away from me, and I quietly fell asleep. I sat up, leaning against the bed, and noticed that I was covered in bandages. That night, during the fight with Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, although I didn't suffer any fatal injuries, I was stabbed multiple times, some of which were dangerously close. Only I knew how close it was, and surviving felt like a miracle. Just then, our phones rang simultaneously. The three of us were stunned. I opened mine and saw that it was that damn Hannibal. Hannibal sent a smiling emoji and then said in the group chat, after resting for so long and regaining your strength, let's continue playing the game now. I chuckled silently. It seemed like I had hit the mark. This Hannibal guy really seemed to be waiting for me to wake up. When I fainted before, we didn't play any games, but as soon as I woke up today, a new game began immediately. Wasn't this targeting me? Hannibal continued, among the 8 people last time, 5 are in the winning group. I will reward you with a 400 yuan red envelope. Reward us with a red envelope? In Hannibal's terms, rewards were never good. It was either a ploy to take our lives or demand a price. The group instantly became agitated. Why only reward them with red envelopes and not us? In the past, we all shared the red envelopes together. Exactly, besides, those 3 have already been killed by the spirits in the abandoned building. They haven't shown up for 2 days. If you give them the reward, who will claim it? Right, I also think it's unfair to only reward them. Unfair. The group started clamoring about unfairness, all eager to grab the red envelopes, forgetting how many people had already died in the group because of them. Watching the chaos in the group, the three of us remained silent, waiting to see how Hannibal would handle the situation. After a while, when the commotion in the group settled down, Hannibal spoke, "Fair or not, I call the shots. In this group, I am the one who decides what's fair." As soon as he said this, the group fell silent instantly. It seemed like he was reminding the classmates that their lives were in his hands, and they had no right to negotiate with him. I rolled my eyes, not sure what kind of game Hannibal was playing. Thinking that no one else would speak up since the group had quieted down, suddenly Zhanya, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, "You may call the shots in this group, but can't we join in the game of earning red packets like the others?" I had hoped that after what happened to Zhao Lily, Zhanya would change for the better, at least realize that Hannibal's intention was to kill all of us. But hearing her words now, it was clear that old habits die hard, and she was still thinking about money. Hannibal smiled faintly. Then he said, "All right." I knew that when Hannibal spoke like that, trouble was brewing for Zhanya. And indeed, Zhanya, oblivious to the impending danger, still managed to put on a shy expression and said, "Does Hannibal mean I can join the game too? Then remember to send me a red packet, hee hee." I shook my head helplessly. Some people were beyond redemption. Hannibal continued, "Now, I'm announcing a reward of red packets, only allowing Nan, Qin Yong, Lu Ruyan, Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Zhanya to grab them." Without further ado, he sent out a red packet of 400. Zhanya snatched it within a second. "Wow! I got over 100. Hee hee, thanks, Hannibal. Oh my! I want one too, I want to grab it too. Hannibal, add me." "Me too, why can Zhanya participate and not us? I want a red packet too." The group seemed on the verge of madness, clamoring to join the game, but they dared not defy Hannibal's words. So far, only Zhanya had grabbed a red packet. The three of us, including Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, didn't move a muscle. We all knew that behind this red packet, something more dangerous awaited us. I glanced at Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong, smiling as I said, "Let's do it. We can't escape Hannibal's clutches anyway, might as well grab one first. Can't be more cowardly than them." With that, I grabbed the red packet first, followed closely by Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao held back, waiting for us to finish before joining in. As we grabbed the red packets, a few sharp-eyed classmates remarked, "Damn, they're still alive. Could it be their souls grabbing the red packets? Hey, you said those three weren't killed by evil spirits. Are you going to livestream eating shit now? What's the story?" I watched in silence as the classmates discussed us, not wanting to interrupt because the most crucial thing now was to wait for Hannibal to announce the game's details. After a short wait, Hannibal smiled again and said, "Very well, this game is simple. The 400 red packets will be divided into two groups, one for boys and one for girls. The top two boys who grab the most red packets must have a relationship with the girl who grabs the most, by midnight tonight. Of course, today only one person can have a relationship with Zhanya. Those who fail to complete the task, or if no one has a relationship with Zhanya, all three will be punished simultaneously with suffocation." Reading the message on my phone, my palms were sweating profusely. Hannibal's game had become increasingly brutal, and there seemed to be no way to defend against it. If Zhanya hadn't spoken up earlier, the only girl in Hannibal's game would have been Lu Ruyan, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, Zhanya's participation shifted the focus from Lu Ruyan to herself as the one to face the punishment. Lu Ruyan standing next to me seemed to have realized this too, as she angrily closed her eyes and shut off her phone. I rubbed her hair and said firmly, "Even if Zhanya is not involved this time, I won't let you get hurt, unless it's to kill me." Lu Ruyan looked sorrowful, lying on my bed, and softly said, "Xiang Nan, when can we get rid of this Hannibal? I'm so scared, scared of death, scared for all of us." She buried her head and started crying. I really didn't know how to comfort her. Instead of saying useless things, I let her cry it out. As a girl, I thought she was already doing well, at least not losing her mind like some classmates. Qin Yong sat uncomfortably on a chair, then awkwardly made an excuse to leave. I lay on the bed and talked a lot with Lu Ruyan, sharing both happy and sad things. After this communication, we understood each other more, and our moods improved. Facing Hannibal, if we give up on ourselves, we'll end up like the other classmates, waiting to die. I don't know why, but I noticed that my wounds were healing surprisingly fast. I vividly remember the pain all over my body when coming out of the abandoned building, but now I feel nothing. Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan didn't believe me until I got out of bed and jumped around a bit. Since I was fine, staying in the hospital was a waste of time. It was better to go to school early and maybe do something useful. I followed Qin Yong to get the discharge procedures done. "What? Discharge now? Don't joke with me, kid. Call your parents to take care of you. I personally bandaged all your wounds. You won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days, so lie back down." Dr. Bai Jing criticized me, thinking I was fooling around. Hey, Dr. Bai Jing, I'm really fine. Look, it doesn't hurt at all. See? I didn't know how to explain, so I patted my injured areas and jumped a few times to show her. Seeing this, Dr. Bai Jing had no choice but to examine me. Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan were immediately sent out by Dr. Bai Jing, who then instructed me to take off my outer clothing and lie down for examination. Although it was for a checkup, I felt a bit uncomfortable. After reluctantly taking off my shirt, I lay down on the hospital bed. Dr. Bai Jing, with her black-framed glasses and slightly raised red lips, looked much more mature. She brought a pair of small scissors close to me, and I caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. After cutting open my bandages, Dr. Bai Jing exclaimed, "Heavens, it's really healed? It's scabbed over. How did you do it?" She was amazed and leaned in closer to observe me. I sighed and said, "I don't know." Dr. Bai Jing marveled at my body's recovery ability, calling it a miracle in the medical field. She mentioned Captain America from the movies, but said my recovery was even faster. She wanted to report to the hospital director and conduct research on me, with my consent of course. I stood up, shook my head, and couldn't look at Dr. Bai Jing. Since that dream, I felt an increasing need in a certain aspect, surpassing normalcy, which I found abnormal. "Dr. Bai, I'm sorry, but I really need to go to school. You finished the examination, can I leave now?" Dr. Bai Jing stood still, then put down her hands and said, Okay, you can go. Remember to come back to assist us with the research." I nodded, quickly got dressed, said goodbye, and left. After leaving the ward, I took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Lu Ruyan walked over with a worried look on her face and asked, "How are you? Why are you sweating so much? Is something wrong?" I quickly wiped the sweat off my forehead, forced a smile, and shook my head, saying it was nothing. Holding Lu Ruyan's hand, I made a silent determination in my heart that I would never casually look at others again in the future, or I would truly let Lu Ruyan down. Her sincere care for me was a blessing, and if I didn't cherish it, I would be ungrateful. Despite some minor incidents, everything went smoothly. After the three of us were discharged, we first went to Xiaoming's house where his family was still keeping vigil, crying inconsolably. Feeling melancholic, the three of us sat in the car in silence. By the time we returned to school, it was around 8 p.m. As we reached the school gate, I paid special attention and noticed the bald security guard still sitting in the guardroom. He wasn't on duty the morning we came out of the abandoned building, so the person I saw near the building must have been him. Why did this bald guard go to the abandoned building? Did he know we were playing there? I found him strange when we first met. He mentioned something about being Shangnan as if someone had told him my name in advance. This time, as we passed by, he didn't stop Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan but blocked me instead. I looked at him curiously, unsure of his intentions. The bald guard had a scent of incense on him, probably related to the small incense burner in his room. He smiled and stopped me, saying, "Shangnan, can I have a word with you?" Pointing to the guard room, I signaled Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan that everything was fine and went inside. The guard room was still very clean, with the small incense burner on the table catching the eye. After I entered, the bald guard smiled and said, "Shangnan, there's something I must tell you. Some things in this world can be taken, while others cannot." I was puzzled by his words. "What things? What did I take?" I asked. "I didn't steal anything. What do you mean?" The bald guard chuckled and continued, "Young man, you misunderstood. I'm not saying you stole something, but that you unexpectedly obtained something. I suggest you entrust it to me for safekeeping to ensure your safety." Being called young man repeatedly by the bald guard left me bewildered. It felt like he was in a martial arts film. And what did he mean by me unexpectedly obtaining something? I hadn't received anything at all. Since joining Hannibal's WeChat group, I had been losing things continuously without gaining anything. I didn't believe his assurance of keeping me safe. Losing patience, I quickly shook my head and said, "Sir, I really haven't obtained anything, and I don't need you to keep me safe. I have to go back to the classroom. Goodbye." Hearing my words, the bald guard didn't get angry and just smiled, nodding slightly at me. "Crazy," I muttered in my mind before leaving with Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan. When the three of us entered the classroom, the whole class fell silent. I was momentarily surprised but then understood. After all, we had defeated Jin Xiaofeng's group in the abandoned building, and the rumors of us being killed by evil spirits had been debunked. Suddenly, the three of us held a different status in the class. I quietly walked to my seat, occasionally glancing at someone who would immediately lower their head, seemingly afraid of causing trouble. The whispers around started but ceased as soon as I cleared my throat. Damn, was I now the boss of the class? I sat speechless in my seat, surrounded by empty chairs. Xiaoming, who had always been by my side, would never return, and the feeling was truly unbearable. In the past, Xiao Ming would have definitely bumped my arm and said, "You're awesome." But those moments can only remain in memories now. All we can do is try to survive. Just as I was immersed in sadness, my phone rang, and it was a message from Hannibal. He sent a smiling emoji and said, "The long night is too boring, so I've decided to start the game early. The new game time ends at 10 tonight. Wish you all a pleasant game." No one dared to speak up in the group anymore. It was because of Zhang Ye's previous conditions that they were assigned to this game in the first place, where nothing was supposed to happen. I looked up and noticed that Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao had changed seats. They were sitting together before, but now they had moved apart, indicating that they had fallen out over this game. Zhang Ye was busy on her phone, as if sending messages to someone, while Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao were also engrossed in their phones. It was already 9 o'clock, yet they didn't seem in a hurry. Suddenly, I remembered Zhao Lily from before, who discreetly went out with someone to save herself, ensuring her survival. Could it be that Zhang Ye was planning a similar move? If so, it would leave one person innocent. Indeed, shortly after, Zhang Ye stood up sneakily and glanced at Lu Jichao without a word, all of which I noticed. Lu Jichao quietly left his seat, looking somewhat excited. Just as they had taken a few steps, Zhang Bin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Chao! You despicable person, sending a message to leave with me, now going out early with this jerk, do you think I'm stupid?" Comparing Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao in terms of looks, Lu Jichao was indeed much better looking. Zhang Ye was quite practical by nature, so if she had to choose between the two, she would definitely pick the slightly more handsome one. After hearing Zhang Bin's words, I began to understand. Zhang Ye must have messaged both of them, comforted Zhang Bin, then sneaked out with Lu Jichao quietly. This way, no one would suspect a thing. In the end, if Zhang Bin lost the game, he would be the one punished, making Zhang Ye the ultimate winner. However, Zhang Ye underestimated Zhang Bin's intelligence. Being exposed on the spot by Zhang Bin was a blow to her pride. Losing her temper, Zhang Ye raised her eyebrows and said, "What if I don't want to go with you? What if I think you're ugly? It's my choice whom I pick, what's it to you?" With that, she quickly ran behind Lu Jichao to hide. Enraged, Zhang Bin's face twitched with anger. He suddenly pulled out a knife from his waist and slammed it onto the table, fiercely saying, "You dare to try me? Even if I die, I'll take you two bastards down with me." Seeing Zhang Bin so furious, Zhang Ye pulled Lu Jichao's sleeve with a mournful face. Lu Jichao was not one to back down from a fight. The knife was given to Zhang Bin by Jin Xiaofeng, and he had one too. He also drew his knife, pointing it at Zhang Bin and said, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Ye is mine today. If you touch her, I'll take your life first. Come on then. You think I won't dare?" As they grew more agitated, ready to charge at each other with their knives, I quickly stood up and shouted, "Stop." Luckily, I was different now from before, with a significantly elevated status, and my loud voice actually managed to halt them. Lu Jichao turned to me and said, "Nan, I admire what you did in the abandoned building, but today, one of us has to fall, and you can't interfere in this matter." Honestly, I didn't have a good solution in mind, but seeing the knives glinting in their hands, I felt it was inappropriate. Everyone looked at me, expecting the person who survived in the abandoned building to have a better solution. After some thought, I said, "Hannibal's goal is definitely to make you kill each other. If you start fighting with knives, you'll be playing right into his hands." The classroom was quiet, with only my voice echoing. I suppressed my nervousness and continued, "If you trust me, I have a way to minimize the sacrifice." The three of them brightened up simultaneously, looking at me with admiration. The other students were motionless, waiting for me to reveal the method. I organized my thoughts and said, "First, you must put down the knives. Besides harming yourselves, you might accidentally hurt others. Then, except for you three, all of us will leave the classroom. Next, the two of you will fight barehanded, no killing allowed, surrender or knockout is sufficient. The winner will have an intimate moment with Zhang Ye in the corner, which is why we are leaving the classroom, to give you some privacy." Lastly, do not be misled by Hannibal's words. He mentioned suffocation punishment, not death. It might just be a temporary measure, so the loser should not lose hope. Remember a little luck? This method is much more reasonable than chaotic fighting in the classroom. I've said my piece, now it's up to you. After I finished speaking, my palms were sweaty. This was the only solution I could think of, whether it would work or not, at least I tried my best. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Lu Jichao was the first to throw his knife on the ground and said to me, "I'll go with Nan's plan." After the clattering sound of the knife hitting the ground, everyone started discussing, mostly agreeing that my method was feasible. Zhang Ye shrugged, found a chair to sit on, and said, "Since I'm the only girl, do as you please." Zhang Bin was a loyal follower of Jin Xiaofeng and had a strong bias against me. However, since the other two agreed, he had no choice but to nod. As long as everyone reached a consensus, things would be easier. If we could successfully rescue the three of them this time, my words would carry more weight in class in the future. As long as we unite, we will find a way to deal with Hannibal. Time waits for no one. Hannibal seemed like a bystander, sending a message after I finished speaking, half an hour until the game ends. I truly doubted if Hannibal had heard my plan. Nevertheless, I couldn't dwell on that. I asked a few students to set up a crude makeshift room in the corner behind the classroom using desks, so they would have a place regardless of how brutal their fight might get. Then, I urged everyone to leave the classroom quickly. Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Zhang Ye remained in the classroom. Before leaving, I reminded them, remember, do not have murderous intentions, it's not worth it. Lu Jichao nodded in understanding, but Zhang Bin remained serious, lost in thought. As I left the classroom, I worried that if Zhang Bin didn't play by the rules, Lu Jichao would be in danger. I had done all I could, now it was up to them. I stood at the door, shooing away curious students and sending Lu Ruyan back to the dorm to rest, leaving only Qin Yong and me. After arranging everything, I stood at the back door of the classroom, peering inside. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao were slowly moving towards the center, but I saw Zhang Bin pull out a knife from behind. My scalp tingled, realizing I had oversimplified things. Despite my earnest advice, human nature's corruption prevailed. Zhang Bin was never a good person, especially after following Jin Xiaofeng, he had become even worse. How could I have trusted him? Regretfully, I slapped myself and prepared to open the door to intervene. To my surprise, the classroom door had been locked from the inside at some point. No matter how hard I pushed, it wouldn't budge. I hurried to the back door, but it was the same. Qin Yong ran over and asked me what was wrong. I kicked the door in disappointment and gritted my teeth, saying, Zhang Bin said no need for a knife, but he secretly hid one. Bare-handed against a knife, who do you think will win? Chow. Shameless. Qin Yong, after hearing me out, looked inside with a grimace, then angrily joined me in banging on the door. However, the door was securely locked, and no matter how hard we tried, it wouldn't budge. In the end, I had to stand outside and shout, Zhang Bin, put down the knife, or even if you win, I won't let you off. But it seemed like my voice was blocked by the classroom, as they didn't react at all. It wasn't until Zhang Bin slyly drew out the knife with a sinister look that Lu Jichao slightly hesitated. However, Lu Jichao seemed unfazed and disdainfully said, so damn cowardly, I look down on you. We could hear the conversation inside the classroom clearly, but why couldn't they hear my shouts? Did Hannibal do something again? I paced back and forth in frustration, my head spinning. I had intended to help them sort things out, but now it had turned into this unfair fight. Qin Yong shouted to me, they're about to fight. I hurried to Qin Yong's side to look inside, only to see Zhang Bin raising the knife to strike first, charging towards Lu Jichao. Zhang Bin was much shorter than Lu Jichao, and as the knife came down, Lu Jichao dodged to the side and landed a punch on Zhang Bin's face. With just one punch, Zhang Bin's nose started bleeding. Damn, that was intense. Qin Yong and I gasped simultaneously. Lu Jichao didn't stop there, he followed up with a kick to Zhang Bin's stomach, causing him to stagger back several steps. Lu Jichao exuded confidence, smirking at Zhang Bin with blood flowing from his nose. After steadying himself, Zhang Bin wiped the blood from his nose, turning his face red in a bizarre manner. Then, Zhang Bin lunged at Lu Jichao with the knife again. I watched from outside as Zhang Bin made his move, grabbing a book from the table with his other hand. As the two clashed again, Lu Jichao, relying on his height and reach, managed to dodge the blade and grab Zhang Bin's hand. Disarming him was the wisest move. But before Lu Jichao could secure the knife, Zhang Bin suddenly roared and struck Lu Jichao's face with the book in his other hand. Zhang Bin's attack was vicious, he used the sharp edge of the book, seemingly hitting Lu Jichao's eye. I heard Lu Jichao's agonizing scream as he covered his left eye, blood trickling from his fingertips as he stepped back. Not giving Lu Jichao a chance, Zhang Bin seized the moment while he was still disoriented and thrust the knife towards Lu Jichao's abdomen. Despite losing an eye, Lu Jichao fought back fiercely, grabbing the blade with his hand as blood dripped down. With a roar, Lu Jichao released his grip on his injured eye, his face swelling and bloodshot, looking terrifying. He struck at Zhang Bin's face with his hand, blow after blow, causing Zhang Bin's head to snap back like a sandbag. Finally, in a fit of rage, Lu Jichao fiercely headbutted Zhang Bin, who had already lost consciousness, causing him to collapse, legs giving way. Lu Jichao pushed Zhang Bin away, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. But Lu Jichao was no better off. His face was so swollen that his features were unrecognizable, and the hand that had gripped the knife was bleeding profusely, the blood flowing like an open tap. Due to excessive blood loss, his lips had lost their color. Lu Jichao struggled to swallow his saliva, leaning back against the table to rest. He was still rational enough to take off his shirt and wrap it around his palms. At that moment, a message from Hannibal popped up in the group chat. only 10 minutes left until the game ends, everyone hurry up. Seeing the message, I felt extremely anxious. I ran to the middle of the classroom and tried to smash the glass window with all my might, but to my surprise, today the glass seemed as tough as steel, refusing to shatter no matter how hard I hit it. It must have been Hannibal's doing. As time passed, I lay in front of the window, peering inside, and that's when Zhang Ye stood up. Her face was filled with horror as she glanced at Zhang Bin on the floor, then at the bloodied Lu Jichao, almost on the verge of tears. Trembling, she said, "Hannibal said there are only 10 minutes left. You guys." Lu Jichao gasped heavily, glanced at Zhang Ye with one eye, then nodded and propped himself up. Zhang Ye slowly backed away to the corner where I had set up a small space for her expression complex. I had no idea how this game would proceed. With the two boys already in such a state of fighting, even walking was a challenge. Covered in blood, how could they possibly have any relationship with Zhang Ye? In this moment, even if Zhang Ye wanted to, it seemed impossible for these two. Lu Jichao staggered towards Zhang Ye, leaving a trail of blood on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In a matter of moments, the entire classroom was stained with blood, reminding me of the day with Old Man Qin when this classroom had once again become a slaughterhouse. Anxiously watching Lu Jichao, Hannibal sent another message in the group chat. Only 3 minutes left until the game ends. 3 minutes remaining, could the game still be completed? Inside the classroom, Zhang Ye was already in a panic. After glancing at her phone, she suddenly panicked and, disregarding everything, ran towards Lu Jichao. Lu Jichao could barely keep his eyes open, swaying on the spot. Zhang Ye pushed him down, and it was then that I realized Lu Jichao had reached his limit. Without any resistance, Lu Jichao lay on the ground, his breathing slowing down. Frantically, Zhang Ye cried out, "Let's start now, it will be okay soon, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." But Lu Jichao seemed to have stopped moving, his dry lips staring at Zhang Ye with a sense of unwillingness. However, we all knew that a dead person couldn't do anything. At this point, with things escalating to this extent, there was no way to turn back, and the ugliness of human nature was being exploited to the fullest by Hannibal. I thought the game would end there, but I never expected the brutality that followed. Suddenly, Zhang Bin, who had been lying on the ground, coughed, then slowly lifted his head. Zhang Ye was completely out of her mind, sitting beside Lu Jichao, completely unaware of Zhang Bin slowly rising behind her. Zhang Bin's face was covered in blood, especially his nose, which had been smashed by Lu Jichao, making him look like a zombie from a movie, unable to walk steadily. I frantically shouted from the window, "Zhang Ye, behind you, be careful of Zhang Bin behind you." But my voice couldn't reach inside, and all I could do was watch helplessly. Zhang Bin slowly picked up a chair from the side and began to walk towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was still writhing frantically on Lu Jichao's body, muttering like a madwoman, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Hannibal, don't kill me." Meanwhile, behind her, Zhang Bin raised the chair and viciously smashed it down on Zhang Ye's head. Once, twice, thrice. Zhang Ye fell into a pool of blood, the classroom filled with the muffled sound of the chair hitting her head. She lay on the ground, offering no resistance, blood splattering everywhere, but Zhang Bin showed no signs of stopping, raising and dropping the chair repeatedly, as if he had lost all sense of humanity. Witnessing such a bloody scene made my stomach churn, and I felt like throwing up. After being beaten more than 10 times in the classroom, Zhang Bin finally succumbed to exhaustion. His body swayed, gasping for air, until he couldn't even muster the strength to breathe. Eventually, he lost his balance and fell backward, hitting the corner of the table with the back of his head. Blood splattered, and Zhang Bin lay motionless on the ground. Watching the scene in the classroom, I pounded the window fiercely. Wasn't this the exact outcome Hannibal wanted to see? At that moment, Hannibal sent a smiling emoji in the group chat and announced, "The game is over." Since no one had a relationship with Zhang Ye, 3 people will be punished with suffocation. Suffocation details: each person holds their breath for 10 seconds. Helplessly, I read the message on my phone, then looked up at the heavily clouded sky, wondering how I could save myself. After Hannibal announced the punishment, the group started discussing, hold our breath for just 10 seconds? I thought it would be a more severe punishment. Zhang Ye must be upset for failing. Wasn't Zhang Bin supposed to have a showdown with Lu Jichao? Who won in the end? They didn't end up in a draw, did they? Each message in the group pierced my heart. I had driven them away out of confidence, locked the 3 of them in the classroom as my idea, but I never expected it to turn out like this. My original intention was for all 3 to be safe, but it ended up with all 3 dead. Xin Yong patted my shoulder and said, "You did what you had to do. Their deaths are not your fault." I sighed and leaned against the door, but as soon as my back touched it, the door opened. A strong smell of blood wafted out, and I couldn't bring myself to step inside and face the 3 mutilated bodies in the center of the classroom. Earlier, even Shin Yong and I couldn't force the door open, but now it opened on its own. Upon checking behind the door, I confirmed that it wasn't locked, indicating that Hannibal had intervened to make it open. Looking at Zhang Yi's body, I hesitated but eventually walked in. I helped her up from the pool of blood, trying to make her look more dignified. That was all I could do. Then, I left the classroom. Suddenly, 7 or 8 people rushed up the stairs wearing hats, masks, and military-like uniforms without any insignia, not police or doctors. Their purpose was clear as they headed straight for our classroom, dividing tasks efficiently, some handling the bodies, placing them on stretchers, while others swiftly cleaned the scene. I asked Shin Yong, "Did you call the police?" He shook his head, and it puzzled me. If Shin Yong didn't call, then I certainly didn't. How did they know about the deaths here and arrive so promptly? Were they Hannibal's men? Since we were drawn into Hannibal's group to play the red envelope game, the school and the police had become abnormal. Our entire class was isolated, left to deal with deaths without any interference. Over these days, the death toll had risen to the point of making national news, yet the school suppressed it, keeping outsiders unaware of the situation. Moreover, based on some clues, the school seemed to have faced a similar situation 7 years ago when an entire class died overnight. Despite such a significant event, the school continued to operate. I recall a while back, there was a police officer with a small beard stationed at the school, investigating cases periodically. But recently, not even he was around, and the school lacked any security personnel. If this continued, everyone in our class would surely perish. Looking at these people in the classroom, I couldn't help but wonder, were they an armed force organized by the school behind the scenes? As I was lost in thought, the group of people had already cleaned the classroom spotlessly. After spraying disinfectant, the entire classroom looked as if nothing had happened. Once they were done, they lifted 3 bodies and left without any hesitation. I hurried over and shouted, "Who are you? You are not police officers or doctors. Why do you have the right to take their bodies away?" After speaking, I reached out to grab the collar of the last person leaving and tried to remove his mask. But before my hand could touch his face, he swiftly dodged and aimed a kick at my chest. I flew a good 2 to 3 meters, not an exaggeration, landing on the ground and spitting out blood instantly. Shin Yong quickly came over to help me up. Seeing me spit blood, he wanted to seek revenge, but I stopped him. I knew that even if Shin Yong rushed in, he would end up like me, unable to withstand the force of that kick alone. Watching the group disappear quickly, I stood up holding my chest, haunted by the emotionless gaze of the man when he turned around, filled with numbness and obedience, like a dead person. With no progress on Hannibal's case and now this group suddenly appearing, it was truly overwhelming. Staying in the classroom was not an option now, as the scene of the massacre had been cleaned up thoroughly. I believed that by tomorrow morning, students would be able to sit here as if nothing had happened. Back in the dormitory, I found myself alone. The others had either died or moved out. I paced around the empty dorm, eventually lying down out of boredom. After exchanging messages with Lu Ruyan for a while, I unknowingly fell asleep. However, not long after I closed my eyes, I suddenly felt hair brushing against my face, accompanied by a fragrance, slowly moving down my neck. This was in the dormitory, so I quickly opened my eyes in fear. The dorm was empty, with only me present. The moonlight outside was exceptionally bright, casting an eerie atmosphere on my bed. I didn't know if I had been dreaming or if something was real. If it was real, then that thing had just been in front of me, even lying on me. I glanced around, ensuring no one was there, before cautiously sitting up. But as I was about to turn on the light, my hand unexpectedly touched something soft, like hair. Startled, I recoiled my arm, almost letting out a scream. Looking down, I saw a red robe mask. Though crumpled, the mask's face was staring right at me, appearing exceptionally eerie in the moonlight. I dared not look further and prepared to turn on the light. However, recalling the incident at the hospital where a woman had kissed me, it was highly likely that she was the one behind the red robe mask. Moreover, Shin Yong had mentioned that he had originally placed her in my backpack, but she ended up next to my pillow. This time, to prevent other students from seeing her, I even placed her in the wardrobe, under my winter coat, yet she appeared before me again. Could it be that the one lying on me was really her? I didn't know what this red robe mask entity was, but the only certainty was that she wouldn't harm me and seemed eager to protect me. Since she wasn't human, I classified her temporarily as supernatural and decided not to turn on the light. I wanted to communicate with her proactively, as she had been residing in the abandoned building before. Perhaps she could provide me with some clues about Hannibal. With that in mind, I sat back down, surveyed the pitch-black dorm to ensure there was nothing else, and slowly picked up the red robe mask. Honestly, holding a woman's face mask in the middle of the night in the dormitory was an indescribably chilling experience. I stared into her pupilless eyes and earnestly said, "Mask, mask, can you hear me?" My voice echoed in the dorm room, but the red-lipped mask did not respond to me. I was sweating holding her hand. It seemed she still couldn't hear me speak. I tried hard to recall any way to communicate with her in my mind. After thinking for a long time, I even searched on Baidu and finally selected a method. I jumped off the bed, rummaged through the dorm room, and finally found a candle in the box. Joyfully, I took the candle and walked to the bathroom without turning on the light. Online it said, if you want to see a ghost, you should do it in the early morning, preferably between 1 and 3, with 4 being the best. However, all these experts said the same thing: unless absolutely necessary, never summon a ghost recklessly, or else face the consequences. Honestly, facing Hannibal now, what is there to be afraid of? Maybe I won't be alive tomorrow, so what consequences do I need to worry about? Besides, I can feel the red-robed female ghost. She is definitely not a malevolent spirit. Despite my thoughts, when I stood in front of the mirror holding the candle, I couldn't help but shiver. The candlelight on my face cast eerie shadows, especially in front of the mirror. I was afraid something would suddenly appear behind me. I placed the candle in front of the mirror and then clasped my hands together, muttering to myself, Amatba, may the spirits protect me from all directions. Checking the time, it was exactly 1:14. I quickly knelt in front of the mirror, looking sincerely at my reflection, and earnestly said, I nervously knelt on the ground, waiting for any movement around me, cold sweat running down my back. A cool breeze passed by. My reflection in the mirror under the candlelight looked increasingly eerie. I glanced around with my eyes, but the red-robed mask did not appear. I pondered, could it be that I wasn't sincere enough in my words? I stood up and glanced at the bathroom, thinking it was probably too dirty to summon her out. I widened my eyes and suddenly turned to look, only to see a beautiful woman in a red robe with long hair, resting her chin on her hands, smiling at me with her dainty feet swaying. She was just a head's distance away from me, and it was the first time I saw her clearly. Up close, her skin seemed delicate, flawless like porcelain, with a melon seed face, slanting willow eyebrows, bright phoenix eyes full of vitality, long and captivating eyelashes, a petite and high nose, and a pair of bright red lips that suited her well. In short, a classical beauty. In today's entertainment industry, she would definitely outshine those surgically enhanced celebrities. I stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say, just staring at her foolishly. Seeing me gaze at her like that, she raised her jade-like hand to cover her mouth and chuckled, her voice as melodious as a spring, saying, what are you looking for me for? Her voice instantly awakened me. Looking into her beautiful eyes, I nervously asked, are you the red-robed mask? She chuckled and nodded playfully, saying, yes, the mask is me. My name is Homely, did you forget? Being so close to her, her natural fragrance kept entering my nostrils, afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it, so I slowly took a step back. I wasn't afraid of her, and she gave me a warm feeling, plus she was unbelievably beautiful, making it hard for me, a homebody, to resist. She said her name was Homely and asked if I had forgotten. Did we meet before? Curiously, I asked, have we met before? This question seemed to upset Homely instantly. Pouting she said, humph. Figure it out yourself. I awkwardly scratched my head. Wasn't she making it difficult for me? If I had met such a beauty before, I would have been singing her praises. How could I forget? I had to change the subject and asked, do you know Hannibal? The red carp glanced at me sideways, huffing, I don't know you. This woman is truly fickle. Just because I didn't greet her properly, she's still mad. Luckily, she's been answering my questions. I thought for a moment and continued, do you know how to deal with Hannibal? The red carp smoothed a few strands of hair from her forehead, turned to me curiously, and said, who is Hannibal? Do you like her? I quickly shook my head and said, no, I don't like him, I hate him. The red carp covered her mouth and chuckled, blinking as she said, then you must have been hurt by her. Hate often stems from deep love. Tell me about it. It's not true, I really don't like Hannibal. Still trying to argue. I didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. I found myself increasingly fond of this red carp, feeling like she was a little princess, naturally a bit whimsical. Just as I was about to ask another question, the red carp suddenly extended her finger towards me and said, one last question for now, save the rest for next time. I nodded in agreement. Then, I glanced at her graceful figure, blushing as I asked, that day, at the hospital, the person who kissed me, was it you? After asking, I regretted it immediately. It was foolish to ask such a question in front of a girl. Fortunately, the red carp didn't get angry. She blushed slightly, pursed her lips, and said softly, think about it yourself, fool. With that, a cool breeze swept through the dorm room, making it hard for me to keep my eyes open. However, it only lasted a few seconds. When I opened my eyes, I found that the red carp on the bed had disappeared. After searching for a while, I finally found the mask under my pillow. As I was about to put it away, I noticed a line of delicate handwriting on the pillow. I squinted to read it, and it said, "Don't throw me into that smelly cabinet and squash me. I want to sleep on the bed." Humph. The red carp's teasing almost made me burst out laughing. Looking at the red mask in front of me, it was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman wore it, with such a lovely name. I couldn't help but wonder about the red carp's background and why she said I had forgotten her. Lying on the bed, I turned on my side, gently touching the mask's hair, feeling inexplicably at ease. I slept until dawn. I have to say, the interaction with the red carp last night improved my mood. When I arrived in class, just as I predicted, my classmates acted as if nothing had happened, each sitting at their desks. After all, the bloodstains and signs of fighting in the classroom had been cleaned up. Now, I felt that the classroom was truly unnecessary. With no teacher present, students had no interest in studying. Everyone sat at their desks lost in thought, seemingly waiting for Hannibal to announce the game. If everyone just sat around waiting, there would be no hope. After some thought, I decisively slipped out of the classroom through the back door. It was during class time, and as I left the classroom, I headed straight to the teacher's office. The homeroom teacher had come to our classroom for the last time, looking hesitant. I was sure he knew something. I wanted to ask him personally if anyone was still in charge of our class. The homeroom teacher's office was not far from the classroom. I walked up to the office door, took a deep breath, and deliberately didn't knock. I pushed the door open. I saw the homeroom teacher and a few other teachers playing mahjong at a table. I couldn't believe my eyes. They also looked at me in confusion. One of the younger teachers stood up first, pointing at me and saying, "Which class are you from? Don't you know manners? You should knock before entering the office." I just chuckled at him, not wanting to waste time with him. They were playing mahjong during work hours in the office and now they were trying to lecture me? The young teacher, seeing that I ignored him, slammed the table in anger and was about to come over and deal with me. I stared directly at the head teacher. The class had already become unruly. Not only did he not care, he was also carefree. The head teacher felt embarrassed under my gaze, coughed, then quickly stood up and whispered a few words to the young teacher next to him. The young teacher immediately withdrew his hand, glanced at me up and down, then sat back down obediently. The head teacher smiled at me, then pointed to the corridor and said, "Let's talk outside," towards the south. At this time, all the students were in class, and the office corridor was empty. I followed the head teacher to the corridor, and surprisingly, he handed me a cigarette. In the past, I would never have dared to accept it. After all, I was still a student. But now, with so much happening, I hesitated for a moment and took it. After lighting the cigarette, the head teacher leaned against the corridor, gazing into the distance, and asked me, "What do you want from me?" I felt his deliberate questioning and instantly felt angry again. I threw the cigarette on the ground and said, "So many classmates have died in our class, and you ask me what I want from you?" The head teacher was slightly taken aback, didn't look at me, furrowed his brow, and said, "I know about this, but we can't find the culprit, you know?" His counter-question caught me off guard. Each classmate's death was the work of Hannibal, but I couldn't tell him now. So, I could only helplessly say, "I don't know." The head teacher exhaled smoke and continued, "Since you don't know, I don't know either. Some things are beyond my control." I sensed there was more to what the head teacher was saying, so I asked, "Who sent the team to collect the bodies yesterday?" The head teacher shook his head and said, "How would I know? Wasn't it the police?" The head teacher was clearly playing dumb in front of me. The police hadn't visited our school for quite some time. I knew I wouldn't get any answers from him. I was just testing his attitude. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue the conversation. I smiled at the head teacher, took out a cigarette from my pocket, placed one next to him, and said, "No debts between us." Then, gritting my teeth, I turned and walked away. I wasn't angry that the head teacher didn't tell me anything, but rather disappointed in his attitude. However, as I hadn't walked far, I heard the head teacher behind me say, "If you're so eager to investigate, why not go to the archives room?" How foolish. I stopped in my tracks. Yes, the fire 7 years ago was an important point in Hannibal's trail. Since the school no longer had anyone who knew about it, I could go to the archives room to find information, at least about that deceased class and the names in it. Excited, I turned back to look at the head teacher, but he had already entered the office, the door slamming shut. "Thanks." I approached and picked up the key the head teacher had left on the railing, then confidently ran downstairs. It seemed not everyone had changed, perhaps they too were under Hannibal's oppression. The archives room was on the 6th floor of another building. By the time I got there, I was sweating profusely, trying not to arouse suspicion, carefully avoiding every student and teacher I passed. Standing at the entrance of the archives room, looking at the dusty door covered in cobwebs, I began to worry. It seemed like no one had been to this archives room for a long time, and I didn't know if there were any records of the case from 7 years ago. Peeking over the railing to make sure no one was around, I took out the key and, in that moment of opening the door, a thought crossed my mind. What if the head teacher wasn't acting in good faith and was trying to harm me by luring me here? I quickly shook my head. There was no time to think about that now. I decisively used the key to open the door. The door creaked open, emitting a dusty mist that felt like smoke. I stood outside for a while, waiting for the dust to settle a bit before covering my nose and cautiously stepping inside. At the same time, I carefully glanced back at the corridor behind me, made sure no one was there, then closed the door to the archives room. The entire archive room appeared old and neglected, with many materials and books left untouched for a long time, scattered around without any organization. Fortunately, the room was not too large, so I wasted no time and started searching from the beginning. There were plenty of files here, but luckily, the earliest records dated back exactly 7 years ago. I approached the documents from 7 years ago, meticulously examining each file without missing a single one. After searching for over 10 minutes, I finally came across a disheveled document. It seemed like someone had already gone through it and not put it back properly. What caught my attention was the words "fire incident" written on a piece of paper that had fallen out. I quickly pulled out the document and upon opening it, I found only a few lines. Class 9 of grade 12, due to an accident, all students perished. Why were there so few records about this fire incident? I furrowed my brows in disappointment, but at least I had finally located the class involved in the fire incident, which turned out to be class 9 of grade 12. The air in the room was stale, and the accumulated dust made me start coughing. Covering my mouth and nose, I hastened my search. Although there were many class files, knowing the specific class made it easier, and within a few minutes, I found it. Excitedly, I pulled out a thick file and opened it to reveal personal information on over 40 students. I sat by the window and began examining each document one by one. Since it was 7 years ago, I had never seen these people before, but my main goal was to find the person living in Manhwa village. According to the information provided by the building supervisor, this person was likely still alive and could possibly be Hannibal. About halfway through, I paused while holding one file. It belonged to a girl named Lizenzhen, and even from the file photo, it was evident that she was beautiful. I felt like I had seen her somewhere before. I pondered over her information and finally remembered. Wasn't she the pretty female ghost who disguised herself as Lyuruyan in the abandoned building? Although she was eventually killed by Honli, her appearance was etched in my memory. I looked at her file with regret. Such a good girl turned into a spirit in the abandoned building due to a fire, unable to even become a ghost now. I sighed and set her file aside, continuing my search. Despite looking for a long time, I found nothing significant until I focused solely on the address, leading me to the last file. I stood up instantly as I saw the familiar words Manhwa village. I quickly discarded the other files in my hands and carefully examined the information. However, the photo on his file started to blur ever so slightly, which was odd as it was clear before. I stared at the file without blinking, but strangely, wherever I looked, the words began to blur and vanish until it turned into a blank file with no text or information. What was happening? Why was I being prevented from reading this file? Could the person in this file really be Hannibal? I paced back and forth with the blank file in my hand, trying hard to remember any details before the words disappeared. As I walked, I repeated to myself, I'm sure this person lives in Manhwa village, I'm sure he's a boy, I'm sure he's... Despite my efforts, my memory only retained these two details, and I couldn't even recall his name clearly. Frustrated, I clenched the file in my hand, unwilling to accept defeat, and started flipping through all the files I had just taken out. To my despair, every time I touched a file in the box, the information on it slowly vanished, turning into blank paper. I stubbornly fought against it for time, pulling out one file after another, but it always managed to be a step ahead of me. Every time I pulled one out, before I could even see it clearly, it would disappear completely. Finally, as I pulled out the last file, with a loud bang, the entire box of archives turned into powder, drifting like snowflakes in the old archive room. 7 years ago, the entire Class 9 of Senior 3's archives vanished. I sat down on the ground in frustration, feeling inexplicably wronged. Just then, I suddenly saw the archive room's door being pushed open by someone holding an axe. With a creak, the archive room's door slowly opened, and I quickly hid behind the cabinet. Luckily, I had been standing by the window, so I was not visible from the door. I crouched and slowly moved along the cabinet, peeking through a gap towards the door. When the person pushed the door earlier, I saw his shadow clearly from the ground, holding an axe. As the door opened, I finally saw his face clearly. It was actually the head teacher. Could it be that my worries were true, and the head teacher just wanted to lure me into the archive room to harm me? However, I did find information in the archive room, Although I didn't get a clear look at the file from Wanhu village, I still gained something, and I felt that making words disappear was not something the head teacher could do. When the head teacher walked in, he was carrying a large axe about half a meter long, dragging it on the ground, making a harsh noise. He looked around aimlessly, even walking a bit sluggishly. Was the head teacher going to kill me? I held my breath and cautiously changed my position, carefully observing his face through the gap, only to discover that the head teacher's eyes had turned blood red, with no visible eyeballs. I knew that the current head teacher must be under someone's control, or perhaps he was already a dead man. Fortunately, as I moved further into the archive room, the light dimmed, and I moved lightly around the cabinet, trying to avoid him as much as possible. After all, facing an adult with a heavy axe, I had no chance. Seeing the head teacher moving towards the other side, trembling occasionally, resembling a zombie, I accidentally bumped into an archive box with my foot, causing me to fall against the cabinet, making it sway. Most importantly, the head teacher noticed me. Upon hearing a noise from my side, the head teacher instantly snarled like a wild beast, swiftly rushing towards me with the large axe. Staying in place was undoubtedly seeking death, so I picked up the archive box from the ground and threw it fiercely at the head teacher before running away. But the head teacher seemed to have lost his fear. The box hit his face, but he didn't flinch, charging towards me. I ran ahead, and his axe came down heavily on the cabinet, splitting it in half instantly, wood chips flying. I felt a cold sweat down my back, fearing that I would be next if I slowed down. Not knowing what was wrong with the head teacher, I could only run forward quickly. I thought I could outpace him and reach the door, but I was wrong. Although the head teacher's speed was slow, he was not slow at all when chasing me. Seeing the door 5 meters ahead, I was thrilled, but before I could reach it, a large axe came down from the side, and I quickly dodged backward. I breathed a sigh of relief at the narrow escape. Before I could react, the head teacher raised the axe again, poised to strike. Terrified, I dashed back into the cabinet, drenched in sweat. What should I do? The enraged head teacher seemed determined to kill me, displaying astonishing combat skills. I was defenseless, dodging around the cabinet as he relentlessly chopped down shelves, leaving the archive room in shambles. Just then, I heard someone calling my name, Xiangnan. Looking up, I saw Qin Yong carrying a large bundle, standing at the doorway, frowning at the chaos inside. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. I quickly warned him, the head teacher has turned hostile, it's dangerous. When the fight starts, show no mercy. Qin Yong nodded, pulling out a wooden sword and a stick from his bundle, then headed towards me. As he approached, so did the mutated head teacher, wielding his axe like a grim reaper. Here! Qin Yong assessed the situation, tossed me a peachwood stick, and circled around from behind. I took the stick, glancing at the head teacher's heavy axe, feeling inadequate. Nevertheless, something was better than nothing. Gripping the stick, I and Qin Yong intuitively circled the cabinet, planning our next move. At a corner, Qin Yong leaped and kicked the head teacher from behind. I halted, ready to assist, but to my surprise, the head teacher barely flinched, ignoring Qin Yong's attack and focusing on me. Realizing that I was his target, I shouted to Qin Yong, "He's after me, deal with him, don't hold back." Qin Yong, enlightened by my words, retrieved a stack of talismans and a copper coin sword from his bundle. The intricate sword, made of ancient copper coins strung together with a red thread, looked exquisite. Following the head teacher, Qin Yong seized an opportunity at a turn, leaping onto a chair and lunging at him. I gasped in shock at Qin Yong's audacity. Despite being tackled by Qin Yong, the head teacher remained fixated on me, his bloodshot eyes gleaming ominously. Qin Yong kicked away the axe, then shoved a talisman into the head teacher's mouth. The head teacher roared, emitting smoke as if on fire, pushing Qin Yong away forcefully. Realizing the urgency, I swiftly swept the head teacher's legs, causing him to fall. Together with Qin Yong, we pinned his arms down, witnessing the talisman's effectiveness. Qin Yong handed me a stack of talismans, urging me to act. Face to face with the head teacher's bloodshot eyes, terrifying like two blood-red orbs, I hesitated before forcing another talisman into his mouth. However, the talisman seemed to ignite within him, further agitating him. Seeing the head teacher becoming increasingly uncontrollable, I picked up the copper coin sword from the ground and handed it to Qin Yong, urging, "Quick, use this." Qin Yong hesitated and said, "I don't know how to do this." I squeezed the homeroom teacher's hand again in urgency and quickly said, "Recall a spell your grandfather used to say in the past, just make one up, stick it in his mouth." In the movies, they always command zombies by doing that. Qin Yong reluctantly took the copper coin sword, seemingly trying hard to remember. To be honest, I was just making things up on the spot. In this situation, if we kept delaying, both of us would eventually be drained by the homeroom teacher. We had to take a chance. After a few seconds of contemplation, Qin Yong suddenly turned to me, looking nervous. I anxiously said, "It's okay, Just give it a try if you can think of something. What's there to be afraid of? Shin Young nodded with determination, then raised the copper coin sword to his forehead, closed his eyes, and chanted, "Wind, fire, universe command, heavenly sword, ta." After finishing, he opened his eyes instantly, raised the sword, and thrust it into the homeroom teacher's mouth. There was a crackling sound. I even vaguely saw a faint green light around the edge of the copper coin sword. The moment the sword entered the homeroom teacher's mouth, his bloodshot eyes widened, and he went berserk, sending us flying and emitting black smoke from his mouth. Shin Young and I fell to the ground, staring nervously at the homeroom teacher. If this didn't work, we had no other options. However, the homeroom teacher just stood up, clutching his neck in pain, let out a few agonizing cries, then collapsed. Seeing the homeroom teacher finally fall, Shin Young and I breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I felt a twinge of guilt. In my eyes, the homeroom teacher's death, like the director's, was probably orchestrated by the person behind the scenes to help me, to provide me with information. A ray of sunlight shone through the window, filling the archive room with dust in an instant. The students of Class 9 in senior year, along with the deceased, were like this dust, falling to the ground and disappearing from sight. I stood up with mixed emotions, pulling Shin Young to his feet. "We should leave. We can't stay here long," I said. Shin Young sighed and picked up his discarded bag and unused talismans, then stood in front of the homeroom teacher, gripping the copper coin sword and pulling it out forcefully. Although the sword had pierced the homeroom teacher, when it was pulled out, its surface was clean, as if it had never been used. After a quick check, the two of us swiftly left the scene. Shin Young went back to the dormitory first to put his bag away, while I, feeling bored, went straight back to the classroom. Without the presence of arrogant figures like Jin Xiaofeng, the classroom seemed much quieter, yet new small groups had formed. After briefly observing these new groups, I lay down on my desk and fell asleep. The earlier struggle with the homeroom teacher had drained a lot of my energy. It wasn't until late afternoon, close to the end of the school day, that I woke up. It was Friday, and many students had already left since there were no teachers around. Seeing Lu Ruyan still at her desk, I walked over and said with a smile, "I'll walk you home today." Lu Ruyan was momentarily surprised by my offer but then nodded with a faint smile. Normally, her father would pick her up every week, but given recent events, I simply wanted to spend time with her. Lu Ruyan called her father on her phone, then sweetly took my hand. Our classmates looked on enviously as we walked hand in hand along her usual route home. The setting sun cast a warm glow on us, and I teasingly said to Lu Ruyan, "Chen Xiao, when Hannibal released the game for the first time, you kissed me for 30 seconds. Was that intentional? You must have liked me for a long time." Spring Xiao rolled her eyes, pretending to be angry, and said, "You? Who said I liked you? You're so bad at studying, dumb, and always sit at the back. I don't like you at all." I stopped in my tracks, cupped her face with both hands, and smirked, saying, "I don't believe you. You must have been attracted by my stunning looks, hee hee." Lu Ruyan chuckled and waved her hand to wrap her arms around my neck, whispering with a smile, "Humph. If it weren't for your decent looks, this lady wouldn't have noticed you." "You guessed it right." Before I could finish, I sealed Lu Ruyan's lips with a kiss. We both had smiles on our faces throughout. I held her close, and she embraced me. I truly wished we could keep kissing like this, never opening our eyes. I don't know how long passed before I playfully blew air at her, making her chuckle. She playfully hit me on the chest. Annoying. I laughed and held Lu Ruyan's hand again, saying, "It's time to go home. Your parents must be worried." Then I led her back home. Her house wasn't far from the school, and after about 20 minutes of walking, we arrived at a high-end residential building. When I reached the staircase with her, I let go of her hand and said, "All right, go on." Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, shyly walked towards the elevator, glancing back at me. After a few steps, she turned around and ran back to me, hugging me again, saying, "I can't bear to leave you." I patted her shoulder and said, "We'll see each other on Sunday. Rest well at home, be good." Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed me again. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching. Suppressing my inner desire, I slowly pushed away from the dazed Lu Ruyan. She blushed and looked at me, then quickly pulled me into the utility room next to the elevator as someone was coming. The room was dimly lit and cramped. We were so close, and I could feel her warm breath on my face. Next to us was the elevator, with people chatting and laughing as they went upstairs, completely unaware of our presence. Lu Ruyan never let go of me, and just as I was about to continue our intimacy, her phone rang. Startled, she pulled back, grabbed her phone, and realized how much time had passed. She answered the call, whispering, "Mom, I'm coming home soon. Where did you go? Why didn't your dad pick you up? Hurry back, I've made dinner." "Okay, got it." After hanging up, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at me, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Reluctantly saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, I happily left her residential area. It was getting dark, and I stood by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, I remembered something from last week. I had accidentally ended up at the funeral parlor while investigating the Wonhu village incident at an internet cafe. What was more concerning was that someone had impersonated me and visited my home. If it was just about me, it would be fine, but now my family was at risk. With that in mind, I threw away the cigarette, hailed a cab, and rushed home. In about 10 minutes, I arrived home, paid the fare, and ran inside. My mom opened the door, greeted me with a smile. Back from school? Dinner's ready, waiting for you. My dad called from the living room, son's back, come eat before it gets cold. After responding, I sat at the dining table and asked my dad quietly, Dad, did anyone come to our house today? My dad, reading the newspaper, gave me a puzzled look, then shook his head, saying no. Relieved, I started eating. Being at home was comforting. After a satisfying meal, I returned to my room. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the last time the moderator from that forum left me a comment. So, I quickly opened my computer. The reason I didn't want to check this matter at home was that I didn't want to involve my family. I knew that if my parents found out about Hannibal, the consequences would be unimaginable. After turning on the computer, I locked my bedroom door and opened the webpage. To my excitement, the forum moderator had indeed left me another message. Last time, he told me a name, Xiedishing. This time, he wrote an address, no. 494, Zhongxing Street. Looking at this address, I was extremely excited to finally have something substantial. Based on these two pieces of information, I felt that the forum moderator was guiding me from difficult to easy, first a name, then a specific address. In other words, if I went to know 494, Zhongxing Street, I had a good chance of finding Xiedishing, and therefore a good chance of finding Hannibal. I was so excited that I almost wanted to jump up, but I restrained my inner excitement because I was at home. I started planning. Tonight was definitely not an option. I decided to set off early the next morning to find no. 494, Zhongxing Street. Although I had a fierce battle with the mutated homeroom teacher today, I was comforted by Lu Ruyan after school. Coupled with the clue from the forum moderator, for the first time in a long time, I fell asleep with a smile. The next morning, after breakfast, I took a car and went out. This time, I acted alone. I didn't tell Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong because I thought the fewer people involved in investigating Hannibal, the better. I had already checked the map. Zhongxing Road no. 494 was quite far from my home. If I took the bus, I would have to change 3 buses and travel for over 2 hours. Also, I wasn't sure if Zhongxing Road no. 494 was the same place as the funeral home last time. I prepared many things to take with me, including a small knife, rope, and anything else I could think of using. The journey was long, and I was bored, following my phone. These days, Hannibal wouldn't show up, as if deliberately giving us a weekend off, but on Sunday, the game would inevitably come. After changing several buses, I finally got off in a sparsely populated suburb. I looked around. Although there were few people here, it was daytime, so I couldn't be sure if this was the place I came to that night. With my bag on my back, I slowly walked towards where there were more houses, relying on my memory that there was a funeral home at the intersection ahead. But when I reached the intersection, I was stunned. The road was the same, but the 2-story building ahead had turned into a church, with people coming in and out from time to time. There was no trace of the funeral home from that night. The only constant was the building. I shrugged in silence. Could it be that I was mistaken that night? Now was not the time to look for the funeral home. I had to hurry up and find no. 494, Zhongxing Street. According to the map, the intersection where I was standing was called Qingyi Road, and turning left would lead me to Zhongxing Road. After finding the right direction, I put away my phone and started walking down the left road. People here were all in a hurry, burying their heads as if afraid to interact with others. The further I walked, the more remote it became, with grassy plains on both sides of the road, connecting to the mountains, and few houses built near the foot of the mountain. Seeing no one on the road, I quickly stopped a middle-aged man and asked, "Excuse me, I wanted to ask." "I don't know." Before I could finish my sentence, the middle-aged man impatiently waved me off and even jogged away, as if afraid I would continue to follow him. I looked puzzled as the middle-aged man ran off, feeling helpless. In theory, this should be Zhongxing Road. I've been searching for so long, but I haven't even seen a few buildings, let alone any signs. Luckily, as I walked on, I saw what seemed to be a village ahead. My eyes lit up, and I quickened my pace. By the time I reached it, I was drenched in sweat. Looking back, the long straight road behind me was deserted. I swallowed hard, having drunk all my water on the way. Looking around, I spotted a small shop up ahead. I took out some change, walked over, grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, and handed it to the young man sitting inside. He was slightly chubby, wearing a Jordan basketball jersey, with a face full of acne. He was young but already balding. He seemed approachable, so as I drank the water, I tried to strike up a conversation. "It's really hot today, isn't it?" The man replied. Although it was just a sound, I knew it was a good sign that he was willing to talk. Seizing the opportunity, I put 2 more bottles of water in my bag, handed him the money, and said, "There are so few people living around here. It's hard to find a house, haha." After taking the money, the man looked at me with a serious expression and said, "Why bother living with so many people? In the end, we all turn into bones." His words seemed tinged with resentment. I quickly agreed, "Exactly, some people are hard to meet." Finally understanding my implication, the man raised his chubby head, stared at me with his small eyes, and asked, "Where are you headed?" Delighted that he was engaging with me, I earnestly replied, "494, Zhongxing Road." I thought he would gladly give me directions, but to my surprise, he fell into deep thought upon hearing the address. He pondered for a while with his head down. I stood there wiping sweat, praying silently that he wouldn't forget. After a while, he suddenly looked up, stared at me for a long time, and then, as if seeing a ghost, he cried out, "Go away! Don't provoke me! Don't provoke me! Get lost, get lost!" Bewildered by his outburst, I felt torn between leaving and staying, but his escalating voice made me fear being misunderstood as a troublemaker, so I reluctantly left with my bag. "This guy must be crazy," I muttered to myself as I walked away. However, judging by his reaction, he seemed to know something, as if he had suddenly remembered something terrifying. Unable to make sense of it, I eventually gave up trying and continued my search for the house number along Zhongxing Road. I was sure this was the right road, but I had no idea where 494 was located. Unknowingly, the sun was setting. Finally, in a pile of grass by the roadside, I spotted a sign painted in red, reading 256, Zhongxing Road. Damn, it wasn't easy, but I had finally found it. As long as I followed this direction, I should eventually come across 494. With a sense of direction, I bent down and kept an eye out for signs along the way. After half an hour of searching, I finally saw 494, Zhongxing Road. Excited, I looked around and spotted a 3-story building not far ahead. There were no other buildings around, not even residents. This must be 494. The building seemed quite old, probably dating back to the Republican era, with many cracks on the walls. However, since the walls were all painted white, it didn't look too dirty. I hastened my steps towards the building, but as I stood in front of it, I couldn't help but feel surprised. Above the building, it read, Zhongxing Road Mental Health Center. My scalp tingled. Wasn't a mental health center the same as a psychiatric hospital? I ran back to the sign in front of the building and double-checked. It indeed read 494, Zhongxing Road. Later, upon careful consideration, I realized that among the previous clues, there did seem to be information about a survivor moving into a mental hospital. Could it be that the Zaicheng provided by the forum moderator lived here? I turned around and looked around, but there was truly nothing. The building seemed to have emerged from the ground out of nowhere. Nevertheless, since I was already here, I had to go inside and take a look. I took a deep breath and strode towards the mental hospital. At the entrance, there was an old, worn-out reception desk. As I approached, I saw an elderly lady with white hair sitting inside, dozing off in her chair. The elderly lady at the reception desk was sound asleep, occasionally letting out a snore. I stood there looking around, and the entire lobby of the mental hospital appeared exceptionally spacious and clean. There were no decorations, just smooth marble floors, resembling an ice rink. Perhaps due to the approaching sunset, the lighting inside was dim, with only the reception desk and the old staircase at the far end clearly visible. Glancing at the sleeping elderly lady, I noticed a sign on the desk that read, "Remember not to make loud noises." Feeling hesitant to disturb her and with no one else around, I didn't dare to go upstairs directly. After much deliberation and seeing the sun about to set, I gritted my teeth and approached, preparing to wake her up. However, just as I reached the desk, the elderly lady made a noise and opened her eyes. Startled, I instinctively took a step back. She seemed well rested, stretching lazily. When she saw me standing at the desk, she looked puzzled. I quickly smiled and said, "Hello, I saw you were asleep and didn't want to wake you up." The elderly lady glanced at me, seeming reluctant to talk, then picked up a cup to drink before slowly asking, "What brings you here?" I smiled and replied, "I'm looking for someone." Without lifting her head, the elderly lady set down the cup and began to tidy up, asking, "Who?" Excitedly, I quickly answered, "Zaicheng." As soon as I said that, the elderly lady visibly tensed, giving me another sideways glance before slowly saying, "There's no one here by that name." "No one?" I felt a sudden urgency. I had worked hard to find 494 Zhongxing Road, only to be told that Zaicheng didn't exist. I stood my ground at the reception desk, staring at the elderly lady, convinced she was lying. Anticipating my reaction, the elderly lady calmly pointed to the sign, indicating that I should not make a commotion. Lowering my voice, I insisted, "Please, think again, his name is Zaicheng, a man, he's really important to me." With a loud thud, the elderly lady slammed down what she was holding on the table, angrily telling me, "I said he's not here. Do you think an old lady like me is confused? Can't even remember such a small thing?" Surprised by her outburst, I took a few steps back, unsure of what to say. Eventually, the elderly lady's tone softened slightly as she advised, "Young man, go back. Stop looking." With everyone saying the same thing, I felt awkward to persist further. Disappointed, I walked out of the dimming lobby, casting one last glance back at the mental hospital. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden secret upstairs. As the sun had set and darkness approached, I began my solitary journey back, the long road to the mental hospital deserted. Filled with reluctance, I glanced back one more time. The hospital was now lit with dim yellow lights, illuminating all the rooms. I thought I saw a figure standing at one of the windows. When I stopped to look closely, the person had vanished. I sighed, checked the time, and realized it was almost 7 o'clock. After walking for about 5 minutes, the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. Why was the psychiatric ward so quiet just now, with not a single person passing by? When I was inside, I couldn't even hear voices. If there were few patients in the ward, why were all the room lights turned on at night? And the reaction of the old lady towards Xiedishing, I just mentioned his name. Why was she so excited if she didn't know him? No, something is definitely wrong here. I quickly stopped in my tracks, decisively turned around, and ran back. The psychiatric hospital building, which was already quite far from me, now appeared particularly bright in the night, as I took out a flashlight from my backpack while running. Visibility in the dark is crucial at night. The surroundings were all desolate fields, with occasional rustling in the grass, and the summer crickets creating a constant noise. But as I was nearing, I suddenly noticed that the lights in the psychiatric hospital went out with a click. I stood frozen in place, feeling bewildered. At the same time, a person walked out of the psychiatric hospital, and to my surprise, it was the old lady. I quickly turned off the flashlight and hid in the grass by the roadside to observe quietly. The old lady was carrying a small bag and walked unsteadily out of the main gate of the psychiatric hospital. Even in summer, she was dressed very warmly. Could it be that the psychiatric hospital closes at night? If it was closing, why were all the room lights turned on? I couldn't believe that all the room lights were controlled by a single switch. But with over 20 rooms, each one turning on and off individually, all within less than 5 minutes, was it really just this old lady? I stared in disbelief at the old lady as she walked onto the path, and I hid deeper into the grass. When she reached the straight road where I was, her pace noticeably quickened, and she didn't even use a flashlight in the darkness. As she approached me, I nervously lowered my head, fearing she might spot me for some unknown reason. Unexpectedly, when the old lady reached me, she suddenly stopped but didn't turn her head, just slightly tilted her face, sighed, and continued walking forward. I also breathed a sigh of relief, hoping she hadn't noticed me. How could she have seen me in this deep, dark grass that was almost a meter high? I stayed hidden in the grass, pondering, and when I looked up, the old lady was nowhere to be seen in the distance. I had thought about following her, but now it seemed impossible. I brushed off the dirt from my clothes, preparing to head back since it was pitch dark, and visibility on the road was limited. Just as I was about to turn around, my peripheral vision caught sight of the lights in the psychiatric hospital, which had all turned on again at some point. My scalp tingled, and I quickly turned around to see several people standing in the windows of several rooms upstairs. What was going on now? I distinctly remembered the lights going out when the old lady left the main gate, so why were they on now? After thinking it over, the only explanation was that someone had taken over from the old lady inside. I didn't want to dwell on it too much and decided to go back in. I believed Xiedishing must be in there. The cool breeze kept blowing past me, making me tighten my collar. I used the flashlight to scan the empty surroundings, but even its light couldn't reach the pitch-black depths. Standing on this straight road, I started to feel a bit hesitant. The scene was indeed somewhat frightening. But after a moment of hesitation, I reminded myself that I had to investigate Hannibal's case sooner or later. Being afraid now would only mean facing death later. After psyching myself up, I headed back towards the psychiatric hospital. As it was already dark outside, some light was shining out from the main gate. When I was still about a dozen meters away from the gate, I turned off my flashlight and started moving forward cautiously. It was eerily quiet here. Just moments ago on the path, I could hear the crickets chirping, but now all I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. I looked up towards the second floor and saw someone standing by a window in one of the rooms. It seemed like they had been staring at me the whole time. The longer I looked at him, the more unsettling it felt, so I quickly lowered my head. The main gate was still wide open, but I didn't rush in. Instead, I took a few steps to the side to see if there was anyone sitting inside. However, the reception desk was too high, and I couldn't see inside. Gritting my teeth, I gathered my courage and walked in again. A cold breeze blew past me, sending a shiver down my spine. I quickened my pace and reached the reception desk. To my surprise, there was an old man sitting there. He had white hair and was as thin as a skeleton, flipping through an old book. I noticed that the sign on his desk had changed. During the day, it read, "Remember not to make loud noises," but at night, it had been replaced with, "Ring the bell if you need assistance." As the sign indicated, there was a large bronze bell placed nearby. The old man and the old lady shared a similar trait. They paid no attention to their surroundings and only focused on their own activities, one sleeping and the other reading. I cleared my throat and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, sir, do you mind if I ask you something?" To my surprise, the old man smiled warmly and politely replied, "Oh, young man, what can I help you with?" His friendly attitude made me feel uneasy. Compared to the old lady's indifference, his reaction was too warm. I glanced around nervously but didn't see anything unusual, so I cautiously asked, "I'd like to inquire about Siedishing." After saying that, I stared intently at the old man, but he didn't seem surprised at all. He just smiled and said, "Oh, Siedishing? He's upstairs." Upstairs. I was about to thank him excitedly, but then I hesitated. Siedishing was clearly upstairs, so why did the old lady confidently deny it during the day? Who was lying? Faced with the kind and approachable old man, I felt a headache coming on. I couldn't tell right from wrong for a moment. Seeing me standing still, the old man took out a small bell from a drawer and handed it to me. It seemed to match the large bell on the desk. He then stood up with a smile, pointed to the staircase, and said, "There, go up the stairs to the second floor. The last room at the end of the corridor is Siedishing's, hee." "Okay, thank you." I nodded reluctantly, thanked the old man, and he immediately bent down, saying there was no need to be polite. I looked doubtfully at the staircase inside. Something didn't feel right. But since I was already inside, it would be a shame not to go upstairs. For some reason, even though I hadn't encountered any danger, my palms were sweating. After taking a few steps, I turned back to glance at the old man. He was still standing at the reception desk, smiling. When he saw me looking at him, he pointed to the bell on the table and said, "Go ahead, ring the bell if you need anything." I took out the small bell he had given me and examined it. It was the same bronze color as the one on the desk, with some small characters inscribed inside, which I recognized because they were similar to the characters on the talismans brought by Chin Yong. At this point, I felt like the old man hadn't lied to me. Maybe he was even a master. But here's the problem: this was a mental hospital, and the residents were all patients. Why would they have these items for exorcism and protection against evil spirits? The more I thought about it, the more nervous I became, so I proceeded upstairs cautiously. Just as I was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from around the corner of the staircase. "Daddy, are you here to see me? Will you teach me how to draw?" I was instantly scared out of my wits, breaking out in a cold sweat. When I looked up, I realized it was a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. Her face was pale, dressed in a patient's gown, with disheveled hair, standing on the second floor looking at me. She held a drawing board in her hand, covered in paint. I took a deep breath, thinking she must be a patient here. Seeing her expectant eyes, I had to walk up quickly, crouching down to look at her and saying, "Little girl, I'm not your dad. I'm here to find someone, do you know?" The little girl was much more well-behaved than I had imagined. She blinked at me and whispered, "Daddy, who are you looking for?" I was speechless. I was barely 20 years old, and being called dad by a little girl was uncomfortable. I didn't correct her but went straight to the point. "Siedishing." The little girl smiled slightly at me, extending her paint-covered hand, pointing to the end of the corridor and saying, "I know, he's there." Following her direction, I had a rough idea in my mind. I patted the little girl's cold shoulder, smiling and saying, "Thank you, I'll go find Uncle Siedishing first, and then come back to play with you later." With that, I stood up and headed straight to the end of the corridor. Just a few steps away, a middle-aged man rushed towards me, looking disappointed and angry, saying, "Brother, my money, you won't take it. I won't give you a penny unless you kill me." I quickly and awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else, I'm sorry." As I spoke, I pushed past him and walked on. Luckily, these people only rambled in front of their own room doors and didn't follow. Just a few steps later, a weary woman in her 20s approached, with severe dark circles under her eyes, crying as she grabbed me by the neck, saying pitifully, "I love you, don't leave me." I figured it out. I don't want the baby anymore, I'm going to have an abortion, I just want to be with you, please don't leave me. As she tried to kiss me, I was so scared that I quickly pushed her away. This mental hospital was really not a place for people to be at, especially at this late hour, with no nurses around to manage things. A cold wind would occasionally blow through the corridor, and I had no idea where it came from. By the time I reached halfway, I was already sweating profusely. I quickened my pace, wiping the sweat off my forehead, wondering what Siedishing would be like. Just then, an old woman ahead suddenly shouted, "There's a ghost." I was so scared that I immediately stopped in my tracks, looking around, breaking out in a cold sweat. A ghost? I looked at the old woman crouching on the ground, trembling with her knees hugged, as if she was seriously frightened. I cautiously passed by her, and before I could react, she suddenly pointed at the shadow on the ground, her expression terrified as she said, look quickly, there's a ghost. It's right there. It's been following me. Looking at her own shadow on the ground, which was perfectly normal, but she had shouted so fearfully that I was a bit scared too. I quickly distanced myself from her and hurried towards the end of the corridor. Each room had a patient's name on it, and thankfully not every patient came out acting crazy. Many patients liked to perform in their own rooms. As I walked along, I heard singing, acting out scenes from Empresses in the Palace, Young and Dangerous, Kung Fu movies, banging their heads against the wall, all sorts of performances, broadening my horizons. Soon, I reached the end of the corridor, looking at the 3 characters Siedishing on the door, and I smiled excitedly. Finally, damn it, I found you. I tried to calm down my excited heart as much as possible, standing in front of the door and taking deep breaths continuously. Patients roamed the corridor, immersed in their own worlds, unable to extricate themselves. I couldn't help but wonder what Siedishing's world was like and why he had been sent to a mental hospital. Siedishing's room had a light on. I raised my hand to knock politely, but then curiosity got the better of me, and I pressed my ear against the door to listen. After a while of listening, there was no sound coming from the room. Disappointed, I pulled back and lightly knocked on the door. Stepping back quickly, I straightened my clothes, afraid of giving a bad impression. Nervously waiting for a few minutes, there was no response from the room. I tried knocking 3 more times and sincerely said, "Hello, Mr. Siedishing, I've come to visit you. Could you please open the door?" Just as I finished speaking, I noticed the light inside the room suddenly went out. I stood there puzzled, wondering if this was a rejection. Everyone has their limits, and after all the effort I put into finding Siedishing, he wouldn't even let me in. Yet, Siedishing might hold information crucial to saving our lives. Gritting my teeth, I thought to myself, today, come what may, I will enter that door. Despite my thoughts, I politely knocked on the door again, saying, "Mr. Siedishing, could you please open the door and talk to me? I mean no harm. Can you trust me just this once?" I tried to keep my tone calm, but there was still no response from inside, which only added to my growing sense of unease. Pressing my ear against the door once more, I faintly heard someone mumbling inside. This confirmed that there was someone in the room. Siedishing was in there, but I couldn't tell if he was afraid of outsiders or just afraid of me. Leaning against the wall, I racked my brain for a solution. Suddenly, I noticed something unusual happening in the corridor. My heart raced uncontrollably as I saw room after room opening, flooding the corridor with a variety of patients, of all ages and sizes. I even saw some coming down from upstairs, crowding the second-floor corridor. I feared I might not be able to leave. The situation seemed to be escalating, but thankfully, the patients showed no signs of aggression towards me, just gathering in the corridor. Could Hannibal have found out about my visit to Siedishing? With that thought, I knocked on the door again, urgently saying, "Siedishing, hiding from me won't work. What's meant to happen will happen. Let me in quickly." Frustrated by the closed door, I gritted my teeth, staring at it before kicking it forcefully 3 times, causing it to swing open. As the door opened, a foul smell hit me, and I covered my nose, peering into the room. In the moonlight, I saw the room in disarray, resembling a junkyard that hadn't been tended to in a long time. Holding my nose, I cautiously stepped inside, calling out, "Siedishing, are you here?" Just a few steps in, I heard murmuring, almost sobbing, but I couldn't see anyone. I used my flashlight to look around, finding only a mess of clothes and trash, nothing out of the ordinary. I found the light switch, only to discover the wires had been cut, likely by Siedishing. Hearing the patients' cries in the corridor, I closed the room door to prevent any surprises. The room was small, and soon I spotted Siedishing, probably hiding in the cabinet next to the bed, as the sound seemed to come from there. Holding up my flashlight, I slowly approached, whispering, "Siedishing, is that you?" As soon as I finished speaking, Siedishing inside seemed to encounter something extremely frightening. His voice suddenly trembled violently as he said from inside the cabinet, "Don't come any closer, please. Let me go, let me go. He started crying as he spoke. Frowning, I realized Siedishing didn't want to see outsiders. There must be some shadow in his heart. He would treat all outsiders as the person he feared the most. So, if he couldn't see my face, he would continue to be afraid. Therefore, I decisively stepped forward and opened the cabinet. The moment I opened it, Siedishing was so scared that he screamed desperately, frantically looking for cover inside the cabinet as if trying to hide in a hole, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, it's not me, please let me go, please." Probably due to being confined in the room for a long time, Siedishing's hair had grown to cover his face. He didn't even know how to dress himself, and he looked dirty and smelly, making him repulsive. I knew talking nicely to him wouldn't work, so I shouted at him, "Siedishing, look at me, I command you to look up." I tried to speak like the person he feared, whom I guessed was Hannibal, so I used the word command. Siedishing still trembled inside the cabinet. I got angry and grabbed his arm, pulling him out. Believe it or not, he, an adult man, was so weak that he was easily pulled down by me. I dragged Siedishing out and he fell to the ground without any intention of resisting. I brought a chair over, sat on the bed, and shouted loudly, "Now I command you to sit on the chair." Surprisingly, this trick worked. Although Siedishing was still confused, he obediently followed my orders. He weakly got up from the ground, his arms as thin as cat claws, his whole body skin and bones. He then sat obediently on the chair. I picked up a slightly cleaner piece of clothing from the ground and threw it to him, telling him to put it on. Then I asked, "Siedishing, I command you now. I ask a question, you answer truthfully, understand?" After putting on the clothes, Siedishing dared not look at me. Although he had stopped muttering to himself, his body still trembled. He nodded slightly when he saw me. I was relieved and quickly asked, "Siedishing, who wants to kill you? Who are you afraid of?" Siedishing trembled while seemingly pondering. Finally, he became more and more agitated, clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, "He's not human, he's a devil. A devil, I hate him, we all hate him. Ah." As he spoke, Siedishing clenched his fists and began to roar at the sky, appearing extremely angry. I quickly changed the subject and asked the most important question, "Siedishing, do you know about Wanhu village?" When Siedishing heard me mention Wanhu village, he instantly stopped roaring, stopped trembling, and even slightly raised his head. As he gradually lifted his head, his hair fell back, and I finally saw what he looked like. Half of his face had become unrecognizable, as if it had been burned, full of pockmarks and rotten flesh. Judging from his half-face, he was probably a man in his 30s or 40s. The crucial point was when he looked at me, he actually smiled. I became instantly alert, wondering if he was possessed by a ghost. I silently grasped the peachwood stick in my backpack but didn't take it out, just remained vigilant to see what he was up to. Siedishing smiled lightly at me, tilted his head, then reached out to push his hair back, completely unconcerned about his terrifying appearance. "Kid, what are you looking for in Wanhu village?" Hiss. He actually called me a little kid. I was so angry that I stood up instantly, looking at Siedishing in front of me. He seemed like a completely different person from before, even his demeanor had become somewhat dominant. I started to feel uncertain, but still couldn't give up. I said to him, "Siedishing, I command you to tell me about Wanhu village." Unexpectedly, Siedishing burst into laughter, then shook his head and said, "Little kid, are you here to joke around? Commanding me? Ha!" I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp, feeling puzzled. Siedishing must have been possessed. I didn't want to waste words with him, so I instantly took out the peachwood stick and, when he wasn't paying attention, swung it towards his head. To my surprise, the previously weak Siedishing effortlessly caught my peachwood stick, then pushed me away with a palm. I felt his palm coming towards me, and my body lost gravity instantly, retreating until I sat on the bed. He had taken my peachwood stick and was playing with it in his hand, then returned it to me, saying, "Little kid, you talk about using force, who taught you that? And this stick of yours, low-quality stuff, don't show it off in the future." I was choked by his words, unable to say anything. What the heck was going on? If he wasn't afraid of the talismans on the peachwood stick, it meant he wasn't a ghost. Since he wasn't a ghost, then this change in Siedishing. Could it be that he was pretending to be crazy before? But this act was too convincing. A weakling turning into a master, it just didn't add up. Clutching the peachwood stick in confusion, I felt no sense of security and asked, "Are you Siedishing?" He seemed to pay no attention to me, found a pair of pants on the floor, sniffed them, put them on, and casually said, "Yeah, you came to find me, didn't you?" I found it hard to accept this sudden change and cautiously asked, "Then you? Just now? What was that about?" He raised his head, looking at me and asked, "What about just now?" I didn't know how to answer him, all the questions I had prepared had vanished from my mind. I just sat on the bed watching him tidy up the room. However, I noticed something. Although the current Xiadishing seemed confident, normal, and skilled, he still seemed to have issues. As the clock on the wall chimed, Xiadishing instantly retracted his hand. My guess was right. After the clock chimed, Xiadishing stood still, looking confused, muttering, "I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Let me go." Then his body started trembling again, slowly looking for a place to hide in the room. When he turned and saw me, he immediately crouched on the ground, begging, "Please let me go, please. It wasn't me, really wasn't me. Please let me go." I finally understood what was happening. Dissociative identity disorder. Xiadishing had dissociative identity disorder, which startled me at first, thinking it was possession, but it turned out to be this. And the clock on the wall controlled his personality changes. It seemed to chime on the hour, meaning Xiadishing would change personalities every hour. I looked at the trembling Xiadishing on the ground, feeling incredulous. From the moment he pushed me with a palm, Xiadishing seemed to have real skills, and he knew about the peachwood stick, even calling it low quality. Perhaps he was like Master Qin, a skilled practitioner of Taoist arts. But if he was so capable, why did he have dissociative identity disorder? Why was he sent to a mental hospital? And what about his half-face? There were just too many questions. Seizing the moment before Xiadishing switched back, I asked urgently, "Xiadishing, what's the story with the left side of your face?" Xiadishing trembled and gasped before saying, "Big fire. A huge fire. Burned everyone to death. I ran away. It wasn't me." The big fire Xiadishing mentioned could have been in Wanhu village or the senior high school class 9 of 3 years ago. I continued to ask, where did the fire happen? At the school or Wanhu village? And where exactly is Wanhu village? Being too impatient, I bombarded him with several questions, not expecting him to reveal everything, just hoping to get some information. Upon hearing my questions, Xiadishing muttered, "I don't know Wanhu village. There is no Wanhu village. It's gone." As I was about to inquire further, Xiadishing suddenly clutched his chest, collapsed to the ground in agony, his face contorted and red, struggling to breathe. Lacking emergency medical experience, I anxiously searched for something to help him in his pain. Accidentally, I touched a bronze bell. It was given by the old man downstairs, who said it could be rung in times of danger. Realizing its potential, I helped Xiadishing onto the bed and told him, "Hold on, I'll come back to save you, okay?" Taking the bronze bell, I left without hesitation. As I stepped into the corridor, I was shocked to find all the psychiatric patients missing, and an eerie silence enveloped the place. Without delay, I rang the bell loudly, shouting for help. Knowing waiting was futile, I sprinted towards the staircase, continuously ringing the bell. Upon reaching the second floor, I encountered the little girl who had called me dad earlier, now holding a small knife with a cold expression. As I urged her to drop the knife, she suddenly lunged at my thigh. I pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Thankfully, the knife only reached my thigh, otherwise, the outcome could have been fatal. What was more terrifying was the girl's indifferent demeanor, showing no fear or pain, persistently attacking me. Startled, I dodged her strikes, disarmed her, and persuaded her to return to her room, pretending to be her father. Trembling, she obeyed and went back. After disposing of the knife, I remembered Xiadishing in the room. Limping, I hurried downstairs, ringing the bell and shouting, "Old man, what's the use of this bell? I've rung it so many times." Before I could finish, I noticed a large bell on the ground, stained with blood. Picking it up, I realized it was the reception desk's bell. How did it end up here, covered in blood? Could the old man have been murdered? The further I walked, the more startled I became, because the stairs leading to the first floor lobby were all covered in blood. Without a doubt, there had just been a fierce fight here. As I descended, I became more cautious, and the bloodstains became more numerous. When I reached the corner of the stairs, I could faintly hear someone roaring and someone screaming. What on earth was happening? I gritted my teeth, pulled out the peachwood stick from my backpack. Although Xiadishing said it was a low-grade item, it was now my most handy weapon. The sounds downstairs grew clearer, the roars more intense. When I arrived, I saw 4 or 5 people lying at the foot of the stairs, all patients in hospital gowns, each holding a small knife like the one the little girl had. I skirted around the bodies and entered the lobby, only to have my legs turn to jelly in fear. Before the reception desk, there were at least 30 patients, men, women, young, and old, all wielding small knives and pushing forward relentlessly. Standing in the center was the previously polite old man, now drenched in blood, his body resembling a hornet's nest from the stabbings, yet he continued to wield a large knife to fend them off. The scene was too bloody. The group of mentally ill patients swarmed towards the old man like ants. Although the old man's skills were astonishing, the knives still found their way into his body. I glanced at the peachwood stick in my hand, gritted my teeth, and charged forward. However, halfway there, I heard the old man roar, "Run! Don't throw your life away here!" I quickly halted my steps. He was right, rushing in would be suicide, despite my desire to help. The old man, covered in blood, swung his large knife, and 2 people fell instantly. His wounds were horrifying, making my hands tremble. Suddenly, someone stabbed the old man in the chest, catching him off guard. The blow seemed critical as he coughed up blood, splattering the group in front of him. Meanwhile, several mentally ill patients on the periphery turned towards me, coldly raising their knives and approaching. The old man's voice reached me again, hoarse this time, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Get out of here! If you have time, find the old lady for me and tell her I didn't die in disgrace." Before he finished speaking, 4 or 5 patients swiftly charged at me. I glanced at the old man, feeling helpless, and turned back to head upstairs again. Although I didn't know this old man, not even his name, I understood that his death was somehow related to me. I had come to find Siedishing, the root of his catastrophe. The old man's laughter echoed behind me, along with the muffled groans as the knives pierced his body. When I looked back, I couldn't see the old man anymore. The patients with knives were swarming over him, eager to strike. Suppressing my inner grief, I ran swiftly down the corridor's end, unsure how to escape the group of mentally ill patients. The corridor was short, and Siedishing was still waiting for help inside the room. Just as I reached Siedishing's room, the group of mentally ill patients from the first floor had already rushed up, their bodies stained with the old man's blood. With no time to spare, I pushed the door open and shouted, "Come with me, Siede." Upon entering, I was left dumbfounded, feeling my energy drain away instantly. It was beyond fear because I saw Siedishing lying on the bed, a bloody mess, long gone. He must have been stabbed at least 100 times, and 6 or 7 mentally ill patients in the room were mechanically stabbing him, revealing his white bones. I felt dizzy, my stomach churning, on the verge of vomiting. Things have developed to this point, and I really have no way out. Looking at Siedishing's body, I had to quietly retreat from the room. At the same time, the group of mentally ill patients in the corridor had already rushed over. Thinking quickly, I entered Siedishing's room again and casually closed the door. In my mind, I gambled that if the group of mentally ill patients outside couldn't see me, they wouldn't chase me, and I also bet that the 7 mentally ill patients in the room only had eyes for Siedishing and wouldn't harm me. The reality was that I lost the bet. Just 3 seconds of silence passed before a deafening banging on the door outside, causing the wall next to the door to start crumbling, giving me the illusion that the entire building was about to collapse. Moreover, the 7 mentally ill patients in the room all stopped their actions and turned towards me. Seeing this group of bloodied patients, my heart filled with despair. Their eyes were blood red, devoid of eyeballs, just like my homeroom teacher who had chased me before. Only this time, there was no Chin Yong with his copper coin sword. As one of them charged towards me, I kicked him away fiercely and then raised a peachwood stick to strike another person on the head. Although the stick was thin, it was sturdy, and upon hitting the person's head, a gash opened up instantly, blood flowing out. However, these people were beyond feeling pain. Accurately speaking, they were no longer human but more like zombies or the undead. After dealing with 2 of them, I quickly jumped onto the bed and moved to the other side. At that moment, I saw that the room's door had been cracked open from the impact, with a large group outside making it nearly impossible to escape. This was precisely why I had re-entered the room. Moving to the other side, I hugged the wall, kicked another person who was close to me, and then approached the window. Simultaneously, the room's door was smashed open with a loud bang. The densely packed people outside poured in like ants, their small knives resembling fangs, ready to tear me apart. Anyone suggesting a head-on confrontation with them would either be a fool or an idiot. I climbed onto the window without hesitation and jumped down. Before coming here, I had carefully observed that this building was from the Republic of China era, so the floors were relatively low, with a distance of about 2 meters between each floor. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, which I had used to hide before. Below was soft mud. I decisively jumped down from there, a plan I had considered before entering the building. However, I had underestimated this group of mentally ill patients. After I jumped out of the window, they also jumped down without hesitation, one after another, not caring about their own safety. I noticed that many of these mentally ill patients were elderly, and their bones would likely shatter upon impact. But now, such observations were useless because they were no longer human. Seeing them catching up behind me, I ran as fast as I could. Running through the weeds was too slow, so I circled back to the straight path I had taken earlier. Unexpectedly, while I was focused on the group of mentally ill patients behind me, I forgot that there were also people rushing out from the main entrance. As I tried to circle around, they cornered me. Damn it! I cursed loudly, not stopping my feet and sprinting forward, glancing back as I ran. To my surprise, the elderly's speed was almost on par with mine, as if their bodies were no longer their own, controlled by someone else. Running frantically, adjusting my breathing, I felt like they were about to catch me, my calves growing weaker. Just when I was about to give up, someone suddenly burst out of the weeds and grabbed my wrist, pulling me into the thicket. I couldn't react in time, my heart pounding out of my chest. The group of people behind us did not fall behind because of this. On the contrary, in the thicket of weeds, they had the advantage, getting closer and closer to us. Running too fast, coupled with extreme fatigue and the darkness around, I couldn't see clearly who had pulled me in. As we ran, he suddenly pulled me down to the ground, sitting with my back against a stone stele, and whispered, "Shoo." I understood his meaning and quickly adjusted my breathing, covering my mouth. Sweat kept dripping down my body, and I wasn't sure if this person's trick would work, but there was no other way now. We leaned against the stone stele without moving, while the roaring behind us grew louder. Obviously, this group of lunatics had lost track of us here, and they had also stopped, searching around for us. Nervously, I covered my mouth with my hand, unable to move, but my eyes darted around. Just as I had run for too long, my legs suddenly cramped at that moment. I endured the pain, trying to stretch my leg forward to make myself more comfortable. As my leg extended, a lunatic walked past me, his foot accidentally hitting mine. The lunatic instantly turned towards me, raising a small knife in his hand and stabbing towards my leg. I was about to scream in fear, but at the critical moment, the person who had pulled me in decisively covered my mouth and quickly pulled back my cramped leg. The lunatic's roar attracted many companions in an instant, about a dozen people, constantly moving around us. They would occasionally glance at us but then walk away. I noticed something strange, they seemed unable to see me. I was curious why this group of lunatics couldn't see us when we sat there. Was it because of the person beside me? However, the problem arose that although they couldn't see us, they refused to leave our surroundings. They seemed to smell my scent, constantly moving around, any slight movement causing them to become agitated. I didn't know how much time had passed, but the sky was starting to brighten. I couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time had passed. I had gone to the mental hospital last night to see Siedishing, then started frantically running for my life. It felt like just a moment, and the day had already dawned. With a distant cock crowing, the lunatics shuddered and gradually began to leave one by one. I had heard before from movies that spirits and ghosts usually hide during the day in fierce sunlight. The cock crow was like a patrol call in their ears, maintaining the order between the living and the dead. If they were still running around after daybreak, they would be severely punished and unable to reincarnate. Of course, these were all legends, and no one had confirmed them. What puzzled me was that this group of lunatics was clearly being controlled. Their organized pursuit indicated that someone was manipulating them. If that was the case, why were they also afraid of sunlight? As I watched the lunatics gradually leave, the hand covering my mouth loosened. I cautiously stood up, peering behind the stone stele to observe the lunatics. They were streaming back into the mental hospital at this moment, disappearing quickly. Looking at the building in front of me, I sighed. Suddenly, a deafening noise rang out. Oh no! I was so scared that I quickly bent down, covering my head and looking ahead. The entire mental hospital began to collapse instantly, starting from the first floor, with dust swirling like smoke from an exploding bomb, slowly dissipating. The continuous crashing sounds lasted for a long time until everything was leveled to the ground, as if it had never existed. The first thing that came to my mind was that there was a 4 or 5-year-old girl living in this building. Dust was still floating in the air. I held my breath and looked at the scene in front of me, finally understanding why the psychiatric patients suddenly had to go back. The crowing of the rooster was indeed their slogan, but the person behind the scenes obviously did not want others to see them. If they killed me, it would be fine, but if they didn't, they would make them quickly run back and then destroy all evidence. I began to doubt in my heart whether my simple investigation was actually helping people or harming them. Lost in my own thoughts, I forgot about the person who saved my life next to me, until he spoke and I realized, "Young man, don't be sad, this place shouldn't exist in the first place." Hearing his words, I snapped out of it and quickly turned around to see a young man in a gray robe, with a face full of acne and a very bald head. I never expected that the person who saved me was the shop owner from the village I passed by to buy water and ask for directions. I looked at him in disbelief. After changing out of his sports jersey into a gray robe, his whole demeanor changed. Moreover, he seemed scared and fearful when I mentioned finding Siedishing earlier, but now he was full of confidence. Do people living nearby have 2 different personalities? He saw right through my shock and smiled, saying, "I know what you're thinking, you can rest assured, I am not like Siedishing with a split personality. The fear earlier was because of wanting to escape. Until I saw your unwavering determination, your bravery, I also saw the light." With his explanation, I nodded in partial understanding, a myriad of questions swirling in my mind. I even noticed that his tone was similar to the bald gatekeeper at school, both speaking in a martial arts style, and both of them appeared in my life after Hannibal. Are they good or bad for me? I couldn't tell. With so many questions, after pondering for a while, I finally spoke up. Thank you for saving my life. You said this place shouldn't exist. What do you mean? The man in the gray robe looked at the psychiatric hospital that had been leveled in the distance, sighed, and said, let me tell you, this place, only you can find it. This building was specifically built for you. Siedishing was waiting for your arrival before he went mad, but... I hurriedly asked, but what? The man in the gray robe lowered his head and said, unfortunately, time has passed too long, many people couldn't make it through. You must have met the old lady and old man, they were only in their 20s when they came here. I truly didn't understand what he meant. Furrowing my brows, I asked, why am I the only one who can find this place? Why was this building built specifically for me? And why is Siedishing waiting for me? Make it clearer. The man in the gray robe looked at me helplessly and finally said, young man, I can only tell you one thing. If you want to find Wanhu village, you must enter this building. As for what happened today, it's all fate. Wanhu village is not only being sought by you, your enemy is using you to find this place. These insane psychiatric patients are the means used by your enemy. Although I knew things were not as simple as I had imagined, now it sounded even more complicated. The man in the gray robe's words were vague, making it hard for me to grasp the point. The only thing I felt he mentioned about the enemy was Hannibal. Forcing me to find Wanhu village was because of Hannibal's WeChat red envelope game. I felt a headache coming on, unable to process so much information. I closed my eyes, trying to organize my thoughts. I even started to feel afraid because I felt like my life was being controlled by someone who kept guiding me forward, leading me to see things that would never have appeared in my world. The man in the gray robe didn't bother me. He waited for me to open my eyes before continuing. The information is indeed a bit overwhelming, but compared to the dangers you will face in the future, this is nothing. I nodded, feeling grateful to the man in the gray robe. Looking at his robe, I suddenly asked, why did you help me? And who are you? The man in the gray robe was slightly taken aback, apparently not expecting me to ask that. He furrowed his brow and said softly, I wouldn't say I'm helping you. Someone should have told you about this long ago. Then, he paused and said, as for who I am, just think of me as a catcher. Catcher, this was the first time I had heard this term. It sounded ordinary but gave me a mysterious feeling. The first thing that came to my mind was the catchers in ancient Yamen, which were equivalent to modern detectives. Seeing his casual demeanor, I asked in confusion, are you an undercover police officer specializing in catching criminals? The man in the gray robe chuckled, his nonchalant demeanor contrasting with his acne-covered and balding appearance, making him seem mismatched. I'm not a police officer, but the people I catch are much more dangerous than just criminals. Just as I was about to ask more questions, the man in the gray robe patted my shoulder and said, all right, young man, stop being curious. You will naturally find out in the future. You'll have to rely on yourself for the road ahead. Understanding that he was about to bid me farewell, I quickly asked, aren't you going to help me find Wanhu village? The man in the gray robe didn't directly answer me. Instead, he pushed aside the weeds and started walking away. I hurried to catch up with him. Without looking back, he continued, remember this place. You will come back here in the future. Hearing his words, I quickly turned around to look. The place we had just been was in front of a stone stele with a circular groove carved on its side. Strangely, there were no inscriptions on the stele, hidden among the vast weeds. If he hadn't brought me here, I might never have found it. I knew he was referring to this place, the very place that had saved me from being hunted down. After carefully surveying the surroundings and estimating the location, I caught up with the man in the gray robe. He didn't speak to me again along the way, silently leading me forward. When we reached a fork in the road ahead of the village, he stopped and said earnestly, all right, young man, it's time for you to go back. I have my own matters to attend to. Farewell. In truth, this man in the gray robe had simply changed his clothes, brought me to the stone stele, saved my life, and told me some puzzling things. He had never intervened physically, but his demeanor exuded extraordinary skill, inexplicably instilling trust in me. As he turned to leave, I quickly asked, can I seek your help if I'm in danger in the future? The man in the gray robe hesitated for a moment, then took out a small green sword from his pocket and handed it to me, saying, we probably won't meet again in the future, so I'll give this to you. With that, he ignored me and walked away. I took the green sword and realized it was not a small sword but a long one, broken off at a point along the blade, making it appear like a small sword at first glance. The hilt was exquisitely crafted, resembling several intertwined snakes, sending a chill through my hand as I held it. Upon closer inspection, I saw the words bladeless engraved on the blade. I looked at the broken sword in my hand speechlessly. This man in the gray robe was indeed too casual. The hilt was exquisitely made, but without a blade, how could I fight others? When I looked up, I saw that the man in the gray robe had long disappeared, and I didn't even know his name. I shrugged, put the broken sword in my bag, and then glanced back at the long, straight road behind me. Thinking back on the various encounters from last night, I couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. It's such a pity that Xiedishing, whom I had painstakingly found, met such an unfortunate end. And the old man at the information desk, his last words before passing away, asking me to pass on a message to the old lady. There's no time now for sure, Hannibal's game will be released without a doubt today. I need to hurry back, I'll have to wait to deliver the message to the old lady later. With a sigh, I turned around and started walking back. The sun had just risen, and before I entered the psychiatric hospital, I deliberately turned off my phone. When I turned it back on, a sudden question popped into my mind. I hadn't returned home all night. My parents must be worried sick. I smacked myself on the head, I was so careless. I should have called them last night before anything else. It's no use now. I quickly dialed my mom while walking back, and the call connected swiftly. I hurriedly explained, "Mom, I'm fine, I'm coming back right away." My mom was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line, then she said, "What do you mean you're fine? You left at 6 this morning, where did you go?" My scalp tingled, and cold sweat ran down my back. Could it be that someone impersonated me and went home last night again? Suppressing my inner panic, I asked, Mom, what time did I come home last night?" My mom sounded a bit anxious. "Son, what's wrong with you? You came back at 8 last night. Is something wrong? Tell Mom if there's anything." My hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. I quickly said, "I'm fine. Mom, I just forgot. Ha ha, I'll be back soon," and hung up. Standing there, I felt lost. Who is this person, and why do they always pretend to be me whenever I investigate the affairs of Wonhu village? I hadn't been home from yesterday morning until this morning. I clenched the phone, sweat dripping down my forehead. Finally, I decided to go home first. It's much easier to travel during the day than at night, and soon I arrived at the bus stop. Clutching my phone nervously, I couldn't stop thinking, was it really Hannibal playing tricks on me? I didn't want to involve my family, but this person had come knocking on my door, warning me not to dig any further. After a whole night of turmoil and a mind full of chaos, I fell asleep as soon as I got on the bus. When I woke up, there was only one stop left before home. I got off the bus directly, found a KFC restroom, washed my face with cold water, wiped off the dust and dirt from my body. There was a hole in my pants from a little girl's poke, luckily not too noticeable. What surprised me was that the wound had already healed and scabbed over, without any sensation. After tidying up, I started walking back again. I didn't want my parents to see any signs of a scuffle on me. Back home, my mom looked at me with concern and asked, "Son, what's wrong with you today?" I forced a smile and said, "Nothing, just played games with classmates, lost, feeling upset." My mom lightly tapped my head in exasperation, criticizing, "Always playing games, just like your dad. Alright, have you had breakfast? Let me make you something to eat." Watching my mom's affection, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. It was hard to imagine that they had welcomed a fake son last night. If that person had harmed them, they might not have had a chance to resist. I went into my room, holding my head, feeling my hatred towards Hannibal deepen. Just then, my phone rang. No need to guess, it must be from Hannibal. He sent a smiling emoji first. "Have a great weekend, everyone." Many students seem quite busy. I felt his words were directed at me, and I replied directly in the group, "Stop playing tricks, just fart it out, always scheming." Nowadays, I'm probably the only one in the class who dares to talk to Hannibal like this. Hannibal showed no signs of anger and continued, "Today is Sunday, and we will have a new game. For this game, I need everyone in the class to participate. Game rules: all students must gather on the playground at midnight tonight, then follow my instructions to search for demon cards in the school. The number of cards is limited, and those who don't find one will be punished." Demon cards? What kind of trick is Hannibal playing this time? Since all classmates are participating, there will probably be various teams formed later, competing and fighting against each other, which is Hannibal's usual tactic that everyone knows. I asked in the group chat, "What are demon cards?" Hannibal responded with a smile and then sent a picture. I opened it to see a card similar in size to a poker card, with a creepy clown design in dark colors, somewhat gothic in style. Some classmates started discussing, "Does this mean we have to find this card in school? What if I find more than 10, can I sell them?" "Yeah. Hannibal, how many cards did you place in the school? I'm going to look for them now. Is there a reward for collecting the most cards?" This time, the classmates finally returned to normal, asking important questions. Hannibal smiled and said, "There is no limit to the number of demon cards each person can collect. How to deal with them is up to you. The person who collects the most cards will be rewarded." The number of demon cards is less than the number of students in your class. As soon as Hannibal said this, everyone seemed to understand. Without a doubt, there would definitely be those who would be punished this time, because even if each person only takes one card, it still wouldn't be enough to go around since the number of demon cards is less than the number of students in the class. What worries me the most is that some students might misuse these demon cards. I'm sure tonight won't be peaceful. At that moment, my mom knocked on the door and called me for dinner. After dinner, I messaged Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong. I suggest bringing weapons for tonight's game, or there will definitely be trouble. Lu Ruyan looked surprised and said, aren't we just supposed to find demon cards? We just need to find them. Qin Yong replied, don't underestimate the classmates in our class. They have changed now, not like before. As Nan said, we must bring weapons, otherwise, we will definitely be at a disadvantage tonight. Lu Ruyan agreed and asked, when are you guys going to school? After some thought, I said, since we don't have classes in our class now, I think it's useless to go so early. Let's go at 6, meet at the usual place, and discuss together. Lu Ruyan and Qin Yong agreed. At that moment, I couldn't help but think of Xiaoming again. Back then, we had at least 6 people, but now there are only 3 of us left, and there's hardly anyone in the class I can trust. After saying these things, I exchanged a few words with Lu Ruyan in private and quickly turned off my phone to catch up on sleep. Although I have inexplicably gained strong recovery abilities, I know that it's only for physical injuries. My mind is filled with too much information that needs processing, so I must rest well to recover mentally. I slept until 5 in the afternoon, only to be woken up by my dad. He asked why I didn't go to school, and I had to make up an excuse that the school was on break this week and I would go at night. I said this, and my dad believed it without any doubt. After a full meal, I energetically started packing. My backpack used to be filled with books, but now it's mostly tools and weapons. A peachwood stick is essential. It can deal with spirits and even classmates, and most importantly, it's non-lethal. When I was tidying up, the broken sword that the man in the gray robe had given me fell out. I hesitated for a long time. This broken sword was basically useless in combat, rather heavy, but I felt that it might have some use at a critical moment, so in the end, I put it in my bag. Fully prepared, I arrived at the school at 6 o'clock sharp. After meeting up with Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan, we still went to the old place, the bookstore next to the school. Not seeing each other for 2 days, Lu Ruyan and I were particularly close, which made Qin Yong unable to bear it. Hey, can you two stop being affectionate in front of me? We're playing games tonight. Ha ha. Lu Ruyan and I laughed at the same time. Then I said seriously, tonight, we must not be careless. The 3 of us must stick together at all times. Once we find the 3 demon cards, we must not be greedy and stop immediately. Qin Yong nodded and said, yes, just make sure to find the 3 cards. Let's not interfere with others. Lu Ruyan leaned on my shoulder and whispered, but what if others try to steal our cards? Qin Yong chuckled and took out a knife from his bag. I remembered this knife. It was the Nepalese military knife that Jin Xiaofeng and his group equipped when we went to the abandoned building last time. It looked quite fierce when held in hand, and I almost got killed by this knife that day. Lu Ruyan was a bit frightened by Qin Yong's knife. After all, she was a girl. I quickly said, if others don't provoke us, we won't provoke them either. But if they come looking for trouble, we won't be polite. Qin Yong agreed with me and said, yes, it's too late to show mercy now. After discussing for a while, the main topic was how to protect ourselves. After chatting for about an hour, we were ready to enter the school. When we reached the guardhouse, I always felt a cold sensation on my back, as if something was constantly creeping around my neck. This wasn't the first time, but every time I turned around, there was nothing there. The bald old man in the guardhouse was still there. When I entered, I nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Unexpectedly, the bald old man's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at me and said, young man, I have something to tell you. Can you come inside for a moment? I glanced at him and felt that he meant no harm, so I asked Qin Yong and Lu Ruyan to wait and followed him inside. As soon as we entered, the bald old man grabbed a book and hit me on the head with it. He shouted, get out, evil creature. With a loud smack, the hit was not light, and I was completely unprepared. The bald old man seemed not to intend to stop. He continued to pick up the book and fiercely hit me all over my body. No matter how I tried to dodge, the book always hit me hard, causing a piercing pain. I couldn't take it anymore and raised my fist to fight back. I couldn't just take the beating. But before my fist reached him, he already grabbed my hand. Then, the bald old man gave a final slap on my chest and finally stopped, smiling and saying, all right, you're all gone now. I was in pain all over my body. After he stopped, I gritted my teeth and looked at him, not knowing what he was up to, and asked, what do you mean by all gone? I have no grudge against you, why did you hit me? Only then did the bald old man let go of my hand and quickly explained with a smile, "Young man, don't misunderstand. I indeed have no grudge against you, and I wasn't hitting you. I really wanted to go up and hit him, but I felt like I couldn't win, so I could only angrily say, if you weren't hitting me, why do I feel pain all over my body? Are you crazy?" The bald old man didn't mind my words at all, sat down, and slowly said, "Young man, I won't ask where you went yesterday, but the key is that you brought a lot of evil spirits with you." I was shocked and asked, "Evil spirits?" The bald old man nodded with a smile and continued, "Do you often feel a cool breeze around you, sometimes even on your neck and shoulders?" I nodded quickly, especially today. It felt particularly noticeable. The bald old man smiled at me. "That's right. Strangely enough, after he hit me a few times, the pain I felt before seemed to vanish. After a while, I felt refreshed all over, all fatigue gone, as if I had endless energy." Curious, I asked, "Are you a Taoist?" The bald old man shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm no Taoist." "Well, that's all I have to say, you can go now." Hearing this, I didn't press further. I thanked him and turned to leave. As I reached the door, the bald old man suddenly added, "Remember what I told you earlier. If there's something you can't handle, you can leave it to me." I wondered, what could there be that I couldn't handle? I didn't have anything significant, just the broken sword the man in the gray robe gave me today, which seemed useless. I didn't intend to respond to him, after all, he was here every day, so I could always come back to him. Shin Yong and Lu Ruyan asked me what happened, but I didn't mention the bald old man helping me get rid of the evil spirits on me. I just told them that he asked me for something. Upon entering the school, I noticed that there were unusually few people today, almost none at all. The only people on the playground were a few classmates from our class, probably here early to search for the demon cards. I didn't think it was necessary, as Hannibal wasn't foolish. When we reached the front of the teaching building, we saw a notice posted by the school, to accommodate school adjustments, all students are required to study at home on Sunday and Monday. Do not come to school. I chuckled, Hannibal indeed had great powers. He had driven away all the teachers and students just for our class to play games. In other words, now the entire school had only students from our class. Since there were no classes, and it was still early, we started wandering around the campus. Lu Ruyan innocently looked around, hoping to get lucky and find the demon cards. I chuckled and pinched her cheek, saying, "Stop looking around, silly. Why would Hannibal release the demon cards now? Do you know why he asked us to gather?" Lu Ruyan pouted, shaking her head, indicating she didn't know. I held her hand and explained slowly, "Hannibal can continue the game successfully each time not only because of its own abilities but also because it manipulates human nature. He always subtly pits us against each other, making us compete and harm each other for personal gain. That's his usual tactic." Lu Ruyan was still a bit defiant, giving me a look and saying, "Humph. But how does that relate to him hiding the cards early?" Seeing Lu Ruyan getting a bit stubborn, I playfully argued with her, "Of course, it matters. If the cards were hidden now and someone found them, how would we gather everyone at night?" Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond, I put my hand on her shoulder, smiling, "Don't worry, silly, I'm confident I can help you find the demon cards." Only then did Lu Ruyan pout, burying her head in my chest, somewhat upset. "I hate playing Hannibal's games. I never seem to be of any help." I kissed her forehead, laughing, "As long as you're safe, you're a great help." Time passed by, and Lu Ruyan and I strolled around the campus, while Chin Yong decided not to be a third wheel and went back to the dorm to rest, planning to meet up at 10 in the evening. Along the way, Lu Ruyan and I encountered many classmates, but they were too engrossed in searching for the demon cards in the school's corners to pay us any attention. I also noticed a phenomenon in class, which is the way my classmates look at me. I remember that after a few incidents before, everyone trusted me a lot, not to say they admired me, but at least they thought I was reliable. However, since the incident with Zhangya, my status in their hearts has plummeted straight down. Classmates no longer pay attention to me, like this time, when I met a classmate on the road, let alone saying hello. Some people even glared at me angrily, making it seem like we were enemies. This made me somewhat worried because there might be a conflict tonight due to the devil card, and it's not a concern for me and Chin Yong, but the safety of Lu Ruyan. This is undoubtedly a hidden fuse. Time passed by second, and as the sky grew darker, the school had no lights on because no one was attending classes. Many people were holding flashlights, looking towards the empty playground from a distance, like dragging a tale of starry sky. By now, many people had gathered on the playground, but they no longer stood together discussing as before. They were all pulling a few people together into teams, occupying various corners. Of course, there were still a few introverted classmates, remaining alone. These are the people I am most worried about. If someone has any crooked ideas later, these isolated individuals are the prime targets. I glanced at the time, it was already 11:30, and those who should be on the playground had arrived. The three of us found a place to sit down, and Shin Young handed me a cigarette, lit it, and said, "Shangnan, look at those few people over there, we need to be careful later." Shin Young pointed to a few people next to the basketball hoop with a peachwood stick. It was too dark to see clearly who they were, but judging by the number of people, there were as many as 5, undoubtedly the largest group in the class now. After lighting the cigarette, I asked, "Who was leading those people?" "Wang Yu." I didn't interact with Wang Yu much. He was average in class, always sneaking to read novels quietly, very low-key, never seen him cause trouble. How did he suddenly become the leader? Shin Young probably guessed my doubts and said, "I am the monitor, I know the people in the class better than you. Don't be fooled by Wang Yu's usual low-key behavior, he is actually very cunning and scheming. He knows the danger of tonight's game, so he organized many people into teams, and these people all dislike you. Wang Yu is well aware that as long as he suppresses you, the other people in the class won't be a threat." Listening to Shin Young's analysis, I suddenly realized it, indeed. As for the current class, the combination of me and Shin Young is almost unbeatable. To deal with us, they need to outnumber us. I really misjudged Wang Yu. I made a mental note of him, and at the same time, Hannibal sent a message in the WeChat group, "It's 12 o'clock, everyone gather on time, well done." The game rules have been explained before, I won't repeat them. I'll just add one thing, after the game ends, I will still reward everyone with red envelopes. Before dawn today is the deadline for the game. So, let the game begin. No one replied in the WeChat group. With Hannibal's announcement of the game starting, the students on the playground instantly became restless. Many students were decisive and turned off their phones, rushing towards the corners of the school. Hannibal didn't explicitly say where the devil card was, just circled an area in the school, so it was quite challenging to find. After Shin Young and I put out the cigarette, we also stood up. According to the previous plan, first, the three of us must stick together, and then, our first target was the cafeteria. Starting from the cafeteria, circling around the school in a loop, this way, we wouldn't miss anything and wouldn't run around aimlessly. As we walked towards the school, we encountered many classmates running frantically. When they saw us, they quickly took detours, making us seem like we were cannibals. Fortunately, there was no one in the cafeteria at the moment, and the three of us began a thorough search. After searching for half an hour without finding anything, we had to move to the next location. Since it was early in the morning and there was no one else at school, the classmates in our group were speaking a bit loudly, and I could hear them clearly. At that moment, some classmates had already started arguing over the demon card. Could they have found it so quickly? As we passed by, we saw two classmates already fighting, pulling each other's hair and falling to the ground. We didn't bother with the others and let them fight. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan squatted down, looking at a flower pot in front of her, and excitedly said, "Is this the demon card?" She picked up a card from the flower pot and handed it to me. I focused my flashlight on it, then quickly put it away, looking around warily. It was indeed the demon card, exactly like the photo, but finding it so early made me worry that others might target us. Shin Young and Lu Ruyan also realized this and quickly helped me check the surroundings. I nodded gratefully at Lu Ruyan and said, "Let's change our location quickly." Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly saw someone in the distance acting suspiciously, as if observing us. As we turned to leave, he quickly ran off. Helplessly, I watched him go, wondering if he was sent to spy on us. As we walked, I whispered to them, "Someone already knows that we found the demon card, so we need to be careful." With that, I slowly pulled out a peachwood stick from my bag. The sneaky person from earlier must have gone back to report, indicating that someone was targeting us, so we had to stay alert. I grabbed Lu Ruyan and quickened our pace, with Shin Young leading the way, and we ultimately decided to head towards the office building. Although there were already quite a few people there, most were in small groups of 2 or 3, so if a conflict arose, Shin Young and I could handle it. After finding a secluded corner, we turned off the flashlight and took out the demon card that Lu Ruyan had found, tucking it into a zippered pocket inside my backpack. I felt like we were being cowardly, but after going through so many of Hannibal's games, I believed being cautious was the safest option. About an hour passed, and the three of us had already searched 3 different locations. Fortunately, no one had caused trouble for us during this time, but we also hadn't found a second demon card. I started to feel anxious. With time passing, considering the limited number of demon cards in the school, there would eventually come a moment when they were all found, and that would be a difficult situation. The atmosphere in the deserted campus had become eerie, with a silence that was almost frightening, as we could barely hear any sounds. I found it strange that after all this time, I hadn't seen Wang Yu's group anywhere. Were they not looking for demon cards? As I pondered this, a slender figure suddenly ran towards us. Shin Young and I became alert instantly, pulling Lu Ruyan back and discreetly holding our weapons behind us. Seeing our reaction, the person stopped in their tracks and said, "Heading south? I'm Wang Qingqing, and I want to join your group." Wang Qingqing was the class representative for Chinese class, petite and delicate, excelling in writing and often praised by the teacher who would read her compositions as exemplary in class. However, she struggled in other subjects, so not all teachers were fond of her, and her grades were average. I rarely interacted with such classmates, except for the time we were paired up for a mixed-gender sprint at the school sports meet and won first place. Apart from that, we had never really spoken. Cautiously, I asked, "Why do you want to team up with us when there are so many other classmates in our class?" Wang Qingqing is a shy girl. When I asked her directly like that, she immediately lowered her head and whispered, "No one in the class is willing to be with me, and I don't really trust them either." Hearing her say this, I understood. Most of the classmates now are selfish and no one is as willing to help as before. Wang Qingqing is alone and not very capable, so bringing her along is like carrying a burden. Thinking this, I made up my mind and said, "You can leave. Just like you don't trust the other classmates, it's hard for me to trust you." Lu Ruyan tugged at my arm on the side and whispered, "It's dangerous for her to walk alone. Just take her with us, so I have company too." I knew Lu Ruyan was kind-hearted, but I couldn't resist her. I turned to Qin Yong for his opinion, and he didn't mind either. Since that was the case, if I refused again, it would seem heartless. I sighed and said, "All right, Wang Qingqing, you can come with us, but I can't guarantee your safety. I can only promise to help you as much as possible as long as we are not threatened." Wang Qingqing nodded excitedly. Lu Ruyan quickly ran over, holding Wang Qingqing's hand, and they started whispering, becoming instant best friends. Seeing Lu Ruyan so happy, I felt relieved. As mentioned before, since Lu Ruyan decided to be with me, no girl in the class wanted to play with her anymore. Even as a boy, I could feel this invisible sense of loneliness. While Lu Ruyan and Wang Qingqing chatted enthusiastically, Qin Yong and I found a place to sit down, lit a cigarette, and prepared to rest for a while. Lu Ruyan kept pointing at Qin Yong, whispering to Wang Qingqing, and then they both covered their mouths and giggled, with Wang Qingqing stealing glances at Qin Yong. This made Qin Yong uncomfortable, fidgeting and smoking nervously, clearly understanding Lu Ruyan's intentions. Soon, the two of them came skipping over, holding hands. Qin Yong awkwardly shifted his body, and if it wasn't dark, I bet he would be blushing by now. Lu Ruyan proudly raised her chin and said to me with a smile, "Xiangnan, Wang Qingqing has a surprise for you." A surprise? Shouldn't it be a surprise for Qin Yong? How did it become about me? Then, Wang Qingqing walked up to me, not looking at Qin Yong, but staring up at me with big eyes, and said seriously, "Xiangnan, thank you for trusting me. I actually have 2 devil cards, and I'm willing to give you one as a token of gratitude." Shoo! I quickly gestured for Wang Qingqing to speak softly. Qin Yong and I were both stunned. 2 cards? I stood up cautiously, observing the surroundings. Luckily, we were in the sports equipment room, where there were hardly any people. Wang Qingqing followed my lead, looking around, and finally couldn't wait to take out 2 cards from her pocket. She kept one carefully and handed the other to me without hesitation. I felt guilty and glanced at Wang Qingqing, feeling really sorry to accept it. Carrying 2 devil cards with her was like carrying a fortune without any protection, yet she chose us voluntarily. In fact, there were many other teams in the class, like the powerful Wang Yu. Everyone knew that each devil card could mean a life. Seeing that I hesitated, Wang Qingqing whispered, "Don't feel sorry for me. Although we won first place in the sports meet, I fell when crossing the finish line. While everyone was cheering for the results, you were the first to help me up. At that moment, I felt that you were someone worth trusting." After Wang Qingqing finished speaking, she reached out her hand to me with determination. I had to accept it, and my impression of Wang Qingqing changed significantly. I didn't expect her to remember such a small thing for so long. At least, like me, she valued loyalty and trust. I nodded at Wang Qingqing and said, "Thank you. This card is actually very important to us. It's been a while now, and we've only found 1 devil card. If it comes down to the wire and we have to fight for it, it's difficult with 2 cards, but with just 1, it's simple." At this moment, Lu Ruyan ran over with a smile, grabbed Wang Qingqing's hand, and proudly said to me, "Huh, surprised, huh? He. It's great, we just need to find 1 more devil card, and we'll safely get through this game." Just as we were celebrating happily, 2 people approached from the side. Qin Yong was the first to notice and quickly warned, "Be careful, someone's coming." We immediately fell silent and became alert, but these 2 were too decisive. In the darkness, before we could react, they swiftly rushed towards us and threw something at us. I couldn't react in time, something entered my eyes instantly, and I couldn't open them. The smell was like flour. In a critical moment, I stumbled back while rubbing my eyes, shouting to Lu Ruyan and the others, "You guys run, hide, don't worry about us." At the same time, I felt hands grabbing my backpack from behind. I was shocked to find not only the devil card Wang Qingqing had given me in my hand but another one in my backpack. The person grabbing my backpack clearly knew there was a devil card inside. With the backpack on my shoulder, as he pulled back forcefully, I fell backward, managing to cushion the fall with my body on the backpack. Unable to open my eyes, I swung the wooden stick wildly, shouting, "Who the hell are you guys?" Before I could finish, the person kicked me in the face, and I felt a sharp pain, blood flowing from my nose uncontrollably. The kick was brutal, and I was almost passing out, holding on by sheer willpower. I heard them whispering. The two girls ran off. Should we chase them? Forget it for now, just take their bags, we only need to find the devil card. Seizing the opportunity, I kept crawling backward, the stuff in my eyes causing increasing pain, and I started to worry about going blind. Losing sight is terrifying. I didn't know who the attackers were or how Qin Yong was faring. The only relief was that they didn't chase Lu Ruyan. My nose kept bleeding, and I couldn't stop it. Then I heard the person approaching again, snatching the stick from my hand, saying, "Not so tough now, huh? Thought you were invincible?" With that, he struck my head, and I felt like it was going to split open, the dizziness making me lose all strength. I lay there as if lifeless. He kicked my stomach a few times as if holding a deep grudge, but I had lost consciousness. I faintly heard someone say, "Stop, you'll kill her if you keep hitting." It was Ren Jie. I finally recognized his voice. But then my mind grew heavier, my consciousness fading, and I drifted into a deep sleep. I don't know how long passed, but the blood in my throat made me cough uncontrollably. When I woke up again, it was quiet, no sound around. My eyes still hurt terribly, too painful to touch, and my hand throbbed when I tried. Anxiously, I sat up, crawled back against a wall, and listened carefully for any movement nearby. When I was sure no one was there, I managed to stand up. The wounds on my nose and the back of my head were almost painless by now. Luckily, my self-healing ability was strong, otherwise, I might have slept until dawn without waking up. After getting slightly accustomed to the surroundings, I tried to open my eyes a little. Although they still felt sore, after a few attempts, I could vaguely make out some outlines around me. I kept adjusting my breathing, trying to calm myself down while observing the area. I was in the sports equipment room, a place where it was hard to spot anyone unless a flashlight was turned on. My injuries were not severe anymore, except for the irritating substance on my eyes. These people were extremely ruthless. There must have been something mixed in that flour, or it wouldn't have been so potent. It seemed like they had planned everything in advance. There was no sign of Qin Yong on the ground, which eased my mind a bit. Ren Jie and the others couldn't have carried Qin Yong away, it would have been too conspicuous. Therefore, I concluded that Qin Yong must have escaped. Thinking about Ren Jie made my fists clenched. We had no conflicts before, and before getting involved in the Hannibal game, we used to play basketball together. We couldn't be called friends, but we had some acquaintance. I never expected him to target me so viciously. Suddenly, I remembered that when I was ambushed, Wang Qingqing had given me the devil card, which I had put in my pocket. I quickly checked, relieved that it hadn't been taken. It was a stroke of luck. After this lesson, I lost all patience with my classmates. Carefully, I moved forward and found Qin Yong's knife on the ground. It was stained with blood, but I couldn't tell whose blood it was. I sheathed the knife at my waist and continued searching on the ground. My bag had been stolen, leaving me with almost no equipment, not even a flashlight. I wondered how Lu Ruyan and the others were doing. After searching for a while and finding nothing, I had no choice but to sneak into the restroom next to the equipment room and rinse my eyes under the tap. The cold water stung my eyes, but I had to endure it. Without fixing my eyes, I had no chance to fight back. Fortunately, after washing for about 10 minutes, my eyes could finally see things clearly, albeit a bit swollen. After drying my face, I dared not delay any longer and quickly headed outside. Without a phone and unable to check the time, I cautiously felt my way around the building, hoping to find Lu Ruyan first. As I walked, the sight of fighting traces scattered throughout the campus unnerved me. Every now and then, I would come across dropped backpacks and other tools. I picked up many items, including the most crucial one, a flashlight, and a watch. It was already 3:30 in the morning, and I had probably dozed off for about 2 hours. My only concern was how Lu Ruyan had managed during those 2 hours. If she and Qin Yong hadn't come looking for me, it meant they were also in a difficult situation. The thought made me increasingly anxious, so I hastened my pace. Just as I reached the side path near the cafeteria, I faintly heard voices talking. I quickly stopped and cautiously approached the source of the sound. "Please, give me back the devil card. I'll give you money, okay?" The girl speaking was Lu Jing, with a good figure. She used to be in Xiaolu's group, but after Xiaolu's death, her friends had scattered, leaving her isolated by her classmates. Heh, what use do I have for your money? Hannibal often sends out red envelopes. Would you like to grab them? I can give you the devil card back, but only if you. I recognized the boy speaking as Chun Jiwoo, a loner in our class whom I had never interacted with. At that moment, Lu Jing was cornered by Chun Jiwoo, looking helpless, while he held up the devil card, negotiating terms with her. These two were quite a match. Lu Jing asked fearfully, only if what? Only if you play with me for a while. Once I'm satisfied, I'll naturally return the card to you. Get lost. Jerk. You need to understand the situation now. I'm standing here not just for a devil card. Hearing their conversation, I was speechless. Chen Jiwoo clearly wanted to take the devil card and take advantage of Lu Jing. This dark alley, even if Chen Jiwoo forced himself, Lu Jing could scream all she wanted, but no one would hear. I heard Lu Jing continuously backing away inside until she leaned against the wall, fearfully shouting, "Don't, please." I saw Chen Jiwoo advancing step by step, with a wicked smile, saying, "Have you made up your mind? Will you do it willingly, or shall I force you?" I was just passing by to listen to the situation, but seeing Chen Jiwoo getting more and more out of line, I couldn't just leave with a clear conscience. The thought of what would happen if Lu Ruyan encountered such a person made me feel helpless. Taking a deep breath, I drew the knife from behind. To avoid any glint from the blade, I hid it in my sleeve after drawing it out, then cautiously looked around. Once I made sure no one was approaching, I started to step forward slowly. The alley was only 2 meters wide and about 10 meters long. Chen Jiwoo had his back to me, but Lu Jing could see outside. The moment I entered, I was prepared, making a hushing gesture towards Lu Jing. She quickly turned her head. Luckily she was smarter than I thought, not exposing me but instead cooperating with Chen Jiwoo, slowly crouching down. Chen Jiwoo excitedly shouted, "That's right, as long as you keep quiet, no one will know, ha." Holding my breath, I walked closer to Chen Jiwoo, one step at a time, being cautious of what lay underfoot. Lu Jing was even more nervous than me, trembling on the ground, occasionally glancing at me. Seeing Lu Jing's reluctance, Chen Jiwoo grabbed her fiercely, shouting, "I told you to hurry up, didn't you hear me?" Lu Jing, with a look of disdain, tried to avoid Chen Jiwoo's kisses, unconsciously grabbing his belt. It was the perfect opportunity, now or never. With just 2 meters between Chen Jiwoo and me, I swiftly took 2 steps, locking his neck and flipping him over. At the same time, Lu Jing, being clever, grabbed his belt, so with her in front and me behind, even though Chen Jiwoo was a head taller than me, I managed to bring him down. "Who the hell are you?" I instantly drew the knife and pressed it against his neck, saying, "Shut up, or I'll kill you right now." "Xian Nan?" After saying that, I flipped over to straddle him and subdue him. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiwoo was not one to back down from a fight. He suddenly twisted his body, pushing me away and grabbing my arms. I struggled to break free, finally managing to release the hand holding the knife. At the same time, Chen Jiwoo lunged at me, and I felt a splat. Warm blood instantly stained my arm as the entire blade plunged into his chest. Chen Jiwoo collapsed on top of me, motionless. Lu Jing looked at us in panic, shouting, "Murder, murder." She quickly ran away from me, disappearing in an instant. I watched Lu Jing run off in disbelief, cursing myself for being a damn fool. What kind of hero was I trying to be? I pushed away the lifeless Chen Jiwoo, gritting my teeth as I pulled out the knife. Killing was never my intention, I only wanted to subdue him, get the devil card, and escape with Lu Jing. But an accident happened, something beyond my control. Despite losing patience with my classmates, I couldn't cross that line in my heart. This was my first time killing someone. Holding the bloodied knife, I stood up and realized my legs were shaking. I walked around the body, preparing to leave, then suddenly remembered, he still had a devil card in his hand. I went back and opened his body again, decisively taking the devil card from his hand. This devil card originally belonged to Lu Jing. I had planned to return it to her after saving her, but now I decided against it. With this, I now had 2 devil cards on me. After cleaning the knife, I sheathed it back at my waist and quickly left the place. As I exited the alley, I was extremely cautious, afraid of being ambushed again. Luckily, there was no one around, so I hugged the wall and made my way towards the girls' dormitory building, needing to find Lu Ruyan as soon as possible. Holding the 2 cards felt like holding 2 lives, and I found myself glancing back every few steps. In the late night, the deserted areas of the school showed no trace of classmates. I guess they were all hiding in the shadows, either for self-protection or preparing for an ambush. I had no intention of continuing the search. I believed that almost all devil cards that could be found had been taken by my classmates. Suddenly, as I walked, I noticed someone following me. I was instantly scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. In just a moment of carelessness, I had been targeted again. I turned into a doorway and cautiously peeked out. To my surprise, it was Lu Jing following me. Was it her who had been following me? The impression of Lu Jing in my mind was extremely negative. I despised such ungrateful girls. Thinking back on the recent events, it was true that there was always something despicable about pitiful people. Seeing her continuously looking for me, I was not afraid of her tricks. I stepped out from the corner and stood in front of her coldly, asking, "Why are you following me?" Lu Jing was startled, but upon recognizing me, she quickly smiled and said excitedly, "Ah, Xiangnan, I want to thank you." I chuckled, ready to turn and leave, but she hurriedly caught up and continued, "I'm really grateful to you. I shouldn't have run off by myself earlier, it was my fault. I was scared, I'm sorry." I had no intention of trusting her again. Without looking back, I said, "No need to thank me, there's nothing to apologize for. You can go." However, Lu Jing had no intention of letting me go. She rushed up and grabbed my sleeve. I glanced at my clothes, then glared at her. Startled, she quickly let go of my hand, avoiding my gaze. I thought she wanted to team up with me, using me for protection, so I directly said, "Don't follow me. If we encounter danger again, I won't help." Surprisingly, Lu Jing stuttered softly, "Xiangnan, can you give me back my devil card?" I turned back incredulously, smiling, "Your devil card?" Lu Jing's eyes shifted, but she brazenly said, "This devil card. I was the first to find it." Her voice grew quieter, probably feeling embarrassed. I bit my cheekbone, stared at her, and said, "Well, now this card belongs to me. If you have the guts, come and take it." With that, I quickened my pace, not wanting to see Lu Jing again. Her audacity was truly something. Not long after, Lu Jing ran up to me again. She wasn't angry about what I had said earlier. Instead, blushing, she said, "Give me back the devil card, and I'll accompany you once, okay?" I stood frozen in place, staring at Lu Jing in disbelief. Lu Jing pretended to be charming, smiled shyly, slowly approached me, and whispered, "Shenjiwu was too disgusting just now, not my type. But you, I can accept." With that, she tiptoed, tilted her head, and leaned in to kiss me. I felt disgust filling my heart, indescribable. I didn't even know how to reject her. Earlier, I had saved her voluntarily, but the moment Lu Jing was rescued, her first thought was to escape, not caring about my well-being. Now that she had figured things out, she regretted it, but her apologies were not sincere, they were driven by the devil card. She dared to ruthlessly trade herself for the devil card with me, and in the future, she might even trade my life for someone else's. I even began to doubt who was at fault first between Chen Jiwoo and her before the alley. Seeing her getting closer and closer to me, I decisively drew out the knife from behind and pressed it against her neck. "Lu Jing, I hope you can show some self-respect. Not everyone is as savage as animals. I saved you once, consider this demon card as repayment. We're even now, no one owes anyone anything." Lu Jing's coquettish smile disappeared instantly as she listened to my blunt words, her face now filled with fear as she stared at the sharp knife on her neck. I didn't want to waste any more time with her, so I pretended to be fierce and said, "If you follow me again, don't blame me for being impolite." After that, I slowly retracted the knife, backing away while staring at her coldly. When the distance was enough, I jogged away, feeling relieved. This scheming girl was even more terrifying than those murderous demons. But I was aware that Lu Jing hadn't achieved her goal, and in her current state, she would definitely go find another classmate, which was a hidden danger. This back and forth took about half an hour, and my eyes had fully recovered. I remembered there was a boiler room next to the girls' dormitory at school. It was not very spacious inside, even during the day, one needed to turn on the lights to see clearly. After lights out, it was pitch black, a perfect hiding spot. I was certain someone was hiding there. Unable to find Lu Ruyan and the others, I had to rely on luck. Slowly approaching the boiler room, I prayed silently that it wouldn't be other classmates inside. As I had said, the boiler room was pitch black. When I reached the door quietly, I couldn't see anything inside, not knowing what was hidden in the darkness. Holding my breath, I crouched down, picked up a stone, and threw it inside, quickly stepping back a few paces. At the same time, I made a decision that if I heard someone else's voice, I would run immediately. After the stone was thrown in, there was indeed a sound from inside, like clothes brushing against the wall. Hesitating outside, at that moment, a fierce voice came from inside, "Who are you? If you dare, come in and try, the four of us will kill you." I was startled, wasn't that Qin Yang's voice? Hearing that familiar voice, I was instantly excited, realizing that Qin Yang was hiding inside. No longer afraid, I whispered inside, "Qin Yang, it's Xiang Nan." Qin Yang seemed even more surprised than me, excitedly saying, "Xiang Nan, you're still alive." I thought. I smiled with relief, then cautiously looked around to ensure no one was there before decisively shining my flashlight inside. Upon entering, I discovered that only Qin Yang was inside. His intentionally fierce tone and the threat of 4 people were just to scare others for self-protection. Shin Yong was weak, leaning against the wall, lips dry and pale, trembling as he held a peachwood stick. His right arm was wrapped in a bandage he tied himself, blood seeping through, his eyes swollen, probably only able to open a slit like me before. Clearly, he was also seriously injured. Excitedly, I walked over to support him and asked, "How are your eyes? Can you see anything now?" Shin Yong shook his head and said, I can only see some blurry outlines, it's painful." Using the flashlight, I noticed some white powder residue in his eyes, which needed to be rinsed with water, as I had tried before. Since it was a boiler room with many hot water bottles, I asked Shin Yong to sit down and went to find bottles with water. After a while, I brought 2 bottles of water. The water in the hot water bottles wasn't fresh, so it wasn't too hot. I opened the caps to let them cool down, and after about 10 minutes, when they were warm enough, I had Shin Yong tilt his head back as I slowly rinsed his eyes. During this process, Shin Yong also told me what happened after I fainted. When we were ambushed that day, Shin Yong was the first to draw his knife. There were only 2 of them, but their roles were clear. One was dealing with me, while the other, Ren Jia, was handling Shin Yong. However, they never expected Shin Yong to have a knife on him. Ren Jia tried to grab the knife from Shin Yong, who kept retreating while fighting back fiercely. It wasn't until the person dealing with me joined in that Shin Yong was defeated, with a knife wound on his arm. Eventually, someone passed by, and Ren Jia and the other person waved and fled. As for how they managed to hide in this boiler room, it goes without saying. After finishing almost a bottle of water, Shin Yong gestured that it was enough. He slowly stood up, squinted around, nodded at me, and said, "It's just a superficial wound on my arm. As long as I can see, it doesn't affect my movement." I nodded, checking the time. It was almost 4 o'clock. My biggest concern was still Lu Ruyan. I handed a cigarette to Shin Yong from my pocket and said, "Alright, let's smoke and then we have to go." Lu Ruyan and the others are still missing. With Shin Yong as my partner, I felt much more at ease instantly, no longer alone. After smoking, we ventured out again. There was no one in the campus. Where could Lu Ruyan be hiding? Shin Yong patted my shoulder and said, "Southward. Lu Ruyan is very clever, don't worry. Where she hides must be an unexpected place." My eyes lit up. An unexpected place? I walked forward, carefully considering the entire school's layout. An unexpected place is where no one wants to go. So, if it's where no one wants to go, it must be our classroom. Yes, the classroom. Shin Yong smiled as he saw my excitement. As long as we found the direction, everything would be fine. With me in the lead and Shin Yong covering our backs, we slowly approached the teaching building. When we reached the stairs, I suddenly stopped. Shin Yong asked me quietly what was wrong. I pointed to the stairs ahead and asked Shin Yong to crouch down and look carefully. There was a backpack and some tools scattered at the stairs, including a cell phone. Since no one picked them up, they must have been thrown recently. Indeed, shortly after, another cell phone was thrown out from the stairs. I glanced at Shin Yong and whispered, "Someone is stealing things here. If there are few people, let's go in and deal with them." Shin Yong nodded firmly. Like me, he must have been angered by the previous ambush and had nowhere to vent his frustration. We cautiously moved forward, with Shin Yong and I in perfect sync. I focused ahead, while he remained vigilant behind. The closer we got, the clearer we could hear the voices inside. Although the voices were faint, I could still make them out. A person said in a low voice, "Cover your mouth, make a sound, and I won't be polite." I clenched my teeth. I recognized the voice better than anyone else. It was the person who had ambushed me with Ren Jia earlier. The only puzzling thing was that I had never heard his voice before, indicating he wasn't from our class. In other words, Ren Jia had secretly called in outsiders to help. I pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking half of my head out towards the stairs. Inside, 2 people stood with their backs to us, dressed in black with bags slung over their shoulders. One of them was definitely Ren Jia. In front of them was a thin boy crouching, his face not visible, but clearly in pain, covering his eyes like us, probably hit by Ren Jia's powder. After obtaining the demon card, Ren Jia kicked the boy, then whispered to the stranger beside him. I pondered, if we rushed in now, facing them head-on, both Shin Yong and I were not afraid, but they still had white powder on them. If it got into our eyes again, it would be too dangerous. After a moment of thought, I signaled to Shin Yong to step back and quietly said in a place where they couldn't hear us, "It's Ren Jia's group inside. They have white powder behind them, we can't confront them head-on." Shin Yong, upon hearing it was Ren Jia, clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with anger, and said in a low voice, "We must deal with them today. How should we do it? You tell me." I glanced towards the staircase and pointed to the left, saying, "After they finish looting, they will definitely come out. There's a classroom on the left side of the staircase. You go around and ambush behind the door, I will attract them from the right side." Shin Yong also looked up, nodded in agreement. I patted his shoulder and said, remember, when the time comes to act, show no mercy, be wary of their powder attack. Shin Yong gritted his teeth, nodded at me, then decisively got up to go around. Watching Shin Yong leave, I drew out the knife again and hid it in my sleeve. Looking at the gleaming blade, I felt a bit dazed. Unconsciously, I found myself holding a knife against my classmates, without any sense of guilt. I knew this was a gift from Hannibal, but now was not the time for reflection. I slowly walked along the wall once more. At the same time, Shin Yong had circled around carefully and hidden behind the door of the classroom on the left, giving me an okay gesture. I took a deep breath, picked up a phone they had dropped from the ground, and pressed it against the wall. After giving Shin Yong one last look and nodding at him, I decisively turned on the phone, opened the music player. The clear voice of the song sounded particularly ear-piercing at that moment. After just 3 seconds, I immediately turned it off, held my breath, leaned against the staircase, my heart pounding. I only heard Rinjie's nervous voice from inside. Who's there? Damn it! Someone's outside. Rinjie and his companion were clearly more nervous than me. I heard them quickly packing up their things and slowly approaching the staircase. As I remained silent, Rinjie continued, which student is out there? At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, only the sound of their footsteps was audible to me. I heard them getting closer and closer. I clenched my teeth fiercely. 1, 2, 3. After silently counting to 3 in my mind, I suddenly rushed out from the staircase. In that split second of rushing out, I covered my eyes with my hand and threw the phone I picked up harshly at their faces. Holy crap! Indeed, a burst of white powder instantly covered me, but this time none got into my eyes. I quickly lowered my arm, turned and ran. Rinjie and his companion looked fierce, but they were also startled when I rushed out. As I had guessed, they already held a handful of white powder, and as I rushed out, they instantly threw it at me. Damn it, you dare hit me. I definitely went easy on you just now. Catch him. I heard Rinjie's angry shouts from behind. I glanced back while running, and the stranger already had blood marks on his face from my throw. Slowly curling up my lips, I drew the knife from my sleeve. Seizing the moment, I suddenly stopped in my tracks, raised the knife and stared at the two of them. They hesitated slightly at my sudden halt, also stopping in their tracks, grabbing a handful of white powder from their bags. Fearlessly, I charged towards them, eyes full of anger. Meanwhile, Shin Yong had already reached behind them, locking Rinjie's neck first, catching them off guard. Damn! I only heard Rinjie scream, then he was knocked down by Shin Yong, the wooden stick in his hand striking Rinjie's head repeatedly like chopping wood. The stranger next to Rinjie turned around in fear, preparing to throw white powder at Shin Yong. But he forgot, I was already in front of him. Aiming at the hand holding the powder, I swung the knife directly, sharp as a military blade, instantly severing his hand, even startling myself. I heard a painful scream from him, and he collapsed to his knees, the powder from his broken hand falling all over Rinjie's face. This is karma. To silence him, I withdrew the knife and punched him hard in the mouth. Shut up if you want to live. Rinjie had already been beaten into a pig's head by Shin Yong, lying unconscious on the ground. The stranger seemed accustomed to silencing others and was very experienced. As soon as I spoke, he covered his mouth with his hand, wrapped his severed hand in a cloth to stop the bleeding, sweating profusely from the pain. The place was too open, and with the recent screams, I suspected someone might have heard. So I whispered to Shin Yong, let's talk at the stairwell, it's not safe here. Shin Yong nodded, stood up dragging the unconscious Rinjie, while I pointed the knife at the stranger, and we quickly entered the stairwell. Inside the stairwell, the male student who had been robbed while crouching on the ground had stood up. Seeing me entering with a bloodstained knife, he paled in fear, crouching down again, holding his head. I recognized this thin and weak student as Tian Lei. I remembered him well because, like Liao Ji in our class, he was on a scholarship, but he was more optimistic than Liao Ji. Instead of explaining to Tian Lei, I pointed the knife at the stranger and asked, "Who are you? Why are you at our school?" The stranger, in pain, clutching his severed hand, looked at the pig-headed Rinjie and said, "I'm sorry, big brother, I didn't know who I was messing with, I'm sorry." Seeing him deliberately avoiding my question, I angrily slashed his back with the knife, demanding, "Answer my question." The stranger quickly begged for mercy, saying, "Please don't hit me, I'll talk. My name is Zhang Xiuhu." Rinjie asked me to help him. He said to come in and help him deal with someone. He offered me 1,000 yuan. I thought it was just a fight, but then he asked me to rob with him, saying he only wanted certain cards, and the money would be mine. We're just in it for the money, so. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, I sighed. Rinjie really went too far, actually bringing a thug into the school to deal with us. No wonder they were so ruthless. Fortunately, I was resolute, or I felt like all the students who were alone tonight would have been robbed by these two. I checked the time and continued, when you attacked us, where did those two girls run off to? Zhang Xiaohu, the thug, looked embarrassed, pondered for a while, and finally said, Big brother, we had just rushed over, and you told them to run. Renjie said not to chase, and we didn't encounter them again. I pressed the knife against his neck, asking in a low voice, you really didn't encounter them again? Zhang Xiaohu was so scared tears were welling up, pleading, oh, big brother, I swear we really didn't encounter them again. When you're out in the streets, your life is the most important thing. Would I joke about my own life? Seeing he wasn't lying, I reluctantly lowered the knife. Zhang Xiaohu was only a little older than us, but he was street smart from being in society for a long time. Seeing me lower the knife, he quickly smiled and said, Big brother, if it's okay, can I go to the hospital first? This arm. I looked at Renjie lying on the ground and didn't know how to deal with him for a moment. Zhang Xiaohu was very observant, and quickly said, I have no connection with Renjie, big brother, do as you please, and take everything in the bag. He reached out his other hand to grab the bag, but I ignored him, turned to discuss with Qin Yong about what to do next. Suddenly, Tian Lei behind us shouted, watch out behind you, towards the south. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly took a step forward, drew my knife, and turned around. I saw Zhang Xiaohu, taking advantage of my turning to grab the bag, sneakily pulling out a knife from it. I was instantly sweating with fear. If it weren't for Tian Lei just now, I might have really been done in by him. It's a good thing I managed to chop off one of Little Tiger's arms, greatly reducing his combat power. Qin Yong and I immediately surrounded him. Little Tiger held a knife, failed in his sneak attack, and with no room for further excuses, he started to show his ferocity, shouting at us, you brat, do you know who my big brother is? Touch me today, and tomorrow you won't be able to leave the school gate 10 meters. I chuckled, kicked the knife out of his hand, and Qin Yong mercilessly struck him with a wooden stick. How dare your big brother come in with students to rob? Besides, we've even survived Hannibal's death game. Why fear a little thug like you? Little Tiger was already losing too much blood, and after a few blows from Qin Yong, he passed out on the ground. I picked up their backpacks, truly amazed. Besides 4 or 5 demon cards, there were wallets, phones, weapons, and all sorts of things inside. I even found a pink dress in Little Tiger's backpack, definitely stolen from a girl. What a jerk. I took all the demon cards and retrieved mine and Qin Yong's phones. Not finding anything related to Lu Ruyan, I breathed a sigh of relief. As for the rest of the useless stuff, I didn't want any of it. It was their wrongdoing, and it wouldn't look good if I were caught with it. After finishing these tasks, I walked over to Tian Lei, smiling, thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been stabbed by him. Tian Lei still seemed a bit afraid of me, staring at the bloodied knife in my hand, asking, how did you suddenly become so fierce? I was slightly taken aback. It was a question I often pondered. In the end, even though I had never used a weapon before, not even daring to kill a chicken, my transformation since getting involved with Hannibal had been drastic. I wiped the blood off the knife with my sleeve and said, fate is in our own hands. After uttering this pretentious phrase without much thought, I dared not look at Tian Lei again, perhaps even more scared inside than he was. Qin Yong picked up a bag containing white powder from the ground and whispered, there might be some drugs mixed in here. Let's take some, it might come in handy. It made sense to me, so I and Qin Yong each took a bag and put it in our backpacks. Without further delay, we prepared to go upstairs, running towards our destination. After a few steps, I thought for a moment, took out a demon card from my bag, and handed it to Tian Lei, saying, this was originally yours, take it. Tian Lei, lost in thought, stayed in place after speaking with me, until I called out to him. He looked up at me gratefully and accepted the demon card. Surprisingly, he then walked over to Renjie, who was lying on the ground. Qin Yong and I curiously stopped in our tracks, wanting to see what he was up to. Tian Lei picked up the knife from Little Tiger's hand, grabbed Renjie by the hair, and without hesitation, slashed at his neck. No! Oh my god! I watched Tian Lei in shock, unable to even speak. His face was cold and indifferent at that moment. Despite his small stature, he seemed somewhat intimidating. Every time I had resorted to violence, it was always in self-defense, never with the intention to harm others. Renjie's blood flowed instantly, and Tian Lei stood up, looking at me with a smile, saying, fate is in our own hands. I didn't know what to say, furrowing my brows and glancing at Qin Yong, who also looked shocked. A casual remark of mine unintentionally led Tian Lei to this, feeling like he had misunderstood me. After speaking, Tian Lei turned and left the stairwell. I was truly worried that Tian Lei might do something foolish, but finding Lu Ruyan was still the top priority. I calmed myself slightly and continued upstairs with Qin Yong. Not long after I left, my phone rang, but it wasn't Qin Yong's, which meant it wasn't Hannibal. When I checked, my heart sank. It was a message from Wang Yu. Xiangnan, if you want to save Lu Ruyan, come find us. You're late, I can't guarantee what might happen. Attached was a photo of Lu Ruyan crouched in a corner, her eyes already red. I was trembling with anger, biting my teeth, feeling like everything was going wrong. Why did everyone have to be against me? I looked at the knife in my sleeve, wondering if they were trying to push me to become a murderer. Xin Yang asked me what was going on, but I didn't want to talk much. I handed him the phone and angrily punched the wall. Wang Yu's intention was clear, he wanted trouble with me. Xin Yang nudged me, frowning, why isn't Wang Qingqing in the photo? Weren't they together? I quickly took back the phone and indeed, they should be together if caught. The only possibility was that Wang Qingqing had betrayed me. Damn it! I closed my eyes, leaning against the wall, trying to control my anger. After a couple of minutes, the phone beeped again. This time it was Hannibal, smiling as usual. He said, you guys had quite a night. There's only half an hour left until the game ends, so make good use of your time. I glanced outside, it was getting light. Time was running out. I made up my mind and took out 2 demon cards from my bag, handing them to Qin Yong. Qin Yong, you hide with these demon cards. I'll go see Wang Yu. He's looking for me, no need to involve you. If we can get Lu Ruyan out, give her one of the cards. Qin Yong looked at me, frowning, and what about you? I gritted my teeth, you too for me, fair trade. Qin Yong clenched his fist, turned away, pondered for a while, then firmly said, give me everything in your bag. I was taken aback but then handed everything over. Without a word, Qin Yong turned and left. I didn't expect him to leave so decisively. Even though it was what I wanted, as brothers, I still felt disappointed. Standing there with nothing, I felt lonely, like an old man. I wanted a cigarette but found the pack empty. Tossing it away, I shook my head, sighed, and headed straight to the classroom. As I reached the classroom door, I kicked it open without hesitation. Instantly, several flashlights shone at me, making it hard to keep my eyes open. A round of applause came from inside, followed by a cold voice, indeed bold, coming alone. I bypassed the flashlights and slowly walked towards the person sitting at the teacher's desk, Wang Yu. Surrounding him were 6 people, including 2 women, Lu Jing and Wang Qingqing. In the back of the classroom, Lu Ruyan was tied to a seat, something stuffed in her mouth, her eyes red from crying. When she saw me, her worried expression turned into tears again. I shouted angrily at Wang Yu, I'm here, let Lu Ruyan go. Ignoring the others, I hurried towards Lu Ruyan, but before I could take a few steps, someone came from behind and viciously struck my knee with a stick, making me scream in pain and kneel down. Wang Qingqing rushed over to help me up, but as I tried to stand, my knee bone made a cracking sound, forcing me to kneel again. Wang Qingqing looked worried, supporting my arm, whispering, Xiangnan, don't be stubborn, talk nicely to brother Yu. Get lost. I pushed Wang Qingqing away, my eyes red with anger as I shouted at her, making her sit on the ground in fear. Through gritted teeth, I said to her, you go? Your mom, you. Wang Qingqing was instantly in tears from my outburst. She stood up feeling extremely wronged, while Wang Yu walked over with a smug look on his face, embracing Wang Qingqing and saying, Xiangnan, I have to say, you are so clueless, never using your brain, never cherishing beauty. Wang Yu pinched Wang Qingqing's tear-streaked face and then turned to Lu Jing, asking, right? Exactly, this Xiangnan thinks he's so great, but he was just put in his place by you Gu. Lu Jing finished, shooting me a resentful glance. I didn't care about their criticism. Since I was there, I was mentally prepared. Breathing heavily, I suppressed the pain in my knees and said in a deep voice, what do I need to do to spare Lu Ruyan? Wang Yu seemed unhappy with my attitude. He waved his hand, and they all charged towards me. In my semi-conscious state, Wang Yu ordered them to stop. Lu Ruyan's mouth was covered, she kept shaking her chair, trying to break free to save me. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, even the veins on her forehead bulged from crying. She was in pain for me, and I felt the same for her. I couldn't bear to look at Lu Ruyan, so I slowly lowered my head, my face covered in blood. Wang Yu grabbed my hair and lifted my head, sneering, look at yourself. TSK. So embarrassing in front of your woman. I pursed my lips, unable to speak, and spat blood on his face. Enraged, Wang Yu raised his stick and started beating me mercilessly. Lu Ruyan kept shaking her head, trying to say something to me, but Wang Yu ignored her, only focusing on hitting me in front of her. Tonight was the second time I felt the threat of death. My gaze grew heavier, and I could only watch Lu Ruyan cry, feeling helpless. Wang Yu showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly attacking me, aiming for my life. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly lunged forward, throwing herself on me just as Wang Yu's stick came down. The stick mercilessly struck Lu Ruyan's head with a loud crack. She shuddered, her cries stopping instantly. Tears still on her face, she was so close to me that her tears fell on my face, followed by blood trickling down her forehead. Shun Xiao! Shun Xiao! I had no strength left, so I mustered all my energy to call her name. Wang Yu, standing aside, was also stunned. He never expected Lu Ruyan to sacrifice herself for me. But after a few seconds, he regained his composure, cruelly flipping Lu Ruyan off me and saying menacingly, "Don't blame me, Shangnan. You have to die for me to have the final say." With that, he raised his stick, ready to strike my head. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. I heard Lu Jing scream, and everyone started fighting fiercely. Wang Yu stopped his attack, but as he turned around, he was kicked away. "Xian, pull yourself together. Hang in there." I couldn't make out who was shouting at me, but I faintly saw Qin Yong rushing in through the front door. Behind him was Tian Lei, holding a knife with a cold expression. Seeing someone charging at him, Tian Lei mercilessly stabbed the person in the chest, swift and ruthless. I also saw the young mustached policeman, drawing his gun and shouting loudly at Wang Yu, "Stop right there. I received a report of armed fighting here, you are all under arrest." Instead of stopping when he saw the young mustached policeman, Wang Yu charged towards him in a frenzy. There was a gunshot, and Wang Yu's body, in mid-charge, froze instantly, then slowly fell backwards, a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The gunshot made everyone pause. The classroom was filled with white powder from Qin Yong, floating in the air. The young mustached policeman, visibly nervous, his hands trembling, shouted, "Is there anyone else attacking the police? If not, all of you get down." Everything happened too quickly. It wasn't until Qin Yong ran over to help me up that I finally couldn't hold on any longer. Pointing at Lu Ruyan, who was motionless beside me, I felt my scalp grow heavy as I fainted once more. My mind buzzed incessantly, flashing blurry fragments from time to time, until I plunged into darkness, feeling incredibly light and carefree, like a leaf disappearing into infinite darkness. I woke up briefly on a hospital gurney, with Qin Yong and Dr. Bai Jing shouting something at me, but I couldn't hear anything. I turned my head to see Lu Ruyan lying on another gurney, her eyes tightly shut, bloodstains still fresh on her forehead. I wanted to reach out and hold her hand, but our gurneys were separated, and she drifted further away from me until I was wheeled into the operating room, the bright light above me causing me to faint once more. I don't know how much time had passed when I opened my eyes to see Lu Ruyan asleep on my chest. We were lying on the school lawn, bathed in sunlight, with a clear blue sky and gentle breeze brushing our faces, a feeling of indescribable comfort. I smiled and brushed Lu Ruyan's bangs from her forehead, gazing at her long eyelashes until she lazily opened her eyes. "You're awake?" He. I nodded with a smile, not saying a word, as Lu Ruyan hugged me tighter and teasingly said, "Shangnan, it's the end of term, and your grades are still so poor. Are you just not smart?" Before I could respond, Lu Ruyan continued, "And look at Xiaoming, he's been scouted by the city sports school to learn martial arts." I was taken aback, staring into Lu Ruyan's pure eyes and asking, "Xiaoming?" Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and asked, "Is there a problem?" As soon as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, I felt a sharp pain in my head, rendering me speechless. While I reached out for help, Lu Ruyan kept smiling at me, saying something I couldn't hear. I kept trying to seek help, but Lu Ruyan ignored me. Until I screamed in pain, her body froze instantly, starting from her feet and spreading to her head. "Don't!" I desperately tried to stop it, but there was nothing I could do as Lu Ruyan turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the lush green lawn around us began to wither, turning black as if burnt, the azure sky darkening, and the gentle breeze turning into a chilling wind. I watched in confusion and agony, shouting, "No! No!" In that moment, I woke up again, sitting up abruptly, drenched in sweat. The hospital light was blinding, and I realized it was just a dream. A pair of delicate white hands reached out to wipe away my tears, and I finally regained my composure. Dr. Bai Jing, sitting by the bedside, smiled, dimples showing, and said, "Had a nightmare, huh?" I nodded, my first thought being of Lu Ruyan. I grabbed Dr. Bai Jing excitedly, asking, "Where's Lu Ruyan? How is she? Has she woken up?" I held Dr. Bai Jing's hand tightly, bombarding her with questions like a madman until she looked a bit aggrieved and tried to pull her hand back. It was then that I realized, seeing her wrist already red from my grip. "Your beloved little girl, my master personally performed the surgery on her, so rest assured." Hearing Dr. Bai Jing's words, I also let out a long sigh of relief. Watching her rub her wrist, I apologized sheepishly, "I'm sorry, I was just too anxious." Dr. Bai Jing smiled, didn't answer me, but stood up and reached into my embrace, pulling out a thermometer from my arm. I awkwardly pursed my lips, only to see Dr. Bai Jing as if she had seen through me, suppressing a smile as she said, Good, the fever has subsided, your recovery ability is still remarkable." At that moment, Qin Yong entered the room carrying a bag of things. He nodded at Dr. Bai Jing and then asked me, "How are you feeling? Better?" I nodded, feeling like I had amnesia, not knowing what to say. Dr. Bai Jing was understanding, tucked me in, smiled, and left the ward. I pondered and asked Shin Yong, what happened that night in the end? Shin Yong sighed, picked up an apple, peeled it, and began to tell me. Finally, I understood everything that happened that night. That night, I insisted on going alone to save Lu Ruyan. Shin Yong knew he couldn't persuade me, so he took everything off me to prevent me from confronting Won Yu head-on. At the same time, he rushed downstairs to find Tian Lei, who had already been influenced by me, but the two of them were not enough. Shin Yong had no choice but to call the mustached policeman. Hannibal had said not to tell anyone about his game, so Shin Yong reported to the mustached policeman that he saw classmates fighting with weapons, asking him to come to the school as quickly as possible. The mustached policeman had already sensed our problem, especially after the incident with Li Wan. He should have guessed that there was a manipulator like Hannibal behind us. However, his capabilities were limited, so he could only investigate secretly near the school. When Shin Yong reported the case, he understood immediately, and without asking much, he took his gun and rushed into the school. What happened next was what I saw before passing out. After hearing all this, I gratefully nodded at Shin Yong and asked, what about Hannibal's game? Shin Yong handed me the peeled apple, sighed, and said, that night, 5 more classmates from our class died. I was shocked and asked, were they all unable to find the devil's card? Shin Yong shook his head in pain and said, no, that night, everyone who survived found the devil's card, so naturally there was no punishment. Hannibal was very happy, rewarding red envelopes in the WeChat group, and those who died were killed by their own classmates. At that moment, I suddenly realized that among these 5 deceased classmates, Chen Jiwu was the one I mistakenly killed. Shin Yong continued, 5 more people died in a row, and the police still had no response. I asked the mustached policeman, and he was also at a loss. The school finally took action, announcing that our class would be on indefinite home study, awaiting further notice. During the time you were in the hospital, Hannibal remained silent. At this point, a large group of doctors in white coats entered the room, led by an elderly man with white hair, looking imposing. Dr. Bai Jing stood behind him. However, their expressions were grim, as if they were about to announce something unpleasant. Especially Dr. Bai Jing, who avoided my gaze with a hint of guilt. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart, but I forced myself not to think about it. The white-haired doctor walked up to me, curiously looked me over, then nodded slightly and said, young man, are you Shangnan? I nodded and then glanced at Dr. Bai Jing. She walked guiltily to the old doctor, not daring to look at me, and whispered, let me introduce you. This is my mentor, Director Jiang. After hearing about your situation, he specially came from Beijing. What about Lu Ruyan? I interrupted Dr. Bai Jing directly, looking at them with red eyes. Dr. Bai Jing lowered her head, unsure how to respond, but Director Jiang beside her smiled calmly and said, the young girl suffered severe head trauma. I did my best to save her life, but she may have to spend the rest of her life in a state of semi-consciousness. What do you mean by spending in a state of semi-consciousness? I interrupted him again, getting straight to the point. Director Jiang maintained his smile and calmly replied, it means permanent coma, or becoming a vegetable. I sat up abruptly, removed the 4-tube from my body, wanting to go see Lu Ruyan. The assistant next to Director Jiang immediately held me back, saying, young man, this is the best outcome. You must be brave to accept it. There are thousands of patients around the world who need treatment, so your recovery ability is crucial to the medical field. I suggest you cooperate with me in this research. I could see that Director Jiang didn't care about Lu Ruyan at all, he was solely focused on using me for research. Gritting my teeth, I broke free from his assistant and asked, I have only one question, can Lu Ruyan still wake up? Director Jiang confidently adjusted his glasses, shook his head, and said, in the current situation, there have been no precedents of awakening. Hearing this, it felt like all the strength drained from my body, and I collapsed back on the bed. Will Lu Ruyan never wake up again? She ended up like this all because of me. I closed my eyes, constantly replaying every detail in my mind. The more I thought, the more my heart ached. I hated myself, hated being just an ordinary person, so ordinary that I couldn't even save the one I loved. Director Jiang continued to persuade me earnestly, young man, you must understand, once your genes are researched, it will be a huge contribution to the country. Not only can it save thousands of patients, but you will also bring honor to your ancestors. The country will reward you generously, present you with medals and certificates, and your parents. Ah! I roared in anger, wishing to shout out everything in my mind until I ran out of strength and stopped. Finally, Director Jiang ceased speaking, and under Dr. Bai Jing's persuasion, left the ward, but not before leaving a parting remark, today's youth lack any sense of dedication. In the following days, I lay in bed like a walking corpse. Besides my parents and Qin Yong, Dr. Bai Jing took care of me the most. However, I had no intention of paying her any attention, becoming even more irritable, often smashing plates and cups. Several times I woke up in bed to hear my mother quietly wiping away tears. I saw it in my heart but lacked the courage to get up. Shin Young told me that when I was brought to the hospital, the examining doctor said I had almost no good bones left in my body. Yet, in just a week, I was almost fully recovered, becoming big news. Now, Director Jiang comes to persuade me every day, tirelessly. Today, I could have been discharged long ago, but my mental state was too poor, and my mother insisted on keeping me in the hospital for a few more days. In the evening, Dr. Bai Jing would come to see me as usual. She wanted to reach out and touch my forehead but I avoided her. I turned my head away, not looking at her, and Dr. Bai Jing, unperturbed, peeled an orange for me and said slowly, "Do you want to go see Lu Ruyan?" My eyes lit up instantly, and I turned to look at Dr. Bai Jing. She was still very beautiful, extending the orange to me. These days, I have wanted to see Lu Ruyan more than once, but she is in the special ward. No matter how much I plead, they won't allow me to visit, not even Lu Ruyan's family, who won't let me near the ward. When Dr. Bai Jing mentioned this, I eagerly took the orange, stuffed the whole thing into my mouth in front of her, and swallowed it. Dr. Bai Jing smiled and shook her head, then stood up. I quickly put on my shoes and followed her. With Dr. Bai Jing leading the way, no one stopped me. After a few turns, I finally arrived in front of Lu Ruyan's ward. Although I couldn't go in, I could at least see the unconscious Lu Ruyan. She lay quietly on the bed, pale-faced with a white bandage on her forehead. Her family sat beside her, whispering to her continuously. Watching this scene, my nose tingled, and I turned to lean against the wall. Dr. Bai Jing also leaned against the wall next to me and said softly, "I brought you here to see Lu Ruyan because I want to tell you that just as you care about Lu Ruyan, there are many people around you who care about you. If you continue to be self-destructive, even if Lu Ruyan wakes up, you won't be able to take care of her in the future. Do you understand?" Dr. Bai Jing's words were like a wake-up call for me. All my recent recklessness was deliberate, but I was only concerned about my own feelings, ignoring the people around me. How much pain must my mother be in, quietly shedding tears behind my back? And Shin Young, and Dr. Bai Jing. If I were to fall like this, wouldn't it be in vain for Lu Ruyan to suffer, and all the people Hannibal killed before would have died in vain too? I clenched my fist in silence, and then gratefully glanced at Dr. Bai Jing. Bai Jing smiled and said, "Let's go back to the ward. We'll arrange for your discharge tomorrow." She didn't say anything more and left in her high heels. After this ordeal, it seemed like my inner self had undergone another experience. I obediently stayed at home with my parents, and I visited Lu Ruyan at the hospital every day. Of course, Director Jiang wouldn't let me off the hook, but I politely declined. Our class was on an indefinite break, but the school surprisingly remained open, with other classes continuing as usual. Hannibal seemed to have disappeared as well. I took the time to return to school again. The school had already returned to normal. It might be hard to believe, but a class had died here 7 years ago, and now, more than 10 students from another class had died 7 years later. I went back to my dorm to pack up. The dorm had long been uninhabited, and as soon as I opened the door, dust filled the air. When I moved the pillow, I suddenly saw something, a red robe mask, the red carp. It felt like meeting an old friend as I picked it up. I almost forgot that I still knew this mask that could transform into a human form. I sat on the bed staring at the red carp mask for a long time, and couldn't help but think, could the red carp possibly awaken Lu Ruyan? With that thought, I excitedly put the red carp into my bag and quickly left the dormitory building. Just as I reached the school gate, the bald security guard stopped me. I had been so preoccupied with my thoughts when I entered the school that I hadn't noticed him. Now that he was blocking my way, I suddenly felt anxious. It wasn't that I was afraid of him. I remembered vividly how he had used a book to drive away the evil spirits on me last time. Now, seeing him stop me again, I felt a twinge of pain. Could it be that there were still evil spirits on me? The bald security guard still elegantly nodded at me and said, "Young man, long time no see. How have you been lately?" His words made me feel awkward, as if we were in a historical drama. I shrugged and casually replied, "Not very good, almost died." The bald security guard chuckled and said, "You're joking again, young man. Your life is not something to be taken lightly." I had no intention of reminiscing with him. My mind was still focused on the red carp saving Lu Ruyan, so I just chuckled a few times and said, well, I have something urgent to attend to at home." After speaking, I waved to the bald uncle and prepared to leave the school gate. Unexpectedly, the bald uncle grabbed my backpack from behind. Startled, I turned around and said, "What are you doing?" "This is my stuff." The bald uncle immediately let go, his face solemn as he said, "Young man, if you have something you can't handle, you must come to me, never try to figure it out yourself, it could be life-threatening." I tightened my grip on my backpack, took a step back, thought for a moment, and said, "You're not saying my life is in danger, but I feel the same way." With that, I decisively walked past him and left the school. On the way home, I finally understood why the bald uncle had repeatedly warned me about things that shouldn't be taken, things that couldn't be handled. It turned out he was referring to a mask, the red carp. But how did he know I had taken the red carp from the abandoned building? This made me think back to the day we left the abandoned building and I saw someone nearby. I guess that person must have been the bald uncle. But now all of this didn't matter. What was most important now was to summon the red carp for help. Back home, I was extra cautious, afraid that my family would find the mask in my bag. Once in my room, I hung the red carp in my wardrobe and covered it with winter clothes. At the same time, I bought 2 candles and a small mirror from the convenience store. After preparing everything, I began the long wait. There were no more messages on my phone. I used to chat with Lu Ruyan every day, but now she was lying in the hospital, and I couldn't imagine the pain of someone never waking up. Hannibal seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Only the WeChat group he created proved his existence. But no one dared to speak in the group anymore. Perhaps everyone, like me, hoped the group would never be active again. As time passed by, my parents thought I had already gone to bed. At midnight, I stood up energetically, took out the tools I bought. Sitting in front of the computer, I placed the mirror on the screen, lit the candles in front of the mirror. When the room light went out, the eerie atmosphere instantly became prominent. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I had lost a lot of weight. At 4 minutes past midnight, I earnestly said to the mirror, Red carp, I am Xiangnan, I would like to ask." Before I could finish my sentence, I saw a red piece of clothing swaying on the bed behind me in the mirror. I quickly turned around and saw that the red carp was already lying on my bed, swinging its legs. Even though I had seen it once before, the red carp was not an ordinary person, and it still seemed a bit flustered. The red carp shook its legs on the bed, its clean little feet particularly charming, and said to itself, "Oh, your bed is so comfortable, I'd love to sleep here for a night." I awkwardly coughed. Even though I was in my own room, I didn't know where to sit and ended up leaning against the computer desk. The red carp then covered her mouth and chuckled at me, whispering, "Hee hee. Xiangnan, what are you looking for from your sister this time?" The red carp was truly beautiful, exuding a captivating charm. I couldn't even look at her. Looking at the candles on the table, I asked puzzled, "Why did you come out before I finished speaking?" The red carp glanced at the mirror and candles on my computer desk, pursed her lips, and said, "Who taught you this trick?" "An online master said it could summon spirits, so I." Nonsense. There were indeed many online scammers, but the thought of Lu Ruyan still unconscious in the hospital made me quickly say, "Red carp, I want to ask you to help me save someone, this person is very important to me." Upon hearing this, the red carp instantly winked at me, smirked, and said, "Is it Hannibal again? You really care about her deeply, so touching." I sighed and hurriedly explained, No, it's another girl." Before I could finish, Hongli suddenly floated up, pouting and huffing, saying, "Oh, little Xiangnan, you have another girl, huh? Tell me, how many girls are in your heart?" I was getting anxious, scratching my head and saying loudly, "It's not what you think." As soon as I said that, I covered my mouth instantly, realizing I was at home and my voice had been a bit too loud. Hongli playfully mimicked me by covering her mouth. Sure enough, not long after, my mom knocked on the door from outside, concerned, saying, "Xiangnan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, you must tell Mom." I quickly replied, "It's nothing, Mom, I just had a dream, I'm fine now, you go to sleep." My mom stood outside the door for a moment, then softly said, "If there's anything, you must tell Mom, your dad, and I will support you." Hearing my mom's words warmed my heart, and I quickly said, "Okay, go to sleep, both of you, I'll go to bed too." After my mom left, I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Hongli, only to find that she had floated over to me without my notice, just a palm's distance away, looking at me with watery eyes, and said softly, "You're a good kid." I blushed and took 2 steps back shyly, whispering, "Hongli, this time I really need your help. Her name is Lu Ruyan, she's the girl I love the most, she got hurt because of me and is now in a permanent coma in the hospital. I want to save her but I'm powerless. After thinking it over, maybe only you can save her." Hongli floated in the air in the room, her red robe fluttering without wind, continuously observing me from different angles. After a moment of contemplation, with tears in my eyes, I said, "If you can wake her up, I'm willing to give up everything I have." As soon as I said that, Hongli froze. Then she lay down on the bed, smiled at me, and softly said, "Okay." Those simple words sounded so pleasant to me. I stood up excitedly, wanting to rush over and hug Hongli. But halfway there, I suddenly felt it might be inappropriate and stopped. Embarrassment was written all over my face, but it couldn't hide the joy in my heart. Holly chuckled, covering her mouth, and asked softly, "Want to hug me?" With Lu Ruyan's issue resolved, my mood lifted, and I was immensely grateful to Holly. Seeing her ask me like that, I nodded happily, yes. Dream on. A breeze passed by, carrying a fragrance, and Holly disappeared from my room in an instant. I scratched my head awkwardly again, lying on the bed, unable to express the joy in my heart. When I turned over, I found the red robe mask had returned to my pillow, and just like last time, there was a row of elegant small characters. Take me to see her tomorrow night, whether she wakes up or not, it's up to her fate. Also, my sister said she wants to sleep on the bed. Why did you put me in the wardrobe? Are you silly? Oof. The next morning, my parents were sitting at the dining table early, waiting for me. Seeing my good mood, they felt relieved. As a patient, my parents were constantly watching me, afraid of any mishaps. I had planned to lie and go out, but then decided it was safer to sneak out quietly to avoid worrying my parents. Around 11 o'clock at night, I packed the red robe mask into my backpack, sneaked out of the house, took a taxi, and after about half an hour, I arrived at the hospital. Holding the backpack tightly, I walked quickly to the hospital entrance. Since I often came to see Lu Ruyan, the nurses at the hospital had started recognizing me and didn't question me. Just as I reached the elevator, a beautiful woman walked out. It was Dr. Bai Jing. Dr. Bai Jing looked stunning after changing out of her white coat, her good figure on full display. She wore a black v-neck tight lace top with a straight pair of skinny jeans and high heels, simple yet elegant. Feeling a bit nervous since I brought Red Koi with me, I pretended not to notice her as she was busy on her phone. Passing by her, I entered the elevator, but Dr. Bai Jing turned back, surprised to see me. She exclaimed, "Xiang Nan, it's late, are you here to see Lu Ruyan?" I awkwardly smiled and replied, "Yeah, couldn't sleep, so I came." "Why did you just come down and now going back up?" Bai Jing adjusted her hair and chuckled, "Oh, scatterbrained, forgot my wallet, hee hee." We soon reached the third floor ward. After waving goodbye to Bai Jing, I hurried to Lu Ruyan's room with my backpack. Thinking Red Koi hadn't appeared yet, I stopped and entered an empty room. It was past midnight, and the corridor was deserted, mostly with duty nurses. Making sure no one was around, I cautiously took out the mask and placed it on the bed, saying, Red Koi, you can come out now." Since the online methods were deemed fake by Red Koi, I had to call out directly. Suddenly, a breeze passed by, filling the air with a captivating fragrance, indicating Red Koi's presence. As I turned around, I saw Red Koi staring at me from a palm's distance away. I was speechless inside. If I hadn't seen Red Koi before and known how beautiful she was, I would have probably been scared to death several times over. Taking 2 steps back, I whispered, "Red Koi, can you not suddenly come so close to me every time? It's quite frightening." Red Koi chuckled, covering her mouth, then flew around the room without responding to me. Worried someone might come in, I quickly whispered to Red Koi, please be careful and hide. This isn't my home, it's a hospital. If someone sees you, it could be disastrous." Red Koi lay on the bed, swinging her legs, saying, "If others want to see, I won't let them. I'll only show you." Hee hee. Not wanting to banter with Red Koi, I got back to the point. "Alright, I'll find the right moment to take you to Lu Ruyan's room. Her room is guarded by family members 24/7. I'll distract them later, so you can go in quickly. Is that okay with you?" Red Koi playfully floated in the air, mimicking ancient warriors, saluting me, "Yes, Lord Xiang Nan." Then she burst into laughter, covering her mouth and rolling on the bed. I had no idea how to handle Red Koi, but I found her quite adorable. Reminding her once more, remember to hide properly. Before I could finish, the sound of high heels approached outside, and the door suddenly opened. Dr. Bai Jing stood at the door, looking puzzled at me. I stared back, feeling confused. Oh no! Red Koi must have been discovered, it's going to be a disaster. I was ready for Dr. Bai Jing to scream and run away. Dr. Bai Jing spoke first, "Who were you talking to just now?" Surprised by her question, I glanced at Red Koi lying on the bed next to me in a red robe, looking alluring, covering her mouth and giggling. Could it be that Dr. Bai Jing couldn't see her? I swallowed nervously and lied, "Oh, I was just practicing. Going to talk to Lu Ruyan later." Hee hee. Dr. Bai Jing nodded approvingly, without any suspicion, and said, "I just came to tell you that I found my wallet and I'm leaving." "Okay, bye." With that, she turned and left, and I breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, the red carp floated directly beside me, hooking my neck with her hand, smiling mischievously, saying, "Look at how scared Xiangnan is." I was about to speak when Dr. Bai Jing entered again. The red carp was still wrapped around me, and both the red carp and I stared at her in astonishment. Dr. Baijing blushed slightly and said to me, "Anyway, I'm fine, so I'll just stay here with you." "Okay," I said. Honestly, with just this little incident, I was already sweating profusely. It seemed that unless she wanted to, no ordinary person could see her, so my worries were unnecessary. With Dr. Baijing around, the issue of Lu Ruyan's family was also resolved, and they could directly enter the ward to see her. As I walked down the hospital corridor, Dr. Baijing was on my left, and the red carp floated on my right, occasionally hugging my neck, making me ecstatic. Soon, we arrived at Lu Ruyan's ward. Dr. Baijing chatted with Lu Ruyan's family for a few moments while I stood by, waiting. At this moment, the red carp beside me couldn't resist and went into the ward first, floating over Lu Ruyan's bed before I could stop her. The red carp gazed at Lu Ruyan's face, raised an eyebrow slightly, and softly said with a smile, "She's quite pretty, but not as much as me, hee." Afraid that Lu Ruyan's family and Dr. Baijing would hear, I quickly made a hushing gesture to the red carp. However, Dr. Baijing and the others happened to see me doing so. I sighed inwardly. This red carp was truly a handful. Dr. Baijing and Mrs. Su walked over, and Mrs. Su peeked into the ward first, looking at me strangely and asking, "Who were you just talking to?" I scratched my head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. At that moment, Dr. Baijing stepped in to help, saying, "Oh, Mrs. Su, you don't know. This student is Xiangnan, Xiao Xiao's best friend. He has been wanting to visit Xiao Xiao since the incident. Do you remember when I mentioned it to you before? You were emotionally unstable at the time and refused, but here he is again." Whenever I visited Lu Ruyan during the day, her father was always there, with a rather stern attitude. In the evening, her mother took over, so they had never seen me before. Mrs. Su was a discerning woman. Upon hearing Dr. Baijing's explanation, she immediately nodded in relief and said, "I remember now. So you're Xiao Xiao's classmate." I quickly followed suit, politely greeting, "Hello, Mrs. Su." Seeing me, Mrs. Su probably thought of her daughter and couldn't help but burst into tears, choking up as she said, "What a good child." Witnessing Mrs. Su's sadness, I felt sorry too. Dr. Baijing sighed and patiently said to Mrs. Su, "Mrs. Su, Xiao Xiao needs familiar people to talk to her and communicate with her. Perhaps a miracle might happen. Xiangnan is Xiao Xiao's best friend. Let him in to talk to her." Mrs. Su wiped her tears continuously and nodded at me. "Thank you, Mrs. Su." Excitedly, I pushed the door open and entered Lu Ruyan's ward. She lay there quietly, with only the weak sound of the pulse oximeter beeping. The red carp, seeing my sad expression upon entering, sensibly floated to the window and sat down, no longer misbehaving. Since Lu Ruyan fainted, this was the first time I had seen her up close. Though it had only been half a month, it felt like a long time had passed. Looking at her pale face, my eyes welled up instantly. I wanted to touch her face, but fearing Mrs. Su's misunderstanding, I held my own hand and whispered, "Chunxiao, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm Xiangnan. Do you remember that day when I won the lucky draw and had to kiss you for 30 seconds? Do you know? That's what I think Hannibal did right. Do you still remember when we went to the abandoned building? That was the first time I took the initiative to hold your hand. Our fingers intertwined, and in that moment, no matter how dangerous it was in the abandoned building, I wasn't afraid because you were my lucky goddess. Do you remember our first time shopping together? You were holding an ice cream and we kissed on the street, the cream smeared all over my face, hee hee. It was raining heavily that day, many people took photos of us with their phones, but when we got home, a rainbow appeared in the sky, so beautiful. Do you remember? Do you remember? When I said I would always protect you. I damn well said I would never let you get hurt. I damn well said I wouldn't let you get hurt unless I died. But here I am, still alive like a beast. Can you wake up and slap me twice? I'm sorry. I forced myself to control my emotions, but I couldn't stop my tears, my body trembling uncontrollably. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao's pale face, my heart was about to break. I don't know when Bai Jing had already walked over. She patted my shoulder, her eyes also red. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying hard to control myself, tilting my head back, wiping away all the tears. At this moment, Bai Jing suddenly pulled me, pointing at Lu Ruyan for me to see. I looked down and saw Lu Ruyan's tightly closed eyes, a tear rolling down her long eyelashes. Bai Jing, with red eyes, forced a smile and said to me, "Xiao Xiao can hear, so you have to work harder." I gritted my teeth and nodded firmly, gently wiping the tears from her cheek, taking another look at Lu Ruyan before decisively turning and leaving the ward. No one could understand the reluctance in my heart. It was a kind of twisting pain. As I walked out, I bit my lip to hold back the tears. Finally out of the hospital, I squatted on the roadside and lit a cigarette, watching the vehicles and people passing by. Honli quietly followed behind me, draped in a red robe, and sat down beside me. After adjusting my emotions slightly, I asked, Honli, you've seen Lu Ruyan, do you have any solutions? Honli finally behaved at this moment, gently leaning on my shoulder, softly saying, Xiangnan, my heart aches for you. I didn't respond to Honli's words, I just took a deep drag of the cigarette and exhaled. Honli continued, Your Xiao Xiao, her condition wasn't originally so severe, she hasn't woken up because she lost her soul. I was puzzled and asked, lost her soul? Honli nodded obediently, saying, Everyone has 3 souls and 6 spirits, one missing is crucial. Lu Ruyan is missing 1 soul, she's not dead but her consciousness is there, yet she can't wake up. I felt a sense of panic, asking, is there a solution? Honli paused and said, there is a way, since 1 soul is missing, it must be found to bring her back, but the chances are slim, considering it's been so many days, it's all down to luck. I instantly became anxious and asked, what if the lost soul can't be found? Honli said sadly, then Xiao Xiao will never wake up, until she dies of old age. I lowered my head and clenched my teeth. Honli mentioned the slim chance, meaning there was still a possibility to find it. Thinking of this, I quickly raised my head, grabbed Honli's shoulder, and excitedly asked, where can we find her lost soul? Honli pouted, looking at me with a grievance, then glanced behind me. I turned around and saw 2 drunken middle-aged men, one of them couldn't even walk straight, saying to me, hey kid, are you preparing to take the entrance exam for the Central Academy of Drama? Are you crazy about becoming a star, acting on the roadside to the air? Ha ha ha. I was already in a bad mood, smelling their alcohol breath. I was even more annoyed. I directly confronted them, get lost. One of the middle-aged men with a big belly suddenly got aggressive, pointing at me and shouting, who the hell are you telling to get lost? Little brat, not even a hair. Without a second thought, I kicked him in the stomach, catching him off balance, and followed through with a punch. Smack! Smack! In 2 moves, the man let out a ouch and fell flat on his back. Before the other person could react, I grabbed Redcarp and ran. As the saying goes, standing there waiting for them to retaliate is not heroic, it's just foolish. After knocking out the drunkard, I felt much better. It was already past 1 or 2 in the morning, with few vehicles on the road. I ran with Redcarp, eager to release all the frustration and sadness pent up inside me. Redcarp giggled happily as we ran. At first, I pulled her along, but soon she was floating ahead of me. When we reached a deserted place, Redcarp grabbed my hand and lifted me up. I felt weightless, lifted off the ground, flying forward with Redcarp at high speed. The cool wind brushed against my face, and looking down at the buildings below, my legs turned to jelly. Redcarp carried me all the way to the front door of my house before gently setting me down. My legs were shaky, and I could barely stand. As a child, I had always dreamed of flying like a hero, and now I finally experienced that liberating feeling. It was indescribably refreshing. I knew Redcarp did this to help me release my suppressed emotions, and indeed, I felt much better. I silently cherished this kindness from Redcarp in my heart. We sneaked back into the room, locked the door behind us, and I couldn't forget about Lu Ruyan. I asked, Redcarp, you haven't answered me yet. Where can we find the lost soul of Lu Ruyan? Redcarp jumped onto the bed as soon as she entered the room, closed her eyes, humming a tune, looking completely content. When I asked her, she propped her head with her hand, lying on her side, and said seriously, losing one's soul usually happens under specific circumstances and scenes. For example, when one's emotions reach the breaking point, or when faced with an overwhelming blow, the soul inside starts to waver uncontrollably, struggling to break free from the body. Once detached, the soul can linger at the scene for a few seconds before being absorbed by the local spirit city. As Redcarp spoke, I suddenly remembered the day Wan Yu was beating me relentlessly. At that moment, when Lu Ruyan had already collapsed, and I was on the verge of fainting in despair, a voice came through, head south. Pull yourself together. Hang in there. It dawned on me that this voice was the soul of Lu Ruyan calling out after leaving her body. I could imagine how helpless Lu Ruyan must have felt, watching herself and me lying there, unable to touch or return, and then being absorbed into a strange place. Redcarp mentioned a spirit city, a term I had never heard before. I quickly asked, what does spirit city mean? Redcarp shifted position and replied, Spirit City, in simple terms, is where lost souls and wandering spirits unable to reincarnate reside. When a person dies, they should go to the underworld, but it requires the complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. For beings like Lu Ruyan, a single soul ghost, they can only go to the Spirit City, a place filled with all sorts of spirits, loosely managed, with spirit guards more like decorations. Throughout history, a spirit city is built every 1,000 miles to maintain balance and order between the human and spirit realms. I was dumbfounded to learn about the existence of the underworld and the presence of spirit cities every 1,000 miles. Excited yet concerned, I thought about Lu Ruyan going to the spirit city alone, realizing the danger she might be in. Red Carp patiently explained and continued, Spirit City lies between the underworld and the living world. Ordinary people may never see it in their lifetime, as they are usually escorted to the underworld by the underworld officers after death. At this point, I thought of Hannibal and asked in confusion, then why do we encounter spirits in our daily lives, and why are we sometimes harmed by them? Don't the underworld officers take them away? There's also the Red Carp, aren't you? Red Carp pursed her lips and smiled, then turned around and lay in front of me. I heard her slowly saying, the evil spirits you encountered mostly escaped from the spirit city. The management of the spirit city is loose, so many little ghosts who have cultivated their Taoism have mixed into the mortal world. Some can't bear to leave their loved ones, some have unfulfilled wishes, some continue to cultivate, and some seek revenge out of hatred. There are too many little ghosts running around, so they turn a blind eye. That's why I said Xiao Zhao's soul has hope of being found. As for me, I'm different from them. Hearing Red Carp say this, I instantly gained confidence. Red Carp was so powerful and knowledgeable, she would definitely be able to help me find Lu Ruyan. Excitedly, I asked, when do we leave to find her? Red Carp shook her head, looking a bit aggrieved, and said, it's not we, it's you who will go find her yourself. I looked at Red Carp with disappointment, and in a hurry, I said, Red Carp, aren't you going to help me? I'm clueless on my own, how could I possibly find Lu Ruyan in the spirit city? Red Carp floated over and sat on my legs, her fragrance enticing. She gently said, hooking my neck, Xiao Shangnan, don't worry, it's not that sister won't help, it's just that sister's identity makes it difficult to show up in the spirit city. You will understand in the future. However, you have helpers by your side, enough to assist you in going to the spirit city. The fragrance on Red Carp was very tempting. I dared not smell too much. Holding my breath, I asked, are you talking about Qin Yong? Red Carp shook her head, her tone slightly serious. There's another one. It's the old monk who has always wanted you to hand me over to him. The old monk mentioned by Red Carp was undoubtedly the bald man in the guardroom. Hearing Red Carp call him that, it did seem a bit like a monk. It turned out that Red Carp had known about this bald man for a long time. I continued, will he be willing to help me go to the spirit city? Red Carp smiled confidently, he would be more than willing. I nodded in confusion. Since Red Carp was so confident, I didn't need to doubt it. I would talk to the bald man about it later. Red Carp continued, Xiao Zhao's lost soul is in your classroom, so the search must start from there. The specific details, the old monk will surely know, he will teach you what to do. The only thing you need to prepare is to go to the hospital tomorrow and cut a strand of Lu Ruyan's hair. I nodded earnestly, saying I understood. Then a breeze passed by, and Red Carp disappeared from my room. There would still be a row of delicate characters on the pillow. I'm tired, going to sleep first, Xiao Shangnan, fight on tomorrow. I smiled, put the pillow down, and glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was almost 4 in the morning. I quickly turned off the light and went to sleep hugging the pillow. The next morning, I was woken up early by my mom for breakfast. I sat at the dining table in a daze, full of sleepiness on my face, having only slept for 3 hours. My dad liked to watch the morning news. Last time, he saw the news of the kind-hearted driver's accidental death on the morning news. I wasn't interested, so I buried my head in eating. Soon, my dad suddenly exclaimed, oh my goodness, this person is amazing. I didn't know what was going on, so I curiously looked up, only to see the news anchor with an exaggerated look of shock, reporting, last night, Mr. Zhang, a citizen, captured an astonishing scene near a certain hospital. A young man actually flew into the air out of nowhere. From the footage, it can be clearly seen that the young man was in an open space with no place for wire suspension. At the highest point, he had flown to 100 meters high. Unfortunately, due to the dark night, his face couldn't be seen clearly. Mr. Zhang said, this might be our country's Superman. I stared in disbelief at the video of the young man with trembling legs, cold sweat on my face. My dad was so excited that he didn't even eat, pointing at the TV enthusiastically, saying, so amazing, this is Superman. Son, if I ever encounter him in the future, I will definitely get his autograph for you. Oh, it's a relief that the video on TV only showed his back. If it had captured my face, things would have gotten serious. But seeing myself on TV still made me secretly happy. I wonder what expression my dad would have if he knew that person was me. At noon, I quickly packed my bag and got ready to go find the bald security guard. Looking at the mask under the pillow, I decided not to bring it. Even the Red Carp knew that the bald guard had to deal with her. But I didn't know what he meant by deal with. Was it like subduing a demon? When I picked up my bag, I suddenly saw something else, the broken sword given to me by the man in the gray robe. I had kept this broken sword in my bag, never using it. I forgot to ask the red carp about it, so I decided to show it to the bald guard. If he liked it, I would give it to him, as I needed his help to go to the spirit city. Once I was ready, I didn't delay any further. I said goodbye to my family and went out. The school was not far from my house, and soon I arrived at the school gate. It was lunch break, and no students were around as I entered the security room confidently. The bald guard was dozing off in his chair, holding an ancient book. As soon as I entered, he opened his eyes and seemed surprised to see me. "Grandpa, sorry to disturb your nap," I said, feeling a bit embarrassed as I had been rude to him last time. The bald guard lowered his eyes for a moment, then pointed to a chair for me to sit, smiling as he said, "So, young man, have you finally come to your senses?" I scratched my head awkwardly, found a place to sit, and said, "I'm here to ask for your help." The bald guard looked surprised and asked, "Oh, what can I help you with, young man?" Remembering the red carp's words, I decided to be straightforward and said, "I want to go to the spirit city." The bald guard's eyebrows furrowed instantly, showing signs of nervousness. He asked, "Why do you want to go to the spirit city, and how did you even know about that place?" I knew lying wouldn't work, so I decided to tell the truth since I was asking for his help. "Well, it's like this. I have someone very important to me who is currently in a coma at the hospital. I thought she was beyond help, but then someone told me that she had just lost a soul. To find this lost soul, I must go to the spirit city. As for how I found out," at this point, I hesitated. Initially, I planned to tell the truth, but then I thought if revealing this information would betray the red carp, I would be no better than a traitor. I had already hurt Lu Ruyan, I couldn't harm the red carp as well. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck me, and I continued, "As for how I found out, a man in a gray robe told me. He was very mysterious, and I only met him once." The bald guard seemed convinced by my story, his attention now focused on the man in the gray robe. He muttered, "Gray robe?" I nodded, then took out the broken sword from my bag and handed it to him, saying, "Look, this broken sword was given to me by the man in the gray robe before he left. Can you see if there's anything special about it?" After handing him the sword, the bald guard took it seriously. I noticed that when his hand gripped the hilt, the broken sword trembled slightly. Could it really be a treasure that I didn't know how to use? The bald guard examined the broken sword from all angles, then pointed to the door and said, "Close the door." Why all this mystery? I obediently closed the door of the security room, glanced outside to make sure no one was there, and then stood aside, waiting for the bald guard. Holding the broken sword, the bald guard looked serious as he slowly swayed it from side to side in his hand, as if he were dancing with it. Then, he made a few diagonal slashes in front of him, but without the blade, it looked somewhat comical. In the blink of an eye, I saw the bald man furrow his brows, suddenly grabbing the sword hilt and swiping downwards fiercely. Swish! I only heard a sharp ringing sound, and beneath the sword hilt, the broken sword emitted a 2-meter-long sword light out of thin air, shining in a bright green color, dazzlingly bright. It was even cooler than the lightsabers in the World of Warcraft. Wow! I couldn't help but exclaim. So this broken sword was played like this. The bald man held the green light broken sword, flipped his wrist, and smilingly handed the hilt upwards to me. Excitedly, I carefully took over the green light broken sword. The hilt was still cool, and the moment I held it, it felt like it was sticking to my hand, as if there was a small snake coiling around my arm on the hilt, ready to be controlled at will. Looking at the 2-meter-long sword light in front of me, I tried to swing it. As a result, with just one swing, the green light instantly dimmed and disappeared, back to the hilt. The bald man chuckled and said, "This sword doesn't have a name, but to use it, you must drive the sword body with spiritual power. Since you lack spiritual power, you naturally can't use it." I nodded quickly, instantly falling in love with this sword. If it were nighttime, wielding this green light broken sword to slay ghosts would be so majestic. Initially, I thought of giving it to the bald man, but now I decided to keep it for myself. Seeing how attached I was to the broken sword, the bald man chuckled and said, "The person who gave you this sword, if I'm not mistaken, should be a ghost catcher." A ghost catcher? I finally understood why the man in the gray robe claimed to be a catcher and said that the people he caught were more formidable than villains. It turned out he caught ghosts. I felt amazed and asked the bald man, "Is a ghost catcher someone who catches ghosts? Why have I heard of something like Een Division?" Taking a sip of tea, the bald man continued slowly, "In the Een realm, there are Een officials, in the spirit city, there are spirit soldiers, and in the Yang realm, there are ghost catchers. Ghost catchers are divided into 5 ranks, yellow, gray, black, white, purple. You've encountered a skilled gray-robed one." Although I didn't fully understand, I nodded as if I did. After the enlightenments from Homely and the bald man these days, I felt like my brain was insufficient. The seemingly ordinary world actually concealed so many mysteries, not to mention the spirit city I was about to visit. I wondered what kind of scene it would be. Thinking about this, I quickly took the opportunity to ask the bald man, by the way, about what I just mentioned. Can you help me, sir? The bald man gave me a mysterious smile and said, I suppose you came to me because that ghost catcher taught you, right? At this point, I had no choice but to nod in agreement. The bald man smiled and said, I'm willing to lend you a hand, young man. Seeing the bald man so willing, I could only express my gratitude continuously and asked, Sir, when do we depart? The bald man turned around, calculated with his hand, and said solemnly, Tomorrow night, the 14th of July, when the ghosts roam, the ghost gate wide open. I will help you enter the spirit city to seek souls. Honestly, the way the bald man said those words was so grand, making it feel like going to the front lines to battle, which excited me greatly. Then, after some thought, the bald man said, Young man, prepare a strand of your friend's hair today, as well as their birth details. Forget it, I'll calculate the birth details myself. Once you're ready, meet here again at 11 tomorrow night. Gratefully, I bowed to the bald man. After knowing him for so long, I didn't even know his name, feeling a bit impolite. So I nodded and asked, Sir, how should I address you? The bald man laughed heartily and said, You can call me Dongyu, the old man. Dongyu, that name sounded quite formidable. With his vast knowledge and ability to help me drive away ghosts, test swords, and enter the spirit city, he must be a master. I set aside my previous prejudices against him, recalling how Hongli used to call him old monk, so I said, From now on, I'll call you Master Dong, huh? Master Dong was still embarrassed and about to decline when I picked up my bag and said, Alright, Master Dong, I'll go prepare things first. See you tomorrow night. With that, I happily ran home. With Master Dong overseeing things this time, it should be reliable. Thinking of the way Liu Ruyan woke up, I couldn't help but smile foolishly. But good times never last long. Life always lends a hand when you're in despair and stabs you when you're happy. My phone suddenly rang, a notification sound I hadn't heard in a long time. I checked my phone and instantly closed my eyes in disappointment. Hannibal appeared again, sending a smiling emoji in the group chat. Then he said, Long time no see, classmates. Are you all resting well? Naturally, no one responded to Hannibal in the group. What should I do? Liu Ruyan was still unconscious in the hospital. If Hannibal were to assign a task now and Liu Ruyan couldn't participate, wouldn't that mean facing punishment? Anxiously gripping my phone, I felt a headache coming on. Tomorrow night, I would go to the Spirit City with Master Dong to find Liu Ruyan's soul. Hannibal hadn't shown up for half a month, and now he appeared at this critical moment. Wasn't this targeting me? Seeing no response, Hannibal sent another smiling emoji in the group chat. Then he said, Don't be nervous, classmates. Haven't we played games in a long time? I want to play a game with everyone to warm up. I gritted my teeth in anger and, disregarding consequences, replied in the group chat, Hannibal, how far are you going to take this? Do you only stop when every one of us in the class is dead? Aren't you afraid of retribution? As soon as I spoke, my classmates started chiming in. Shin Young was the first to follow me, saying, Good begets good, evil begets evil. I believe this is a universal truth. Exactly, Hannibal, can't you spare us? Please, my dad is ready to transfer me to another school. Hannibal, can't you stop this game? Can we end this now? There aren't many of us left in the class, and the school has many other classes. Can't you find another class to play with? The class was soon abuzz with conversation, everyone joining in, realizing during this time at home, they had become more aware. They understood that Hannibal was the real troublemaker, not the brutal cycle of mutual destruction. Hannibal sent another smiling emoji and said, Wow, you guys haven't talked this much in a while. I'm so happy for you. Once the game starts, it can't stop. Whoever takes my red envelope must play the game with me until the end. Even if only one person is left, the game must go on. This was agreed upon by everyone before. As the saying goes, good begets good, evil begets evil. Sorry, I didn't see that. And, Shangnan, you ask if I fear retribution. You killed Shin Jiwoo, aren't you afraid of his retribution? Hannibal's words felt like a knife in my chest. I did kill Chen Jiwoo, but it was to save Lu Jing, and it was an accident, not intentional. Hannibal bringing this up in the group chat was a deliberate attempt to tarnish my reputation. Many classmates were unaware of this incident and immediately turned their accusations from Hannibal to me. Shannan killed Chen Jiwoo? Oh my. I can't believe it. You secretly killed a classmate. Do you have any humanity left? I thought all the students who died that day were Hannibal's doing, but you were involved too? You innocently killed a classmate. What's the difference between you and Hannibal? I was infuriated to see even Lu Jing joining in to criticize me. People kept mentioning me, asking for an explanation. I shook my head. These classmates were still the same. I had thought they had come to their senses, but it seemed I was mistaken. This kind of stirring up trouble is now difficult to explain clearly, even harder than reaching the sky. It's better to let them misunderstand and wait for an opportunity for Lu Jing to explain in person. I'm waiting for Hannibal to speak up because its game content hasn't been announced yet. Hannibal is very cunning, waiting for the students to scold me enough before finally saying, "Alright, the game will continue. Today is just to inform you all that in 7 days, all students must gather on the school playground at midnight. This time, those who are late or absent will be punished directly with death. Students, see you in 7 days." Looking at the content released by Hannibal, my eyelids twitched instantly, feeling extremely anxious. With only 7 days left, today is already in the afternoon, almost over. Going to Ling City, Master Dong's plan is for tomorrow night, which delays another day, meaning I only have 4 days left. Can I find the lost soul of Lu Ruyan? And if I find it, can I wake up Lu Ruyan? Full of various worries, I returned home with a heavy heart. Regardless, time must be seized. It's obviously unrealistic to go to the hospital to cut Lu Ruyan's hair during the day, so it has to be done at night. Same old method, a little past midnight, I sneaked out with my bag on time. This time, I was much more cautious entering the hospital because I'm now very afraid of running into Dr. Bai Jing. Her care for me makes me feel unbearable, not that she's not good, but my heart can only hold one Lu Ruyan. I didn't take the elevator but climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. In the stairwell, I let out Hongley, who immediately grinned and hooked my neck, making it hard for me to breathe. I could only cut to the chase. "Hongley, I think it's better for you to help me cut Lu Ruyan's hair. If I go and get caught, it won't be easy to explain, after all, you're so skillful." Hongley chuckled and flew ahead into the corridor, saying, "Sure." I hurried to catch up with her, but when I reached Lu Ruyan's ward, Hongley was nowhere to be found. I sighed in frustration and went back to search everywhere, truly unsettling. When I reached one of the rooms, Hongley suddenly jumped out from the door, startling me. She touched her clothes, pouted, and playfully asked me, "Hee hee, do I look good?" I quickly closed my eyes and shook my head, forcing myself not to be swayed by her. At the same time, I grabbed her and ran towards the ward. Let's focus on the task at hand. I have to admit, Hongley in a nurse's uniform is indeed alluring. Coupled with her natural beauty, anyone else would probably have a hard time resisting. But the situation is urgent now. On one hand, Hannibal's game is back, and there are only 4 days left. In these 4 days, I must go to Ling City to retrieve Lu Ruyan's soul and ensure she wakes up normally. Hannibal said that those who don't go will face death as punishment, meaning Lu Ruyan's life and death now rest solely on me. Fortunately, Hongley, though playful, is sensible in critical moments. With our cooperation, we easily cut a strand of Lu Ruyan's hair and she handed it to me. This way, I'll meet with Master Dong tomorrow night and head to Ling City. On the way back, Hongley flew me once again, relieving some of my stress. The next day at noon, I thought of Qin Yong and sent him a message. "Qin Yong, I might be away for a few days. If there's anything, remember to message me on WeChat." Before, I had considered bringing Qin Yong with me. After all, we had been partners for so long and had a strong understanding between us. But then I had second thoughts. I had no confidence in going to the Spirit City this time. Bringing back Lu Ruyan's soul wouldn't be simple. So, I decided not to tell him, to avoid burdening him later. Bored at home watching TV, I suddenly remembered something. Ever since Hannibal appeared, every time I went to investigate something, there would be someone impersonating me at home. This was no small matter to me. Even my parents couldn't tell the difference. What if something happened to me? Wouldn't this person just seamlessly replace me? Thinking about this, I went to the school again and told Master Dong about it. Master Dong didn't disappoint me. He immediately took out yellow paper from a drawer and wrote a few talismans for me. These talismans were different from the ones Qin Yong brought, with fewer words but more complex symbols. In total, he wrote 4 talismans. Besides the intricate symbols, he also wrote east, south, west, north. He then told me, stick these 4 talismans outside your house in the directions indicated by the words to ensure your family's safety. After thanking him, I hurried back home. When my mom went out to buy groceries, I carefully followed the instructions and placed the 4 talismans as requested. After completing this task, I finally felt relieved. The long day quickly passed, and in the evening, Hongley voluntarily came to see me off. Floating in front of me, with a worried expression, she said, "Remember, in the Spirit City, never show off, listen to the old monk, and run if there's danger." Seeing Hongley so serious, I nodded at her and said, "I understand, I'll be careful." Then, I smiled at Hongley, waved lightly, gently opened the door, and placed a letter prepared in advance on the dining table. Time waits for no one. At 10:30, I set off from home with my bag. The wind outside was strong, making me hunch my neck. Today, I didn't have Hongley in my backpack, which made me feel less secure. Facing the wind, I hurried towards the school. By this time, school had long been dismissed, and the boarders had already returned to their dorms to sleep. The campus under the searchlight was unusually quiet. Master Dawn was already waiting for me near the guard room. He had a bag slung diagonally across his waist and was holding a large rooster in his hand. I waved at Master Dong and said, "I have everything ready. When do we leave?" Master Dong calmly nodded at me and then pointed to the distant teaching building, saying, "There's no one upstairs now. Let's wait in the classroom." Hongli had mentioned earlier that Lu Ruyan lost her soul in the classroom, so we had to start searching from there. However, I was a bit confused and asked, "Master, Chunxiao lost her soul in the classroom, but aren't we going to the Spirit City?" Master Dong replied as we walked, "By tracing the origin of the lost soul, we can follow her trail, making it easier for you to find her. Otherwise, with the Spirit City being so vast, how would you proceed?" I nodded, although I didn't fully understand, it seemed reasonable. Anyway, I decided to follow Master Dong's lead tonight. The teaching building was dark because the students had left, and coupled with the incidents caused by Hannibal earlier, I couldn't help but feel anxious. As we cautiously approached the classroom, just as we opened the door, Master Dong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Such a strong demonic aura." His words instantly scared me, and I hurriedly backed out of the classroom. Obviously, Master Dong was unaware of Hannibal's presence, but as a guard, he must have known about the recent deaths at the school. I guessed that with his abilities, he had come to the school to secretly investigate this matter, but he just hadn't mentioned it yet. I won't mention the person who died in this classroom, but the most memorable one was Old Man Sheen. I stood outside the classroom, warning Master Dong, "Master, be careful. This classroom is haunted." Master Dong kept sniffing and frowning as he sniffed around inside the classroom, then after circling around, he said, "Strange. The demonic energy is heavy, but I can't find any evil spirits." Hearing Master Dong's words, the first thing that came to my mind was Hannibal. Perhaps Hannibal was even more powerful than I imagined. The demonic energy mentioned by Master Dong might be from Hannibal, but with Master Dong's abilities, he couldn't do anything to Hannibal. I couldn't help but worry a bit. If Hannibal intervened later, it would be troublesome. Master Dong waved at me and said, "It's okay, come in, nothing will happen with me here." I had no choice but to follow him into the classroom. Master Dong asked me where Lu Ruyan had fainted that day. After thinking for a moment, I pointed to the back of the classroom and said, "Probably around the second to last row of seats," not entirely sure of the exact location. Master Dong nodded confidently and said, "It's fine, close enough." Then, following his instructions, I moved the chairs to create an empty space. First, he sprinkled glutinous rice in a circle, placed a rooster in the center, scattered some rice to feed the rooster, tied a red string around the rooster's left leg. After completing these steps, Master Dong measured from the center with his palm, and I noticed he measured a distance of 9 palms. He placed a white candle on the 9th palm and tied it with the red string from the rooster's leg. Finally, he came to me, handed me a package containing Lu Ruyan's hair, and asked me to keep it safe. I watched Master Dong perform these actions with full concentration, deeply admiring him. These seemingly simple steps were meticulous, and I felt that these ordinary things combined could generate a powerful force. Glancing at the time, it was already around 11:40. Master Dong brought a chair and sat down to rest. Then he said to me seriously, "Shangnan, at midnight, the gates of hell will open, and spirits will emerge. Just follow me closely, and no matter who you encounter or what you hear, do not believe or listen, understand?" I quickly nodded in acknowledgement, my heart pounding nervously as we proceeded. Master Dong kept a close eye on the time, and finally, midnight arrived. I held my breath, already sweating profusely. Master Dong calmly took out a pack of matches, knelt down, and decisively lit the candle, causing a cool breeze to sweep through the room. Chapter 74. On the way, the dim candlelight instantly illuminated the dark classroom, accompanied by a chilling wind. My first thought was, Hannibal is coming. What surprised me was that even though the cool wind blew papers all over the classroom, the faint flame of the white candle remained stable and unyielding. After lighting the candle, Master Dong took out a brush from his bag, silently recited a few incantations, and then carefully painted a stroke on the rooster's forehead. Bang! Bang! At that moment, there were 2 crisp sounds, and the window on the outer side of the classroom instantly shattered, with a strong wind rushing in, debris flying everywhere, forcing me to shield my eyes with my arms. I tightly held Lu Ruyan's birth chart and a strand of her hair. Despite my fear, the thought of Lu Ruyan still lying in the hospital gave me courage. At that moment, Master Dong grabbed my arm and jumped into the circle he had drawn with glutinous rice. It felt like a safe haven inside. The moment I jumped in, the chill surrounding me disappeared, and the debris blowing in was blocked by an invisible wall. Master Dong was busy, drawing talismans on the ground, chanting words while holding the rooster, and I could do nothing to help. In just a few blinks of an eye, Master Dong suddenly shouted at me sternly, "Young man, we are ready to set off." At his shout, my heart leaped to my throat, and I anxiously scanned the classroom, fearing Hannibal might appear to disrupt us. After Master Dong finished speaking, he grabbed my wrist and dashed forward. As we passed through the rice circle, the wind felt like it would scrape my face off, and the howling wind surrounded us. Master Dong pulled me and leaped through the window. To my surprise, outside the window was a misty landscape, with mountains stretching endlessly, and every 100 meters, a faint blue transparent figure floated, countless and uncountable. Below us was a cliff so high that my legs turned to jelly at a glance. Master Dong shouted, "Young man, ahead is the night of 100 ghosts. Hold on to what you have and stick close to me." Without giving me a chance to speak, he leaped forward into the wind. I was pulled along by him, feeling weightless, the cold temperature making my hands and feet icy. I could only squint to see ahead clearly. Glancing back at the classroom, it was already enveloped in thick fog, nothing visible. Transparent figures floated around me, some resembling human shapes, others with horse faces and human bodies, or human faces and snake bodies, even some in the form of yellow weasels, foxes, and other animals, a variety of shapes. Like a newborn in a new world, I curiously observed everything around me. Master Dong remained focused on the direction, adjusting his position occasionally. Suddenly, a cute little cat floated towards me, looking at me with innocence, inching closer and licking my hand with its tiny tongue. I found it adorable and reached out to pet it, but Master Dong suddenly shouted, "Evil beast!" A small sword flew towards me, glowing yellow, aimed at the cat. As I tried to stop Master Dong, the cat's eyes turned blood red, its mouth widening to reveal sharp black fangs dripping saliva, lunging at me. The cat's body grew larger, the size of a tiger, terrifying. It was no longer the cute cat but a monstrous creature, sending shivers down my spine. I leaned back, but being airborne made it hard to control. Luckily, Master Dong swiftly threw two swords, one piercing the creature's forehead, the other its throat. The creature howled in pain, weakened, and retreated into the distance. Master Dong didn't look back, continuing forward with the swords returning to his waist pouch. Impressed by his swift actions, I realized we were on the path to the Spirit City, encountering various tricks on this Ghost Festival day. Master Dong warned me to stay vigilant, not to trust my eyes, as the seemingly beautiful things were the most dangerous. I nodded in understanding, feeling a chill at the thought of being deceived by the creature's transformation. I decided to stick close to Master Dong, knowing that in this realm of ghosts, even the most alluring illusions could be deadly. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the fog in front gradually dissipated, and in the distance, the outlines of some houses seemed faintly visible. Master Dong pulled me down and said, "The Spirit City has 99 and 81 gates. If you want to know which gate Lu Ruyan entered through, you must track her path. Take out what you have in your hand." I quickly handed the paper bundle to Master Dong, but he shook his head and said, "You have to do this yourself. Just follow my instructions." I nodded in agreement, and then Master Dong clearly instructed me, "Open Lu Ruyan's birth chart and fold the paper 9 times. Then, use Lu Ruyan's hair to tie it at the last fold of the paper. Bite your middle finger, drop a drop of blood on the first fold of the paper. Then recite with me, Tian Gangart, ask the corpse for directions, fly." I followed Master Dong's instructions step by step, except for taking some time to bite my finger. Everything else was done smoothly. When I finished reciting the last word of the spell with him, the folded paper with hair in my hand actually struggled a bit. I stared in astonishment at the paper, making sure I wasn't mistaken, and it moved vigorously again. Master Dong shouted loudly, "Release." I carefully raised my hand, and as soon as I let go, the paper with hair tied to it actually flew up into the air. I couldn't believe it. The paper flew forward purposefully like a kite with a broken string. "Well done, young man, let's follow it." Then, Master Dong tightly held my hand and swiftly flew forward following the paper, and the surroundings gradually became clearer. On the vast plain, a black ancient city stood before me, with the top of the city tower piercing the clouds, and the whole ancient city was shrouded in thick smoke. Looking at this spectacular sight before me, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary Spirit City?" Master Dong nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Spirit City, but this is the main entrance. Lu Ruyan should not have entered from here. We just need to follow the paper." As time passed, I grew more worried. There wasn't much time left for Hannibal's game, and finding the lost soul of Lu Ruyan seemed more challenging than imagined. In such a vast Spirit City, after all this time, where could Lu Ruyan have gone? Alone? Would she be bullied? What would she eat? Where would she stay? The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. Master Dong handed me a small bottle and said, "There might be more people ahead, drink this willow leaf juice in advance." I took the bottle, opened it, and saw green liquid inside, smelling of fresh plants. I asked, "What is this for?" Master Dong patiently explained, "We are already within the spirit city's range, where most are evil spirits, so we must disguise our human scent to avoid unnecessary trouble." Willow leaves belong to the yin category. Drinking the juice can temporarily conceal the yang energy in your body. I nodded in realization and without hesitation, swallowed it in one gulp. I felt a cool sensation from my throat to my stomach, and I noticed that my skin seemed to be changing. I raised my arm to see that my skin had lost its color, becoming pale without any blood color. Quite miraculous, my face probably turned pale too. At that moment, Master Dong followed the paper ahead, turning right, and more people gradually appeared around us. Surprisingly, I noticed many people similar to us. They wore black robes, gray robes, and yellow Taoist robes, carrying large bags or holding boxes. I observed a Taoist in a yellow robe dragging a weak woman with chains, rushing towards the spirit city. Curiously, I asked, "Master Dong, what are these people doing? Why are they capturing and taking people inside?" Master Dong glanced in the direction I pointed, not surprised at all, and calmly said, "These are all ghost catchers. Every year on the 14th of July, it is the only day when the spirit city is open to the public. These ghost catchers usually capture ghosts and demons, rid the people of harm, but there are also many greedy ones among them. They take this opportunity to catch some wild ghosts to sell in exchange for what they need." I was somewhat surprised and looked at the yellow-robed Taoist again. By now, he had swiftly entered the spirit city through a door. I found it unbelievable and asked, "Are there people selling ghosts in the spirit city?" Master Dong lowered his voice slightly as he flew, keeping an eye on the road, and casually said, "What's so strange about that? The spirit city is the largest ghost market. Big ghosts, small ghosts, male ghosts, female ghosts, seductive ghosts, fortune-bringing ghosts. All kinds of ghosts are available. Anything you can think of, you can buy. Where do you think those wealthy people get the little ghosts they keep? They buy them from ghost catchers in the spirit city and then sell them at a high price back in the mortal world." I gasped in shock. I had heard about celebrities keeping little ghosts before, especially some famous female stars with surnames Zhang and Zhao being caught by paparazzi. I used to think it was all publicity, but now I believed it completely. Master Dong changed the subject and reminded me, "Young man, remember, we can't stay in the spirit city for more than 24 hours. Otherwise, once the ghost gate closes, if you want to return to the mortal world, you'll have to wait until next July." Hearing this, I started to feel anxious again and hurriedly asked, "But can we find Lu Ruyan's soul within 24 hours? Master Dong didn't answer me but pointed to the paper folding slowly drifting down in front of us and said, "Here we are. The 39th gate." Then, he grabbed my wrist tightly and rushed downward abruptly. I felt like I was bungee jumping, getting closer and closer to the ground until suddenly being lifted back up, and we finally landed. The flight had been a bit long, and now standing on the ground, my legs felt a bit weak, struggling to adjust. We landed on a large grassy area where everything, including the grass, was colorless. After a brief moment to compose ourselves, the two of us started walking towards the small gate of the spirit city. When we reached the entrance, Master Dong suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around, saying, "Oh, by the way, the spirit city is different from the mortal world. The requirement for spiritual power is halved here, so the broken sword in your bag can probably be used 3 times in the spirit city, and you can use it to save your life in critical moments." This unexpected piece of information was a relief for me. Being able to use it 3 times was better than not being able to use it at all. It was my only trump card. Initially, the gate seemed small from a distance, but up close, it was as tall as a 3-story building, with a fierce-looking dog statue at the top, quite imposing and lifelike. Once inside, I realized that although the place was spacious, there weren't as many people as I had imagined. The entrance led to an ancient-style street with few people but lined with various shops, tea-houses, and inns, resembling ancient times. After walking for a while, I was drawn to a particular shop. It wasn't large, but there were many cages in front of the shop. At first glance, one might mistake the contents for small pets, but upon closer inspection, I realized that the iron cages held wild ghosts, miniaturized to the size of a palm, in various forms, mostly alluring women. I glanced at the sign which read 2 traditional characters that were easy to recognize, "Ghost Pets." The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a sharp face, noticed my curious gaze at the cages and immediately approached me with a smile, saying, "Young sir, interested in any of these little playthings? Taking one home to play won't hurt." His casual address made me instantly wary, and I asked, "How do you know I'm not a spirit?" The shop owner chuckled playfully, looking at ease, and said, "Hey, I, Hu Lao-san, have been selling ghosts for over 50 years. What kind of little ghost it is, I can tell at a glance. The Taoist master is indeed skilled, isn't he?" The boss was originally speaking to me, but when Master Dong approached, he turned and smiled at him. Among the little ghosts displayed in the shop, many had expressions of melancholy and sadness. There was even a little girl sitting in a cage crying. Seeing this, I instantly thought of Lu Ruyan. What if she was caught by these people and put in a cage to be sold? Master Dong must have sensed my mood. After nodding at the boss, he pulled me away. The boss didn't seem upset. As we left, he immediately respectfully called out, "Take care, Taoist masters. Come back when you've made up your mind." Seeing my low spirits, Master Dong spoke up. "There are too many unfair things in this world. Look at those poor little ghosts, that's their fate. With thousands of little ghosts, can you save them all? Let's find Lu Ruyan first." Master Dong's words also woke me up. Currently, Lu Ruyan's soul had no whereabouts. Time was passing, and although we had smoothly arrived in the Spirit City, finding Lu Ruyan's soul within 24 hours was proving to be extremely difficult. Just as we reached a corner, Master Dong suddenly frowned and exclaimed, "Oh no! The origami has been stolen." With that, Master Dong swiftly dashed forward, disappearing within just a couple of breaths. Before I could react, Master Dong was nowhere to be seen on the street. After a few seconds of being stunned in place, I hurriedly followed in the direction he had just chased. Without Master Dong, I was practically helpless here. I didn't even know how to get back. However, when I reached a junction ahead, I instantly panicked. The area was a maze, and not only did I fail to find Master Dong, but I also forgot the way back. People around were starting to notice me, casting strange glances my way. Anxiously, I turned into a corner, wiped the sweat off my forehead, took several deep breaths, and told myself, "Stay calm, stay calm." I knew that without Master Dong's protection, being in the Spirit City was akin to courting death. If I continued to appear flustered, I would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and face unknown dangers. Yet, staying put was not an option. I tried to walk towards less crowded areas, strategizing as I moved. After turning down a few alleys, I felt my strength waning, and dizziness setting in. Just as I was about to sit down and rest, someone approached. Thinking it was Master Dong, I excitedly looked up, only to be dumbfounded. Xiao Ming? Standing before me was a tall, slender boy in our school uniform, wearing a faint smile. It was the deceased Li Shiming. I was so overwhelmed that I could barely speak. So, Xiao Ming had come to the Spirit City after his death? Lowering his head with a slight smile as I called out to him, Xiao Ming replied, "Yes, I am Xiao Ming." Seeing my best friend again, tears welled up in my eyes. I had thought I would never see Xiao Ming again in this lifetime, but here we were in the Spirit City. I walked over and patted Xiao Ming's shoulder, exclaiming, "Wow! I never expected to meet you here." Xiao Ming, surprisingly calm, wiped away my tears and said, "Let's not talk about it. Come with me." Ha! Something felt off suddenly. Xiao Ming's character wasn't like this. The Xiao Ming I knew was always laid back and indifferent. Why was he suddenly so caring, wiping my tears? Moreover, his demeanor towards our friendship seemed too composed, his tone slightly different. But as I looked at him, it was indeed Xiao Ming, no doubt about it. As I followed him, I kept a close watch and discreetly gripped the broken sword in my bag. He led me through several small streets without saying a word. When we passed by an old house, I caught sight of several people lurking around with weapons in hand. My heart sank as I realized I had been deceived once again. The sky over the Spirit City was always gloomy. Suddenly, Xiao Ming turned to me and said, "Wait inside for a moment, I'll go buy something and be right back." I glanced at the room he pointed to, a courtyard-like old house. I couldn't expose him yet, unsure of how many people he had hidden. I nodded with a smile, pretending to be at ease, and headed towards the courtyard. As I entered, I swiftly positioned myself by the door, drawing the broken sword from my bag. Master Dong had warned me that I only had 3 chances to use the broken sword, so I had to be precise. The door was left ajar, and I heard 2 or 3 footsteps outside. The imposter pretending to be Xiao Ming said, "Another one tricked. I'll go in first to check if he has any backup. You two wait for my signal to strike." It was clear they had ill intentions, but oddly, his words eased my mind. They were only 3, and their cautiousness hinted at their lack of strength. As the imposter moved towards the room, I was prepared. The moment he stepped inside, I swiftly swung the sword, aiming for him. Swish! A sharp sound echoed as his head was severed. I was surprised by the sword's sharpness, intending only to incapacitate him, not decapitate. His 2 accomplices, trembling in fear, dropped their weapons and knelt before me, begging for forgiveness. I gestured for them to enter the house, not wanting to attract attention and waste my remaining 2 chances with the broken sword. After one use, the sword's glow vanished instantly as I hurriedly stashed it back in my bag. To my surprise, the man I had beheaded had transformed into a large yellow weasel. Damn! It was a spirit animal, no wonder it had deceived me. Pointing at the other 2, I asked, "Are you both weasels too?" They shook their heads respectfully. The thinner one said, "I'm a snake," while the plumper one said, "I'm a wild boar." I nodded silently, puzzled by how these three knew each other. Unsure how to respond, I recalled lines from TV shows and coughed, "I'm here in the spirit city to deal with spirits like you." The one I killed was a warning. "If you continue causing trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." They quickly apologized and flattered me, but I had enough. I waved them off, saying, "Take its body and leave." Once they were gone, I breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit city was indeed perilous. Time passed, and with no news of Lu Ruyan, I didn't linger. Carefully checking for any ambush, I ran off swiftly. After running for about 10 minutes, I found myself on a bustling street, likely the main road of the spirit city. In the distance, a group of people was approaching. These people were all dressed in cotton clothes and pants. Upon closer inspection, their faces were as white as paper, devoid of any facial features. Some were banging gongs, some were blowing horns, some were beating drums, and some were scattering flowers and paper. It was quite lively. In the center of it all, dozens of people were carrying a large red sedan chair that was almost 2 stories high. This bright red sedan chair stood out conspicuously in the spirit city. As the red sedan chair approached closer to me, I could clearly see a girl sitting inside. The girl was wearing a red long dress, her pure white long legs clearly exposed, and I seemed to see an iron chain locked around her ankle. Beneath her shiny black hair, she lowered her head slightly, covering her face with her hands, as if sobbing. My heart pounded harder and harder, pushing forward incessantly. Looking at her long eyelashes and the features between her brows, I couldn't help but call out softly, "Chunshao." My voice was so soft that only I could hear it, but the girl in the red sedan chair slowly turned her head towards me. She wore a golden crown with silver pendants, her crystal-clear white skin shining, her beautiful eyes and red lips, momentarily smudged with tears. Was it anyone other than Lu Ruyan? When Lu Ruyan looked up and saw me, her tear-filled eyes stared at me hopefully, a mix of joy and worry. She tried to stand up but was tripped by the chain around her ankle. Xiangnan. My heart ached instantly, and without hesitation, I rushed towards Lu Ruyan. I didn't know what Lu Ruyan had been through or why she was in the big red sedan chair. Was she going to be someone else's bride? Looking at the iron chain on her ankle, my heart ached, and I clenched my fists tightly. The procession was grand, and wherever they went, almost everyone consciously made way. I couldn't care less and went straight through from the side. I had only one thought in my mind, to rescue Lu Ruyan. However, before I could reach the sedan bearers, 4 tall men in black armor, white masks on their heads, and iron chains around their waists blocked my path. I noticed the word soldier imprinted on their black armor. One of them pointed at me sternly and said, "Where did this little ghost come from? Get out of here, no one is allowed near here." Lu Ruyan climbed in the sedan chair, shaking her head at me continuously, tears of sorrow streaming down her face. Seeing Lu Ruyan, I felt no fear at all. I shouted at them, "Why do you have the right to take her away with iron chains? She is. How dare you?" Before I could finish, one of them directly pulled out the iron chain and with a loud crack, it struck me. This iron chain was no ordinary object. The pain it inflicted on me felt like being burned by fire. I was instantly thrown back, hitting the wall on the side of the street hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blow was too harsh, I barely had a chance to retaliate. My whole body felt like it was falling apart, and it took a while before I could stand up. By this time, the procession had already moved far away. Unwilling to give up, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and desperately chased after them. I had finally found Lu Ruyan, and this time I couldn't let go. At the same time, I cursed in my heart, where the hell was Master Dong at this critical moment? Fortunately, the procession was not moving fast, and I quickly caught up with them again. This time, however, I didn't act impulsively but followed quietly. The ones who had stopped me were probably the spirit soldiers of the spirit city, indeed formidable. I reckoned that even if Master Dong were here, he might not necessarily be able to handle these 4 men. To save Lu Ruyan, I had to be clever. I couldn't help but wonder who wanted to marry Lu Ruyan's soul. With such a grand display and spirit soldiers guarding the way, it was a big deal. After a while, my injuries had healed about 70 to 80%. I stealthily blended into the crowd, moving towards where people were talking the most. I saw a few old men with pockets, looking like seasoned veterans. Seeing them engrossed in conversation, I slowly walked behind them, pretending to watch the big red sedan chair. General Nyo is taking another concubine, he must have about 20 wives already. Indeed, this young girl looks like she's only in her teens, what a pity. Anyway, it's good that General Nyo takes concubines, as there will be free banquets at home every time, and we can take advantage of that. General Nyo? So he's a general from the spirit city, no wonder there's such a big fuss. Just now that old man said he already married 20 wives, seems like he's not a good person, but there's one thing that could be useful to me. Since there will be free banquets at home, I'll have the chance to sneak in and rescue Lu Ruyan. Thinking about this, I quickened my pace to catch up with the procession. Lu Ruyan was carried in a sedan chair and circled the streets. Almost everyone saw her, which wasn't a good thing. I noticed Lu Ruyan occasionally searching in the crowd, looking for me. I knew she was looking for me, but I had to keep a low profile now to avoid attracting the attention of the spirit soldiers. Finally, over an hour later, the grand red sedan chair was carried into a large courtyard, with a plaque on the gate that read, Nyo Mansion. Then some ceremonial processes began, but I paid no attention. Firstly, I was constantly watching the time slipping away, as more than half of the 24 hours had passed, and secondly, the bride inside was Lu Ruyan, and I couldn't bear to watch. After about half an hour, it was finally over. I saw everyone preparing to enter the house for the banquet, so I mingled with the crowd and casually found a seat to sit down. Seeing everyone enjoying the food so much, I felt it inappropriate to just sit there, so I picked up some food and put it in my mouth. But as soon as I chewed, I spat it out instantly. Everyone at the table stared at me, and I quickly explained with a smile, ate a stone, hee hee. Actually, it wasn't a stone I ate, it was like eating a candle. I clearly picked up a piece of vegetable. The more time passed, the more anxious I became sitting in my seat, feeling restless. At that moment, a burly man with a big beard finally emerged from the inner room. He was about 6 feet tall, surrounded by a dozen maids, clearly the master of the house. He raised his wineglass and said to everyone in a hearty manner, "Today is a joyous day for me, General Nyo. Eat and drink well, I'll drink this cup first." Indeed, this was the so-called General Nyo, and I was waiting for him to come out and toast, so that Lu Ruyan would surely be left alone in the room. There was a commotion around, with many people starting to toast with General Nyo. I quietly stood up, but as soon as I stood up, a hand pressed firmly on my shoulder. My heart sank instantly. Had I been discovered? I turned around and saw it was Master Dong, about to question him about where he had been, but he stopped me and said, "We'll talk about other things later. We have 4 hours left, now is a good opportunity. I'll distract General Nyo, you go in and save Lu Ruyan, then slip out through the back door, and we'll meet at the city gate." I nodded quickly. As long as I could rescue Lu Ruyan, nothing else mattered. Master Dong then took a bowl, stood up, and whispered to me, "Act accordingly, young brother." With that, he pretended to be drunk and staggered towards General Nyo. Suddenly, he slammed the bowl on the ground with a loud bang, catching the attention of almost everyone in the room. Master Dong's acting skills were quite good, as he shook his head and pointed at General Nyo, cursing, "You big bearded bull, all you do is marry wives. You don't care about the matters in the spirit city, aren't you ashamed?" General Nyo was clearly a hot-tempered man. He slammed the table and ordered his spirit soldiers to arrest Master Dong, but Master Dong dodged around, making everyone laugh. I slowly got up and left the table, taking advantage of the distraction, and slipped into the backyard. Fortunately, it wasn't very big, so as long as I found the room with the double happiness symbol, I couldn't go wrong. I cautiously looked around, slowly approaching the window with the character. I lightly knocked on the door and whispered, "Chunxiao. Chunxiao, are you there?" Holding my breath, I listened to the movements inside the room. After a few seconds, the sound of dragging iron chains echoed, followed by a thud as if someone had fallen. Unable to wait any longer, I kicked the door open. Inside the room, Lu Ruyan lay on the floor, her mouth gagged, tears of despair in her eyes as she looked at me. My heart clenched with pain as I rushed to help her up, removing the gag from her mouth. Lu Ruyan hugged me tightly, crying in distress, her cold body trembling, saying, "Shangnan, I thought I would never see you again." Unable to express my apologies, I could only pat her back, feeling her grip tighten as if afraid I would vanish. Time passed, and fearing Dong Dashifu outside couldn't delay any longer, I reluctantly pushed Lu Ruyan away, wiping the tears from her cheeks, saying, "It's okay, Chunxiao, I'm here to rescue you. There are too many apologies in my heart. But we must hurry." I stood up, ready to leave with Lu Ruyan, but she stumbled and fell again. I then noticed an iron chain locked around her ankle. Gently lifting her injured foot, I saw blood, and Lu Ruyan, tears in her eyes, bit her lip in silence. I touched her head with compassion, thinking of a solution. Without a key to unlock the chain and no time to find one, I had to cut it. Without hesitation, I took out a broken sword from my backpack, my last 2 chances. Straightening the chain, I told Lu Ruyan, "Trust me, close your eyes." As she complied, I swung the sword, aiming at the chain, and with a swift strike, it broke into 2. Joyfully, I lifted Lu Ruyan, her bare feet injured, and decided to carry her, saying, "Come, Chunxiao, I'll carry you." Her cold body was light against mine, holding me tightly, her face showing a hint of happiness. Finally finding Lu Ruyan, we were 1 step away from freedom. Carrying her carefully, I ran to the back door, finding it slightly ajar, the guards outside already incapacitated. a preparation made before Dong Dashifu's arrival. With no one watching, I dashed out, running as fast as I could. Suddenly, I missed Hongli, wishing she was here to fly us away in an instant. Running on my 2 legs was not enough, and soon I realized someone was chasing us. To evade them, I kept running through the maze of paths, trying to recall the way back. After running for over half an hour, exhausted and sweaty, Lu Ruyan wiped my brow, suggesting, "Xiangnan, you're tired carrying me. Put me down, I can walk." "No, I won't let you go this time." I gritted my teeth, sprinting towards the city gate, Lu Ruyan being my strength to persevere. As we turned a corner, 2 figures suddenly lunged at us, knocking me down. Protecting Lu Ruyan, I drew the broken sword, facing the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Weasel Gang. They glared at me menacingly, and I, enraged, said, "I spared your lives before, and now you come seeking death." The thin man who claimed to be a snake sneered, "General Neo has put a bounty on this woman. Why not claim the reward? At first, I thought you were a badass Taoist, but turns out you're just an ordinary mortal trying to trick the 2 of us?" My heart tightened instantly. These 2 men knew I wasn't skilled, and my broken sword only had 1 chance left. I could handle 1 person, but facing 2 was risky. However, I couldn't delay any longer. Ling's soldiers would eventually discover us if we lingered here. I pulled Lu Ruyan behind me and decisively swung the sword of Qingguang. To my surprise, the 2 brothers weren't afraid of me at all. They charged towards me, 1 in front and 1 behind. Seeing the man on the left reaching for Lu Ruyan, I raised my sword and stabbed. The sharp light sword was 2 meters long, and with 1 strike, the man fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. However, my sword lost its light, drained of energy. A sharp pain shot through my right arm as the other man attacked with a knife. My arm hurt, and the broken sword fell to the ground. I tried to kick it away, but he dodged and swiftly aimed at my chest. At the critical moment, a sword rang out, and a palm-sized sword flew in, piercing through the man's temple. He fell lifeless. I looked to the left in surprise, seeing Master Dong running towards me. "Let's go, time is running out." I nodded, excitedly carrying Lu Ruyan on my back, picking up the broken sword, and following Master Dong in a sprint. With Master Dong leading the way, we soon reached a large gate with a dog-headed statue. As we arrived at the gate, a large group of Ling soldiers caught up from behind. Master Dong swiftly took out several talismans from his bag, tied them with red strings, and threw them into the sky. Then, a few small swords flew out, piercing the talismans and swiftly flying away. Master Dong grabbed my wrist, and with Lu Ruyan on my back, we flew into the air with the small swords. The mist thickened around us, and the Ling soldiers could only watch us leave at the gate. Excited, I squeezed Lu Ruyan's hand, saying, "Xiao Xiao, I did it." "Ha ha." Master Dong, serious-faced, spoke after flying a distance. "Returning is different from entering. We're a bit late, and we must leave the ghost gate before midnight. We have an hour left, and there are many people at the gate. You must be careful." I nodded quickly. Master Dong continued, "There's a boundary vortex next to the ghost gate, an existence beyond the 3 realms. Listen to my commands. If you get sucked in, it's almost certain death." His words made me shiver. I hadn't expected so many dangers on the way back. I thought escaping the spirit city would be the end. My nerves tensed again, and even Master Dong fell silent, focusing on our journey. After a while, I finally saw the legendary ghost gate and the boundary vortex beside it. The ghost gate vortex was black, while the boundary vortex was blue. The 2 swirling vortexes seemed to be in a contest, with lightning and dark clouds at their centers. People floated around the vortexes, continuously being pulled in. Master Dong pointed to the left vortex and said, "That's the ghost gate. Stay close." We slowly drifted towards the vortex, feeling 2 strong forces tearing at our bodies. Just a few meters from the vortex, I felt a lightness behind me. Lu Ruyan had suddenly slipped away. To the south, "Save me." I urgently turned around to see a long iron chain wrapped around Lu Ruyan's ankle, dragging her swiftly towards the edge. Lu Ruyan, in a red dress, looked like a kite with a broken string, rapidly descending. She waved to me in fear, calling my name. The iron chain at her feet was over 10 meters long, extending all the way to the edge of the vortex. I could vaguely see a tall and sturdy man standing there, General Nil. He swung the iron chain in his hand while angrily shouting, "You dare to steal my woman, if I can't have her, you won't either." Suddenly, in a frenzy, he roared, and then Lu Ruyan accelerated towards the boundary vortex again. "Young man, if you don't leave now, the gates of hell will close." Master Dong held onto me tightly, calmly reminding me. Unable to bear the look in Lu Ruyan's eyes any longer, I disregarded Master Dong's advice, broke free from his grasp, and leaped decisively towards Lu Ruyan. Without Master Dong's assistance, I lost my balance the moment I jumped down, spinning uncontrollably in the air, desperately trying to fall towards Lu Ruyan. Even if I couldn't save you, at least I could keep you from being alone. When I jumped down, I was prepared to die in my heart, without fear. I descended faster than Lu Ruyan, following the wind, getting closer and closer to her. I reached out my hand to grab her as I saw her approaching. However, General Nyo's iron chain suddenly loosened from Lu Ruyan's ankle and whipped towards me. With a loud smack on my back, I felt as if all my internal organs were shattered, spitting out blood into the wind. But paradoxically, the chain brought me closer to Lu Ruyan. Enduring the tearing pain throughout my body, I drifted towards Lu Ruyan with the wind, and she finally grabbed hold of me. The moment we clasped hands, we sped towards the boundary behind us. Watching her tear-filled eyes, I felt a myriad of regrets but couldn't express them. Why did fate have to be so cruel to us? As we neared the boundary, a hand suddenly pushed me from behind, a force lifting me and Lu Ruyan upwards again. Struggling to look back, I saw Master Dong had somehow appeared behind us, shaking his head at me with a disappointed expression. I was too weak to speak, only able to express my gratitude through my eyes. After pushing us up, Master Dong flew back to us, attempting to pull me along, but General No's iron chain mercilessly lashed out at us once more. Holding hands tightly with Lu Ruyan, Master Dong stood in front of us, but the chain's power was too strong. In a flash, Master Dong was forced to retreat. As he dodged the chain, it whistled towards me and Lu Ruyan. We had to let go of each other's hands as the chain approached. Master Dong grabbed me first, but Lu Ruyan drifted away again. Anxiously pointing at Lu Ruyan, I pleaded with Master Dong, blood continuously spilling from my mouth. With no other choice, Master Dong reluctantly followed my request and flew towards Lu Ruyan. Then, the most despairing thing happened. Just as General Nyo had separated Lu Ruyan and me with his iron chain, it was evident that he had planned it in advance. The moment we let go of each other's hands, his chain struck out again, fiercer than ever before. I felt a burning sensation on the chain as it seemed to be aimed at Lu Ruyan. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the iron chain whipped across Lu Ruyan's body, still carrying a flicker of fire. Her red skirt instantly ignited, and her body flew into the vortex like a ball of flame, disappearing at a speed so fast that it vanished before my eyes. Shun Xiao! Shun Xiao! At that moment, the air seemed to freeze before me. I finally understood that in extreme sadness, tears simply did not come. I stood there in disbelief, wanting to grab onto something but not knowing what. It felt like something had been taken from within me, leaving me empty. There was no trace of Lu Ruyan left before me, and I felt as though my heart was about to stop beating. General No's iron chain lashed out at me again, but I felt no fear, no urge to dodge. I almost wished he would strike me down then and there. Master Dong pulled my wrist, urging me upwards as 4 small swords surrounded him, ready to defend. General Nyo seemed hesitant to come too close, swinging his chain from a distance. Each time the chain came, 2 swords would rush forward to deflect its force, rendering General Nyo powerless against us. Ahead, the vortex spun wildly. Master Dong charged in, leading the way, while I was dragged along like a lifeless body. He glanced back at me, saying, "Don't be sad. We did our best. It was Ruyan's fate." Yes, it was fate. We had indeed done our best, but the pain in my heart was so real. I cursed my own insignificance and uselessness. Master Dong flew ahead with me at top speed. The outline of the classroom was now visible, the rooster and candles still inside, our destination being the shattered window. About 10 meters away, Master Dong sheathed the 4 swords and relaxed, saying, "We should be safe now. Let's go in." He pulled me towards the window, but as we were about to step onto it, the rooster inside suddenly crowed, the sound echoing as a chilling wind rose around us. Master Dong's brow furrowed, summoning the 4 swords instantly and warning me, "Be careful, that thing from the classroom is coming out." Something from the classroom? Was it Hannibal appearing? I tensed up again, staring at the classroom window. The shattered glass seemed to move on its own, sharp edges aiming at us, flying towards us in an instant. Master Dong pulled me behind him, commanding the swords to block the glass shards flying towards us. I noticed that our external world was gradually shrinking, returning to its previous state in the distance. This meant we had to enter the classroom before it fully restored, or the consequences would be dire. Master Dong understood this well. After blocking the glass for a while, he swiftly led me towards the window. I saw the chairs inside the classroom shaking and rising slowly. This was Hannibal's usual tactic. Just as we were about to rush in, a chair came crashing towards us. Master Dong kicked it away, then pushed me through the window. I landed in the classroom, quickly getting up, ready to assist Master Dong. Just then, the classroom suddenly went dark as the white candle extinguished. Master Dong's face changed, and he quickly rushed towards the glass window. However, every time he tried, desks and chairs smashed him away, time and time again. Seeing Master Dong's space getting smaller and everything around returning to normal, I shouted anxiously, "Master Dong, hurry and come in." Master Dong desperately tried to break in, but Hannibal's desks and chairs kept smashing towards him relentlessly. Blood was already coming out of his mouth, and he just couldn't get in. I saw panic in Master Dong's eyes for the first time. He had given up resistance and seemed to be saying something to me, but I couldn't make out a single word. Finally, his figure outside the window became increasingly blurry, from full body to half, then just ahead, until he vanished into the night sky. I lay by the window, looking at the night outside, feeling like it was all a dream, a trip to the spirit city where I failed to save Lu Ruyan and even lost Master Dong. The pain was fading from my body, but my heart still ached as if being twisted by a knife, feeling like everyone around me was about to leave. Exhausted, I sat on the ground, feeling lost about what to do next or where to go. Just then, I saw desks and chairs floating in the air in the classroom, slowly turning towards me. My heart raced, and I quickly stood up. Indeed, as soon as I moved, a chair fiercely smashed towards me. After dodging it, the chair shattered on the ground without mercy. More chairs came flying towards me, hitting me several times in a row. Was Hannibal really out to get me? Gritting my teeth, the thought of Lu Ruyan and Master Dong's deaths caused by Hannibal fueled my determination. Damn it, if you want me dead, I won't die today. Seemingly understanding what was on my mind, Hannibal initially threw chairs at me one by one. Now, seeing me stand up with determination, it didn't hesitate and instantly sent 4 or 5 desks flying towards me. Clearly, it aimed to corner me to my death. With a row of desks in front of me, there was nowhere to hide, so I stood there helplessly. Suddenly, the classroom door was blown open by the wind, and a figure in a red robe flew in. With a sweep of her red sleeve, several desks were crushed. Without hesitation, she grabbed my hand, ready to leave. It was Red Carp. I was excited but also worried. This was the first clash between Hannibal and Red Carp. I hoped Hannibal would be killed by Red Carp but feared for her safety. As Red Carp led me towards the door, it slammed shut with a bang. Red Carp looked serious, not saying a word, completely devoid of her previous playfulness, slowly turning around. Hannibal's message was clear: once you're in, you won't leave easily. Then, 7 or 8 desks and chairs floated in the air, ready to strike, and Red Carp, not backing down, also controlled a row of desks and chairs in midair. Hannibal and Red Carp were on edge, ready to clash at any moment. With a light shot from Red Carp, the desks in front of her flew towards Hannibal, colliding in the middle of the classroom, shattering into pieces, wood chips flying everywhere. I thought they would immediately engage in a second round, but I noticed blood trickling from the corner of Red Carp's mouth. I instantly remembered the tragic death of Old Man Sheen and anxiously shouted, "Red Carp, stop fighting, listen to me, if you can leave, go, don't force a fight." But before I could finish, the air filled with small paper pieces, the same ones that killed Old Man Sheen. Enraged, I shouted, "Hannibal, if you have the guts, come at me. You wanted to kill me, right? Come at me." Hannibal seemed to have found a worthy opponent in Red Koi, as he completely ignored me now, and all the paper pieces flew towards Red Koi like 1,000 flying knives. Despite Red Koi's agile movements, she kept getting hit frequently, her red robe torn in many places. I anxiously watched Red Koi in the air. She simply wouldn't listen to me. What to do? What to do? I watched as Red Koi was continuously scratched by paper knives, and occasionally hit by flying chairs. Seeing the scattered books on the ground, I had no choice but to take out a lighter from my backpack. "Since you're hiding in the classroom, not letting us out, then I'll burn down your lair." Red Koi and Hannibal tirelessly fought in the air, while I burned textbooks one by one. The classroom was filled with scattered papers and wood shavings, easy to ignite. As I kept moving the flame around, the entire classroom gradually lit up. I knew it was futile, but it was all I could do. As the last chair flew towards her, Red Koi crashed heavily into the wall and fainted. What surprised me was that as the classroom lit up, all of Hannibal's chairs instantly fell down, no longer moving. Red Koi. I fearfully helped Red Koi up, repeating in my mind, "Please be okay. Please be okay." If something happened to Red Koi again, I truly didn't know how to atone for it. The fire in the classroom grew bigger, so I quickly picked up Red Koi and easily opened the classroom door. I ran outside with Red Koi in my arms, hoping to find someone to help, but the dark campus was deserted. No one would understand my feelings, first losing Lu Ruyan, then Dong Dashu, and now Red Koi, all because of me. I had to rush out of the school towards the hospital, stopping cars on the way while tears streamed down my face. However, the drivers all looked at me strangely and refused to stop. In the end, I had no choice but to run to the hospital with her in my arms. Finally reaching the hospital, I burst in shouting, "Help! Help! Where are the doctors?" The hospital staff also looked at me strangely, whispering among themselves, treating me like a lunatic. I stood helpless in the lobby holding Red Koi, with no one paying attention to me. They even called security to drive me away. At that moment, Dr. Bai Jing passed by, and and upon seeing me, she walked over with a worried expression, asking, "Xiangnan? What's wrong with you?" Crying, I looked at Bai Jing as if she were my savior and pleaded, "Please save her, save her. I've already lost Lu Ruyan, I can't lose her too." More and more people gathered around, and I knelt in front of Bai Jing while holding Red Koi. As I knelt, Bai Jing lifted me up and whispered, "Let's go to the ward first." Excitedly, I followed her into the ward and carefully placed Red Koi on the bed. Pointing at Red Koi anxiously, I said, "Dr. Bai Jing, please save her quickly." Bai Jing glanced at the bed, then at me, pondered for a moment, and furrowed her brows, saying, "I believe you, Xiangnan. There is a person on the bed, but the key. Perhaps only you can see it, I can't see anything." It was then that I remembered they couldn't see Red Koi. After hearing Bai Jing's words, I calmed down slightly. Red Koi had mentioned before that no one could see her except by her own will. The fact proved to be true. Even if Dr. Bai Jing could see Red Koi, she couldn't do anything about it. I was grateful that Dr. Bai Jing chose to believe me in my most desperate moment. Looking at Red Koi lying injured on the bed, I forced a smile at Bai Jing, sighed, and said, "All right. Thank you, Bai Jing. I'm fine now, I want to be alone for a while." Bai Jing, full of trust, patted my shoulder and stood up, saying, "All right, don't do anything foolish." After saying that, Bai Jing turned and left the ward, considerately closing the door behind her. I held onto the cold hand of Hong Li tightly, feeling lost as I lowered my head. What is all this for? Are the people around me really going to leave me one by one? Lu Ruyan is still lying in the adjacent ward, and now Hong Li is lying here. I am just an ordinary person. What am I supposed to do? "Xiao Xiangnan, your grip is hurting me." Hong Li's weak voice suddenly came through, and I immediately raised my head in excitement. Hong Li had opened her eyes by now, smiling at me. Her lips were a bit cracked, her face showing signs of exhaustion. "Hong Li, you're not dead? Ha ha ha." I hugged Hong Li's shoulders, tears of joy streaming down my face like a madman. Outside the ward, a few nurses were peeking in, thinking I had gone crazy. Hong Li patted my hand weakly and said, "Xiao Xiangnan, if you keep shaking my hand like that, I might really die." I quickly stopped, apologetically adjusting Hong Li's body. Looking at her, we both started laughing. Hong Li's laughter turned into a cough, and I moved forward to support her, feeling heartbroken. As I looked at Hong Li's profile, I thought of Lu Ruyan again. Hong Li could wake up by her own strength, but Lu Ruyan would never wake up again. I choked up with sadness once more, holding Hong Li and saying, "Hong Li, I failed. I couldn't bring out Lu Ruyan's soul." Hong Li leaned on my shoulder, hugged me tightly, and softly said, "Is Lu Ruyan really that important to you?" I firmly replied, "Of course. She is the girl I love the most in my life. I love her more than anything else. If she doesn't wake up, maybe I will never be happy again in my life." Hong Li fell silent for a moment and then asked in a low voice, "And what about me?" Unfortunately, I didn't hear her clearly at that moment. It was only much later that I suddenly remembered. "Ha? What did you just say?" Noticing that I didn't hear her clearly, Hong Li didn't repeat herself. Instead, she smiled at me and said, "What I meant is, there is actually another way for Lu Ruyan to wake up." Her words hit me like thunder. "She can still wake up?" I stared at Hong Li in excitement, almost unable to believe it, and asked hesitantly, "Lu Ruyan's lost soul has vanished. How is it possible for her to wake up again?" Hong Li bit her lip, as if making a big decision. Finally, she looked into my eyes and said slowly, "I understand what you said. Lu Ruyan did lose a soul. The best way was to find her soul. Since it's not possible now to save her, you need to find a soul with cultivation, consciousness, and willingness to help you, to replace her lost soul. This way, Lu Ruyan can wake up." As I listened to Hong Li excitedly, hope filled my heart once again. But I was also worried. To find a soul with cultivation, consciousness, and willingness to help me is not an easy task. Hong Li hugged me again, took a deep breath in my arms, and softly said, "It's me." "You?" Hong Li nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "Lu Ruyan lost her soul. To wake up, she needs a soul to fill in. Only I can enter her body, use my own cultivation to suppress her other souls, and achieve balance. However," Hong Li paused for a moment and continued, "however, Lu Ruyan will become two people. She can only be awake during the day, and at night, she will become me." My heart raced as I listened to Hong Li. I started to hesitate. Hong Li had great strength herself. She had been injured trying to save me, and now she was willing to sacrifice herself to save Lu Ruyan. It would be good for Lu Ruyan to wake up better than lying in bed forever. I didn't know what to say. Looking at Hong Li, I asked, "So, if it really succeeds, what will happen to you?" The red carp smiled faintly, a smile tinged with sadness, and said playfully, "Xiao Xiangnan finally remembered me. It's just that from now on, I can't take you flying anymore. I instantly understood what the red carp meant, that if she saved Lu Ruyan, all her abilities would disappear from then on, becoming just like an ordinary person. I didn't know what that meant to her, but I saw sorrow in her eyes. I was about to say something when the red carp flipped over and floated away, smiling at me. Alright, don't be sad, like a little girl. Shouldn't you be happy to save Lu Ruyan? Hee hee. Watching the red carp smile at me, I wanted to respond but couldn't muster a smile. I clearly saw the redness in the red carp's eyes, a tear fell, and she quickly turned around, floating towards the hospital corridor. I stood there clenching my fists, feeling like my heart was being cut by a knife, muttering to myself, am I too selfish to save Lu Ruyan? Red carp, she. I rushed out, and as soon as I opened the door, there were already 4 or 5 nurses blocking the way, covering their mouths and giggling. When they saw me coming out with red eyes, they quickly stepped back, as if afraid I would go crazy. Look at that lunatic starting his own show again. Haha, hilarious. Hee hee. Seems like there's a scripted drama going on, high-end lunatic. Keep your voices down, don't let him hear. Do you know that it's not a crime for lunatics to kill people? Laughter from a few nurses behind me, but I paid them no mind. Let them laugh, I was already a waste of space who deserved to be laughed at. Watching the red carp swiftly float down the corridor, I lifted my leg and ran towards her. Outside Lu Ruyan's ward stood several doctors, who, seeing me running with red eyes, quickly stopped me, blocking the way to the ward. What are you doing? This is an isolation ward, get out. I'll call security. I struggled desperately, pushing towards the ward, while the doctors tried to restrain me as if I were a robber. From outside the window, I saw the red carp float into the ward. Lu Ruyan lay quietly, and the red carp in a red robe stopped in front of her, their eyes meeting, just half a meter apart. My tears couldn't be held back anymore, and the security guard who rushed over started hitting me with a baton. But I felt no pain. I only saw the red carp suddenly turn to look at me, tears in her eyes, smiling at me, her lips moving as if saying something. A sudden gust of wind blew through, knocking down all the security guards around me, who hit the wall and passed out. At the same time, the red carp's entire red figure gradually became transparent, slowly descending towards Lu Ruyan's body. Until they merged completely. I stood outside the window witnessing it all, Sumama sitting by Lu Ruyan's bed, completely unaware. Just now, Lu Ruyan had come back to life. Climbing onto the window, I felt a mix of joy and sadness in my heart. By now, many staff had gathered, looking at the unconscious security guards, too scared to come near me. Only Dr. Bai Jing slowly approached, patting my head, and whispered, "What happened, can you tell me?" I looked up at Bai Jing, full of kindness, wanting to tell her everything about the red carp, but I kept it buried inside. I could only say to her, Xiao Xiao will wake up soon. Bai Jing looked incredulously at Lu Ruyan still lying in the ward. After all, she had been diagnosed as a vegetative state by experts. Not only Bai Jing was surprised, many doctors nearby heard my words and began to scoff. Go. Even Director Jiang said she won't wake up. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? I just heard the nurse say this person is a lunatic. It's true. Dr. Bai Jing, is this boy your patient? The surrounding chatter started questioning Bai Jing. Dr. Bai Jing has always been outstanding in the hospital, and is Director Zhang's proud disciple, destined to succeed him as the director. Many of these doctors were envious but dared not speak up. This time, the commotion in the hospital was too much, and they saw Bai Jing always protecting me, so they started picking on her. This is the terrifying aspect of human nature. You never know if the people around you might suddenly stab you in the back. Dr. Bai Jing glanced back at me, frowned, and scolded the group of doctors and nurses behind her. Enough. Don't you all have work to do? So many patients in the hospital, yet you're here for the show? With that, she finally silenced the surrounding doctors and nurses, but no one was willing to leave. I noticed several doctors standing with folded arms, waiting to see a joke. Someone whispered, "I want to see how that dead person inside wakes up." Upon hearing this, my anger surged. Lu Ruyan was the love of my life, and even if she couldn't wake up, I couldn't tolerate others speaking of her like that, especially when Lu Ruyan still had the red carp on her. I bypassed Bai Jing and walked alone towards the group of doctors and nurses, gritting my teeth and glaring. Who just called her a dead person? Say it again, and if I don't beat you to death, my name isn't Xiangnan. The doctors and nurses, looking at me, retreated in fear, but still wore expressions of disdain. After all, this was a hospital, and I wasn't targeting everyone. There were naturally good doctors, like Bai Jing, who pulled me back and whispered, "Enough, stop causing a scene. This is a hospital, calm down." Just then, Mrs. Su in the ward suddenly shouted loudly. My heart leaped. Could Lu Ruyan have woken up? Excitedly, I looked into the ward, and the surrounding doctors and nurses were equally curious. However, I saw Lu Ruyan still lying quietly on the hospital bed, and only Mrs. Su crying tears and rushing out of the ward, shouting, "Save my daughter, her heart monitor has stopped. Save her." Mrs. Su, in her panic, fainted just after stepping out. Dr. Bai Jing rushed into the ward, and I stood at the door, looking at the heart monitor next to Lu Ruyan, feeling a sudden chill. Beep, beep, beep. I heard a loud alarm coming from the ward. The line on Lu Ruyan's heart monitor screen had flatlined. I almost collapsed to the ground. Had the Red Corpse plan failed? Did Lu Ruyan really die like this? The doctors and nurses around started peering in, and many were even laughing, whispering, "This lunatic said she would wake up." He. I held my head, truly not knowing what to do. At that moment, Dr. Bai Jing quickly came over, pulled me up, brought in 2 young nurses from outside, and then told the people outside, "Start resuscitation." With a bang, she closed the door. I stood in the corner of the ward, unable to look at Lu Ruyan, while Dr. Bai Jing and the 2 nurses skillfully began the final resuscitation efforts. Prepare, 1, 2, 3. Continue, 1, 2, 3. The sound of defibrillation echoed in my chest, until the 3 of them, sweating profusely, stopped their actions. Dr. Bai Jing, exhausted, came up to me, whispered, "I'm sorry, I did my best. My condolences." After saying that, she covered her mouth and walked out of the ward. As the door opened, the people outside started buzzing, pointing and gossiping about Dr. Bai Jing and me. I couldn't understand, had the Red Corpse plan really failed? Lu Ruyan lay on the hospital bed, the 2 young nurses were helping her tidy up, and chaos reigned outside. At that moment, the most frightening thing happened. Su Mama's sobbing reached my ears as she pushed through the crowd into the ward. She knelt in front of Lu Ruyan's ward and cried out, "My daughter! What am I going to do?" I stood there, feeling full of guilt but unable to speak, only able to watch her mother in utter despair. Soon, Lu Ruyan's family had all arrived. When Su Papa saw Lu Ruyan's pulse oximeter, his eyes welled up too, and he embraced Su Mama. With things having come to this point, my presence here was undoubtedly a source of amusement for others. I was about to leave, but the people outside intentionally blocked me, not letting me go out, wanting me to stay in the ward to be laughed at. I looked at these adults, shook my head, and if I had a knife at that moment, I could have really stabbed someone. "Kid, didn't you just say she would wake up? What's going on?" A middle-aged doctor looked at me with a mocking expression, as if he was watching a clown. This was no longer a doctor, he was making things difficult for a high school student in the hospital. "Hannibal bullied me. You guys are bullying me too. Fine. Now that I have nothing to lose," I stood in the ward, raised my fist, and charged forward, not caring how many people were around, directly targeting that middle-aged doctor. Some tried to stop the fight, while others joined in, and soon we were in a chaotic brawl. At that moment, Su Papa shouted loudly, "Get out! Can my daughter have some peace? What's the use of you doctors fighting here?" After he spoke, the group finally stopped. I leaned against the door, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, looked guiltily at Su Papa, and turned to leave. However, as soon as I turned around, a weak voice came from the ward, "Shangnan, don't go." At this moment, a ray of sunlight streamed into the ward through the window, and without realizing it, it was already dawn. I stood still, reluctant to turn back, afraid that this was another joke from fate. Su Papa in the ward shouted excitedly, "Doctor, my daughter is awake." "Doctor." Just then, Bai Jing arrived with Director Jiang. Director Jiang glared at the group of onlookers, then nodded at me and quickly went to Lu Ruyan with Bai Jing. The 2 of them cooperated skillfully, carefully examining Lu Ruyan's condition. Pulse, normal. Heartbeat, normal. As the examination progressed, Director Jiang became more and more excited. Finally, he turned to Su Papa and said, "It's truly a miracle. Congratulations, Mr. Su, your daughter has recovered." Su Papa and Su Mama kept thanking Director Jiang, while at that moment, Lu Ruyan, through the gap between the 3 of them, kept looking at me, wanting to cry but holding it back. I leaned against the door, winked at her, and instantly made her smile. This hard-earned excitement, I can't afford to lose it again in the future. Bai Jing saw all the subtle interactions between me and Lu Ruyan, feeling happy but also a bit lost. The group of doctors outside started to discuss, heavens, she really woke up. Could it be that what the boy said was true? Didn't Director Jiang himself say she was beyond saving, turned into a vegetable? How? By this time, Director Jiang had finished speaking with Su Papa and Su Mama, telling them to let Lu Ruyan rest well. Then he and Bai Jing walked towards me together. Director Jiang looked at me appreciatively and asked, "How did you know that Lu Ruyan would wake up?" I knew Bai Jing must have told Director Jiang, and of course, I couldn't say it was the red carp that saved her, they wouldn't believe it. So I just said, intuition. Director Jiang stroked his chin, then glanced at Bai Jing, who could only shrug, indicating she didn't know either. Later, Dean Jiang said to me seriously, Xiangnan, I really appreciate talents like you, and you yourself are a miracle. If you are willing, I personally guarantee to send you to the best medical school to study. I believe you will soon excel. The group of doctors around instantly exclaimed. This kid seems to be very familiar with Dean Jiang. He's really lucky. Don't talk nonsense, someone who is guaranteed by Dean Jiang might soon become our leader. Bai Jing whispered at this time, Dean Jiang doesn't do this often. He has only guaranteed 3 students in total, and they are already leading figures in the medical community in the capital. Looking at their expectant eyes, I might disappoint them. As an ordinary student with no prospects, receiving help from Dean Jiang is undoubtedly a godsend, but this is not what I want. I also know that Dean Jiang is trying to win me over mainly because of the sudden appearance of my powerful healing ability. Another reason is Hannibal. Before it disappears, I might die tomorrow, so what future is there to talk about? I shook my head at them and said, I'm sorry, Dean Jiang, I'm not in the mood to think about this right now. Can I give you an answer later? Dean Jiang readily agreed. The doctors around once again exclaimed in surprise, this foolish kid rejected Dean Jiang. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Mr. Su walked out, unable to hide his excitement in his eyes. After all, his daughter had woken up. Mr. Su walked directly towards me when he came out, looked me up and down, and smiled, saying, Your name is Xiangnan? I nodded. Mr. Su sighed, seemingly compromised, smiled at me, patted my shoulder, and said, My daughter wants to see you. In fact, I had wanted to see Lu Ruyan as soon as she woke up, but there were too many people around her, and I had no chance. Hearing Mr. Su say this, I naturally and happily walked towards the ward without hesitation. At this point, Dean Jiang also wanted to follow me into the room, but was stopped by Mr. Su, who shook his head and said, Let the kids talk alone. I walked into the ward excitedly, closed the door, and walked towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was lying on the bed, smiling at me. As she looked at me, tears fell from her eyes. I slowly sat down beside her, held her hand, and said, Hey, you lazy girl, you slept for so long. Lu Ruyan wiped away her tears, pursed her lips, and said, Yeah, I wanted to sleep well, but someone cried in front of me last time, so ugly. I stared at Lu Ruyan, and my lips slowly curved up. I continued, Well, the person who cried must be handsome, or else why would you be in such a hurry? Lu Ruyan chuckled and said, He's just okay. It can't just be okay. It's just okay, mind your own business. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan sat up, hugged my neck, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, crying and saying, Xiangnan, I miss you. I can hear what you say, and I remember everything. I'm so scared, I'm afraid I won't wake up again, and I won't see you again. I kept stroking Lu Ruyan's hair. What comforted me was that at this moment, Lu Ruyan's body finally had warmth, no longer cold. I had prepared a lot to say, but when we really met, I couldn't say a word. After chatting with me for a while, Lu Ruyan fell asleep again. With me by her side, she slept soundly, and soon a faint snoring sound could be heard. I watched her sleep before quietly leaving the ward. Outside the door, besides Lu Ruyan's parents, there was only Dr. Bai Jing left. As soon as I came out, Mr. and Mrs. Su hurried back into the ward. Dr. Bai Jing stared at me curiously and shook his head with a smile, saying, I really can't figure out what has happened to you. I didn't explain, I could only smile and lower my head. Now that Lu Ruyan has woken up, I feel much more relaxed. Leaning against the wall, Dr. Bai Jing continued, Go back and see your family, have you been away for a long time? Bai Jing's words instantly reminded me. I checked the time and realized that although it seemed like I had only spent 24 hours in Ling City, it was actually already the 4th day. This meant that for Hannibal's game, I had to gather at the school by midnight tonight. The key point was that I had actually been away from home for so many days, and I guessed my parents must be worried sick. Thinking about this, I quickly said to Bai Jing, Tell Xiao Xiao that I'll go home for a visit and see her tonight. Bai Jing nodded understandingly, and then I hurried home. As soon as I left the hospital, the sunlight outside shone directly on my face, making it hard for me to open my eyes. I felt like I hadn't seen the sun in a long time. On the way back home, I started to feel uneasy again, unsure of how to explain things to my parents. The hospital was not far from my house, and I arrived in half an hour. When I got home, instead of rushing in, I walked around the house in all directions to check the protective talismans I had put up. When I saw the talismans, I instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The once yellow talismans were now charred and crumbling at the slightest breeze. This meant that there must have been a malevolent spirit in the house. It was daytime, so it shouldn't have the audacity to stay, and I decisively opened the door and entered. Today happened to be the weekend, and both my parents were at home. When they saw me come in, they both looked at me in surprise. Not knowing the situation, I softly called out, "Mom, Dad." My mom walked over, astonished, and asked, "Weren't you taking care of a sick classmate these past few days? Why are you back so early today?" I was instantly filled with anger. It seemed that the imposter had come again. Suppressing my emotions, I asked, "Mom, what time did I leave during the day these past few days?" My mom didn't suspect anything and smiled, saying, "You have such a bad memory. How will you memorize vocabulary in the future? You left at 6 every day, saying you were taking care of the classmate at the hospital and only came back at 8 in the evening." After thinking for a moment, I continued, "Did you see the letter I left on the table?" My mom was puzzled, looked at my dad, and said, "What letter?" I had to shake my head and say it was nothing, just a letter from a classmate that I couldn't find. In fact, before going to Ling City, I had left a letter on the table stating that I was going on a short trip, just to prevent someone from impersonating me at home, but it seemed that precautions were not enough. My dad, holding a newspaper, also came over and said with a smile, "You rascal. If Jin Young hadn't come to play with you a few days ago, I wouldn't have known you were in a relationship." I awkwardly chatted with my parents for a bit and then went back to my room. I hadn't brought my phone when I went to Ling City, and now that I checked it, I saw that Jin Young had sent me several messages. "Xiang Nan, where did you go? I noticed something strange with your parents. Last time I went to see you, they told me you were at the hospital during the day and only came home at night, but when I went to the hospital, I couldn't find you at all. I don't think your parents are lying. There must be a malevolent spirit at play. Please reply when you see this. Xiang Nan, today I've been waiting outside your house and saw you come home at 8. Was it really you? Hurry back. Xiang Nan, I finally figured it out. I'm sure that person is a malevolent spirit. He comes to your house at night and disappears during the day. I'd been watching all day." Reading the messages from Jin Young sent chills down my spine. What did this malevolent spirit want by coming to my house? If it wanted to harm my parents, it could have done so long ago. Why wait for my return? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand. It seemed that as long as I returned home, that person would not appear again. I sent a message to Jin Young, telling him I was back and that we would talk when we met tonight. Jin Young replied with a simple okay. It was still early, so I decided to turn on my computer. Despite feeling hopeless, I couldn't give up. I clicked on the link to the forum again, surprised to find 2 new messages waiting for me. 2 things became clear to me. First, the forum's moderator would provide me with a clue every week without fail. Second, and most importantly, this moderator seemed unafraid of Hannibal. In all this time, anyone who helped me with information about Wanhu village would be targeted and killed by Hannibal, except for this forum moderator who remained unharmed. It felt like a glimmer of hope as I clicked on the messages. There were 2 messages. The stone steel is the entrance to Wanhu village. Only one person going will not implicate others. I was shocked. The stone steel mentioned was where the man in the gray robe had taken me to hide before, reminding me to remember the place. Did the man in the gray robe know all along that the stone steel was the entrance to Wanhu village? If he wanted to help me, why didn't he just take me there directly to uncover the truth? Was he afraid of Hannibal? The information from the forum moderator was crucial. His mention of only one person going without implicating others seemed like a warning. Perhaps Hannibal's eyes were always on my friends. Indeed, my friends who had been with me, including Lu Ruyan and Hongli, had faced numerous hardships. With these clues, I felt a surge of confidence, as if I had found my purpose again. Later, my mom called me for dinner, and I felt unusually happy. Lu Ruyan had also woken up, providing a new clear direction. If we made it through the night safely, we could finally explore Wanhu village. It was time for me to visit Hannibal's hometown. Sitting at the dinner table, enjoying the dishes my mom cooked, I felt incredibly content. My dad was reading the newspaper and watching the news as usual. Soon, he pointed at the TV and said, "Xiangnan, isn't this girl from your school?" I looked up to see Lu Ruyan's photo on the news. She was naturally beautiful and looked like a celebrity. The caption read, "Miracle. Comatose girl miraculously wakes up, a medical marvel. She is currently under care and refuses media interviews." I couldn't believe that Lu Ruyan waking up made it to the news. My mom also glanced at it, saying, "This girl is quite pretty. Xiangnan, is your girlfriend as pretty as her?" He. I shrugged, unsure how to respond. Then, another news piece left me speechless. Remember the superhero from last time? Citizen Zhang captured another video of him flying near the hospital, performing various difficult maneuvers in the air. Although the footage was unclear, Zhang is convinced that this man is our city's superhero and has decided to follow him for life. Zhang's video has now surpassed 3 billion views. Instead of feeling happy, I felt a sense of loss. I remembered that video. It was when Hongli cut Lu Ruyan's hair and flew me home for the last time, playing with me in the air. Now, Honglei's fate was uncertain after risking her life to wake up Lu Ruyan. Perhaps Zhang would never capture me on video again. My dad, on the other hand, was excited, idolizing this superhero. In the evening, I went to the hospital early because we had to gather at school before midnight. I still hadn't figured out how to tell Lu Ruyan about it. When I arrived at the ward, Su Mama happened to be there too. She was delighted to see me and invited me in to accompany Lu Ruyan, who was still asleep with her eyes closed. After Su Mama left the room, I carefully held Lu Ruyan's hand, thinking about what to say to her later. Xiao Shangnan, why are you holding my hand? He. I looked up at Lu Ruyan, and at that moment, her expression and voice had changed into something different. Seeing me standing in front of the hospital bed in a daze, Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and smiled, teasingly saying, "What's wrong? Xiao Shangnan, hasn't sister become even more beautiful?" Hongli. Even though Hongli had told me before that after sacrificing herself to help Lu Ruyan regain her soul, during the day it was Lu Ruyan who was alive, and at night she turned into Hongli, looking at Lu Ruyan's face, I still couldn't quite adjust. I double-checked and asked in a low voice, "Are you really Hongli?" Lu Ruyan gave me a look, turned on her side, and lay down, saying, "It's only been a short while, and you can't even recognize your sister's voice?" I awkwardly scratched my head. Actually, it wasn't entirely my fault. It was difficult for anyone to adapt instantly to Lu Ruyan's changed appearance, voice, and style. Hongli stopped teasing me and said softly, "It's not that difficult. After 6 in the morning, your Lu Ruyan wakes up, and after midnight, she essentially falls asleep, turning into me, her sister." I nodded and said, "Well, that's fine. Everyone is okay. Thank you, Hongli." However, deep down, I still felt uneasy because my relationship with Lu Ruyan was different from my relationship with Hongli. Lu Ruyan was undoubtedly the person I loved the most, while Hongli was more like a caring sister to me. What if Hongli could sense something when Lu Ruyan and I were intimate? And also, wouldn't I be left with nothing at night? But these were just passing thoughts. I didn't voice them out loud. After all, the current situation was the best outcome, so I would take it one step at a time. Seeing me deep in thought, Hongli smiled and asked, "Are you thinking about Hannibal tonight?" I was surprised and asked, "How do you know about Hannibal?" Hongli shook her phone in her hand, smiling as she said, "This Hannibal is quite interesting. I had a confrontation with it in the classroom last time, and it was twice as strong as me, almost taking my life. I'm curious, it can kill you guys easier than killing a chicken, yet it still wants to play games with you. What is its purpose?" I shook my head helplessly. That was also the thing I most wanted to know, which was why I went to investigate the situation in Wanhu village. After hearing Hongli's words, a serious question suddenly came to mind, and I asked anxiously, "By the way, Hannibal mentioned that no one in our class can talk to outsiders about this WeChat group. Someone has already died because of this. Hongli, now that you know about this, does it count as a violation?" Hongli shrugged indifferently and smiled, "Hee, I'm already half of Lu Ruyan now, so it shouldn't count as a violation. Besides, if it were a violation, wouldn't Hannibal have already called it out in the group, right?" It made sense when she put it that way. Hannibal always punished us severely for any violations, never showing mercy. Glancing at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. I asked Hongli, "Hannibal is going to play a new game tonight. Do you have any strategies?" At this point, Hongli's eyes dimmed slightly. She pouted in frustration, but then smiled at me and said, "Xiao Shangnan, perhaps I could have helped you before, but after helping Lu Ruyan regain her soul, all my powers have disappeared. I am now no different from an ordinary person." Hearing Hongli say this, I felt even sadder than she did. Hongli had gone through countless hardships to attain her cultivation, only to lose it all because of someone unrelated to her. Besides gratitude, I also felt a sense of guilt. I gently held Red Koi's hand and said firmly, "It's okay, from now on, let me take care of you." Red Koi blushed shyly and smiled rarely, reminding me of Lu Ruyan. I quickly withdrew my hand. The biggest issue now is Lu Ruyan's family. They are by her bedside 24/7, making it difficult to take her out. After discussing with Red Koi for a while, we decided that sneaking out would be the easiest way. If caught, I could just say I took her out to play, and at most, I would be scolded. Around 11 o'clock, while Sumama was in the restroom, I quietly took Red Koi and slipped out of the ward. The hospital was less crowded at night, so we avoided the elevator and ran down the stairs. When we reached the first floor, we unexpectedly bumped into Dr. Beijing, who was holding a cup of coffee, staring at us in astonishment. "What are you two doing?" I awkwardly smiled, knowing we couldn't linger here for long, or Sumama would notice Lu Ruyan's absence. Thinking quickly, I told Beijing, "Xiaoxiao said she's been bored from resting too long and wants to watch a movie, so I was planning to sneak her out." Beijing raised an eyebrow, "Sneak out?" I nudged Red Koi and said, "Yes, Sumama is too strict." Actually, Lu Ruyan is fine now. If she doesn't get out and move around, she might get sick again. Bai Jing, you are a reasonable person, don't you agree? Red Koi, nudged by me, also caught on and sweetly said to Bai Jing, yes, Sister Bai Jing, I'm completely fine. Later, you can help me persuade Mom not to worry. I'm going to watch 2 movies with Xiang Nan, nothing to worry about. Unable to resist our persuasion, Bai Jing shook her head and said, alright, I give in. Go on, Xiang Nan, be safe. Okay. I gestured to Bai Jing that everything was fine, then hurriedly took Red Koi out of the hospital. With Bai Jing covering for us, Su Mama shouldn't worry too much. Red Koi had lost her powers and couldn't fly me anymore. Plus, with Lu Ruyan's body, she soon got out of breath from running, so I had to hail a taxi to rush to the school. By the time we arrived at the school, it was already 11:30, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Passing by the guard room, I thought of Master Dong again. He was trapped in the spirit city trying to help me, but I believed in his wit and strength. When the Ghost Gate reopened next July 14th, he should be able to return. It wasn't the time for sentimentality now. The most important thing was to prepare mentally to face Hannibal tonight. As soon as I stepped into the school, a chilling breeze swept through, making me shiver. I pulled Red Koi closer, wrapping my arm around hers. In the early hours on campus, besides the silence, there was an invisible darkness that seemed to hide something ready to pounce at any moment. At some point, a bright spotlight was set up on the teaching building, shining directly on the playground like a stage. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice the students gathering around the light's edge. They stood in small groups at various corners, discussing something among themselves. Seeing this scene again made me nervous, feeling like the mutual killings would start tonight. I glanced worriedly at Red Koi beside me, only to find her indifferent, calmly observing everything ahead and occasionally smirking. Although in Lu Ruyan's body, at this moment, it was Red Koi, seasoned in battles. I took a deep breath and strode towards the playground. Just as Red Koi and I reached the edge of the playground, we saw Qin Yong running towards us from a distance. Qin Yong was still well prepared, carrying a large bag. When Lu Ruyan woke up and saw him, she smiled happily and said, I'm relieved to see both of you are okay. I also smiled gratefully at Qin Yong. We unexpectedly became good brothers. Since Hannibal appeared, we fought side by side and faced countless hardships together. At this moment, Qin Yong looked at Lu Ruyan and asked with concern, Lu Ruyan, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Are you sure you're okay to participate in Hannibal's game? It was just a casual greeting between friends, but Qin Yong didn't know that the Lu Ruyan in front of him had turned into a different person at night. Hongli was not familiar with Qin Yong. When he spoke to her, she just nodded coldly without a smile. This made Qin Yong feel embarrassed. I quickly intervened, saying, Chunxiao is fine. Let's find a place to sit and talk. Qin Yong then walked over to me and whispered, is your wife still not feeling well? I don't even recognize her? I glanced at Hongli speechlessly. Luckily, she didn't hear. I had to answer quietly, well, she's still a bit off. Please don't provoke her for now. Qin Yong nodded and then suddenly asked, by the way, have you solved the issue with the evil spirit in your house? When Qin Yong mentioned it, I suddenly remembered this matter, feeling a headache. I didn't know how to deal with it and could only sigh, saying, what can I do to solve it? I've actually noticed that this thing has impersonated me and returned home more than once, but it doesn't harm anyone. It leaves after I come back, which is really strange. Qin Yong thought for a moment and suggested, how about after tonight, we make time to catch it? I was taken aback, catch it? Yes. Just the two of us? Qin Yong then turned his head, his eyes filled with sadness as he looked down, and slowly said, my grandfather always wanted to teach me Taoism, but I looked down on it, thinking his skills were superstitious. However, after my grandfather was killed by Hannibal, I made up my mind to inherit his skills. Even if no one teaches me, I will learn it even if I have to break my head. These days at home, I've read many ancient books left by my grandfather. It just so happens that I can try dealing with the evil spirit in your house. I witnessed Qin Yong's grandfather's death with my own eyes. As his only relative, I understood the pain in his heart. Seeing Qin Yong so proactive, I nodded in reassurance, patted his shoulder, and said, all right, brother. I believe in you. If everyone is fine after tonight, we'll go to my house to deal with it. After saying this, the three of us found a grassy area to sit down. Hongli leaned lightly on my shoulder, humming a song carelessly. Qin Yong and I began to observe the changes in our classmates. The class no longer had large groups, it was now made up of small teams of 2 or 3, with no one left alone. Since the last time we played the Devil's Card game, everyone's opinion of me was surprisingly unanimous. They all thought I was a conscienceless killer who wanted the Devil's Card in Chen Jiwu's possession. Speaking of which, I looked at Lu Jing. This disgusting woman was standing with Wang Qingqing and a fat guy known for his lecherous behavior, Yang Dashi. They were a perfect match. As soon as Lu Jing noticed me, she saw the hostility in my eyes. I didn't hide my disdain and spat directly at her. Lu Jing trembled with anger and said to me, "Xiangnan, what do you mean? Did I provoke you? It wasn't me who brought you in front of Wang Yu that night. Why are you giving me that look?" I didn't expect Lu Jing to suddenly explode and say so much. She didn't mention Wang Yu, but just the mention of him made me equally furious. Yan's soul was lost, blamed on Hannibal but also on Wang Yu. It wasn't Wang Yu being nosy. Now Yan and Hongli are both fine. I gritted my teeth and glared at her, saying, "Don't you dare mention Wang Yu to me. If I could move that night, I would have taken your lives long ago." Wang Qingqing kept pulling Lu Jing to the side, only daring to sneak glances at me, filled with guilt. My words stunned Lu Jing, who, in the end, couldn't bear it and started shouting, "Listen, everyone. Xiangnan is going to kill again. Not only did he kill Chen Jiwu last time, but he just said he wants to take my life?" The classmates slowly moved towards me upon hearing her cries. Yeah, Lu Jing is right. I almost forgot. This murderer Xiangnan dares to come to school? Xiangnan, who kills for the demon card, wants to harm girls. Do you not care about the boys in the class? Lu Jing, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Seeing the classmates starting to turn against me, Lu Jing smirked triumphantly at me. I sighed, what a despicable woman. Qin Yong took out a stick from his bag and handed it to me. Then, we both stood up slowly, glaring at this group of useless classmates, not afraid at all. I've been to Lingcheng, I'm not afraid of you. I didn't want to explain further. I pulled Hongli behind me and shouted at them, so what if I kill Chen Jiwu? So what if I want to kill this despicable woman? Anyone unhappy, come at me. This damn school doesn't care about murder anyway, I don't mind killing a few more. After saying that, I saw some classmates hesitating and stopping in their tracks. Some hesitated. I quickly added fuel to the fire and shouted loudly, "Come at me." With that shout, many classmates began to retreat. As the saying goes, the brave fear nothing, and no one wants to risk their lives for nothing. Seeing those approaching classmates being stopped by me, Lu Jing could only snort in frustration. Hongli whispered beside me, "Wow. Xiangnan, you're so fierce, but why are your palms sweaty?" He. I awkwardly wiped my nose. Honestly, although I seemed intimidating just now, facing so many classmates ganging up on me would still make me nervous. Sweaty palms proved it all. Hongli continued, "But your male classmates are really spineless." I sighed. If only they were just spineless. The key issue was that they were like grass on the wall, tormented by Hannibal to the point of losing themselves. Time passed quickly, and thankfully, nothing happened until midnight. Hannibal promptly sent a smiling emoji in the WeChat group. Then he said, very good, everyone is very punctual. Today, we're going to play a new game. It seems like it's been a while since we've grabbed red envelopes, so let's start with that. With that, Hannibal decisively sent a 400 yuan red envelope. With fewer and fewer people in the class now, dividing the 400 yuan red envelope among everyone would still be a decent amount. Many students started asking in the group, is the Luck King going to play games again this time? Oh no. Yeah, it feels like nothing good ever comes from grabbing red envelopes. Hannibal, who's participating in the game? Exactly, is the Luck King participating in the game? What's the punishment going to be? There were many questions in the group, mostly about who would participate in the game with Hannibal. Strangely, my biggest concern wasn't that, but rather the content of Hannibal's game. Seeing so many questions from the group, Hannibal selectively replied, "Why ask who's playing the game? Each of you has a chance to participate, so don't rush. Also, as for the punishment in the game, I will naturally explain later. Then, everyone must grab this red envelope. I won't repeat this again. As long as I give out red envelopes, whoever doesn't grab one will be punished with death." Hannibal's words were extremely arrogant, seemingly angered by the questions from these classmates, which was not a good sign. The classmates in the class were quite sensible and didn't continue asking further questions, but still, no one dared to take the lead in grabbing the red envelope. Seeing time passing by, I was afraid Hannibal would make the rules stricter later, so I decisively grabbed the red envelope first. Unexpectedly, as soon as I grabbed the red envelope, Hannibal replied, "Xiangnan is still very brave, not bad." Damn it! Brave my foot! Who wants to play this red envelope grabbing game with you late at night on the playground where you want to play a game of death? I grabbed 34. 6, Jin Yong grabbed 25. 7, and Hongli grabbed 82. 3, with Hongli grabbing the most. I started to worry a bit, afraid that Hongli would be chosen by Hannibal. As we finished grabbing the red envelopes, everyone started to rush to grab them, then began to whisper and check each other's red envelope amounts. In just a few blinks of an eye, the red envelopes were all grabbed. I also breathed a sigh of relief in an instant, realizing that the luckiest person was not Honli but someone named Sun Yalong. Sun Yalong was quite popular in the class, loved joking around with classmates, but he was also known for being a gamer, hence his somewhat thinning hair. Seeing that he was the luckiest, Sun Yalong instantly broke down and shouted in a mess, "Why me? Devil Dad, can you give me a simple task? Like kissing?" Perhaps due to his usual personality, despite so many deaths in the class, his complaints still seemed amusing, causing many classmates to cover their mouths and laugh. However, everyone knew that Hannibal would definitely not play such a simple game again. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Hannibal sent a smiling emoji in the group and then said, "Alright, since everyone has grabbed the red envelopes, let's start the game. Please, everyone, gather in the brightly lit area in front and sit in a circle." As mentioned before, a spotlight was placed on the rooftop of the teaching building, shining directly on the central playground, creating a circle of light, resembling a spotlight stage. Why did Hannibal want us all to gather in the circle of light? Despite my doubts, I still took Honli's hand and walked over. Honli didn't say a word throughout, and I guessed she must be observing something. I had to admit, Hannibal's words were more effective than the sports teacher's whistle. In less than 5 minutes, our entire class sat neatly in a circle within the spotlight. I made Honli sit between me and Chin Yong to protect her. After sitting inside the circle of light, I realized that besides the people in the circle, nothing else around the school was visible, just pitch black darkness. It felt like we were enclosed by this spotlight, isolated from the school. Moreover, once we sat in a circle, we could clearly see the expressions and emotions of all the classmates in the class. When we were settled, Hannibal finally spoke, saying, "Very good, everyone is cooperating well. So, the game starts now. Today's game is called Finding the Mole. I believe everyone has played the mole game before, where a few people have different identities, but no one knows each other's identities. One person is the mole, and everyone has to judge based on each person's behavior to find the mole." Of course, what I mentioned was a regular game, and I had no idea what Hannibal's version of finding the mole would be like. Hannibal continued, "Later, I will distribute an identity to each person, with only 2 types of identities, civilian and mole. The classmates who just grabbed the red envelopes, starting from Sun Yalong, who grabbed the most, will stand in the center of the circle of light and point out who the mole is, and so on. Each student has only 1 minute of designated time, which cannot be changed once designated, and if you point out the undercover wrongly, you will face punishment. All students, do not show your phone to others, or you will be punished directly to death. All students, before the game ends, cannot leave the circle prematurely, or you will be punished directly to death." Watching the game announced by Hannibal, sweat started to bead on my forehead again because I felt that this was another trap set by Hannibal for us to kill each other. I clicked on the red envelope again and noticed that the red carp unexpectedly ranked 3rd. This meant that after Sun Yalong finished this game, the red carp would be next. My heart started pounding. Red carp leaned against my shoulder again, eyes closed as if asleep. At that moment, Hannibal spoke again, "Soon, I will send you an identity message. Remember, do not show your phone to others." I quickly shook Red Carp and anxiously said, "Hurry up and get nervous, the identity cards will be sent out soon." "You're still sleeping." Red Carp gave me a speechless look, reluctantly sat up straight, then soon slumped back onto me, softly saying, "Why are you afraid of such a simple game?" I was so frustrated by Red Carp that I couldn't speak. Red Carp was now completely powerless, and she had never played Hannibal's game before. Just as I was about to explain further to Red Carp, our phones rang simultaneously. Red Carp reached for her phone leaning on my shoulder, and fearing to see the information on her phone and be caught by Hannibal, I quickly turned my head away. As a result, I quietly checked my own phone and felt a sudden chill. In the text message on my phone, Hannibal had sent a sentence, "Choose to be the brave undercover in the South." I held my phone speechlessly, but dared not show any special sadness, fearing that other students might notice. I could only pretend to be calm, sitting up straight, while Red Carp flipped her phone over on the ground, then leaned back on my shoulder and closed her eyes to sleep. As everyone saw the messages on their phones, most of them looked relaxed, and some students had even started to entertain themselves with suspicions. Our group suddenly became lively, completely forgetting that this was Hannibal's death game. Judging from the tone of the message Hannibal sent me, I thought to myself that I couldn't be the only undercover. If my guess was correct, it meant that the other students were all civilians, so their ease was normal. However, only I knew my own identity. Those who have played undercover games know that when you draw the civilian card, you always feel that others' ease is just an act. This was why Hannibal chose this game, to make students doubt each other, lose trust, and then kill each other. I just didn't know how Hannibal would guide us. Just as I was thinking about this, Hannibal sent a message to the group, "Sun Yalong, please stand in the center of the circle." Sun Yalong scratched his head, looking helpless, stood up, and walked towards the center of the circle. The central position had the best lighting, and at that moment, he stood there as if he was about to perform, while we all looked like the audience. After Sun Yalong stood there, he seemed a bit awkward, nervously laughing at his friends. Hannibal continued, "Alright, the game starts now, 1 minute countdown, please identify who the undercover is." As Hannibal's message was sent out, everyone quieted down, all eyes on Sun Yalong. As the undercover, I was definitely nervous. Seeing everyone staring at Sun Yalong, I also stared at him, just avoiding his gaze, afraid of being caught. Sun Yalong stood in the center, surrounded by classmates, scratching his head in embarrassment. None of them were the undercover, so they wouldn't be afraid of pointing him out. The only one on the field feeling anxious and scared was me. As time passed by second, I nervously lowered my head slightly. Sun Yalong caught this movement in an instant, squinting his eyes at me as if he was about to choose me. I cursed inwardly, realizing I had lost my composure. Why did I lower my head for no reason? Sun Yalong seemed to have set his sights on me, continuously sizing me up, and 1 minute is not a long time. Just then, Hongli suddenly sat up straight, smiled at Sun Yalong, and said, "Vote for Nan, he's the undercover agent, quickly vote for him." I was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Hongli was intentionally using Sun Yalong's psychology to help me. Shin Yong was calmer than me, immediately following Han Li's words, saying, "Nan is the undercover agent, vote to kill him." I swallowed hard, clenched my fists, and pretended to be calm as I smiled at Sun Yalong. Yes, I'm the undercover agent, vote to kill me." Sun Yalong was taken aback, his hand that was about to be raised slowly lowered again. I could see he was sweating profusely, just like me, my back was already soaked. At the critical moment, Hannibal started counting down in the group, 10, 9, 8. Sun Yalong became more and more excited, wanting to vote for me but hesitating. As Hannibal counted down, his accomplice Yang Xian quietly reminded him, "They are in a group of 3, don't trust them. Just randomly pick someone." Oh my! I truly appreciated Yang Xian from the bottom of my heart. But with only 3 seconds left, Sun Yalong became increasingly agitated, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yang Xian in the end. Yang Xian looked puzzled, furrowing his brows and shouting, "Are you an idiot? Why vote for me?" Sun Yalong was on the verge of collapse, sweating profusely as he stood in the center, looking uncomfortable. Hannibal then announced in the group, in the first round of the game, Sun Yalong failed to find the undercover agent. Punishment: Sun Yalong must personally kill the person he wrongly accused, Yang Xian, or face death himself. Time limit, 5 minutes. After hearing the punishment announced by Hannibal, Yang Xian stood up directly and cursed at Sun Yalong, "You're a piece of trash, why pick on me? Fine, I'll play with you now, the others can do as they please, damn it, don't trust me." Sun Yalong stood in place, staring at his phone, his thoughts unclear, not responding to Yang Xian's insults. Yang Xian was so angry that he stood up, walked over to Sun Yalong, raised his hand, and slapped him, saying, "Damn it, what do we do now? Hannibal has called us out, none of us will survive. This is just damn bad luck." At that moment, Sun Yalong slowly raised his head and whispered, "There is a way to survive." I noticed a hint of ruthlessness in Sun Yalong's smiling eyes. Yang Xian shook his head in anger, almost wanting to beat Sun Yalong on the spot, and said impatiently, "What way? Spit it out, speak up." Before Yang Xian could finish speaking, Sun Yalong suddenly raised his phone in a fit of rage and smashed it towards Yang Xian's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed. I saw the phone screen shatter, indicating the severity of the blow. The impact on Yang Xian's head made him sway on the spot, and soon blood started flowing. Sun Yalong, with red eyes, viciously struck Yang Xian's head again with the phone, the scene becoming unbearable to watch. The sight of blood and flesh flying from Yang Xian's head, with Sun Yalong's phone fragments splattering everywhere. After the 5th blow, Yang Xian finally lay motionless on the ground. Sun Yalong, breathing heavily, saw that Yang Xian was still conscious, and sat on him, repeatedly striking his head with his hand, smashing his mouth while shouting, "The solution is to kill you, I can survive. No one wants to play with me, do you think I care about you? I'm trash, why aren't you moving?" Yang Xian's face had been smashed into a bloody mess, but Sun Yalong showed no signs of stopping. The surrounding students were indifferent, watching the two of them perform a murder game under the spotlight, not a single person uttering a word. I couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted loudly, "Sun Yalong, he's already dead, stop." It wasn't until I spoke that Sun Yalong hesitated and stopped, sitting on the ground with a numb expression, muttering, "Dead, he's already dead. Dead." Watching this scene, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hannibal was indeed not playing games with us properly. This time, it was more brutal than before, directly naming each other for mutual slaughter. It was fortunate that just now, Honli cleverly helped me disrupt Sun Yalon's thoughts. However, in my heart, I couldn't help but wonder if the game would end once the mole was found. If that's the case, I could just make others believe me, identify me as the mole, and that would be it. As long as the mole was found, the game would end, and the students wouldn't have to kill each other. But I wasn't entirely sure if finding the mole meant the end of the game. Carefully, I asked in the WeChat group, Hannibal, can you tell me if finding the mole ends the game? Unexpectedly, Hannibal decisively replied, yes. After confirming with Hannibal, I felt more assured. Looking at the second place in the red envelope rankings was Yang Dashi, the fat guy who followed Lu Jing and Wang Qingqing. Although I didn't like them, I still hoped to save everyone by avoiding deaths. However, reality never follows your thoughts. Yang Xian's death didn't cause much of a stir, as if it was supposed to happen, his bloody body lying in the center of the spotlight, ignored and untouched. A cold wind blew by, carrying a sudden scent of blood in the air. I gritted my teeth, thinking that I must find a way to stop this slaughter. Sun Yalong was also brought back to his senses by the wind. He glanced at the body in front of him, just slightly stunned, then numbly stood up, returned to his seat, wiped the blood off his face, instantly making half of his face turn blood red, looking no different from a butcher. The surrounding students began to whisper gradually. Before Hannibal could speak, someone whispered, "Who is the mole after all? Speak up," Xiangnan has asked. "As long as we catch the mole, the game can end." "Yes, come out, mole, there's no need for more deaths, it looks quite cruel. Mole, reveal yourself." Seeing that the students were unusually clear-minded, I felt relieved. So, I smiled and said to everyone, "Actually, I am the mole. Point at me later, I also want to end the game quickly. Please believe me." I thought my words were sincere and would be accepted by everyone. However, after I finished speaking, my classmates looked at me with disdain, full of disbelief. I almost forgot that I was now the public enemy. How could they possibly believe me? This was getting troublesome. Many students began to mock me. "Humph. Xiangnan, give it up. You dare to kill for the demon card, I don't believe it. You just enjoy the thrill of killing, right? Just now when Sun Yalong pointed fingers, it was you three who deliberately misled him." "Yes, Xiangnan, do you think we're all idiots? Are you trying to get us all killed?" I was speechless. Even if I wanted to help them, without trust, it was impossible. I shook my head, not wanting to argue with them. At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly said to her classmates in a strange tone, "Hey, why don't you guys believe in Xiangnan?" "I believe Xiangnan is the undercover agent." I was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Lu Jing suddenly had an awakening and wanted to be a good person? She didn't seem to have such good intentions. A classmate shouted at Lu Jing, "What's the use of you believing in Xiangnan? How can you prove he is the undercover agent?" Lu Jing chuckled, making Yang Dashi next to her almost choke on his saliva. She said in a disgusting tone, "Of course, I can't prove it, but Xiangnan can. Xiangnan, show your phone to everyone, that will prove you are the undercover agent." After Lu Jing finished speaking, a hint of malice flashed in her eyes. The classmates seemed to find her words reasonable and looked at me hopefully. "Xiangnan, show us the back of your phone, then I'll believe you." "Yes, me too. As long as we confirm you are the undercover agent, everything will be fine. Show your phone. Hurry up, why are you hesitating now?" I thought about it. Since I needed to gain their trust, I decided to show them my phone proactively to end the game sooner. As I was about to pick up my phone lying face down on the ground, the delicate white hand of Homely suddenly held me back. I turned to look at Homely, who gave me a speechless look and whispered, "Have you forgotten Hannibal's rules? Fool. Rules?" I slapped my head hard, feeling a cold sweat breaking out. Damn it! What was wrong with me? I almost did something stupid. The rules of the game set by Hannibal emphasized that one's own phone should not be shown to others, or there would be consequences. I was so focused on helping other classmates that I forgot about this. Realizing this, I glared at Lu Jing. She was smiling triumphantly at me, pretending to shrug innocently, seemingly satisfied with her actions. I had to admit that sometimes, people's minds are easily manipulated. Even if I remained calm, I could still fall into my own trap, losing my rationality. This was a common tactic used by Hannibal. Lu Jing didn't have such great abilities, nor could she accurately guess whether I was the undercover agent. She simply exploited my desire to gain my classmates' trust, set a trap for them, tempted me to show my phone, and ultimately made me break the rules. This woman was truly despicable. Fortunately, Honli reminded me in time. Otherwise, falling into Lu Jing's hands tonight would have been a disaster. Now, my classmates would not easily forgive me. By not showing my phone, I lost even more of their trust. Thankfully, Hannibal sent a message in the group at the right time, calming everyone down. The second round of the game will be led by Yang Dashi, the second ranked in the red envelope ranking, to identify the undercover agent. Now, please have Yang Dashi walk to the center of the circle. Yang Dashi was known for his lecherous behavior, but despite his nearly 200 pounds, he was quite timid. He stood up slowly, looking nervous, and as he walked to the center of the circle, his face was covered in sweat. He glanced at the dead body of Yang Xin on the ground, turned pale instantly, and quickly looked away. Hannibal continued in the group, "Alright, the game starts now. You have 1 minute to identify the undercover agent." After reading Hannibal's message, Yang Dashi quickly raised his head and looked around at his classmates. 1 minute was too short, not enough time to think. Perhaps it was already the second round, with plenty of time in between to observe others. I started to feel anxious again. Even though my classmates didn't believe me, I was indeed the undercover agent. With each classmate's death, I bore a great responsibility. When Yang Dashi looked at me, I deliberately tried to be sincere and said to him, "Yang Dashi, I really am the undercover agent. You have to believe me, vote for me." As soon as I said this, several classmates in the class started to cause chaos. "I'm an undercover too, pick me. Hurry, pick me, I'm the undercover." Yang Dashi was dizzy from these people's antics, standing in place wiping his sweat incessantly. In the end, at a loss, he looked to Lu Jing for help. Lu Jing was no good person, and when she caught Yang Dashi looking at her, she instantly paled in fear, hastily pretending to be charming, saying, "Brother Dashi, I think the undercover is a boy." Meanwhile, Hannibal in the group started the countdown again, 10, 9, 8. Yang Dashi looked left and right, unsure of who to pick. I kept persuading him to choose me, and those mischievous classmates imitated me in persuading him. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds quickly passed. When Hannibal announced in the group, "Game over," Yang Dashi never pointed out anyone throughout, standing nervously in place, sweating and trembling all over. After this result, everyone fell silent, seemingly waiting for Hannibal's approval. After a few seconds, Hannibal said, "Please have student Yang Dashi return to his seat." Oh, was there no punishment? I incredulously looked at the message in my hand. Everyone wore the same puzzled expression as me. Could it be that by not identifying the undercover, one could escape punishment? Yang Dashi, upon reading Hannibal's message, instantly brightened up, happily trotting back to his seat and sitting down obediently. Lu Jing still found him sweaty and wrinkled her nose in disgust. I witnessed from the darkness beyond the halo, a pale, emaciated hand slowly reaching out from behind him, ruthlessly gripping Yang Dashi's neck. Apart from the halo we were in, it was pitch black around, a chilly wind blowing, nothing visible. After being choked by the neck, Lu Dashi couldn't even scream in time, his eyes widened in pain, face gradually turning red. Sitting beside him, Lu Jing suddenly screamed, scrambling away in fear. By this time, Lu Dashi had gradually given up struggling, his eyes rolling back, hands starting to go limp. I noticed he was being lifted slowly, the nearly 200 pounds of fat man being lifted forcibly. When his whole body was lifted completely off the ground, he was suddenly dragged into the darkness. The surrounding students gasped in shock, and I thought to myself, could the hands choking him belong to Hannibal? Thinking this, I quickly stretched my head out towards the darkness outside the halo, wanting to see where Lu Dashi was being dragged to and who was taking him away. Just as I was about to peek, Hongli grabbed me, wordlessly saying, "Where are you going? You can't leave this halo." Hearing Hongli's words, I gradually remembered Hannibal's instructions. I quickly checked the chat records on my phone again, and indeed Hannibal had said, before the game ended, we couldn't leave the halo. I glanced gratefully at Hongli, only to be scorned with a fool. Meanwhile, there were certainly classmates in the class who had the same curiosity as me. Curiosity kills the cat. A classmate sitting opposite me couldn't resist, wanting to see what was outside the darkness beyond the halo. As soon as his head poked out, I heard a miserable scream, "Ah!" The scream was heart-wrenching. I didn't have time to warn him, nor could I see his head that had already extended out. All I saw was the lower part of his body trembling uncontrollably, the scream abruptly stopping halfway. The air seemed to freeze for 3 or 4 seconds. A bloody head was thrown from the darkness into the center of the halo, tracing a perfect arc in the air with bloodstains. The terrified look in the classmate's eyes, who knows what he saw, he never closed his eyes even in death. His body only slowly collapsed at this point, blood gushing crazily from the neck where his head used to be. Such a bloody scene, if it weren't for the frequent deaths in the class recently, I would have vomited long ago. I felt dizzy as soon as I turned my head. As I had expected, this place had turned into a slaughterhouse, and we were the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I wanted to see how Hongli was doing, but this girl leaned on my shoulder and fell asleep again. It was as if she knew I was watching her, and she murmured with her eyes closed, "Hannibal's game is just to scare you kids. Sister has been through everything, it's childish." Despite Honglee's casual words, I believed that with the strength she had shown before, she truly didn't care about these things. I secretly rejoiced that Hannibal chose to play this game at night. If it had been Liu Ruyan during the day, I think she would have given up long ago. Although Honglee didn't care, I still felt lingering fear. Looking at the body in the center of the light circle always made me nervous. Qin Yong had been silent all along, but now he looked serious and said to me, "Xiangnan, are you really an undercover agent? The next round will be Liu Ruyan." I nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I am the undercover agent." Anyway, no one would believe it if I said it now, so I didn't bother to lower my voice. As long as Honglee pointed me out, the game would be over. Thinking of this, I quickly shook Honglee, who was almost asleep, and said, "Honglee, don't fall asleep. It's your turn next. Just point at me directly." Honglee pouted, looking unhappy, and said, Liu Ruyan is really weak, I keep feeling sleepy. Got it, hurry up and end it, go home and sleep early." Fortunately, everyone knew about my relationship with Liu Ruyan, and with 2 deaths in a row, no one paid attention to the little actions between Honglee and me. At this moment, Hannibal began to speak in the group. "Alright, the game continues. In the 3rd round, Liu Ruyan, who ranked 3rd in the red envelope, will identify the undercover agent. Please Liu Ruyan come to the center of the light circle." I nudged Honglee and said, "Hurry up, don't play around later. Just point at me directly, and the game will be over, okay?" Honglee smiled and nodded, slowly stood up, and walked towards the center of the light circle. The momentum immediately changed. The 2 students before were nervous and scared, but Honglee put her hands in her pockets, tilted her head back, and walked over with a relaxed expression. She smiled at the body on the ground, then made a face at me. My heart was pounding nervously. She made a face at me, and I quickly emphasized again, asking her to point at me and not play around. At this moment, Lu Jing saw the interaction between Honglee and me. With a disdainful expression on her face, she said to Wang Qingqing, "I didn't expect Liu Ruyan to be such a slut." Although her voice was not loud, I believe everyone heard it. I stared fiercely at Lu Jing. If we weren't playing a game, I would have gone up and dealt with her. After hearing this, Honglee curiously turned to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing disdainfully rolled her eyes at Honglee and casually put her arm around a boy next to her, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Honglee chuckled. She lifted her foot and kicked the head on the ground towards Lu Jing. The head, with blood streaks, flew towards Lu Jing like a soccer ball, scaring her into screams until the head disappeared into the darkness. The game begins, 1 minute time limit, please start identifying the undercover agent. At first, I was most worried that Honglee would choose Lu Jing, and then they would fight. After all, Honglee had no power now. If Lu Jing used some tricks, it would be a loss. Honglee was not just Honglee, but also Liu Ruyan. But I was overthinking. Honglee knew what was urgent and important. After scaring Lu Jing a bit, she pointed at me. I choose Xiangnan. As Honglee pointed at me, Hannibal sent a smiling emoji in the group. I was curious why it would send a smiling emoji at this moment. Hannibal said, "Congratulations to Liu Ruyan for successfully finding the undercover agent. The game is over." I and my classmates around me breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, but the searchlight on the rooftop was still on, a sense of unease creeping back. I nervously held on to Honglee, waiting with everyone for Hannibal to turn off the searchlight so we could go home early. However, Hannibal sent another message in the group, "The mole has been successfully caught, and the mole is about to face punishment." Staring at Hannibal's message, I froze in place instantly. So, this was the reason for Hannibal's smile? I knew Hannibal always targeted me. It was supposed to be a game of catching the mole, but he insisted on making me the mole. I thought the game would end once everyone caught the mole, but to my surprise, there was still punishment. It was then that I realized how naive my thoughts were. I thought if everyone voted for me quickly, the game would end sooner, but I found myself in a dangerous situation. Not just me, Honglee and Qinyong also furrowed their brows. Honglee whispered to me, "This Hannibal is much more cunning than I imagined." Earlier, I had voluntarily revealed my identity to gain my classmates' trust, but after seeing Hannibal's message, instead of showing concern for me, they all gloated, saying things like, "Humph, serves him right, this Xiangnan should have died long ago. Always thinking about killing others, now he's in trouble himself." Qin Yon, seeing our classmates pouring cold water on me, angrily shouted at them, "When Xiangnan voluntarily helped you just now, you didn't believe him. Now that the truth is out, he's the mole. Instead of feeling guilty, you're making fun of him. Are you all crazy?" Qin Yong's words didn't change their minds. They still thought Qin Yong was in cahoots with me, continuing to mock me. Disappointed, I looked at them, suddenly feeling that all my efforts to help them were in vain. Honglee comforted me softly, saying, "Don't worry, Hannibal's punishment hasn't been revealed yet." I could only nod, praying in my heart that I could safely pass this test because there were still many things waiting for me. Finally, Hannibal spoke again. In this game, Xiangnan is the mole. Punishment: Xiangnan must have a relationship with a female classmate by midnight the day after tomorrow, otherwise, death penalty. Seeing the punishment, I couldn't help but feel angry. I directly said to my phone, Hannibal, who gave you the right to target me? It was supposed to be a game of catching the mole. I asked you, and you said catching the mole would end the game. Why punish the mole? You never mentioned this before. You're changing the rules arbitrarily, and I refuse to accept it. Hannibal always replied quickly to my words, Xiangnan, listen carefully, this is my game, I am the rule. I can target whoever I want. If I want you dead, you will die. If you insist that I change the rules of the game, let me ask you, did I mention punishing anyone before the game started? Hannibal's words were irrefutable, and I could only grip my phone tightly, feeling powerless against him. I looked at the darkness outside the circle of light, wishing I could rush over and fight Hannibal, but reason told me that would be suicidal. As Hannibal finished speaking, the searchlight on the rooftop went out with a snap, and the circle of light disappeared instantly. The surroundings turned dark, and everyone took out their phones to illuminate the area. Someone said, the circle of light is gone, does that mean we can leave? Following the first person slowly walking towards the school gate, the others followed suit, and soon, the entire playground was left with just the three of us. I sat on the ground, holding my head, feeling particularly wronged. Shin Yong came over, patted my shoulder, not knowing how to console me, only saying, go back and get some rest. Maybe you'll figure out a solution tomorrow. At this moment, Holly also came over, leaning on my arm, playfully staring at me with a smile without saying a word. I glanced at her, knowing she was Holly, but her body was indeed like Liu Ruyan's. The thought made my face instantly flush because if I were to be intimate with anyone, it would only be with Liu Ruyan. Holly whispered in my ear in a barely audible voice, let sister help you. Her words made me blush all over, but Shin Yong was still standing nearby, so I could only awkwardly shake my head. Plus, it was dark, and my blush went unnoticed. I quickly stood up, changing the subject. Let's leave the school first. Without the light from the searchlight, the whole campus was as silent as a graveyard, making me anxious. I suddenly thought of Yang Xan, who had just died. He was dragged into the darkness, and although I knew he was undoubtedly dead, I was curious about what Hannibal had done to him. I stood up, asked them to wait, then raised my phone and walked towards where Yang Xan had been. It was only about 4 or 5 meters away, and as I cautiously moved forward under the flashlight's beam, I finally saw a body in the distance. I hastened my pace, but the closer I got, the more shocked I felt as I began to see clearly. Yang Xian, who used to weigh 200 pounds, now looked deflated. If not for the oversized clothes he wore, I wouldn't have recognized him. As I walked past, I involuntarily took 2 steps back in shock. Yang Xian had turned into a shriveled corpse, his muscles and veins visible, devoid of flesh. I gasped, unable to look any longer, and hurriedly pulled Honli back. There was another body killed by Sun Yalong in the middle, but I had no intention of examining it. The three of us quickly left the school. For safety, I first escorted Shin Yong home with Honli, then hastened to the hospital. It was past 3 in the morning, and I dared not take a taxi because the hearse incident in front of the funeral parlor was still fresh in my mind. The school and the hospital were not far apart, but as we ran, Honli was too exhausted to stand. To avoid worrying the hospital staff, we sat on the roadside near the hospital to rest. Seeing Honli sweating profusely, I wiped her forehead with my sleeve. She smiled at me, breathed heavily, and wiped her sweat from time to time. I knew she was doing it on purpose for me to see, but after one last glance, I looked away, feeling my face flush. At that moment, Honli whispered, Xiao Shangnan, how about we don't go back to the hospital tonight? The air was filled with Honli's scent of sweat, and I wiped the sweat off my forehead, asking softly, then, if not the hospital, where should we go? Honli chuckled, hooked her arm around my neck, and whispered, find a place, let sister help you complete Hannibal's game. He. Honestly, I found it hard to resist the allure of Honli. I had said it before, when she floated in the air, it was manageable, as I could imagine her as just a ghost. But now, attached to Liu Ruyan's body, I found it increasingly difficult to resist. I already like Liu Ruyan, and seeing her like this, endlessly captivating, who could resist? My mind was still wandering, and Honli's lips were already approaching. She had been running around and was already warm, now holding me, she felt even hotter. I kept reminding myself she was not Liu Ruyan but Honli, yet her warmth and softness were like touching my nerves, calming me instantly. I gradually embraced her waist, my mind turning into mush. Just then, my phone suddenly rang, jolting me awake like an alarm. I quickly retracted my tongue, slowly released her, took a deep breath, and answered the phone. Hello, Shangnan, this is Bai Jing. Have you and Xiao Xiao finished watching the movie? Su Mom is very worried. I tried to calm myself down and said calmly, yes, we have finished watching. Xiao Xiao and I are on our way back, everything is fine. Okay, that's good. Hurry back to the hospital. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Holly gently leaned on my shoulder again and whispered, do we really have to go back to the hospital today? Thinking of the concerned look in Lu Ruyan's mother's eyes, I firmly said, we must go back to the hospital today. Aunt Sue must be very worried about you. Remember, you are not just Holly now, but also Lu Ruyan. Holly pouted and reluctantly said, I know. Then, I helped her tidy up her hair, and when everything was ready, the two of us entered the hospital. When we reached the third floor, Bai Jing was already waiting for us at the corridor entrance. You two are really naughty, running out so late, making me take the blame for you, Bai Jing said, pretending to be unhappy as she looked at me. I smiled at her and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Bai Jing, there won't be a next time. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Bai Jing's eyes lit up, and she immediately said without hesitation, okay, deal. Then she hurriedly ushered us back to the ward. Lu Ruyan's mother looked worried, but fortunately, Holly was good at deceiving people. With a few words, she made Aunt Sue burst into laughter, even praising me non-stop, which was unexpected. After sorting things out, I checked the time and it was already past 4. It wouldn't be suitable to go home now, so I decided to stay at the hospital until dawn. Instead of entering the ward, I asked Aunt Sue to stay inside. Sitting in the corridor, I looked up at the ceiling, thinking about what had happened tonight. In just a few hours, 2 or 3 more classmates from our class had died. At this rate, after 10 more rounds of the game, our class would be almost wiped out. I was worried that one day, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yon would encounter insurmountable difficulties. Therefore, it was crucial to hurry and find the way to Wanhu Village, Hannibal's hometown. The location of Wanhu Village had been identified. If the moderator of that forum hadn't lied to me, the stone stele was the entrance to Wanhu Village, indicating that Wanhu Village was built underground. No wonder Wanhu Village was so hard to find, not even on the map. Another issue was my own strength. I definitely wouldn't bring Qin Yong or Lu Ruyan to Wanhu Village. I really didn't want to involve them, but I was not confident enough to go alone. The broken sword in my bag had only been used 3 times in Lingcheng. Although it was powerful, I couldn't summon the light sword here. As I pondered, my head started to ache again. I lay back in the chair and gradually fell asleep. I didn't know how long had passed when I felt someone poking my leg. I slowly opened my eyes to see a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked at me with confusion, her face somewhat pale, wearing ill-fitting hospital clothes, and holding a balloon. I checked the time and realized I had only slept for 10 minutes. I smiled at her and asked, little girl, where is your mother? The little girl seemed wary of me, staring at me with big eyes as if observing me. Finally, she pouted and asked, brother, have you seen my mother? I was slightly taken aback. I asked her, but she ended up asking me. I smiled, wanting to pat her head, but she moved back to avoid it. After a moment of thought, I said, I haven't seen her, but I can help you find her. The little girl smiled, happy, and said, really? I nodded, feeling that the little girl was very cute. I could just carry her to find Bai Jing. After all, the hospital wasn't that big, and it shouldn't be difficult to find the little girl's mother. The little girl finally let her guard down towards me and handed me the balloon in her hand, saying, big brother, this balloon is for you. Thank you. I didn't want to take it at first, but seeing how happy she was, I pretended to accept it. After all, she was just a child, I could easily give it back to her later. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open, and Su Mama walked out quietly. Seeing me sitting in the corridor, she quickly smiled and whispered, Xiangnan, you haven't gone back yet. Xiao Xiao has fallen asleep. I'm going to lie down for a while over there. Staying up late like this is not good for your health. Why don't you go lie down for a while too? I smiled and shook my head, planning to say that I would go home to sleep after helping the little girl find her mother. But when I turned around, the little girl was nowhere to be seen. I looked around but there was no sign of the little girl. The balloon in my hand had also disappeared. I was puzzled by this strange occurrence. Had I encountered something supernatural again? Su Mama asked me what was wrong, and I quickly smiled and said it was nothing, urging her to go rest. After Su Mama left, I sat back on the chair, feeling suddenly alert. Could it be that the little girl just now wasn't human? The thought of encountering a spirit in the hospital made me lose all desire to sleep. After all, there was a morgue downstairs. But then again, that little girl didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. It was just pitiful if she had become a spirit at such a young age. Almost half an hour passed, and the little girl didn't reappear. Just then, my phone rang, and I saw it was a message from Lu Ruyan. Xiao Shangnan, it's almost dawn, come in and talk to sister. It turned out to be Honli looking for me, which reminded me of Hannibal's punishment. If I really had to have a relationship with a classmate, perhaps it would only be Lu Ruyan. I sighed and gently pushed open the door to the ward. Inside, Lu Ruyan, or rather Honli, was already sitting up against the head of the bed. It turned out that Honli had pretended to be asleep, waiting for Su Mama to leave. I walked over slowly, sat down by the bed, and whispered, "What's wrong, Honli? Can't sleep?" Honli shook her head with a smile, tilting her head to look at me and said, "Xiao Shangnan, why are you afraid to have sister? Do you not care at all about Hannibal's punishment?" Hearing this, I sighed silently, unsure of how to respond to her. For me, Honli truly felt like a sister, and her background was shrouded in mystery. When I fainted before, my memories were filled not only with ancient things but also with flashes of Honli's figure. I suspected that she must have some connection to me, but I wasn't certain. Faced with her question, I could only muster the courage to say, "Honli, you know, my heart belongs only to Lu Ruyan. I can't do such a thing with anyone else. Please don't make it difficult for me." Honli's eyes welled up instantly, biting her lip as she looked at me and said, "Do you see me as someone else?" I knew she wouldn't be pleased with my words. I hurriedly explained, "By someone else, I don't mean a stranger, it's just, in my whole life, maybe my heart can only hold Lu Ruyan." In response, Honli said something that left me puzzled. "Have you really forgotten about me?" I was at a loss for words, trying to decipher the meaning behind her words, but no explanation came to mind. With tears streaming down her face, Honli shook her head and smiled at me. I could see how heartbroken she was, and I couldn't understand why she had such deep feelings for me in such a short time. Her tears made me feel as though we had known each other for a long time. Watching her cry, I felt a twinge of pain in my heart. I had never seen Honli like this before. Despite facing many challenges in the past, she had always remained composed. Yet, this particular situation seemed to have torn her apart. Could it be that I was in the wrong? I was at a loss as to whether to reach out and wipe away the tears from Honli's eyes. She tilted her head to the side and, after holding back her sobs, smiled at me and said, "All right, I was just teasing you, sister. No matter who you're with, don't forget Hannibal's punishment. I'm going to sleep now, so you should leave." At that moment, a ray of sunlight streamed in through the window. Glancing at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock, which meant it was almost time for Lu Ruyan. Seeing Honli's words, I could only force a smile and turn to leave. As I reached the doorway, Honli suddenly called out to me, "Head south." I turned back to look at Honli, her eyes filled with reluctance and tears as she softly said, "Take care of yourself." After speaking, Honli waved at me, and I awkwardly waved back, thinking it wasn't a goodbye. But there was something strange in Honli's eyes, causing a pang in my heart. Just as I was about to ask her, she had already laid straight on the hospital bed. I decided to ask her later. It was 6 o'clock, the sky was already bright. As I left the ward, I ran into Bai Jing. She should have been on the night shift last night. Seeing me, she smiled and said, "Why aren't you heading home yet? It's been a whole night." Her words reminded me that I had been neglecting my family these days due to Hannibal's game. Thinking about it, I quickly bid farewell to Bai Jing and hurried out of the hospital. The morning air was fresh, with few passers-by. I took a deep breath, bought a cup of soy milk by the roadside, and strolled along the path, sipping slowly. Strangely, as I walked, tears kept flowing uncontrollably, and I couldn't figure out why, no matter how much I wiped them away. I checked the soy milk, thinking it might be the cause, but found nothing wrong. Could it be something wrong with my eyes? After a while, I felt a sudden twitch in my heart, leaving me frozen in place, as if something had been taken out of my body, invisible and intangible. The soy milk spilled on the ground as I stood there, lost in thought. It wasn't until everything returned to normal that I tried to move forward. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm, and I was unharmed, with no more tears in my eyes. It was probably due to staying up late these days that my body was acting up. I would ask Dr. Bai Jing to check on me when I had the chance. Later, I safely returned home. I had forgotten my keys when I went out yesterday, so I had to knock on the door. My dad, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened the door and asked, "Next time you go for a run, remember to take your keys." After yawning, he was about to go back to sleep. I stared nervously at every corner of the room. Me, going for a run in the morning? Could that thing have returned? Seeing my dad about to enter the room, I quickly asked, Dad, what time did I leave this morning?" My dad, barely able to keep his eyes open, scratched his head and said, "I don't know. Your mom woke up and said you left around 5:30. I'm going back to sleep, we'll talk later." Judging by my dad's words, that thing left at 5:30, and seeing my parents' nonchalant attitude, it seemed they weren't worried about me not returning all night, indicating that it had visited our home again last night. Watching the closed door, I couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that someone identical to me was sleeping in my bed. I took out the broken sword from my bag, unable to summon the light sword, but at least it boosted my courage. When I gently pushed the door open, I breathed a sigh of relief. The room was empty, almost exactly as I left it when I went out. I checked the cabinets, drawers, and computer again, but nothing had been touched. This spirit was indeed very strange, not harming anyone or taking anything, just wanting to impersonate me? Thinking about it, I felt it was time to plan with Jin Yong, to see if his self-taught Taoist skills were useful and to finally ask this spirit what it truly wanted. I stayed up all night without sleeping. After taking a shower, I lay down on the bed and couldn't open my eyes due to exhaustion. In my dream, I arrived alone in an ancient city where flowers bloomed brightly and the atmosphere was lively. Clad in a white robe, I slowly walked towards the city gate, where a girl was standing. "Shannan, wake up, it's time for lunch." Before I could see clearly what the girl looked like, my mom woke me up. I rubbed my dizzy head, checked the time, and it was already past noon, feeling quite hungry. I quickly forgot about the dream. In the afternoon, as I was about to discuss with Jin Yong how to deal with the evil spirits, my phone rang. When I checked, it was Wang Qingqing who messaged me, "Shangnan, help me, please save me." To be honest, I couldn't reduce my hatred towards her and Lu Jing much. That night when we sought the demon cards, Lu Ruyan was definitely betrayed by Wang Qingqing, leading to her capture by Wang Yu. If not for that, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have lost her soul, and Honli wouldn't have sacrificed her cultivation to awaken Lu Ruyan. However, I am not blind to reason. Wang Qingqing wasn't a malicious girl in class before. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have been friends with her. Besides, I noticed several times that she looked guilty towards me. I once suspected that she might have been caught by Wang Yu and then Lu Jing held that leverage after Wang Yu's death, hence Wang Qingqing being threatened by Lu Jing now. Of course, this was just my personal speculation. People's hearts are unpredictable, especially in our class where trust is hard to come by. I was about to turn off my phone when Wang Qingqing sent another message, "Shangnan, please believe me this time." I hesitated as I stared at the message on my phone. Although I always said helping classmates wasn't worth it, it wasn't what I truly felt inside. After thinking for a while, I sighed and decided to help her once, because I am kind-hearted. I asked, "Where are you?" Wang Qingqing quickly replied, "I'm at home, please come over." Then, she sent me her home address. If Wang Qingqing was in trouble at home, where did her family go? Did they encounter evil spirits like me and need help during the day? Anyway, I set aside these thoughts. Since I decided to help her, I shouldn't overthink it. I didn't believe a girl like her could harm me. Even if she had some guys ambush me, I would accept it. Tough luck. Thinking this, I quickly took a car to Wang Qingqing's house. I had planned to meet Qin Yong to discuss dealing with the evil spirits, but Wang Qingqing appeared on the way, so I messaged Qin Yong, "I have something to attend to, let's meet in an hour." Qin Yong didn't mind, as we had plenty of time now with classes suspended. Bored in the car, I leaned back and pondered Hannibal's words. After today, only tomorrow would remain. How should I explain the punishment he gave me to Lu Ruyan? Soon, I arrived at Wang Qingqing's house. It seemed quite wealthy, a standalone villa. After paying and getting off the car, I looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. I rang the doorbell, and Wang Qingqing opened the door shortly after. Seeing me, she immediately smiled and welcomed me in. I must say, Wang Qingqing's house was the most luxurious I had seen, with a staircase leading to the second floor, exuding a rich and opulent decor in every corner. Wang Qingqing usually kept a low profile, hiding her wealth well. Today, she was wearing a simple strap dress, with a ponytail. Despite her petite figure, her proportions were harmonious, and her fair skin glowed, barefoot as she prepared to lead me inside. I stood still at the door and asked Wang Qingqing, "What's wrong?" Wang Qingqing walked halfway, turned back to see me standing still, hesitated for a moment, blushing, and said, "Come in first, no need to change shoes." I looked around the house, pondered for a while in my mind, feeling like I was being too petty. I could just leave if there was any trouble. So, I took off my shoes and followed her inside. When Wang Qingqing saw me coming in, she smiled happily at me and said, "I'll pour you a glass of juice, feel free to look around." I nodded indifferently, and when she walked away, I started to wander around the room slowly. After all, I had only seen such a large villa on TV, so I was a bit curious coming in for the first time. As I wandered around, I slowly went upstairs. I originally wanted to see if there was anyone ambushing on the second floor, but I was stunned by these large rooms as soon as I came up. Not to mention the decoration, just this one room probably had 4 of my rooms. I wonder why these wealthy people sleep in such large rooms, aren't they scared? I casually entered a room, which was decorated with style, slightly different from the other rooms. There were many celebrity paintings on the walls, and there was even a large bookshelf on one wall, looks like someone who loves learning. At this moment, Wang Qingqing also followed in, handed me a glass of juice, smiled at me and said, "Isn't it beautiful?" I nodded and asked, "It's really stylish, is this your room?" Wang Qingqing shook her head and said, "No, this is my cousin's room." I replied, drank the juice, and was quite curious about what her cousin looked like, but I was clear about my purpose here, so I asked directly, "You called me to save you, is it just to drink juice?" Wang Qingqing put down the cup in her hand, blushing, took 2 steps towards me slowly. I didn't notice when I came in, but now I realized that Wang Qingqing was actually wearing pajamas. I quickly turned my head away, not looking at her, and Wang Qingqing said slowly, "Xiangnan, I know you still resent me, but about what happened with Lu Ruyan last time, I really didn't mean it, I have to explain to you." Not mentioning Lu Ruyan was fine, but once mentioned, I got angry. I interrupted her and said, "It's not your business, then why did Wang Yu only catch Lu Ruyan and not you?" Wang Qingqing lowered her head in grievance, biting her lip, and said, "Wang Yu forced me to take explicit photos." After saying that, her eyes turned red. "Photos?" I turned my head to look at her, and Wang Qingqing continued, "On the day we searched for the demon cards, I was alone and was caught by Wang Yu first. They dragged me to the classroom, forcibly took photos of me, threatened me to gain your trust. Those 2 demon cards were also given by him. If I didn't do as he said, his men would immediately post the photos online, then my life would be over." Saying that, Wang Qingqing started to cry. It was indeed Wang Yu, this scum, causing trouble again. Now that things were clear, I didn't have so much resentment. I guessed what happened next. Her photos must have been taken by Lu Jing again and threatened. I sighed and asked, "Alright, stop crying, did you call me to help you get the photos back from Lu Jing?" Wang Qingqing wiped her tears, nodded excitedly at me, and then said, "Yes, it's Lu Jing, she's threatening me again. I really don't know who to turn to." One thing unresolved, another trouble came, this woman Lu Jing, I would have to deal with her sooner or later, might as well take care of it together. So I said, "Okay, when I find Lu Jing, I'll help you get the photos back." Wang Qingqing smiled at this point, took 2 steps towards me again, blushing, and said, "As long as you can help me, Xiangnan, I will help you too." I didn't hear clearly what she said, so I just responded with a hum. Wang Qingqing blushed and continued, "To repay you, and also to apologize for what happened with Lu Ruyan last time. I'm willing to help you punish Hannibal, have a relationship with you." When I heard this, I almost sprayed out the juice in my mouth, caught off guard. I wiped my mouth, quickly took a step back, deliberately changed the subject and said, "Last time Wang Yu took your picture, he didn't do anything to you, right?" Seeing me ask about this, Wang Qingqing angrily shook her head and said, "He took my picture, that's enough. If he dares to do anything to me again, I'll die in front of him." That was quite unexpected. I didn't expect Wang Yu to have some bottom line. If it were someone else, I guess Wang Qingqing's chastity would not have been preserved. This was somewhat fortunate amidst misfortune. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, I quickly put down the cup in my hand, forced a smile, and said, "Well, that's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After all, I still need to take care of Lu Ruyan." After speaking, I bypassed her, ready to leave, but I felt dizzy and extremely hot. I rubbed my head, continued walking forward, and just a few steps later, Wang Qingqing ran up to me. She looked at me with a flushed face, as if trying to seduce me. I quickly turned my head away, afraid to look at her, as I felt increasingly feverish all over, her fragrance continuously entering my nostrils. I shook my head vigorously to clear my mind, knowing that Wang Qingqing must have tampered with the juice. However, my body was getting weaker, and I could only stand by sheer willpower. I gritted my teeth, tried to push forward, but before I could take a few steps, my legs went weak and my body almost fell. Wang Qingqing immediately reached out to support me. I wanted to push her away, but my strength failed me, and I ended up getting closer to her. Leaning on the table, panting heavily, I could only muster the will to say, "Wang Qingqing, put on your clothes." Ignoring me completely, Wang Qingqing took another step forward, looked at me with watery eyes, and softly said, "Xiangnan, what are you restraining yourself from? In terms of looks and family background, I can't compare to Lu Ruyan at all, right? Break up with Lu Ruyan, and let's be together in the future, okay?" After saying this, she even held my hand, slowly raised it, and pressed it against her face. Just then, I heard the front door downstairs suddenly open. I felt relieved, finally, was someone coming to rescue me? Wang Qingqing also frowned, turned back to listen, and heard a woman downstairs calling out, "Qingqing, Qingqing, are you home?" Why did that voice sound so familiar? But I quickly dismissed the thought, as I was currently in a confused state and my judgment was inaccurate. Hearing footsteps as if someone was coming upstairs, I felt uncomfortable but also a bit amused. If your family saw you, Wang Qingqing, fooling around with a boy like this, how would you explain it? Without hesitation, Wang Qingqing decisively pulled me into the bedroom, opened a large wardrobe, stuffed me inside, and then jumped in herself. Their wardrobe was spacious enough for 2 people to hide without feeling cramped. I thought about resisting, but after being drugged by Wang Qingqing, I felt like my limbs were no longer under my control, completely powerless. Soon, someone entered the bedroom, and I could clearly hear the sound of high heels. I was about to scream loudly to alert Wang Qingqing's family, but she immediately covered my mouth. I closed my eyes in silence, realizing that today I had truly fallen into this woman's hands. What surprised me was that the effects of the drug on me seemed to have lessened a bit. Although I still felt very uncomfortable, it was much better than before. I guessed it must have something to do with my strong recovery ability. I didn't know where I got this ability from, but it had saved me many times. I saw through the crack of the cabinet that the woman in the bedroom seemed to be looking for something at the desk. I could only see her slender back, unable to make out her face clearly, but I had a feeling that I had seen her somewhere before. Unexpectedly, this Wang Qingqing slowly approached me from the wardrobe. Wang Qingqing leaned close to my ear and whispered in a very low voice, "Don't you find this exciting?" As a man who had been drugged, if I didn't desire that at this moment, it would mean there was something wrong with me. Despite my thoughts, I knew deep down that I had completely misjudged this woman. She was too good at pretending. I even doubted if her story about Wang Yu taking photos was all a lie. I felt hot and itchy all over, feeling the urge to either push her down or end my own life immediately. At that moment, the woman in the bedroom seemed to have found what she was looking for. She held a bag in her hand and turned to leave the bedroom. My heart was racing. I saw Wang Qingqing reaching out towards me, so I mustered all my strength and hit the cabinet with my head. Bang! The sound, though not loud, made the woman stop in her tracks. She turned around, preparing to come towards me, but a clothes hanger in front of the cabinet blocked my view of her face. I watched the woman excitedly, silently urging her to come closer. Wang Qingqing also stopped, nervously staring outside the cabinet. Just then, the phone rang. It was hers. She paused to answer the call. "Yes, I know. I'll go back to the hospital right away." Back to the hospital? And that voice. After she finished the call, she walked towards us. When she was about a meter away, she bent down to pick up a fallen clothes hanger, casually tossed it onto the sofa, and left. My heart was pounding, not because she didn't open the cabinet, but because when she bent down, I finally saw her face clearly. It was Bai Jing. Isn't Bai Jing's surname Bai? Wang Qingqing's surname is Wang. How did she become her cousin? Still puzzled, Bai Jing had already left the bedroom in high heels. I was both surprised and afraid, and also regretful. I was surprised that the familiar person who came was Dr. Bai Jing, and afraid that if she opened the cabinet and saw me and Wang Qingqing in such a state, I wouldn't be able to explain no matter how many excuses I had. Unfortunately, I thought she was a savior, but it turned out to be just a false hope. The air in the cabinet was stuffy, and both Wang Qingqing and I were sweating. She breathed a sigh of relief after her cousin left. After a few seconds of rest, she started climbing on me again, wrapping around me like a water snake. I tried to keep my eyes closed and discreetly bit my tongue. Gradually, the effects of the drug weakened, and one of my hands seemed to regain some strength. With a flushed face, Wang Qingqing slowly released my mouth. Just as I felt her about to come closer again, I quickly said, "By the way, was that your cousin just now?" This question finally made Wang Qingqing pause. She smiled at me and said, "Yes, beautiful, right?" She was about to kiss me, but I turned my head and replied, "Beautiful." Wang Qingqing then asked, "Is it me who's beautiful, or my cousin?" As she reached for the buttons on my clothes, I hurriedly said, Is she your uncle's daughter?" Wang Qingqing paused slightly, her eyes showing a hint of resentment as she said, "Her mom and my mom are sisters. I don't know if I should call her cousin or niece, but I can't stand her." "Don't mention her." It suddenly dawned on me that their mothers were sisters, explaining the different surnames. I deliberately engaged in conversation with Wang Qingqing to buy time. As the effects of the drug were wearing off, I now had some strength in both hands, although my body still felt weak and powerless. Seeing Wang Qingqing about to pounce on me again, I quickly pretended and said, "Qingqing, it's stuffy in here. Since your sister is out anyway, can we go out?" Wang Qingqing was thrilled to see me suddenly taking the initiative. She hugged my neck tightly. I pinched the flesh of my palm with my fingernails to keep calm as much as possible, my whole body already soaked. Then, Wang Qingqing pushed open the cabinet door, and the wind outside blew on my face, helping me sober up a bit. Before I could gather my thoughts, Wang Qingqing dragged me towards Bai Jing's bedroom. I felt weak all over. She helped me move slowly, and when we reached the bed, Wang Qingqing pushed me onto Bai Jing's large bed. The bed was neatly made, meticulous, with a faint fragrance. Combined with the stylish decor of the bedroom, it was evident that Bai Jing was a meticulous woman. Wang Qingqing, unafraid of being caught by Jing, pushed me onto the bed and then jumped on herself. I could tell that Wang Qingqing, like me, had no experience at all. Even though she drugged me, I didn't cooperate, and she had no idea where to start, just imitating what she had seen on TV. After wasting so much time, the effects of the drug on me were slowly fading away. I said to Wang Qingqing again, Qingqing, I like how you look in your school uniform. Can you wear it for me? Qingqing obviously didn't know I was deliberately stalling for time, thinking I had truly accepted her. Blushing, she smiled at me. Sure, wait for me, I'll go change in my bedroom. With that, she ran to her bedroom, and I knew this was my best chance. My feet started to regain some strength. I gritted my teeth, propped myself up, raised my hand, and slapped myself hard, but still not fully awake. I saw a utility knife on by Jing's desk. I struggled to walk over, picked up the knife, aimed it at my palm, gritted my teeth, and quickly made a cut. Blood gushed from my palm instantly, the tearing pain spreading through my body, making me much more alert. I shook my head vigorously, wrapped something around my palm, and without hesitation, started staggering towards the door. Just as I left the bedroom, Qingqing had just finished changing into her school uniform and came out of her room. When she saw me, she looked surprised, instantly understanding my intentions, and swiftly ran towards me. I knew I couldn't let her catch me again, so I gritted my teeth and ran. Due to the remaining effects of the drug in my system, I stumbled and fell down the stairs when there were still a dozen steps left. I endured the pain, and as soon as I reached the ground floor, I stood up immediately. At the same time, Qingqing rushed over, grabbed my arm, and shouted, Shangnan, you can't escape. Without hesitation, I turned around and kicked her, then ran out without looking back. The cool breeze outside made me feel much better. I didn't dare to linger and took a ride straight to the hospital because of the injury on my hand, fearing excessive blood loss. When I arrived at the hospital, I went straight to the medical room. It was quite a coincidence that as soon as I entered, Bai Jing, dressed in a white coat, walked out. Seeing me, she was about to greet me, but upon noticing my bloody hand, she frowned and asked, What happened? Did you get into a fight again? Before I could answer, she had already pulled me into the medical room, where Dr. Bai Jing gently treated and bandaged my hand. I felt too embarrassed to look at her. She probably would never have imagined that just a while ago, I was hiding in her bedroom closet with a crazy girl. I saw that she had almost finished bandaging me up, and quickly said, Thank you, Dr. Bai Jing. Dr. Bai Jing looked at me helplessly and shook her head, saying, I'm telling you, Liu Ruyan is a good girl. Instead of fighting with others all the time, why don't you spend more time with her at the hospital? I could only nod in agreement. Should I explain that I cut my palm to reject advances and protect myself? After bidding farewell to Dr. Bai Jing, I went straight to the third floor to visit Liu Ruyan. When I arrived in front of the ward, I saw Su Mama coming out of the room. She saw me and quickly smiled, saying, Shangnan, Shasha is feeling down today. You should go in and see her. Feeling down? Why was she feeling down for no reason? To avoid worrying Liu Ruyan, I tucked my injured hand into my pocket and walked into the ward inexplicably. As soon as I entered the room and saw Liu Ruyan, she turned her head in anger, tears streaming down uncontrollably. I hurried over, wanting to hold her hand, but she pushed me away fiercely. I didn't know what I did wrong and asked anxiously, Xiao, what's wrong? Liu Ruyan kept crying, seeming unwilling to talk to me at all, and finally handed me her phone. I looked at the phone and was dumbfounded. Someone had taken a photo of me just entering Wang Qingqing's house. Looking at the photo on the phone, I felt so foolish. I knew there was a possibility of being set up, but I couldn't let go of my kind-hearted nature to trust others. This wasn't the first time I had been framed. Luckily, nothing happened at Wang Qingqing's house, or no matter how I explained it, it would have been useless. I put down the phone and said to Liu Ruyan, Xiao, someone set me up. I went to Wang Qingqing's house because she said it was a matter of life and death. Liu Ruyan continued to cry, sadly saying, if every girl cries for help, will you go to their houses too? And since you've been to her house, who knows what you did? I knew Liu Ruyan would say that, but I also knew she cared a lot about me. Xiao, I swear, nothing happened between me and Wang Qingqing. Seeing me so resolute, Liu Ruyan's expression softened slightly. She turned her head and whispered, aren't you going to Wang Qingqing's because of Hannibal's punishment? It dawned on me then. Red Carp went with me to the Hannibal game that night, and Liu Ruyan had just woken up today. She only found out about what happened that day after seeing the messages in the WeChat group, along with the photo of me being secretly taken, leading to this misunderstanding. I patiently held her hand and whispered, if I complete Hannibal's punishment, shouldn't Hannibal announce it in the group? Liu Ruyan suddenly realized and nodded, somewhat aggrieved. She hugged me and softly said, Shangnan, I was just worried about you. Also, why do I have no memory of this game? I feel like I've lost my memory? I didn't know how to explain to Liu Ruyan. If I told her the truth that Red Carp took her place that night to save her, I didn't know if she could accept it, even though Red Carp did it for her. My head started to ache again. I had to comfort her first, saying, maybe you just woke up, your body isn't well. It will get better gradually. Liu Ruyan nodded, not doubting my words at all, which touched me deeply. Isn't trust the most important thing between two people? Even if I lied, it was for her own good. Liu Ruyan used her finger to draw circles in my palm, lowered her head, and softly asked, so about Hannibal's punishment. What are you going to do? I glanced at Liu Ruyan, her face was red to the neck, shyly burying herself in my arms. I smiled and patted her head. To be honest, if my first time with Liu Ruyan was because of Hannibal's punishment, I felt it wasn't worth it, but my heart was set on Liu Ruyan. I didn't say anything but gently kissed her forehead, the meaning was self-evident. There was still a whole day tomorrow, no rush at this moment. Someone knocked on the door outside the ward, so I quickly helped Liu Ruyan sit up by the bedside. Bai Jing would come to check on Liu Ruyan's condition several times a day. After stabilizing for a while, she would be able to leave the hospital soon. When I saw her coming in, I politely nodded to her and then voluntarily left the ward. Time passed quickly, I glanced at the time, and it was already past 5 o'clock without me realizing it. With that in mind, I first made a call home. Mom, I'm having dinner with classmates outside today, so I won't be coming home. My mom responded with an okay and said, your dad and I are going to your aunt's house today, aren't you coming? Hearing my mom say that, an idea instantly popped into my mind, so I quickly said, okay, I won't go, you guys have fun. After hanging up the phone, I hurriedly called Shin Yon. Shin Yon, my parents won't be home tonight, so get ready. I'll pretend to go out from home to check on something, lure that evil spirit to my house, and then we'll deal with it together. Shin Young excitedly replied, great, I've been wanting to try my skills. I learned a new trick today and prepared a special tool for you. I shook my head and smiled. Shin Young had become obsessed with Taoist arts, not only learning on his own but also helping me make weapons, which was quite enjoyable. Alright, looking forward to it. I'll call you later. With that, I happily hung up the phone. Since I couldn't find Hannibal for now, let's take out this little evil spirit first. Just then, Dr. Bai Jing had already walked out of the ward. She saw me sitting in a chair with a silly smile and asked, what's up, making you so happy? I scratched my head, of course, I couldn't tell her about my plan with Qin Yang to catch the evil spirit, so I asked, how did the checkup go? Dr. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow, smiled, and said, your sister Xiao can be discharged tomorrow. I nodded continuously, excited inside, almost wanting to hug Dr. Bai Jing, but I restrained myself with a smile. Dr. Bai Jing seemed busy today and didn't say much to me. She waved at me and walked away in her high heels. After staying with Liu Ruyan for a while, I entrusted her to Aunt Su for care. Then, I rushed home without stopping, buying a Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, on the way to fill my stomach. Upon arriving home, I first made sure my parents had left. Then, I pretended to pack my bag, keeping an eye on the surroundings while doing so. Unfortunately, I didn't have any special abilities, so besides the cool breeze, I couldn't sense anything. Looking at the broken sword in my bag, I took it out and recalled the feeling of summoning the light sword in Ling City. After swinging it forcefully dozens of times, I gave up as the broken sword showed no response. After packing up, I slung my backpack over my shoulder, and without looking back, I decisively left the house. I pretended to take a car and left. After 2 stops, I called Qin Yong and said, Qin Yong, I've already left. Based on past experience, that evil spirit will come to my house in less than an hour. You wait in ambush in the garden on the left side of my house, I'll circle back and find you. After hanging up the phone, I kept an eye on the time. After about half an hour, I got off the car and immediately took the next one back home. To avoid being noticed, when there was only 1 stop left before my house, I got off the bus again and started running towards my house with the backpack on my back. As I had said, Qin Yong was already squatting by the garden, carrying a large bag. By the time I arrived, I was sweating profusely, sitting next to Qin Yong panting heavily, and asked, how's it going? Has anyone come? Qin Yong shook his head and said, I haven't spotted it yet. By the way, here's the tool for you. After speaking, Qin Yong took something out of his bag, and it turned out to be the copper coin sword. The last time this copper coin sword killed the head teacher, it was already damaged. Unexpectedly, Qin Yong had repaired it, and it still looked very cool. Qin Yong smiled and said, I have my grandfather's peachwood sword now, so I'll give you this copper coin sword. From now on, the two of us will fight side by side. Without being sentimental, I gritted my teeth and bravely accepted the copper coin sword. The moment I held the copper coin sword, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I seemed to feel every copper coin on it pulsating slightly, like a heartbeat. At the same time, I noticed a blue transparent shadow swaying in front of my house.